In 5 years of marriage, Su Tan dedicated herself to protecting the northern general's residence, sacrificing half of her own cultivation to alter Song Tingchen's fate, caring for his parents, and bearing him children. Yet, all she received in return was his intention to take a concubine. On the day of their divorce, Song Tingchen stood amidst the snow, his eyes filled with reproach. I merely wish to provide a path for Qing. Su Tan, must you be so unreasonable? Their son, born after 10 months of pregnancy, pushed her aside and scolded her. You are a wicked woman. I want Aunt Qing to be my second mother. If you dislike her, then I shall dislike you too. His mother, with a face full of scorn, remarked, a woman must always place her husband above all. Besides, your maternal family has perished, and your dowry has been exhausted. If you throw a tantrum and leave home, where can you possibly go? Su Tan turned away, severing her ties with emotion, thus transforming from a general's wife into Master Su, a figure feared by all spirits. The nobility of the capital revered her as a guest of honor, and even the emperor sought her counsel as a national advisor. Song Tingchen lamented, Tan, I was wrong. Little Song Xiao wept, Mother, you cannot abandon me. The elite whispered, want to pursue Master Su? You must wait in line. Su Tan declared, I have ascended to divinity. Do not disturb me. Chapter 1. The Divorce. In the 21st year of Qinglong, during the bleak winter of Meng, the capital endured 7 consecutive days of snow. The frigid winds seeped through the seams of clothing, chilling one to the bone. On the day of their divorce, the sun shone brightly, a rare sight. Su Tan, with her skirt hem dampened by snow, held an umbrella, making her way out of the general's residence. A strong hand grasped her wrist, pain radiating from a wound that had begun to bleed anew, soaking the bandage, yet the man obliviously tightened his grip. Song Tingchen's gaze was icy, his jaw clenched, his black robe stark against the snowy backdrop. Su Tan, are you truly intent on being unreasonable and abandoning your husband and child? Su Tan fixed her gaze upon him, a metallic taste of bitterness filling her throat. Was she the one abandoning them? It was he and their son who had chosen Lu Qingyin over her. Tanner, please do not act foolishly. In this bitter cold, where do you intend to go? Even if you resent a Chung for taking a concubine, do not punish yourself. Song's mother, having chased after them, pushed forward their son, Song Xiao, who had been born after 10 months of gestation. Tanner, Xiao Xiao is only 4. Can you bear to see him without a mother? It's just a concubine. Every woman faces this day eventually. Besides, that Qingyin girl cannot surpass you. Why must you fuss over this? Su Tan, do not put me in a difficult position. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. He remembered Su Tan was not entirely unreasonable. She had once requested he never take a concubine, and he had obliged, maintaining her as the sole woman in his household. Many had sought to introduce women to him, but he had declined them all. Now, he merely wished to provide Qingyin with a chance at life. Why could she not agree to that? A Qing's father died saving me. Out of respect and duty, I must care for her. Mother, please do not quarrel with father. Aunt Qing is very kind. She buys me sweets and makes shoes for father. Please accept her. She will be good to you. 4-year-old Song Xiao stood in the snow, clad in the garments meticulously crafted by Su Tan. The embroidery on his cloak was exquisite and lifelike. Initially, Su Tan's capable hands had been skilled in divination, yet she had known little of embroidery. The cherubic child scrunched his nose, displeased with his mother. Mother, I want Aunt Qing to be my second mother. If you do not like Aunt Qing, then I shall not like you. The little one was fearless, certain that whatever he desired, his mother would acquiesce. If all else failed, a tantrum would surely bend her will. He did not comprehend the implications of his father taking a concubine for his mother. All he knew was that Aunt Qing was wonderful, caring for his father, him, and his grandparents. Su Tan closed her eyes, her heart ablaze with anguish. She gazed at her son, who harbored the last flicker of hope within his eyes. Xiao Xiao, one cannot have 2 mothers. You may have only one. Song Xiao huffed defiantly, shoving Su Tan aside. You cannot bear to see anyone treat me well. Ever since grandfather and grandmother left, you've changed. You have become a wicked woman. You bully father and Aunt Qing. You do not allow Aunt Qing to treat me well. You are a wicked woman, and I do not want you. I want Aunt Qing. Su Tan stumbled back, nearly falling into the snow. Song Tingchen frowned. Xiao Xiao, do not push. Apologize to your mother. Song Xiao stubbornly turned away. I won't. She is not my mother. She is a wicked woman. I want Aunt Qing to be my mother. Tanner, A Chung still protects you. How long will you continue this temper? Do you wish to drive Qingyin to despair? What is your intention? Song's mother glared disapprovingly, having lost her patience. A woman must always prioritize her husband, especially since your maternal family has perished and your dowry is spent. Where can you go if you leave in a huff? Heed my advice. Do not make this matter too ugly, lest you find yourself with nowhere to retreat. In the end, you will be left with no face. Su Tan lowered her gaze, meeting Song's mother's murky stare. Have you finally spoken your mind? Since birth, Song Xiao had been frail. With the protection of her divine light and virtues, he required extensive precious herbs to nurture him. In these years, the gold and silver provided by my family, after accounting for necessary social interactions for Song Tingchen's career, have mostly gone toward medicine for my parents and Xiao Xiao. Now, Song Xiao's health was nearly on par with that of ordinary children, and Song's old matriarch was gradually regaining her strength. Although the old master remained senile, he could now eat and sleep normally as long as he was kept indoors, no longer a burden to anyone. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. Su Tan had hoped that her relationship with Song Tingchen would improve as well. Alas, the Song family had different views. Su Tan spoke calmly, having seen through the Song family's callousness. You believe that now I have lost my protection and my wealth, and since Lu Qingyin is willing to bring in a fortune, you wish to cast me aside. Is my divorce not what you desired? Or do you find it disgraceful for the general's residence to divorce? Would you prefer I fade away in silence? Her tone was not harsh, yet it left Song's mother speechless with frustration. Song Tingchen's patience was wearing thin.
Sultan,
can you not project such malice onto others? Since the Su family fell in battle, her temperament had grown increasingly radical. He had patiently tried to guide her, hoping she would emerge from her shadows. Little did he know that she was beyond redemption. Song Tingchen, radiating coldness, gazed at her in confusion. You know as well as I that a woman without parents has no support and must rely on her husband. Why are you unwilling to grant a Qing a chance? Or do you delight in witnessing women like yourself trampled and humiliated until nothing remains? Does that bring you joy, making you feel less pitiful? Song Tingchen. Su Tan's eyes reddened, her body trembling with indignation. After 5 years of marriage, this was how he perceived her. If she had held any hope before, in this moment, her heart was utterly crushed. 3 days prior, she had bled, and with the cold weather, her body and spirit were weary. She lacked the strength even to strike him. Meeting Song Tingchen's gaze, her eyes clear, she declared, I tell you, my desire for divorce stems from your betrayal of the promises made to me and my parents. I have no objection to your caring for Lu Qingyin, but I cannot accept her as my son's second mother. Song Tingchen, instead of expressing anger, merely smiled, dismissing her radical behavior. He reached out and yanked down the talisman she had crafted with her own blood. Very well, since you wish to depart, take this with you as well. I fear the scent of your blood may frighten a Qing. Following suit, Song Xiao also tore off the talisman around his neck, crumpling it and trampling it into the mud. He glared at Su Tan. I do not want your belongings. Your blood-marked trinket reeks. I have no affinity for it. I prefer the sachets Aunt Qing made for me. Su Tan fixed her gaze upon the father and son duo. Ever since the Su family fell in battle, she had been plagued by nightmares, fearing that Song Tingchen and Song Xiao might meet the same fate. Thus, she bled each month to create protective talismans for the two of them, which could ward off malevolent spirits and, when necessary, safeguard their lives. Now, these talismans were treated as mere refuse, crushed into the snow. The dried blood was melted away by the ice and snow, staining the ground red, only to be soon covered by fresh white snow, leaving behind a remnant of black string as the sole evidence of its prior existence. Su Tan dug her fingers into her palm, suppressing the pang of sorrow and disappointment in her heart, and turned away, leaving the general's residence behind. Chapter 2. Return to the capital. Su Tan, holding an umbrella, made her way to the outskirts of the city and boarded an inconspicuous black carriage. As she entered, a thick cloak enveloped her. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, Cui Wan felt both heartache and indignation, yet continued to offer her red sugar water. Why go through such hardship? I told you I could have gone to the Song family and dealt with them myself, but you refused. They have bullied you to this extent, and you still protect those ingrates, Su Tan replied weakly with a smile. If they knew that the renowned diviner, Cui Wan, is my second elder sister, I fear I would be unable to seek a divorce. Cui Wan gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. Those wretches will not rest until they have drained you dry, especially that old hag of the Song family. Were it not for you, she would not be alive today. Now she looks down her nose at you, believing you unworthy of Song Tingchen simply because her son has been appointed a great general. Do they truly think the Song family is a respectable place? Chui Wan's anger intensified as she observed her pampered junior sister, who had been ravaged by a doomed romance. Tears could not be contained, cascading down her cheeks. If you hadn't been foolish enough to protect the Song family with your own merits, I believe Song Tingchen would have been devoured by his own sins long ago. Su Tan wiped away Chui Wan's tears. Second sister, do not cry. Have I not escaped? Indeed. Chui Wan dried her tears, gritting her teeth as she declared, without your protection, I wonder how long they can revel in their success. I await the day those ungrateful wolves of the Song family face their retribution. Having escaped that den of monsters, do not look back, Su Ten said, lowering her gaze and clutching her cloak tightly. 3 years later, the heavy snow weighed down the blossoms as Su Tan emerged from Qingyu Alley, accompanied by Chui Wan to procure items needed for their departure from the city. Are you truly resolved to return? Chui Wan's concern was palpable. Over the past 3 years, it seemed as though Su Tan had completely forgotten the people of the Song family. Yet, as her elder sister, she knew her junior sister's gentle nature all too well. This return to the capital would inevitably lead to encounters with the Song family, and she feared that a mere tearful display from the ungrateful Song clan would cause Su Tan to forget the past hardships. Su Tan extended her hand, watching as snowflakes landed on her fingertips before swiftly melting away. The Princess of Zhaoyang has been suffering from a persistent fever, and the Prince of Chen has sought renowned physicians across the realm with no success. When the prince's people approached us bearing my master's jade token, I had no reason to refuse. Understanding Chui Wan's unspoken worries, she offered a gentle smile. Second sister, fret not. A good horse does not eat the grass it has trodden. Chui Wan fell silent for a moment, before grasping Su Tan's hand. Indeed. If you remain hidden here, unwilling to confront the past, that would truly be a cause for concern. They say physicians cannot heal themselves. We offer guidance to others, yet when it comes to our own fates, we must endure our own trials to uncover the truth. Each person has their own destiny, and these years had taught her much. Having gathered their supplies, Su Tan and Chui Wan set off for the capital the next day, guarded by well-trained shadow protectors. In just 8 days, they arrived in the capital. As they passed the general's residence, a gust of wind lifted the carriage curtain, allowing Su Tan to glimpse the plaque of the general's residence, shrouded in an invisible layer of dull gray. She lowered the curtain, her eyes devoid of emotion. At that moment, Song Tingchen, who had just reined in his horse, seemed to sense something, lifting his sharp gaze to fixate on the passing carriage. Just as he was about to spur his horse forward to investigate, a soft voice halted his steps. Tingchen Ge. Lu Qingyin stood elegantly by the wind, holding Song Zhao's hand, her figure slender like a magnolia flower glistening with morning dew. Song Zhao, round and chubby, struggled to run back toward his father. Father, you have finally returned. Have you found that wicked woman? Song Tingchen's brow furrowed, an aura of low pressure emanating from him as he pushed the chubby Song Zhao away from him. How many times must I tell you? Su Tan is not a wicked woman. She is your mother. Song Zhao pouted, tears streaming down his cheeks, his childish voice quivering. She is a wicked woman. Shortly after she left, grandfather died, preventing you from marrying Aunt Qing. The people at the academy say my mother is dead. They mock me for being a child without a mother. Song Tingchen froze momentarily. After a pause, he reached out to ruffle his son's messy hair. Do not cry. You are not a child without a mother. I will soon find your mother. Lu Qingyin's fingers instinctively dug into her palm, barely maintaining her smile.
Sister.
Noticing Song Tingchen's suddenly tense expression, she quickly altered her inquiry. Has my sister returned? The white horse was led into the residence by a servant as Song Tingchen carried Song Zhao inside, replying to Lu Qingyin, I have not yet found her, but it won't be long. He felt a strong premonition that Su Tan had returned and was indeed in the capital. Lu Qingyin smiled gently. That is wonderful news. Aunt has been ill for the past 2 years, relying on the medicine made by sister. At the time, sister left in haste and did not leave behind Aunt's prescription. Over the years, Aunt has been seeking treatment, yet her condition has shown no improvement. It is partly my fault for having caused sister to misunderstand. When I find her, I will certainly apologize sincerely. Song Tingchen paused, contemplating Su Tan's heavy thoughts and fiery temperament. There were many misunderstandings regarding the past that warranted proper explanation. He had never harbored romantic feelings for Lu Qingyin. His initial desire to marry her was born from pity for her loss and a wish to provide her with shelter. He wanted to ensure she would not be bullied. Yet Su Tan had always been intolerant of any encroachment upon her space. Lu Qingyin's nails nearly broke from the pressure, but she forced herself to maintain a smile. Taking a deep breath, she recalled a more pressing matter and stifled her rising temper. Tingchen Go, I have heard that the Princess of Zhaoyang is in a coma, and the Prince of Chen has sought renowned physicians far and wide, all in hopes of awakening his daughter. I still have one of the elixirs my father left for me. With a parent's heart, might you allow me to meet the Princess of Zhaoyang? I wish to offer it to her as a remedy. Her eyes lowered, concealing the scheming glint hidden within. What a talisman left by her father! This was an expensive item she had procured through considerable effort and negotiation, not to mention the layers of cost added, all to acquire the soul-reviving elixir crafted by the Master of Forgetfulness, just 3 pearls, which cost her nearly half of her fortune. 2 years ago, the princess consort of the Prince of Chen tragically perished during childbirth, leaving behind only the frail Princess Zhaoyang to accompany the prince. Since the demise of his consort, the Prince of Chen has remained unmarried, dedicating his life solely to the care of his daughter. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. If I can save the princess, I shall earn protection henceforth. The misunderstandings of 3 years past shall never resurface. Brother Tingchen, you and your wife shall also fare well. Song Tingchen initially intended to refuse outright, for the current state of affairs was precarious, a time rife with troubles. Numerous ministers had fallen from grace due to a moment's folly, plummeting from the heights of power into the abyss. Should Lu Qingyin succeed in rescuing the daughter of the Prince of Chen, it would equate to aligning the northern general's house with the prince. Song Tingchen was reluctant to involve himself in such matters. Yet, if this course of action could lead Su Tan to relinquish her prejudice against Lu Qingyin, his gaze darkened with resolve. Once I pay my respects to my late parents-in-law, I shall begin to make arrangements for you. Chapter 3 Reunion at Hugua Temple. Before the Buddha statue, a perpetual lamp flickered, and Su knelt on the mat, chanting scriptures for nearly 5 hours. When she finally rose, she realized her legs had gone numb. In the biting cold, clad in thin garments, she stood before the statue like a solitary bamboo facing the storm.
Sultan?
The chilling voice of Song Tingchen cut through the air, and Su Tan turned to see him standing beside the delicate Lu Qingyin. Her son, Song Shao, affectionately held Lu Qingyin's hand. They appeared as a blissful family of 3. After 5 years of marriage and 3 years apart, this unexpected reunion unfolded in such a manner. Song Tingchen's gaze towards Su Tan was cold and complex, mingled with emotions that were difficult to articulate. You left without a word for 3 years. And now you finally return? Upon seeing his mother, Song Shao felt a flicker of surprise, but, remembering that she had abandoned him 3 years prior, his lips pursed into a pout, and he huffed, "Bad woman." Su Tan's expression remained indifferent as she regarded the father and son. Encountering Song Tingchen's frosty gaze and hearing Song Zhao's accusation, she found herself surprisingly unscathed, merely feeling a sense of absurdity. What brings you here? And why bring Lu Qingyin along? Song Tingchen seemed to believe that his humiliation of her 3 years ago was insufficient. Now, he aimed to belittle her family as well. Lu Qingyin flinched slightly, tears welling in her eyes.
Su Tan, you misunderstand.
It wasn't he, Brother Tingchen, who insisted on bringing me. It's just that Xiao Xiao is still young and cannot be separated from me. Su Tan observed her performance with quiet disdain. So you are flaunting it before me? That my ex-husband and my son now dote on you? Song Tingchen's brows knitted in irritation as a palpable tension enveloped the air. Must you speak in such a manner? Lu Qingyin lamented. 3 years ago, and now, you always presume the worst of others. For 3 years, Qingyin has been taking care of Xiao Xiao. Even if you do not appreciate her, you need not speak so harshly. As Su Tan regarded the cold indifference in Song Tingchen's expression, she was torn between irony and sorrow. She had merely spoken to Lu Qingyin, yet he was so quick to defend her. After 5 years of marriage, he had never once stood up for Su Tan in front of others. Previously, she believed his behavior stemmed from his nature, but now, having extricated herself from their predicament, she realized that, in Song Tingchen's eyes, she, Su Tan, was simply unworthy of his protection. Lu Qingyin subtly smirked, her outward appearance fragile, while her eyes brimmed with mockery. Su Tan, you truly misunderstand me. With a quivering voice, she stepped forward, her anxious expression revealing her desire to explain.
Suddenly,
As Lu Qingyin took a few steps, her foot faltered, and she stumbled, knocking over the perpetual lamp that Su Tan had lit for her family. Her face paled as she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Lu Qingyin crouched down, attempting to piece together the shattered lamp, only to inadvertently cut her palm. Song Tingchen frowned deeply and rushed to assist her. "Stop picking it up. You're hurt, can't you see?" Lu Qingyin gently pushed him away. Her expression filled with guilt as she bit her lip and approached Su Tan, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I'm so sorry, Su Tan. I truly didn't intend for this to happen." Her voice trembled, and her frail form swayed precariously. Su Tan's gaze darkened as she coldly fixed her eyes on Lu Qingyin. In an instant, she raised her hand and struck Lu Qingyin 3 times across the face.
ah,
Lu Qingyin gasped, her astonishment evident as she looked up, her once lovely face now red and swollen, completely unprepared for Su Tan's violent outburst. Su Tan wiped her hand clean with a handkerchief. "Are you done with your performance?"
leave. Sultan.
Song Tingchen radiated an icy fury, supporting Lu Qingyin, who, despite being struck, could only weep silently. He felt both exhausted and angered by Su Tan's unreasonable behavior. "Don't you think you've gone too far?" It was Qingyin's mistake, but she sincerely apologized. "How could you lay hands on her? Coming from a prestigious family, a young lady should not be so tyrannical and unforgiving." Lu Qingyin wiped her tears, forcing a smile. "Sangge, please don't blame Su Tan. It's my fault to begin with. Whatever she chooses to do to me, I must bear it." Song Xiao, like a little bull, instantly shielded her, glaring at Su Tan with fury. "Qing Yi, you did nothing wrong. It's all the bad woman's fault. You're a bad woman. Ever since you returned, you've been bullying Qing Yi. I hate you." With reddened eyes, Song Xiao charged forward, colliding with Su Tan. His body, though still young, was surprisingly robust, and Su Tan staggered slightly from the impact. Her elbow accidentally struck a pillar, sending a sharp pain radiating through her arm. For a moment, she felt as though she had lost sensation in her limb, yet she did not flinch. "Song Xiao." Song Tingchen frowned, observing Su Tan's impassive response as she pressed her elbow. A wave of suffocation surged within him. "Apologize to your mother." Song Xiao's eyes glistened with indignation. "She's not my mother. I hate her." He rushed to grab the remaining undamaged perpetual lamp, intent on throwing it to the ground. In the simplicity of a childless world, Su Tan had struck Lu Qingyin for accidentally breaking the lamp. Thus, he sought to destroy the rest to avenge her. However, before he could reach it, Su Tan coldly pushed him away. Caught off guard, he fell to the ground, staring at her in disbelief.
Xiao Xiao.
Lu Qingyin, in tears, reached out to lift him, but as soon as she touched his arm, she gasped in pain. "Su Tan, if you want to hit or scold someone, direct it at me. Why bully Xiao Xiao?" Song Tingchen's suffocating feeling intensified. His expression hardened as he lifted Song Xiao from the ground, casting a worried glance at Lu Qingyin. When his gaze fell on Su Tan, it bore a hint of reproach. "Su Tan, even if you are upset, you cannot push a child." Upon seeing Song Xiao fall, Su Tan felt a pang in her heart, instinctively wanting to rush forward and cradle him. Yet, recalling that he had intended to shatter the Su family's lamp for Lu Qingyin, her heart turned cold. Su Tan regarded Song Tingchen and his son, resolute. "No one can insult my family, not Lu Qingyin nor you."
Sultan.
He exclaimed, his voice low and intense. "Yes, just a child." A heavy stone weighed upon his heart. He understood that Song Xiao was in the wrong, but after 3 years apart, her return was met with such coldness. Even resorting to pushing Song Xiao down, had she considered how the child might feel? Su Tan curled her lips. Yes, he is still a child. 3 years ago, he forsook his mother for Lu Qingyin. Now, he seeks to smash his grandfather's lamp for her. What a wonderful child. It's a pity he didn't spring from Lu Qingyin's womb.
Sultan.
Song Tingchen's low pressure radiated around him. "After 3 years. I thought you might have matured. Qingyin is still an unmarried maiden. Can't you conduct yourself with some decorum and not tarnish your reputation?" Lu Qingyin's face paled as tears streamed down. "Su Tan, whether you believe it or not, my relationship with Sangge has always been pure. The events of 3 years ago were a misunderstanding. Sangge only wished to provide me with a way out." Su Tan found it amusing. A hint of derision flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the pair. "Song Tingchen, you were so eager to marry Lu Qingyin then. I kindly divorced to make room for you too. So, what became of that union? Song Tingchen's expression turned icy. Su Tan, I cannot explain this to you. From beginning to end, she has always preferred to speculate about him with the utmost malice. 3 years ago, it was the same, and 3 years later, it remains unchanged. He coldly stated, apologize to Qingyin, or this matter cannot be resolved. Su Tan gazed at him with a calm demeanor, yet her fingers tightened gradually. What did you say? Song Tingchen maintained a stern expression, his gaze icy. Xiao offended you first. I can overlook the matter of you pushing him. However, Qingyin has already apologized to you. Yet you still resorted to violence. Su Tan, if you do not wish for the Su family to be shamed because of you, you must understand that you owe an apology for your arrogant behavior today. Su Tan laughed in anger. Shame for the Su family. She raised her wrist, emanating a chilling aura, and delivered 5 slaps. 3 for her parents and 2 for herself. Seeing the blood bead from the corner of Song Tingchen's mouth, she remained unmoved. If the world were to know that I, Su Tan, must apologize to the one who shattered the eternal lamp of my family, that would be the greatest humiliation for the Su family. She drew a soft sword from her waist, its silver tip aimed directly at Song Tingchen's eyes. Take your son and Lu Qingyin out of my sight, or do not blame me for killing you. Observing the murderous intent radiating from her, it seemed that if he took a single step forward, she would indeed strike him down. Song Tingchen suddenly smiled, holding the child, his brow resembling frost.
Sultan.
You are indeed the same as 3 years ago. Chapter 4. This is the elixir given by the forgetting worry, divine doctor. Brother Song, I am sorry. I should not have accompanied you to the Gua Temple. If it were not for me, you and Su Tan would not be parting on such unfriendly terms today. Lu Qingyin's face was filled with guilt, tears streaming down her cheeks. Song Tingchen's emotions were somewhat tumultuous, his gaze fixated on the white snow covering the bamboo branches. And no one knew what he was contemplating. It was only when Song Xiao nudged his arm that he snapped back to reality. Aunt Qing, it is not your fault. It is the wicked woman who bullies others, bullying father and you. Aunt Qing, does it still hurt? Hearing Song Xiao's tender voice, Lu Qingyin forced a smile. Xiao. It does not hurt. Although she said it didn't hurt, her voice carried a sobbing tone, and her eyes were reddened. Aunt Qing, you are lying. You are about to cry. How can it not hurt? I will blow on it for you, okay? It won't hurt anymore. In the past, before Su Tan became the wicked woman, she had also been injured. He had asked her then, does mother hurt? And she had smiled, stroking his head. If Xiao blows on it for mother, then mother won't hurt. A gentle smile graced Lu Qingyin's delicate face as she tilted her head. Perhaps due to having just cried or because of the extreme cold, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao, can you blow on father? If Aunt Qing is hurt, Xiao feels sorry, but if father is hurt and does not say, then Xiao won't know. Song Xiao nodded obediently. Aunt Qing is gentle and beautiful. Much better than that wicked woman, but unfortunately, father does not like Aunt Qing. Father, he whimpered. Song Tingchen patted Song Xiao's head. Good. Father is not hurt. Song Xiao's eyes darted around and suddenly, he reached out to hug Song Tingchen's neck, softening his voice in a pitiful manner, but Aunt Qing is hurt. Although father does not like Aunt Qing likes father. Father, will you blow on Aunt Qing for her? Lu Qingyin looked up at Song Tingchen. Seeing his countenance still as cold as ice, her expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly shifted to an awkward smile. Xiao, do not speak nonsense. Your father is like an older brother to Aunt Qing. Song Xiao muttered a few words, but if father is Aunt Qing's older brother, then I should call Aunt Qing Aunt. His voice trailed off, and Lu Qingyin pretended not to hear, but as she glanced at Song Tingchen, her face paled further. Seeing Lu Qingyin's forced smile, Song Tingchen's gaze deepened. He slowly withdrew his gaze, his voice carried away by the wind. Return to the residence. Lu Qingyin's nails dug deeply into her palm, yet she still managed to produce a gentle smile, deftly changing the subject. Brother Song, is your promise to take me to the Chen Wangfu still valid? Song Tingchen's eyes fell upon her. Brother Song, I am ready. Let us go. Lu Qingyin smiled softly at Song Tingchen. The swelling on her face had mostly subsided, and with a touch of powder, she appeared as if she were a graceful fairy standing in the snow. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow, noticing her fingers were slightly red from the cold. Yet she still dressed lightly. Though puzzled, he thought that young ladies care for their appearance and said nothing. Let us go. Upon reaching the Chen Wangfu, They noticed the servants were tense and solemn, as if awaiting a distinguished guest. Lu Qingyin quietly tugged at Song Tingchen's sleeve. "Brother Song, does His Highness, the Chunwang, regard you so highly? The servants seem both nervous and busy upon hearing you are coming." Song Tingchen's brow furrowed slightly. In these troubled times, if her words were to spread, others might speculate about his relationship with the Chunwang. "Qingyin, do not speak recklessly." Lu Qingyin dismissed his caution. "Brother Song, you should be more confident. You are a great hero. It is only natural for His Highness the Chunwang to appreciate you and wish to befriend you." Song Tingchen's brow tightened, intending to admonish her, but upon seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, he sighed and said nothing. Lu Qingyin's world was small. Apart from her late father, it was him. Therefore, she always admired him greatly and was exceptionally understanding, never wanting to burden him. Song Tingchen gazed at the snow on the bamboo branches. As for Su Tan, why bring her up at all? As they arrived at the reception hall, the steward of the Chunwang Fu had tea and pastries served. Song Tingchen frowned slightly. Before he could speak, Lu Qingyin asked, "Why do we not see His Highness the Chunwang?" The steward smiled politely, yet distantly. "Miss Lu, the princess cannot be left alone for a moment. His Highness is quite worried and is personally attending to her." Lu Qingyin smiled and complimented. "The princess is ill, with the imperial physician and wet nurse attending to her. His Highness is truly a caring father." The steward replied, "Not just when she is ill. Even when busy, His Highness will always take an hour to accompany the princess." Song Tingchen's gaze paused. He too was frequently busy. In the past, Song Xiao was cared for by Su Tan, then by his mother and Lu Qingyin. He merely checked Song Xiao's homework. He had never thought much of it, as others were doing the same, however. Hearing someone mention that His Highness would take an hour each day to accompany the princess made him begin to reflect on whether he had been somewhat negligent as a father. Lu Qingyin lowered her gaze. Having tested the waters, she discerned the princess's significance in His Highness's heart, which added to her confidence for today. She rose and said, "My father left me 3 elixirs, and now only 1 remains. Hearing that the princess is unwell, I specifically brought it over, hoping it may assist her." Fearing the steward might refuse, Lu Qingyin directly pressed the box containing the elixir into his hands. "This is from the Forgetting Worry Divine Doctor. My father had a brief acquaintance with him, and the doctor gifted 3 elixirs to my father." The steward had initially intended to decline, as too many had sent medicine to the Chunwang Fu in recent times. His master had already instructed him to refuse unless there was something exceptional. However, upon hearing the name of the Forgetting Worry Divine Doctor, he hesitated and did not immediately push the elixir away. "Please wait a moment. I will consult His Highness on the matter." The renowned physician, known for his extraordinary medical skills, possesses the ability to revive the deceased and mend broken bones. The steward turned and exited, returning shortly with a smile on his face. "Miss Lu, the imperial physician has examined the elixir you sent and declared it beneficial for the young princess's ailment. He instructed us to divide it into smaller doses for her." At this moment, the princess's fever had subsided, much to His Highness's delight. "Please, miss, wait a moment. His Highness will come to express his gratitude in person shortly." Lu Qingyin revealed a smile, shyly biting her lip. "It was merely a small effort on my part. I am truly glad to be of help to His Highness." At that moment, Song Tingchen stood up and remarked, "Since the princess is no longer in distress, we shall take our leave." Chapter 5. Miss Su arrives. Brother Song. Lu Qingyin's face was pale, her fingers twisting a handkerchief as she gazed at Song Tingchen, her eyes gradually reddening. Hearing that the princess was unwell made me anxious. Now, I long to see her to ease my mind. Brother Song, you know I once had a sister. She was as delicate and beautiful as a magnolia flower touched by morning dew. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed, his expression shadowed by an unshakable chill. He was aware that Lu Qingyin had lost her sister to a high fever at the tender age of 3. Thus, ever since, she had shown boundless patience when dealing with young children. Just as Song Tingchen was about to speak, a deep, clear voice interrupted. "This prince has yet to express my gratitude in person. Why is General Song in such a hurry to depart?" Turning, Song Tingchen slightly frowned, pausing momentarily before bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Chen." Lu Qingyin followed suit, her voice melodious. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Chen." The Prince of Chen, with a flick of his fan, signaled for them to dispense with formalities. Lu Qingyin gracefully rose, discreetly lifting her gaze to him. The prince stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of nobility, his eyes slightly upturned like peach blossoms basking in the warm rays of spring. In contrast to Song Tingchen's frosty demeanor, Prince Lu Zhiheng radiated a warmth that was unmistakably inviting. If Song Tingchen represented the chill of winter frost, then Lu Zhiheng embodied the vibrant hues of a setting sun, casting a golden glow over the city. Lu Qingyin's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, a natural response to encountering royalty for the first time. She fought to steady her emotions, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Your Highness, is the princess feeling better?" Lu Zhiheng nodded, showing no sign of disdain despite her trembling. "The fever has subsided, although she still lacks vitality. I am grateful for the elixir you provided, Miss Lu." Lu Qingyin exhaled softly, relieved that the prince did not regard her anxiety as trivial. She offered him a gentle smile, embodying grace and fragility. The newly recovered child would surely regain her strength after a good rest. Lu Zhiheng remained noncommittal. At that moment, a servant entered with a tray bearing a rosewood box filled with land deeds and thick bundles of silver notes. "This is the thank you gift I have prepared." Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened instantly. Even without looking, she knew this gift was more than sufficient to purchase 10 doses of the elixir. Accepting it would imply she was accepting payment for her goodwill. Anxiously and respectfully, she replied, "Your Highness, I merely heard of the princess's illness and sent the elixir without expectation of reward. I cannot accept such a generous gift." She turned to Song Tingchen, her eyes glistening with urgency. "Brother Song, please help me explain to His Highness. I truly cannot accept something so extravagant." Song Tingchen's brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to leave to avoid this very situation. Though Lu Qingyin sought his protection, Prince Lu Zhiheng, who had once been unruly, had since tempered his behavior. Yet, his inherent nonchalance and disinterest in such matters remained unchanged. Worrying that Lu Zhiheng might use money to dismiss her, he had planned to depart, which would leave Lu Qingyin in his debt. However, before they could leave, Lu Zhiheng had already arranged for the silver to be prepared. Seeing Lu Qingyin's fragile and helpless expression, Song Tingchen's gaze darkened as he interjected, "Your Highness, Qingyin is a kind-hearted person who acts without seeking rewards. Such a lavish gift is far too much for her." Lu Zhiheng cast him a sidelong glance. Perhaps due to his new role as a father, he no longer resembled the reckless scion of the past, yet his words still held a biting edge. "General Song, what relation do you have with Miss Lu? How can you speak on her behalf?" Song Tingchen's gaze deepened. He detected a hint of mockery in the prince's tone, sensing a subtle hostility directed at him. Lu Qingyin felt it too. However, her lashes fluttered in confusion. If Prince Lu Zhiheng truly harbored animosity towards Song Tingchen, why then did he ensure such elaborate preparations for his arrival? As she pondered this perplexity, a breathless attendant rushed in, visibly anxious yet unable to conceal his excitement. "Your Highness, Miss Su has arrived." Lu Zhiheng paused, his eyes twitching slightly. Why is she here at such a time? Did she not say she would arrive tomorrow, at the hour of the pig? Given the current situation, if Su Tan were to arrive, it would certainly cause an encounter. The attendant appeared flustered, unsure how to respond to the prince's query. "I'm not certain, Your Highness. Miss Su simply arrived earlier than expected without explaining the reason." Lu Zhiheng's jaw tightened, lips pressed in contemplation. The matron holding the tray, perceptive to the situation, forcefully pushed the items into Lu Qingyin's hands. "Miss Lu, you saved the princess. His Highness ought to express his gratitude. Please accept this. Otherwise, word will spread that you are kind-hearted, but those unaware will think His Highness has taken your elixir." Lu Qingyin was compelled to hold the tray, feeling a lump of frustration rising within her. She glanced at Song Tingchen, but he wore a frost-like frown, advising her, "Qingyin, accept the gift. We shall return home." Even if Song Tingchen had been oblivious before, he now recognized that the tension among the palace servants stemmed from the impending arrival of Miss Su. At this moment, Lu Zhiheng also displayed signs of unease regarding her forthcoming arrival, as if he were inadequately prepared. In light of this, remaining with Lu Qingyin felt increasingly superfluous. Miss Su, Song Tingchen's gaze deepened. In the past, when Miss Su was still unmarried, she was the first to come to mind whenever her name was mentioned in the capital. Now, one could only wonder who had taken her place. It certainly would not be Miss Su anymore. "Let me send General Song and Miss Lu off." Lu Zhiheng seemed pleased with Song Tingchen's suggestion, an unusual smile gracing his features. Perhaps it was merely Song Tingchen's imagination, but he detected a hint of relief on the prince's face. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. Had he not known it was impossible, he might have wondered if Miss Su was indeed Su Tan. After all, Prince Lu Zhiheng appeared particularly averse to the idea of them meeting. Chapter 6. What do you mean to me? General Song, Miss Lu. Please mind your step and follow me this way, the steward said, leading them not back along the route they had come. Song Tingchen paused, standing still in the chilly courtyard, glancing at the bamboo branches dusted with snow. After a moment, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zhiheng. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow, his voice carried away by the northern wind, dissipating into the snowy ground. It seemed that His Highness, the Crown Prince, was eager to usher us away. Given his usual demeanor, such words were uncharacteristic for him today. Yet, an unexpected sense of suffocation surged within Song Tingchen, as he gazed at the green bamboo in the courtyard, suddenly reluctant to leave so hastily. Lu Zhiheng maintained his composure, lightly waving his folding fan, and spoke slowly. General Song has misunderstood. Just moments ago, I was not present, and you two were contemplating departure. I am aware that General Song prefers solitude, and I do not wish to complicate matters for you. The wind rustled, shaking the snow from the branches, causing Song Tingchen to furrow his brow even deeper. While he indeed favored solitude, hearing such words from Lu Zhiheng felt oddly unsettling. He had no desire to engage in a dispute. As he turned to leave, a figure clad in a smoky blue hue caught his peripheral vision, and he abruptly halted, unexpectedly confronted by a slender woman resembling the green bamboo. Song Tingchen's expression momentarily stilled, his face immediately clouded with frost. Only the wintry landscape could rival its chill. He regarded Su Tan with an impassive expression, his eyes losing warmth, gazing at her with a frigid intensity. The esteemed guest of the Crown Prince's residence was, in fact, her. No wonder the Crown Prince wished to expedite his departure upon hearing the name of Miss Su. Holding his fan, the Crown Prince cast a glance at the snow, unaware that Su Tan had arrived earlier. He had not intended for these two to cross paths, yet fate had orchestrated this encounter. Lu Qingyi nearly bit her nails in frustration, her eyes flashing with a deep-seated intensity. How could the Crown Prince's esteemed guest be Su Tan? By what right? This woman was merely a discarded wife, abandoned by both her son and husband, unworthy of being revered by the Crown Prince. Lu Qingyi gripped her handkerchief, suppressing her indignation, feigning fragility as she spoke cautiously, as if greatly intimidated by Su Tan. Sister Su, it appears you are acquainted with His Highness, the Crown Prince?
Yet.
I have never heard you mention this before. An oppressive atmosphere radiated from Song Tingchen, his countenance stern to an extreme. Upon returning to the capital, she first went to pay respects to her parents before visiting the Crown Prince. Yet, she had never considered visiting the general's residence. Su Tan's expression remained devoid of emotion as she crushed a patch of fresh snow beneath her embroidered shoes, striding past the two of them toward the Crown Prince. Her gaze fell upon Lu Zhiheng, imbued with a hint of inquiry. When the people from the Crown Prince's residence approached her with her master's jade token, they mentioned that Princess Zhaoyang had been ill for an extended period, and it was feared that she had attracted some malevolent force. How is the princess faring? The princess has taken the medicine I provided, and is doing much better now. Lu Qingyi clutched her handkerchief, retaining her feigned delicacy, while her eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. Sister Su, please do not look at me like that. While I may not possess medical skills, the elixir I have is a resurrecting pill left to me by my father, crafted by the renowned Dr. Wang Yu.
Su Tan dismissed Liu Yinjin's pretentiousness.
Her gaze fixed on Lu Zhiheng, who nodded in acknowledgement, but her brows furrowed immediately. No one understood better than her that the resurrecting pill from Dr. Wang Yu would have no effect on Princess Zhaoyang's ailment. Take me to see the princess. She had initially planned to come tomorrow, but after returning from the Hugua Temple, Cui Wan had informed her that Princess Zhaoyang's condition was dire, the omens indicating a perilous fate. Delaying could lead to irreversible consequences, and fearing that a visit at a later hour might yield disastrous results, she hurried over. The sudden reduction in Princess Zhaoyang's fever could hardly be interpreted as a favorable sign. Lu Zhiheng's gaze paused, though he did not comprehend Su Tan's intentions. He had traveled a great distance to invite her, not to refute her request. Song Tingchen's brow tightened uncontrollably as he obstructed her path. A flicker of darkness flashed in his eyes. The next moment, his gaze turned icy. Your news travels swiftly. You return to the capital and are already aware of Princess Zhaoyang's illness. Other daughters are etched in your memory, but what of your own son? For 3 years. You have shown no concern, yet upon returning, you unhesitatingly cast Xiao Xiao aside. Song Tingchen emanated a low pressure, his expression perplexed. He truly could not fathom how a mother like Su Tan could be so heartless. In your eyes, what does Xiao Xiao truly signify? Lu Qingyin stood weakly beside Song Tingchen. Mentioning Song Xiao Xiao's name brought tears to her eyes. Sister Su, Xiao Xiao is so pitiable. Everyone mocks him for lacking a mother.
Though he does not speak of it.
He cries at night while he sleeps. You did not return before, but now that you are back, at least consider visiting him, please. Song Tingchen's cold stare fixed upon Su Tan. Su Tan, come back with me. Su Tan's gaze was as clear as mountain snow, and upon hearing his words, she merely let out a brief, cold laugh. You ask what Xiao Xiao means to me? When he was born, his body was weaker than a kitten, and a slight misstep could have cost him his life. I sacrificed nearly 70% of my cultivation and merit, using countless precious herbs and my own fortune to nurture him to health. Yet the first thing he did upon regaining his strength was to ally himself with Song Tingchen, viewing me as a heartless serpent intent on harming Lu Qingyin. Song Tingchen, it was Xiao Xiao who once declared that he wished for Lu Qingyin to be his mother. Not me. Therefore, there is no need for you to mention him before me. Moreover, at Hugua Temple, he had even attempted to shatter his grandfather's eternal lamp in a fit of rage for Lu Qingyin.
Hearing Sultan's indifferent tone.
A heavy weight settled in Song Tingchen's heart, as if a mountain pressed down upon him. He regarded her expressionlessly. Su Tan, do not regret this. He had granted her an opportunity. Had she not been so extreme in her disposition, had she uttered a few kind words and ceased her repeated targeting of Qingyin, Xiao Xiao would not have disavowed his mother. Lu Qingyin wiped her tears. Sister Su, you. Before she could finish, the crown prince had already suppressed all expressions from his face. His voice devoid of emotion, causing Lu Qingyin's heart to tighten. This is the crown prince's residence. I did not invite Master Su here to witness your quarrels. General Song and Miss Lu, you may take your leave. With that, he turned away from the two of them and addressed Su Tan, succinctly outlining Princess Xiaoyang's condition. Though the fever has subsided, her spirit remains unwell, and I still harbor some concerns. It would be prudent for you to see her in person. Your Highness. Lu Qinyin nearly gasped for breath. If the renowned Dr. Wang You's medicine was deemed insufficient, what could Su Tan possibly offer? She gripped her handkerchief tightly, her demeanor growing more fragile. Sister Su may have some rudimentary medical knowledge, but the princess is of royal status. If the imperial physician is at a loss, how could Dr. Wang You's elixir possibly yield any results? Sister Su, you would be of no help. Lu Zhihing's gaze fell upon her, and he suddenly smiled. Miss Lu, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Lu Qingyin trembled at the sight of the crown prince's enchanting smile, sensing a dangerous aura. She nearly bit her lip in frustration, casting a reluctant glance at the slender Su Tan before lowering her head, her voice choked with grievance. She knelt in the snow, her frail form swaying precariously. I dare not, Your Highness. Song Tingchen's brow was nearly knotted into a rope. He reached out to help Lu Qingyin up, draping his cloak over her shoulders, yet his gaze remained deeply fixed upon Su Tan. At that moment, a small maidservant from the princess's courtyard rushed over, tears streaming down her face as she kneeled in the snow with a thud. Your Highness. The maid's voice trembled, her words stumbling. The princess has developed a high fever again, and the imperial physician is at a loss. They say, Chapter 7, The Night Cry of Deception. The imperial physician says that the situation is extremely perilous, and if there is no way to bring down the fever, I fear. She dared not finish her sentence, her tearful voice striking like a hammer into the hearts of everyone present. Su Tan's expression tightened in an instant. Lu Zhiheng remained silent, his steps betraying a sense of disarray. Moments ago, he had stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Tan, yet now an expansive chasm lay between them. Su Tan quickened her pace, leaving hurried footprints in the snow. Song Tingchen had scarcely the opportunity to dissuade her from her obstinate resolve before his gaze could only discern a blurred figure clad in a cerulean cloak. His expression hardened like frost, and in the next instant, he found himself at a considerable distance from Lu Qingyin. With her nails digging into the fabric of her cloak, she struggled to suppress the malevolence etched across her face. Gritting her teeth, she called out, Song Gij. Wait for me. Unmoved, Song Tingchen continued on, oblivious to Lu Qingyin's frail, melodic entreaty, his focus unwaveringly fixed upon Su Tan. He had not overlooked the fleeting glimmer of concern in her eyes. A flurry of snowflakes adorned his brow, the biting wind melting them away, as if echoing the chill that settled within his heart. It became evident that Su Tan's perceived coldness and detachment were not mere remnants of her family's tragic demise on the battlefield. She was capable of worry and anxiety, particularly upon hearing of a child's illness. Yet, how could she so nonchalantly abandon her fragile daughter, Xiao Xiao, and turn away? An oppressive aura enveloped Song Ting-chen as he approached the Princess Zhao Yang's residence, finding the door firmly shut. The courtyard was devoid of all attendants and maids, leaving only a cadre of guards, their blades glinting ominously, steadfastly guarding the entrance, unwilling to permit even a fly to escape. A faint, foul odor wafted through the air, a metallic tang of blood seeping from within the confines of the room. Song Ting-chen's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glint of cold fury. As a seasoned general, his instincts for danger were heightened, and he possessed a sensitivity to the scent of blood that surpassed that of ordinary men. To be precise, it was not the scent of fresh blood, but rather the acrid aroma of dried iron. Yet the guards remained impassive, as if they were oblivious to the noxious stench. Song Ting-chen's gaze deepened. The guards of the Qin Wangfu were certainly not inept, so why did they fail to acknowledge such an overwhelming scent of blood? A piercing wail suddenly shattered the stillness of the night, sending shockwaves through the guards. This was not the cry of the young princess. Song Gij, why didn't you wait for me? Lu Qingyin gasped, weakly leaning against the wall, beads of perspiration beading on her forehead. Song Ting-chen's brow furrowed tightly, his mind elsewhere, his focus fixed on the closed door. Lu Qingyin's gaze darkened as she followed his line of sight. Su Tan was inside. Instinctively, she clenched her fists.
Sultan, be careful.
Lu Zhiheng held his daughter in his arms, the Princess Xiaoyang having just succumbed to a deep slumber, her forehead still burning with fever. The windows and doors of the room were tightly sealed, the candles flickering in the still air, permeated by an overwhelming stench. A grotesque, red figure resembling an infant lay within, its mouth agape, revealing jagged, white teeth, its bulging eyes fixated on Su Tan. Bad woman, go away. You mustn't disturb me and my sister. You can't take her away, she's mine. Su Tan brandished a long sword, its blade shimmering ominously in the candlelight. With a stoic expression, she raised the sword, confronting the night-wailing ghost before her. You are of different realms. You cannot be companions. The ghost's long umbilical cord coiled around its neck and limbs, the foul odor piercing the air as it ground its sharp teeth. Lunging toward the princess, Xiaoyang in Lu Zhiheng's embrace. She is my sister. I want to play with her. Lu Zhiheng's eyes narrowed protectively around his daughter, the jade pendant at his waist radiating a golden light, repelling the night-wailing ghost, which recoiled, a gash appearing on its hand, oozing a greenish fluid. I will kill you all. You are all bad people. You are all bastards trying to take my sister away. The ghost's shrill voice threatened to rupture eardrums. It lunged towards Su Tan, who, with an icy glint in her eyes, held her sword in her left hand while conjuring a faint golden light with her right, inscribing a binding spell in the air. By the 5 mountains and 8 seas, I command you, cease. The night-wailing ghost was rendered motionless, its bulging eyes glowing red as it strained against its bindings, unable to break free, emitting a series of sharp cries. The once slumbering Princess Xiaoyang was awakened by the cacophony, her round, grape-like eyes wide open, absorbing the scene within the room.
Sultan stood poised,
sword aimed at the ghost, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Why did it cling to the princess so tenaciously? Were it any other spirit, she would have struck it down without hesitation, but this ghost had committed no grave offense. It had yet to transgress. My sister. She is my sister, the ghost wailed, its cries escalating in pitch. Born of a stillborn child, it possessed little intelligence, yet it had instinctively recognized the Princess Xiaoyang's beauty and deemed her its sister. Its playmate. You are a bad woman. I will bite you to death. Bad woman, bullying my mother, bullying my sister. Bad.
Sultan gasped intently, momentarily bemused.
As if she herself was entangled with the epithet of bad woman. Her own son had labeled her as such, and now this night-wailing ghost echoed the same sentiment. I have never bullied your mother or your sister. Children should not speak frivolously. She glanced at the ghost, then sheathed her sword, opting instead to retrieve a soothing talisman from her pouch, offering it to Lu Zhiheng, signaling him to tuck it into the Princess Zhao Yang's garment. The young princess, her big, round eyes gleaming, clapped her hands in delight, babbling joyfully. Sister Fairy. The little princess pouted, glancing at the night-wailing ghost, her expression suddenly transforming into one of sternness. Sister is not a bad woman. She is a fairy. I want to play with you. Lu Zhiheng's brow twitched, and he swiftly covered the little girl's eyes. Do not look, that is a child ghost. If you see it at night, you will have nightmares. Upon hearing this, the ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail, but upon meeting Su Tan's gaze, it fell silent, merely sniffling softly. As it appeared ready to utter another accusation of bad woman, Lu Zhiheng, still holding the princess, cast an impassive glance at the ghost. You just claimed that beautiful women are bad, bullying your mother and sister? The ghost's ethereal form trembled, cautiously glancing at the jade pendant adorning Lu Zhiheng, its head bowed. I have a jade pendant too. Chapter 8. The origin of the child ghost. Lu Zhiheng furrowed his brow, observing the jade pendant at his waist, his gaze fixating on the night-wailing ghost. This pendant was exclusive to royal kin. How could it possess one as well? The night-wailing ghost, also known as the child ghost, was the manifestation of a stillborn child. In recent years, the royal family had seen its share of stillbirths, and those who became night-wailing ghosts were likely steeped in resentment. Lu Zhiheng turned to Su Tan, his eyes questioning. It was clear only she could unravel the mystery surrounding this child ghost. Su Tan pressed her lips together, her gaze lingering on the grinning night-wailing ghost. Pausing before speaking. It is not incorrect for you to call Princess Zhao Yang your sister. The ghost grinned, declaring, She's my sister. I saw her. I saw her when she was still in her mother's womb. Lu Zhiheng's expression hardened. Few had seen the princess when she was still in her mother's embrace. Your mother is the Princess Yu. When Zhao Yang was in her mother's womb, she was only close to the Princess Yu. The Princess Yu was gentle and kind, treating others with warmth, and had once shared a harmonious bond with the Prince Yu. However, their future now hung in uncertainty. Upon hearing her mother's name, the ghost attempted to leap forward, only to find itself tethered by Su Tan's binding spell, rendering it as immobile as a wooden puppet. The piercing, desolate cries penetrated the eardrums as the night-wailing spirit, with blood-red eyes, shed tears of anguish. They bully my mother. They all bully my mother. Lu Zhiheng pressed his daughter's cheek against his chest, covering her ears. He was uneasy about letting anyone else hold her. Only his embrace brought him solace. He glanced at the night-wailing spirit, astonished to discover that this little ghost, who had nearly caused his beloved Zhao Yang to lose her life, was in fact his nephew. Lu Zhiheng narrowed his dark eyes, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his lips. The Duke of Yu had been frolicking about in the court lately, yet he could not even manage his own household, nearly bringing harm to Zhao Yang. My dear nephew, if you have suffered any injustice, you may speak to Uncle Jiu, and he shall advocate for you. Lu Zhiheng, like the crown prince, was born of the empress, but the crown prince was on the verge of death. A veritable vessel of medicine. The ambitions of the other princes began to stir. The Duke of Yu was undoubtedly the most boisterous among them. The night-wailing spirit shivered. Uncle Jiu's smile was somewhat unsettling. However, while still in his mother's womb, he had heard her say that Uncle Jiu was a good man, and Aunt Jiu was also a good woman. The night-wailing spirit tilted his head, his mouth pouting, his visage frightening, yet in that moment, he appeared as a typical child, filled with grievance. The wicked women suffocated me while my mother was giving birth. They said my mother bore a stillborn child, that she was a calamity. My mother is not a calamity. She is the best mother in the world. Upon hearing this, Su Tan paused, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She tugged at the corners of her lips, but ultimately said nothing. Lu Zhiheng's gaze shifted from the night-wailing spirit to Su Tan, silently inquiring about the truth of the child's words. Seeing her nod, the mockery on his face deepened. Years ago, when the fourth sister-in-law gave birth to a pair of twins, the boy was born bluish and lifeless. A passing sorcerer claimed it was a cursed birth, and thereafter, the fourth sister-in-law was treated as a harbinger of disaster, enduring harsh treatment in the Duke of Yu's residence. So, my poor little nephew was suffocated by a concubine? Lu Zhiheng spoke each word slowly, his expression seemingly innocent, as if he were merely discussing a mundane matter. Yet, the slowness of his speech elicited an inexplicable chill. Lu Zhiheng regarded the night-wailing spirit. Do you know the name of the wicked woman who harmed your mother? The night-wailing spirit appeared somewhat bewildered. Uncle Jiao, are you going to kill the wicked woman and avenge my mother? Lu Zhiheng neither affirmed nor denied, simply observing him. First tell me, do you know her name? Children's words are often unreliable, and the words of this little ghost were no exception. Yet, who could deny that this little ghost stood beside Su Tan? Throughout, Su Tan had shown no inclination to correct the child's statements, indicating that this was the hidden truth from 2 years prior. I know. The night-wailing spirit lowered his head, attempting to break free from his restraints, resembling a writhing worm, emitting a sharp sound. Her surname is Bai. I've heard others call her Jia. The night-wailing spirit clenched his teeth tightly. She cast a spell on my family, and I cannot return. Whoa, she bullies my mother and my sister. I want to bite her to death, but it hurts to get close. Upon hearing this, Su Tan sighed softly, a ripple of emotions washing over her eyes. She explained, the concubine Bai wears an amulet for protection. You cannot approach her without being burned. The night-wailing spirit glanced at Su Tan, pouting. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his eyes and said in a tender voice, you don't seem like a wicked woman. In his world, beautiful women who forcibly separated him from his sister were deemed wicked. Those who wore protective amulets were wicked. Su Tan, intending to separate the night-wailing spirit from Princess Zhaoyang, was not only stunningly beautiful but also capable of drawing symbols, thereby marking her as the worst of the wicked women in the eyes of the little ghost. Lu Zhiheng, holding his daughter, smiled at Su Tan. Master Su, might there be any talismans that could allow my poor nephew to return home safely? This unfortunate child likely never had the chance to meet his father before being harmed by nefarious individuals. Su Tan hesitated for a moment and ultimately retrieved a smooth, dark bead from her pouch. Have someone string it with a red thread, and let him wear it, and he will be able to move freely within the Duke of Yu's residence. After a pause, Su Tan's gaze fell on Princess Zhaoyang, who was cradled in Lu Zhiheng's arms. The princess is frail and prone to attracting unclean entities. Your Highness should minimize her contact with strangers. Once she safely turns 5, it will be better. Lu Zhiheng furrowed his brow. According to Su Tan, Princess Zhaoyang could encounter spirits like the little ghost before turning 5. His expression turned grave. Master Su, would it be possible for you to draw a protective talisman? You also witnessed the events of today. Even the most vigilant of guards can overlook dangers. Who would have thought that Zhaoyang's illness was actually due to an encounter with a ghost? Reflecting on how he had called Su Tan back to the capital out of desperation, Lu Zhiheng felt fortunate for his decision. Otherwise, if anything were to happen to Zhaoyang, he would have no face to meet old acquaintances. A ripple of emotion surfaced in Su Tan's eyes. She paused for a moment, then finally produced a small jade pendant of a tiger, tied with a red string. Chapter 9. A sweet kiss, little brainy, sweet little brainy. Princess Zhaoyang opened her round, grape-like eyes, extending her small arms and leaning towards Su Tan, eager for a hug. Su Tan was momentarily taken aback. The princess was indeed charming. A vibrant splash of color in the cold winter, brightening her otherwise gloomy mood with her smile. She carefully took the small princess from Lu Zhiheng's embrace. The soft, plump child held the jade pendant tightly, and Su Tan suddenly recalled that Princess Zhaoyang was born in the year of the tiger, making this pendant a perfect match. Do you like this little tiger? I like it. Little Brainy is wonderful, and the fairy sister is wonderful too. The little princess pressed a kiss on Su Tan's cheek. Caught off guard by the sweet kiss from the little princess, Su Tan felt momentarily dazed and unsure of how to respond. It had been quite a while since a child had shown her such affection. The princess is truly adorable, Su Tan remarked. Lu Zhiheng looked helplessly at the princess nestled in Su Tan's embrace. Sui Sui is always like this. Whoever she likes, she clings to, refusing to let go. She is quite bold and shows no shyness at all. Su Tan thought to herself, indeed, she is quite bold. Any ordinary child would have been frightened by the night-wailing spirit's terrifying appearance. Yet, Sui Sui treated the little ghost as a playmate, frolicking around without a hint of fear, completely oblivious that her prolonged discomfort stemmed from being in the spirit's company. But the world of children is inherently strange. Sui Sui clapped her hands. Father, the plum blossoms are blooming splendidly, and I want to pick a branch for the fairy sister. Lu Zhiheng raised his hand to his forehead and explained to the puzzled Su Tan. Sui Sui means that the plum blossoms in the royal residence are in full bloom, and she wishes to pick a branch to present to you.
Su Tan smiled.
charmed by the little girl, and said, "We should wait until the weather warms up to pick flowers."
It's too cold now, don't you think? Sui frowned. No.
Her voice was soft and sweet, tilting her head to look at Su Tan. "If it warms up, I won't be able to see the fairy sister anymore. Sui is sick, and the fairy sister only came because I was sick." Though Sui was young, she had developed her own logic. The cold weather made her ill, and that was why Su Tan had come. If the weather warmed and she recovered, she believed she would no longer see Su Tan. "If we don't pick the flowers now, I want to be able to give them to the fairy sister later." Su Tan listened to Lu Sui's gentle and soft-spoken words, unable to suppress a smile that curved her eyes, yet her thoughts unceremoniously drifted to Song Xiao. From a young age, Song Xiao had an insatiable sweet tooth, particularly for those sugary, cloying rice cakes. His frail constitution made him prone to indigestion after indulging, resulting in inevitable stomachaches the following day. Whenever he clamored for rice cakes, she would coax him, suggesting they could wait until he grew older. At that time, Song Xiao, much like Sui now, was not easily deceived, turning his head away with a haughty hum, declaring that by the time he was grown, he would no longer fancy rice cakes. She thought to herself how difficult it was to deceive children these days. Lu Sui stretched out her small hand and wrapped it around Su Tan's neck, calling her fairy sister. Just as Su Tan was about to offer some gentle advice, she heard Lu Zhiheng say, "Take her along to pick flowers. If you don't allow her, rest assured that by nightfall, she will sneak past those guarding maids and run off to gather plum blossoms herself, and then it may be difficult to find her." Lu Sui tilted her little head back, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of tiny stars. "All right, let us go see the flowers." Lu Zhiheng instructed a maid to dress Lu Sui in thick gloves and a tiger hat and wrapped her in a warm cloak. Just then, the snow outside ceased, and the sun peeked through the clouds. Although it wasn't too warm, it was certainly more bearable than before. Lu Sui insisted on sticking close to Su Tan, refusing to let Lu Zhiheng carry her. Su Tan had not held a child in quite some time. After being heartbroken by her own offspring, she found it difficult to form attachments with other children. Yet Lu Sui was exceptionally lovely and endearing, and having lost her biological mother at a young age, she naturally evoked a sense of empathy. She embraced Lu Sui and ventured outside with Prince Chen. To her surprise, Song Tingchen and Lu Qingyin had not yet departed, holding the adorable little girl in her arms. Su Tan lifted her gaze and unexpectedly locked eyes with Song Tingchen. His gaze darkened suddenly, fixated intently on the jade pendant around Lu Sui's neck. He recognized it. The blood jade was one she had chosen from her dowry, carved painstakingly by her own hands. The red cord intertwined with gold and silver threads was a request from Song Xiao, and upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns reflected Song Xiao's preferences from the past. However, the little tiger was left unfinished, as calamity befell the Su family. During that time, Su Tan was often in tears, becoming increasingly withdrawn. After that, Song Tingchen never witnessed her working on the pendant again. Yet now, the jade pendant was complete, exquisite, and lifelike. However, it was not hanging around Song Xiao's neck. The blood jade given to her by the Duchess of the State had been crafted by her for the child she bore after 10 months of pregnancy. And now it was casually bestowed upon another. Song Tingchen found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. His gaze darkened, his expression as cold as a frozen pond. On one hand, he felt that Su Tan was heartless and indifferent, showing no regard for Song Xiao's feelings. On the other hand, seeing Princess Zhao Yang, Lu Sui, cherish the pendant with such affection and call Su Tan fairy sister, he couldn't help but think that had this pendant been given to Song Xiao, it would likely have only captured her fleeting interest before being forgotten. A wave of unnameable frustration surged within Song Tingchen, as if something had sliced through his heart. It was a subtle pain, not sharp but persistently uncomfortable. Sui wants to pick flowers, but does General Song and Miss Lu still have matters to attend to? Lu Zhiheng's nonchalant voice broke through. Seeing Princess Zhao Yang clinging to Su Tan with such reliance, Lu Qingyin couldn't suppress a surge of resentment. This opportunity was rightfully hers. Who would have thought that the prince's residence was truly haunted, rendering the expensive soul-retrieving pill she had purchased utterly ineffective? Her nails nearly dug into her flesh. She forced a smile through her clenched teeth. The medicine from the forgetful physician has not worked, and I feel unworthy to accept such a precious gift from your highness. I wish to return it to you in person. As she spoke, She produced a box, her expression downcast and filled with trepidation. Lu Zhiheng did not look at her, maintaining a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed. Miss Lu, do accept it. After all, the forgetful physician's pills are rare. Since Zhao Yang has consumed it, there is no reason for you to return it. Lu Qingyi's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed. Chapter 10. Su Tan. No wonder Xiao dislikes you before Su Tan. The prince spoke thus, and Lu Qingyi found no consolation in his words, feeling as though her dignity had been trampled into the mud in that instant. Speaking of the forgetful physician's rare medicine, it had proven ineffective for Princess Zhao Yang's ailment. These things were not gratitude. They were clearly charity, striking her face like a slap. Each silver note and deed seeming to mock her. The burning sensation on her face was eclipsed by a deeper anguish within. No, Lu Qingyi managed to utter. I cannot accept it. My inability to assist the princess is my own shortcoming. If I were to accept your highness's gifts, I would be utterly ashamed even in my dreams. Su Tan's gaze fell upon her, cradling the soft and fragrant little girl in her arms, her lips curling gently. Miss Lu, you should accept it. It seems you do not have much money to spare. The general's residence may not be able to provide for you indefinitely. It was only because Lu Qingyi had wealth that the old lady Song would show her some favor, referring to her as Qingyin girl repeatedly. Just as in the past, when she had married Song Tingchen with a grand bridal procession, the Su family was once prominent. And they too had called her Tan heir, lamenting their inability to produce a daughter. Now, fate had brought her before the old lady Song, a true blessing from heaven. What followed is unnecessary to elaborate. Lu Qingyi bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Aunt Song and Brother Song have always treated me very well, she said. Feeling wronged, Sister Su Tan, please do not say such things. Over the years, Xiao and Aunt Song have always thought of you. Thought of me?
Sultan replied.
Her smile curling disdainfully. One curses me as a harbinger of doom, the other labels me a wicked woman. Su Tan smiled, too weary to argue further. If you believe she is good, then I wish you a long-lasting bond akin to that of mother and daughter. That's enough, Su Tan. Song Tingchen furrowed his brows, his gaze as cold as the snow resting upon the plum branches. He understood that Su Tan harbored resentment towards him. Yet she should not direct her ire at his mother. After all, in the past, his mother had treated Su Tan even more affectionately than she had him. There is no need for you to speak in such a harsh manner. I regard Qingyin as a sister, and will care for her throughout her life. The general's residence can certainly afford to support a young lady. With that, Song Tingchen turned his attention to Lu Zhiheng, who was leisurely fanning himself and watching the scene unfold. It would be best to return the prince's gratitude. Qingyin has a gentle disposition, unlike some who accept everything without a second thought. This remark was directed at Su Tan, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Lu Zhiheng chuckled lightly, his fan fluttering gracefully, exuding an aura as warm as jade. General Song is overly worried. The items in the box are not particularly precious. Miss Lu may keep them. They are not rare treasures. His smile was like a rare stroke of brightness in the winter, easily captivating. Speaking of which, I recall that Madame Su once shared a close relationship with my mother, who was very fond of Master Su. The gifts my mother bestowed upon Master Su were such that even I found them enviable. Lu Qingyi's expression stiffened, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. As the prince spoke of the contents of the box as being of little value, his gaze implied that Su Tan was accustomed to fine things. The underlying message was clear. These mundane objects could be given to her, but not to Su Tan, for she would find them unworthy. She was superior to Lu Qingyi, even in this regard. But why should that be? Su Tan was merely a divorced woman. To put it bluntly, she was a discarded shoe, unwanted by anyone. Lu Qingyi's expression was taut as she suddenly hurled the box onto the ground, her back straightened with an air of proud solitude. With her chin held high, she refused to glance at the contents within the box, deeming it unnecessary. Her father had once instructed daughters of the household that receiving thanks is contingent upon genuinely assisting others.
No merit, no reward.
Her intrusion upon His Highness today was her fault. With that, she turned to leave, her eyes reddened, abandoning Song Tingchen in her wake. Song Tingchen's complexion darkened, emanating an icy aura as he fixed a heavy gaze upon Su Tan. Did she find amusement in watching others torment Lu Qingyi?
Sultan, like Qingyin,
had also lost her parents. He could hardly fathom how, after 3 years, she remained so devoid of compassion. Clearly, he had misjudged her,
Sutanes mirket ko uli.
asserting that her orphanhood was not her doing. The chill in Song Tingchen's eyes intensified, declaring that he could not articulate his grievances to her.
Observing sutans currenti miner.
Disappointment swelled within him. He scrutinized her with a frigid glare, her brow furrowed as if mirroring the frigid weather. He had always resented the fact that Xiao Xiao favored Qingyin over her, leading to 3 years of indifference towards him. Previously, he had believed it unwise for him to utter words that might hurt her, yet now he perceived that, despite her youth, she was not entirely innocent in distinguishing right from wrong. With a mother like her, Xiao Xiao's temperament could easily become radical. Lu Ziheng's expression shifted, and he swiftly turned to regard Su Tan. Though his words were devoid of vulgarity, they struck at Su Tan's heart with piercing clarity. Her face remained impassive, as if she had long grown numb to such remarks. Yet, cradling the child, Sui Sui, amidst the icy desolation, her expression bore no trace of a smile. Unlike Lu Qingyin, who seemed prone to tears, Su Tan appeared as though she had built a fortress around her emotions.
Lu Sui Sui, nestled in sutanese arms.
Sensed her sister's sorrow acutely, trembling as if in response to the grief. Young and innocent, she could not comprehend the adult's conflicts, but could unmistakably feel her sister's sadness. With a sudden burst of affection, she planted a kiss on Su Tan's cheek. Sister fairy kiss. Candy. Lu Sui Sui eagerly looked to Lu Ziheng, exclaiming, Daddy, candy. If Sister Fairy eats candy, she won't be sad anymore. Without displaying any exasperation, Lu Ziheng retrieved a piece of candy from his pouch, unwrapping it and presenting it to his daughter. With one small hand, Sui Sui removed a glove to hold the tiny candy before Su Tan, exclaiming, Sister Fairy, eat candy. Su Tan, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Lu Sui Sui, then swallowed the candy, revealing the first smile that Song Tingchen had seen on her face in a long time. Thank you, Sui Sui. The candy is very sweet. Her voice, soft and gentle, floated away on the wind. Sui Sui's round eyes sparkled with joy as she clapped her hands. Sister Fairy is smiling. Yet, the next moment, she seized a handful of snow from a nearby branch and hurled it at Song Tingchen.
Batman.
You bully Sister Fairy. Go away.
Batman.
Sui Sui threw several handfuls of snow towards Song Tingchen, her small stature and limited strength resulting in only one handful striking his face, while the rest scattered at his feet. The coldness of the snow seeped into his skin, sending a shiver down his spine. Standing amidst the swirling snow, Song Tingchen felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest as he observed Su Tan gently putting gloves on Sui Sui. Sui Sui, shall we go see the flowers? She proposed. Sui Sui planted a kiss on Su Tan's cheek, declaring, Sister Fairy isn't sad anymore. Hee, I'm so clever, I scared away the bad man. Look at the flowers. Sister Fairy is beautiful. The flowers are beautiful. As Su Tan departed with the child, Song Tingchen heard her indifferent voice carried by the wind. Sui Sui shouldn't throw snow at General Song. I apologize on her behalf. General Song is known for his magnanimity and surely won't hold a grudge against a child. Song Tingchen's expression remained impassive. Indeed, he would not be angry with a child, unlike Su Tan, who seemed to exhibit boundless patience towards every child except her own, whose existence she treated with coldness. He stared intently at Su Tan's retreating figure as the cold wind whipped past him, just as he was about to leave. The nonchalant voice of Prince Lu Ziheng echoed, I shall not accompany General Song further, but do remember to take the contents of that box with you. I have no desire to owe anyone a favor. Frost glimmered in Song Tingchen's eyes. The last elixir left to Lu Qingyin by her father was delicately presented to Prince Lu, yet none had shown it the respect it deserved, treating it as if it were a mere trinket to be bought with silver. Prince Lu, along with Su Tan, remained indifferent. Suddenly, Song Tingchen let out a laugh, a sound that seemed to echo through the frost and snow. If Prince Lu believes he owes a debt, then perhaps he should purchase the elixir at market value, ensuring a fair transaction that leaves no room for speculation. Lu Ziheng raised an eyebrow. Very well. Su Tan, still cradling Sui Sui, did not spare a glance towards Song Tingchen, her voice cool and steady as she added, I once had a brief acquaintance with the renowned physician Wang Yu. He mentioned that the market price for the elixir is 600 taels of silver each. The prince and General Song may verify this through their contacts. No need for verification. I trust Master Su, Lu Ziheng affirmed decisively. General Song's family also runs a shop. He must be aware that prices increase with each transfer of goods. Thus, I shall offer 3 times the price for the elixir. What say you, General Song? Song Tingchen had no objections. The elixir had originally come from Lu Qingyin's father, who had entrusted it to her. The Prince of Chen purchased it for 1,800 taels, which is, after all, quite justifiable. Upon receiving the banknote, Song Tingchen cast a lingering glance at Su Tan as he departed. Lu Shiheng, with a gentle flick of his folding fan, let his gaze drift towards Su Tan and remarked, "Your judgment at that time was indeed rather poor." Song Tingchen possesses an appealing exterior, is skilled in warfare, and treats his subordinates and brothers well. On the surface, he seems to be a commendable husband. Marrying him could indeed be seen as a favorable outcome. However, a husband who fails to protect his wife, allowing other women to overstep their bounds before her, and even goes so far as to blame her for being unreasonable, is truly a foolish and lamentable man. Su Tan remained silent for a long while. After some time, she calmly replied, "Perhaps it is not that my judgment was poor. I see that Song Tingchen is capable of providing protection. His treatment of Lu Qingyin reflects the very attitude I once yearned for from him. Such is the nature of the world. Sometimes, what one desires is effortlessly attained by others." Lu Ziheng shot her a sidelong glance, unable to suppress a click of his tongue, and questioned with a hint of skepticism. "Has Song Tingchen ever saved your life?" Su Tan replied, "Not at all. I suspected as much." Lu Ziheng gradually shook his fan. After all, given his blatant overstepping, how could one remain composed in defending him? "If I were to suggest to the emperor that he grant you a plaque inscribed with the words most affectionate and virtuous former wife, you need not worry about exorcising demons or warding off evil spirits. You could simply live your life by that plaque." Su Tan remarked, "It is said that His Highness the Prince of Chen has a sharp tongue. While I had little interaction with him before, I am now acutely aware of it." She lowered her gaze, expressing gratitude for his insight. "Should Song Tingchen dare to overstep again, I shall most certainly retaliate." Lu Ziheng observed her leisurely. "You thank me despite my mockery? No wonder everyone feels emboldened to prance around you." He casually suggested, "Instead of retaliating, why not seek to rekindle your bond with Song Tingchen? Bow your head and gracefully accept a concubine's role, allowing him to expand his family. Who knows, he might suddenly forsake Lu Qingyin and remember your merits."
Su Tan inhalet deeply, her erits fluttering, her lips tighten slightly.
Here, in the Prince of Chen's residence, could she really slap His Highness for uttering unpalatable words? Lu Ziheng pondered for a moment and suddenly declared, "That might not be entirely out of the question." Chapter 12. Splashing water on Song Tingchen. After all, while you may not have saved my life, you did save the life of Sui Sui. Su Tan cradled the soft and adorable little girl in her arms, her eyes warming. Sui Sui's round little face, delicately crafted and endearing, was truly delightful. She once had a daughter named Chong Le. Had little Chong Le grown up healthily, she would be of the same age today. One could only wonder if she would, like Sui Sui, enjoy being close and cuddly, wanting to gaze at flowers in the winter. Su Tan's expression dimmed momentarily, but she quickly steeled herself to avoid dwelling on such thoughts. "Fairy sister, kiss." Sui Sui seemed to sense Su Tan's drifting emotions and planted a kiss on her cheek. Her sweet, childish voice was reminiscent of warm, sugary red bean soup enjoyed on a chilly winter day, making one feel as if a bad uncle had made the fairy sister unhappy. Unaware that Su Tan was reminiscing about a pain she could not share with others, Sui Sui simply thought Su Tan was still upset by Song Tingchen's words. Then fairy sister shouldn't play with him. Fairy sister should play with the uncle who makes you happy. That way, you won't be sad. Su Tan was momentarily lost in thought, then gazed at Sui Sui and smiled. Holding such a fragrant and soft little girl made even the harshness of winter more bearable.
Sui Sui was truly a treasure.
As Su Tan held Sui Sui, the little girl plucked a branch of plum blossoms and planted a kiss on her cheek. "This is for you, fairy sister." Su Tan took the flower, unable to resist smiling broadly. "Thank you, Sui Sui. The flower is beautiful. I like it very much." As Su Tan prepared to leave, Sui Sui clung to her leg, reluctant to let go, gazing up with her little head. "Fairy sister, will you come again next time?" Lu Ziheng chuckled, lifting the little bundle into his arms. "In just a couple of days, you will see her again. Be good."
Sui Sui pouted, clearly skeptical,
gazing at Su Tan with wide eyes. Su Tan gently patted Sui Sui's round little head, assuring her, "Really, I am not lying." the Prince of Chen, utilizing his teacher's jade token, would seek her and her senior sister. Aside from Sui Sui's ongoing illness, it also pertained to the Eastern Palace. The crown princess was soon to give birth, and to prevent any opportunists from causing chaos, she needed to visit the Eastern Palace. Lu Ziheng was also reluctant to leave Sui Sui alone in the Prince of Chen's residence. He intended to take her along. The crown prince was fragile and could not be exposed, often submerged in medicine. The safety of the crown princess's delivery was crucial to the fate of the entire Eastern Palace. Lu Ziheng turned to Su Tan, speaking earnestly. A woman's childbirth is fraught with peril. At that time, neither I nor my royal brother can enter the delivery room. I would trouble you and your senior sister to watch over the crown princess for us. Su Tan nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding to the Prince of Chen. On that day, the Eastern Palace will undoubtedly be heavily guarded, and many items may not be allowed inside. I implore His Highness to have the Crown Prince write a letter to prevent any unforeseen complications on the day of the Crown Princess's labor.
Lu Ziheng, cradling Sui Sui,
Nodded in agreement. He escorted Su Tan out of the residence, and as Sui Sui waved her little hand, she called, "Fairy sister, goodbye." Su Tan adjusted the plum blossom pinned in her hair, a token from Sui Sui.
Yes, goodbye, Sui Sui.
As Su Tan boarded the carriage, she had not anticipated being intercepted by Song Tingchen on her way back to the residence of the Duke of Dinghua. In a private room of the tea house, the steam rising from the tea obscured Song Tingchen's view. He could not see her face clearly, yet he distinctly noticed the red plum blossom in her hair. The tea was somewhat hot, but in this chilly weather, it cooled quickly after a moment. Su Tan held the teacup and inquired, "General Song, you have blocked my path. What is your purpose?" Song Tingchen's face was gaunt, his jawline taut, and a cold aura enveloped him. His gaze flitted over the red plum blossom adorning Su Tan's hair, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he stated, "Su Tan, the murky waters of the Prince of Chen's residence are not for you to wade through. You may save Princess Zhaoyang, but your connections to the Prince of Chen's residence should cease here." Su Tan set her teacup down, her eyes icy. "This is my affair. It has nothing to do with you." Her obstinate demeanor caused Song Tingchen's brow to tighten further, as if she perpetually disregarded others' goodwill.
"Sultan,
You have just returned to the capital. The political landscape has changed since you last saw it 3 years ago. If you choose to immerse yourself in this struggle for succession, that is your choice, but do not forget your identity as the mother of Xiao Xiao. Do not involve him." Su Tan found it almost laughable, her gaze coolly sweeping over Song Tingchen's frosty visage. "Then consider the late mother of Song Xiao to have passed away. Had I not divorced, I too would have been reduced to dust by now." Upon hearing this, Song Tingchen's expression tightened, a dark aura radiating from him. He let out a short, cold laugh, his eyes laced with scorn.
Sultan,
"I underestimated you, and your ruthlessness towards Xiao Xiao." Su Tan could only find it amusing. "In Xiao Xiao's heart, I have never been her mother. Yet you expect me to cherish her as if she were a precious gem. Do you think I am still willing to endure grievances for an unworthy child as I did 3 years ago? I have not degraded myself to that extent." The bonds between individuals are often predetermined. The maternal affection she held for Song Xiao was tenuous at best. Song Tingchen's gaze darkened suddenly. Over the past 3 years, many had labeled Xiao Xiao a heartless wolf, mocking him as a child without a mother. He had hoped Su Tan would feel sympathy upon learning this, but was taken aback when she declared Xiao Xiao unworthy. "I understand you were upset when I sought to marry Qingyin, but that engagement never materialized, did it? No matter how great your resentment may be, 3 years should have dulled it. I shall not marry her now, so you need not transfer your grievances towards her onto Xiao Xiao." Su Tan gazed quietly at him, a moment of incredulity washing over her. "Song Tingchen, you truly have a knack for embellishing your own image. He still believes that my decision to abandon him and Song Xiao was due to Lu Qingyin." Her eyes glinted coldly, like snow clinging to branches. "Your Song family is merely a den of wolves. Having escaped, I shall not foolishly return. Between Song Tingchen and me lies the life of Chang Le, a scar that will never fully heal in this lifetime. It will not fade with the passage of time, but will remain embedded deep within my heart, akin to a debilitating ailment, with sharp pangs surfacing on damp, gloomy days." As for Song Xiao, Su Tan's gaze faltered momentarily, ripples of emotion surfacing, before she expressionlessly declared, "The Su Tan who cherished him more than her own life has long since perished." Song Tingchen's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he regarded her, Then suddenly he scoffed, as if you treasured Xiao Xiao more than a precious gem? That is perhaps the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Su Tan, in the past, my mother said you starved Xiao Xiao, denying him sustenance, leaving him frail and weak. Xiao Xiao is merely a child, not a fool. If you truly cared for him as you claim, how could he prefer Qingyin over you? Standing up, Song Tingchen glared at her coldly, asserting, ultimately, you are unworthy of being his mother. As his words fell, a bowl of cold tea splashed across his face. Chapter 13. Shattering the scoundrel's head, Su Tan retracted her hand, placing the cup forcefully on the table. Song Tingchen. How you and Song Xiao choose to protect Lu Qingyin is of no concern to me, but should you carelessly tarnish my name, do not expect me to be courteous. A hint of derision escaped her lips. Since you are aware of my lack of compassion, you ought to also recognize my talent for unearthing secrets. Should you repeatedly provoke me, I would not hesitate to send you a few malevolent spirits as gifts. She considered herself diligent towards Song Xiao, having done all that was required for him, yet her bond with him was shallow, for years of care overshadowed by a few smiles from Lu Qingyin. However, this does not grant Song Tingchen the right to indiscriminately heap blame upon her. Song Tingchen's gaze bored deeply into the plum blossom on her head, his expression growing colder. The thought that she had given the jade pendant meant for Xiao Xiao to another filled him with an indescribable sense of suffocation.
Sultan.
You lavish affection on another's daughter. Do you naively believe that if Xiao Xiao were a girl, he would not prefer Qingyin and would wholly turn to you? A cold smirk curled at his lips. How could that be? No one would favor a heartless and extreme person like you, not even a child. A glint of frost emerged in Su Tan's eyes as she gripped the teacup tightly and suddenly smashed it against Song Tingchen's forehead. Song Xiao shall never be my daughter. He is undeserving. My daughter is only Changlu. And Song Xiao, merely a parasite that grew within me, is akin to a leech that speaks human words. A flicker of mockery crossed her gaze as she recalled the events at the prince's residence, where General Song must have heard that the eldest son of the princess was murdered at birth, leading to his heavy resentment, transforming into a restless spirit. Yet, even that child, though a ghost, remembered the grievances endured by his mother and the bullying faced by his sister in the prince's residence. Even a ghost would empathize with a mother who bore him for 10 months. What of Song Xiao?
Sultan furovet her brov.
Her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded Song Tingchen. You claim I am cruel to Song Xiao, General Song. I had never encountered other children before, and thought all children were nurtured by their mothers. But Changlu was not raised in such a manner. Even the restless spirit I encountered today was not treated like that. Song Xiao is less than even a ghost. A brief, cold laugh escaped her lips as she observed the blood seeping from Song Tingchen's forehead, her expression impassive as she turned to leave. Thus, Song Tingchen. It is not only Xiao Xiao who is disappointed in me, I feel the same towards him. In this lifetime, our mother-child bond has come to an end. You may regard him as devoid of a mother, and I shall consider him as a child I never had. Blood dripped from his forehead, pooling in his palm, and his gaze darkened as he fixated on Su Tan's frail figure, his knuckles cracking ominously. Su Tan, do not regret. Su Tan did not falter in her steps, nor glance back. She exited the tea house before boarding the carriage back to the Duke of Ding's residence. The wound on Song Tingchen's forehead was covered in snow, the winter wind biting at his face, intensifying the pain. He pressed his lips together, staring intently at the departing carriage, the wheels leaving indelible marks on the snow.
Once Sultan desembarqued.
She did not rush back to her courtyard but sought out Cui Wan, who was practicing swordplay. Cui Wan's swordsmanship had reached an impressive level.
Epan seeing Sultan.
She sheathed her sword and asked, "Is the matter resolved?" A ripple of emotion crossed Su Tan's eyes. She nodded slightly before slowly shaking her head. She recounted the plight of the princess and her child to Cui Wan, expressing her intention to visit the prince's residence. Cui Wan's expression changed. Realizing Su Tan had remembered something painful, a shadow of sorrow crossing her gaze. I am uneasy with you going alone. I shall accompany you. She retrieved 2 invisibility talismans from her pouch, explaining that they would only last an hour, urging to make it a swift visit.
Unnecessary, Sultan shook her head.
Grasping Cui Wan's hand, her gaze lowered. Sister, I came to find you to say, if second sister inquires about the events following our divorce, the men of the Su family had perished in battle, leaving only the old, weak women and children to guard the vast Duke of Ding's residence. The eldest son of her sister, Hongo, was merely 7 years old, although the emperor had preserved the title. Once Hongo turned 17, he would inherit it. Yet, in the eyes of the world, a young child is often prone to misfortune, and his survival remained uncertain. When she divorced, the Su family was already on the brink of collapse, unable to sustain themselves. Understanding the knot in Su Tan's heart, Chui Wan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Rest assured, regarding Chanlo, I shall not utter a word. After her divorce from Song Tingchen, Su Tan discovered she was already a month pregnant. She carefully protected the child, and the day of her delivery was remarkably smooth, unlike the torment she endured with Song Xiao. Little Chanlo was well-behaved and did not fuss, born fair and beautiful, unlike Song Xiao, who resembled a wrinkled monkey.
Yet,
The sweet and lovely Chanlo only stayed by Su Tan's side for 3 days. On the day her small body grew increasingly cold and stiff in Su Tan's arms, she wept until she fainted, awakening to tell Chui Wan that she had experienced a long, dreadful nightmare. Chui Wan's heart ached. These past 2 years, Su Tan appeared as if nothing had happened, seemingly forgetting that sorrow. Yet, Chui Wan knew that the name Chanlo would forever remain an indelible scar in Su Tan's heart. She ceased to press the matter, simply adjusting the plum blossom pin in Su Tan's hair. Very well, I shall wait for you at the Su residence, but I can only wait for an hour. Should you not return within that time, I will storm the prince's residence. Su Tan nodded earnestly, leaping lightly from the courtyard. At the prince's residence, the princess was confined to a remote area of the palace, struggling through the harsh winter, with the white snow reflecting a vast expanse of white outside. Cough, cough, mother. The 2-year-old little princess burned with a fever, her face flushed as she nestled in her mother's embrace, reaching out to touch the princess's head. Do not cry. And it is not hurt. The princess wiped her tears, cradling the little princess in bed and tucking her in. Do not be afraid, Anin. I will fetch a doctor for you. Clenching her teeth, the princess struggled to rise from her frail body. Once outside the courtyard, she was immediately met with a shiver from the cold. The guards at the gate drew their swords, blocking her path. Your Highness, without the commands of the prince and consort by, you cannot leave. The princess had been confined here for 2 years, long stripped of her supposed dignity and grace. The Princess of Yu pressed her 10 fingers deeply into her palm, anxiety gripping her heart as her beloved Anin lay gravely ill. She could not afford to step back for a moment. The young princess was suffering from a relentless fever, and I must summon a doctor.
stand Asida.
The guards remained immovable as mountains. The white concubine had decreed that without her nod, no one was to leave this courtyard. Who did not know that the princess was an ill omen? Were it not for the prince's regard for their marital bond, she would not have survived to this day. Oh, dear sister, what brings you such eagerness to venture out today? Chapter 14. A narrow escaped. The white concubine, adorned in splendid garments, wore a smile as she entered, followed by a throng of strong maidservants. The Princess of Yu felt a jolt of alarm, her gaze wary as she confronted Bai Shi. What do you want here? Bai Jujing waved her hand, signaling the guards to withdraw. She regarded the Princess of Yu, a hint of alluring mischief playing upon her lips. Why, dear sister, your eyes betray such wariness. It stirs my heart with sorrow. What can a frail girl like me do to harm you? I am merely here to escort you on your journey. As the last word left her lips, Bai Jujing's expression shifted abruptly, her demeanor turning sinister. Xinyu, you once bore a stillborn child, bringing misfortune. It is only due to the prince's benevolence that you have lingered this long. Were I in your position, I would have severed my own life long ago. She and the prince had been waiting for Xinyu to take her own life. Yet, 2 years had passed, and this shameless woman continued to cling to life. Now was a pivotal moment in the struggle for succession. Xinyu was but a woman of humble origin, forced into marriage during the prince's foolishness. Your lineage is inferior, and you are a calamity. The prince's mercy in allowing you to live is extraordinary. Coincidentally, the young princess and the Yu princess had succumbed to a cold, and should misfortune befall them, the prince would be heartbroken, and I too would feel regret. As the white concubine finished her taunting remarks, she beckoned her cohort of maidservants forward.
Why do you stand there?
Finish her off, and deal with that sickly little Beijian inside as well. A 2-year-old child already begins to remember, and as the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of trouble. The Princess of Yu gripped the scissors in her hand, having always kept something for self-defense since her confinement. Sometimes it was a dagger, other times it was scissors. No one shall harm my Anan. Shun Yu's eyes blazed with fury, and she unleashed her hidden strength, stabbing a particularly robust maidservant to death. Fixating on Bai Jujing, her lower lip nearly bleeding from her bite, she lunged forward, plunging the scissors into Bai Jujing's shoulder.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed throughout the Yu Prince's residence, the blood streaming from Bai Jujing's shoulder staining her splendid attire. Shun Yu pressed the scissors against Bai Jujing's throat, her eyes locked onto the malevolent servants. Do not come any closer, or I shall kill her. Bai Jujing trembled, pain radiating through her body, nearly causing her to faint. How dare you, Shin Yu? You will not live if you dare to lay a hand on me. Tears streamed down Shin Yu's face as she pressed the scissors deeper. If anything happens to Anan today, I shall take you down with me. Bai Jujing clenched her lips, about to unleash a torrent of insults. When a maidservant cried out in terror, "Concubine, the young princess is missing." At the sudden news of her daughter's disappearance, Shin Yu should have been alarmed. Yet an inexplicable peace washed over her. Holding Bai Jujing hostage, the others dared not act, while the Yu Prince's face darkened, commanding arrows to be fired. Yet, inexplicably, none struck Shin Yu. Instead, Bai Jujing was hit by several arrows in her shoulder. Thus, Shin Yu dragged Bai Jujing out of the estate with the scissors at her throat, the blood staining Bai Jujing's garments rendering her pitiable in the snow-laden streets. On this snowy day, the roads were expected to be deserted, yet as Shin Yu emerged, she cried out, "The Yu Prince favors concubines over his wife," attempting to poison his legitimate spouse. Her cries were heart-wrenching, drawing a crowd. Bai Jujing opened her mouth, tears welling in her eyes, attempting to feign vulnerability, but instead, she exclaimed, "You wretched woman! You occupy the position of princess, obstructing my and the prince's path. We both wish for your demise." The words escaped before she could comprehend their implications. How could she have spoken the truth so openly? The Yu Prince had indeed favored concubines over his wife to such an extent.
Disgusting.
The bystanders murmured, exchanging words. Bai Jujing bit her lip, ready to accuse the princess of Yu, yet she found herself uncontrollably revealing the truth of the past. "Shin Yu, you are a fool. I bribed the midwife to suffocate your child, and I even paid a sorcerer to proclaim your offspring a cursed being." Shin Yu's face paled. What did you say? Bai Jujing's expression turned triumphant. "If I hadn't spared your life and your child, how could I have ascended to the position of princess? For the past 2 years, the prince and I have awaited your demise." Before she could finish, Bai Jujing was struck by an arrow, her eyes widening in shock, her body collapsing as she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Shin Yu's face turned pale as she reached for Bai Jujing's pulse. She was dead. "Mother!" Anan called softly from the crowd, her voice gentle. Shin Yu barely registered how Anan had arrived there, but she embraced her daughter and stumbled towards the palace. Arrows flew towards them, yet miraculously, none struck the pair. Shin Yu reached the palace gates, her frail body pounding against the drum of announcements. When summoned by Emperor Qinglong, Shin Yu, tears in her eyes, recounted the torment she had endured over the past 2 years. She cared not for the shame it might bring upon the royal family, kneeling in a bloodied state, repeatedly bowing in supplication, pleading for permission to leave with Anan to return to her family. As the Yu Prince plotted to poison his wife and child, leaving her unable to endure any longer, the Yu Prince's expression darkened, nearly dripping with malice. "Shin Yu, I did not orchestrate this. It was all Bai Jujing's doing. Do not project your madness onto me." Shin Yu refused to argue, kneeling with a sorrowful countenance, imploring, "Your Highness, my humble lineage prevents me from offering assistance. I beseech you to grant me a path to survival." As she continued to bow, drenched in blood, her plight elicited compassion from onlookers. Shin Yu's father, the minister of the National Academy, with reddened eyes, lamented for his daughter's suffering, declaring, as her father, "I cannot face my deceased wife. I would gladly exchange my life for my daughter's freedom." Upon finishing, he charged towards a pillar, but the palace attendants swiftly intercepted him. Emperor Qinglong's eyelids twitched violently as he seized an inkstone and hurled it at the Yu Prince. "You wretched creature, what have you done?" Chapter 15. The Yu Princess's divorce and the haunting night cry. "It was you who implored me for this union. Yet now you have brought such ruin upon this innocent girl. From this day forth, you shall reflect on your actions within the Yu Prince's estate. Should you fail to repent and reform, you shall remain there for life." The Yu Prince's expression froze, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. This was clearly a sentence of indefinite confinement. "Father." Silence. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Qinglong permitted the divorce of the Yu princess, mandating that the dowry be returned intact to the family, while the royal offspring could not remain with the Shin family. The princess shall be sent to the palace today, entrusted to the Empress Dowager for her upbringing, and the wife of Prince Yu, Shun, will have the opportunity to visit her at any time. After speaking, Emperor Qinglong cast a cold glance at Prince Yu, warning him to tread carefully. Should anything happen to Shun or the princess, regardless of whether it is your doing, I shall hold you accountable. Prince Yu bowed his head, his expression dark and brooding. Xin Yu, this wretched woman, has ruined her own future. What is even more unfathomable is Bai Jejia, who has lost her mind, publicly revealing the secrets of the royal household. He killed Bai Jejia. Yet he cannot silence the multitude's gossip. Tomorrow, the officials at the Ministry of Justice will undoubtedly stir trouble. It is infuriating that he cannot lay a finger on Shun. Yet, he must constantly find someone to protect her. His father's wrath today is clearly a manifestation of long-held dissatisfaction, seizing the opportunity to express it. Xin Yu, this wretched woman, is truly remarkable. With reddened eyes, Xin Yu, despite her frail state, bowed deeply to the emperor 3 times, expressing her gratitude for his grace. The dowry shall be returned in full, and even if she remains in the Shin family, her brothers and sisters-in-law will not say much. The Shin family has arranged for someone to help Xin Yu move her dowry. Prince Yu's demeanor was cold and unyielding, his gaze fixed intently on Xin Yu, his expression filled with profound resentment. Xin Yu, do you truly believe that by leaving me, you will lead a better life? You are merely a discarded shoe to me. Even if we part ways, you'll still have to live with your tail between your legs, enduring disdain, much like that Su Tan, destined to leave the capital in shame. Xin Yu regarded him with a cold gaze, finding it amusing that she had once been blind enough to think of him as a gentleman. He is nothing but vile and disgusting. Even a dead rat in a gutter is cleaner than he is. My affairs do not require your highness's concern. With an impassive expression, Xin Yu turned to leave, while Prince Yu continued his crude insults, declaring that Bai Jejia's death, a consequence of your birth, is a blessing. How could I, of noble birth, allow a child to emerge from your wretched self? Xin Yu halted, a hint of derision curling her lips. Your highness is noble? Perhaps once, but in the future? That remains uncertain. The veins on Prince Yu's forehead throbbed violently, ready to teach Xin Yu a lesson, when suddenly, without warning, a beam from above crashed down, knocking him to the ground.
Ah!
Prince Yu's features twisted in agony, his lips trembling, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The unexpected turn of events startled Xin Yu as well. However, in mere moments, she regained her composure, leaving without a word, while those in Prince Yu's residence were left in a state of panic, crying out for a doctor. Crush him. Why wasn't he crushed? He bullied my mother. I want him dead. The night-crying ghost, with eyes aflame, resented its own lack of power, only able to render Prince Yu's leg useless.
Su Tan looked at it,
knowing she could not retaliate against mortals using her supernatural arts, but when ghosts seek vengeance, she could choose to stand by and watch. If you kill him, you will find yourself suffering in prison. His death is of little consequence, but how will you protect your mother then? The night-crying ghost stared at her in confusion. Su Tan reached out, gently patting its head, a smile gracing her lips. Shall I send you off to be reborn? You and your mother are destined to meet again. In your next life, she will be your child, and you will protect her, won't you? The night-crying ghost tilted its head and nodded slightly. It pouted and said softly, You are not a bad woman. You protect mother, and you protect sister. You are a fairy sister. Fairy sister, the bad uncle bullies you. He is blind, but you will meet a much better uncle. After saying this, it scratched its head and added, Forget uncles. I don't want either the bad or good uncle. Fairy sister should go to heaven and become a goddess.
Sultan Chakil,
Reaching out to stroke the night-crying ghost's head, reciting a series of sacred verses to guide the ghost to the afterlife. The night-crying ghost gradually became transparent. Su Tan felt a faint golden light swirling around her dantian. It was the light of merit. She could not find the soul of little Changlo. Later, she turned to the path of detachment, helping resentful ghosts, resolving their grievances, and sending the wandering souls into the underworld, accumulating merit. Once her merits were sufficient, the heavenly Tao would reveal the whereabouts of little Chang Lu's soul. In the Song household, Song Tingchen walked into his son's courtyard, holding an umbrella. Song Shao, with red-rimmed eyes, immediately rushed into his embrace. Father, Father, I don't have to go to school tomorrow. Can you take me out for a walk? Of course. Song Tingchen stroked his son's head. He had always felt he owed a great deal to Song Xiao. Why had he suddenly wanted to go out and play? Song Xiao's voice was muffled as he recounted how his classmate behind him had been taken out by his parents after school yesterday. He even laughed at me for being a wild child without a mother. Surely no one would accompany me to play. A sharp pain pierced through Song Tingchen's heart, as if pricked by a thorn. In an instant, it brought forth a wave of sorrow. Song Xiao was sensitive by nature. Perhaps he was hurt by those words yesterday. And today he was met with Su Tan's cold indifference. Even if he did not voice it, his heart was undoubtedly heavy. All right, Song Tingchen replied, stroking Song Xiao's head. Song Xiao seized the moment, asking, Father, can you stay a while longer to play with me today? He tugged at Song Tingchen's sleeve, looking at him with pitiful eyes. A ripple of emotion stirred in Song Tingchen's usually indifferent gaze. There were no peers at home, and it seemed Song Xiao was also being ostracized at the academy. He felt a kinship with his younger self, who had no playmates and had to endure the tough times alone. Very well, I will accompany you. From now on, I will set aside an hour each day to be with you. Today, I will help you review your studies. Song Xiao nestled into Song Tingchen's embrace, feeling a sense of reliance. Father is so good. At that moment, he finally noticed the wound on Song Tingchen's forehead. Father, how did you get hurt? Who bullied you? Song Tingchen paused, lowering his gaze. It's nothing, just a minor injury from sparring with someone. Song Xiao blinked, then said, I'll blow on it. And it won't hurt anymore. Song Tingchen hesitated but ultimately smiled and nodded. All right. Father, I want to eat sweet cakes. After a while, Song Xiao felt his stomach grumbling, the cravings awakening within him. Typically, at this time, he would have a stack of snacks and a bowl of steaming sweet soup. Song Tingchen frowned. Xiao, be good. Look at the time, and besides, your body cannot handle so many sweets right now. With red eyes, Song Xiao wiped away his tears. Am I not my father's child? Can I not even eat a piece of sweet cake? Father, do you truly not want me anymore? The people at the academy say that my mother does not want me and one day you will not want me either. The frown on Song Tingchen's brow deepened. Over the past 2 years, perhaps due to growth, Song Xiao had gained quite a bit of weight. The old lady had said that children of this age often go through such phases. Once they grow taller, they will slim down. If he starved the child, he would truly become ill. Song Tingchen crouched down, wiping away Song Xiao's tears. In the past, when he went off to war, he had never truly raised a child, nor did he have younger siblings to care for. Therefore, he had not given much thought to his mother's words. Yet, at this moment, he sensed something was amiss. Xiao, tell me the truth. Do you need to eat sweet cakes every day to fall asleep? Song Xiao sniffled, biting his lip, remaining silent. Grandmother and Aunt Qing both said not to tell father about this matter. If he did, he would never have sweets again. No. I don't. Chapter 16. Did Song Tingchen misunderstand Su Tan? Song Tingchen's expression turned as cold as frost, abruptly becoming stern. Xiao. Are you certain you want to lie? Song Xiao's small face paled. Aunt Qing said that when father is angry, he is very frightening and might even beat him to death. Father, I only ate one piece. With a quivering voice, he pleaded. I just wanted to eat a piece of sweet cake. I'll go to sleep obediently after. Please don't be angry. Don't kill me. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow, pondering the thoughts of the child before him. Your father will not strike you, but you must refrain from consuming any more pastries. Song Xiao pouted, casting a cautious glance at him. I do not eat much. Can I not have just one piece? I am very hungry. Tears welled in Song Zhao's eyes, and that stubborn expression momentarily reminded Song Tingchen of Su Tan. It is said that sons resemble their mothers. Yet Song Xiao bore little resemblance to Su Tan, inheriting mostly his father's features. Only his defiant brows and eyes mirrored those of Su Tan. No, you are unwell. You may only indulge in sweets once a month. Over the past 2 years, Song Zhao's frequency of illness had notably increased. It was likely due to his fragile constitution since birth, compounded by Su Tan's insistence on strict household regulations, which left Xiao perpetually undernourished. Under the care of Lu Qingyin these past years, Xiao's health had gradually improved, yet he now faced another extreme. Breathless and sobbing, he exclaimed, If I do not eat, I will be unhappy, and that will only make me feel worse. Aunt Qing said that nothing is more important than my happiness. Ugh. I am so hungry. I might starve to death. Father, You are a bad person. You are bullying me. Song Xiao cried uncontrollably, on the verge of fainting. My dear grandson, why are you crying so? The old matriarch hurried over, her heart aching at the sight of Song Xiao's tear-streaked face. He clung to her, voice choked with grievance. Grandmother, I want to eat pastries. Father won't let me. The old matriarch, upon hearing the reason, was even more incensed. It is merely pastries. Let him have them. Can the duke's household not afford a platter of sweets? Mother. Song Tingchen's brow tightened, a wave of exhaustion washing over him, nearly overwhelming him. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? Xiao Xiao cannot consume too many sweets. His body cannot bear it. The sight of his son's pleading gaze ignited a spark of anger in Song Mother, who slammed her hand on the table multiple times. I have only heard that hunger can lead to illness. I have never heard of someone becoming ill from being too full. Why must you emulate Su Tan in this? A throbbing pain pulsed at Song Tingchen's temples as he keenly caught the crux of the matter. He abruptly turned to Song Mother. Recalling the heart-wrenching letters from the old matriarch during his years of warfare, filled with accusations against Su Tan. Mother, did you not once say that Su Tan deliberately starved Xiao Xiao? Is it truly because she did not wish for him to have sweets? Song Xiao had always been frail, and now he could not indulge in sweets. Moreover, it had been the same in the past. The moment this was mentioned, the old matriarch's anger flared to near explosive levels. What child cannot eat sweets? She is the troublesome one. Now you are the same. A suffocating sense of frustration surged within Song Tingchen, an indescribable emotion enveloping him. He had always believed that Su Tan disregarded Xiao Xiao's health, insisting upon the aristocratic tradition of denying children adequate nourishment. The truth was far more complex than he had imagined. He had wronged Su Tan.
Ugh.
You are all bad people. Song Xiao wailed, turning to flee, inadvertently knocking into Lu Qingyin, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion, sending her tumbling into the snow.
Xiao Xiao.
Lu Qingyin struggled to rise, her eyes still red from earlier tears. Brother Song, what has happened to Xiao Xiao? Song Tingchen's brow remained furrowed. Do not concern yourself with him. He will return shortly. Lu Qingyin, despite her pain, insisted, No, I must see. With that, she limped away. Xiao Xiao, why are you crying so suddenly? Who has bullied you? Eventually, she found the tear-stained face of Song Xiao, gently wiping away his tears with a handkerchief. Aunt Qing, do you think my father will abandon me too? Lu Qingyin smiled gently.
How could that be?
Your father is not that kind of man. It must be something concerning the Prince of Chen that has caused him to have other thoughts. Song Xiao stared blankly at Lu Qingyin. What Prince of Chen? Father has not mentioned it. Understanding his confusion, Lu Qingyin smiled and recounted all that had transpired at the Prince of Chen's residence that day.
Today,
I saw your mother holding Princess Zhaoyang. Their demeanor was so intimate that one could easily mistake them for mother and daughter. I still hope your mother and father can reconcile, and perhaps give you a little sister. However, Lu Qingyin frowned slightly. But when you have a sister, you may find yourself overlooked. Rest assured, Aunt Qing will always cherish you the most. Trembling, Song Zhao's eyes reddened as he declared resolutely, I will not allow her to return. I hate her. She holds another girl and does not embrace me. She is the worst woman in the world. Song Xiao buried himself in Lu Qingyin's embrace, his voice muffled. Children instinctively seek comfort from those who treat them kindly. Aunt Qing, will you be my mother? Lu Qingyin wiped his tears. Xiao Xiao, your father would not agree to that. I will work hard. He promised. Aunt Qing, I do not want a bad woman. I only want you. Lu Qingyin remained silent, merely wiping his face, a smile tugging at her lips. What did it matter that Su Tan had seized what was rightfully hers at the Prince of Chen's? The husband and son that belonged to Su Tan were now devoted to her. Very well. In the future, whenever you wish for pastries, Aunt Qing will secretly provide them when your father is not watching, but you must not tell anyone. This will be our little secret. Song Xiao nodded obediently, yes. Just like how I never told the bad woman that Aunt Qing secretly gave me sweets. Lu Qingyin took hold of Song Zhao's small hand. Then let us return.
All right.
Lu Qingyin carried a lantern, the wind rustling ominously, as if long shadows loomed behind her. Suddenly, something darted past her, accompanied by a chilling rustle. Lu Qingyin turned sharply, only to find no one there. Releasing a breath of relief, she looked down at the equally frightened Song Xiao. There is nothing. We are merely scaring ourselves. Chapter 17. Provocation as dawn broke and the sun rose. After breakfast, Song Xiao approached Song Tingchen with a sulky expression. After Aunt Qing had comforted him the previous night, he had promised his father not to indulge in sweets anymore. "Father, you promised last night to take me out to play today." A father's promise to his child is sacred, and Song Tingchen would not break it. "Yes, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch immediately pulled Lu Qingyin into the conversation. Qingyin has not had new clothes or accessories in ages. It would be dull for you two to wander about alone. Bring her along. Lu Qingyin shyly lowered her head. When she saw Song Tingchen's tense silence, her expression froze, and she forced a smile. "Aunt, let us go together. I remember you have not ventured out in a long time. Today, the sun is shining brightly, and the snow has melted. It is a splendid day." The old matriarch thought to herself, "What business do I have as an old woman going out?" Yet, to her surprise, Song Tingchen insisted she join them. Thus, what was meant to be a father-son outing inexplicably transformed into a family excursion. As they passed a bustling tavern, the old matriarch heard the storyteller's voice drifting out, revealing two significant events occurring in the capital that day. The first was that the censors of the imperial censorate were petitioning against the indulgent concubine of the Duke of Yu, who had mistreated his wife. And even the princess had suffered harsh treatment. The most pitiable was the young heir, who had perished shortly after birth. The second incident involved the near-fatal collision of the father of Princess Yu Wang with a pillar in the Golden Hall, which ultimately resulted in his daughter parting ways with that scoundrel, Prince Yu. As for the princess, she is to enter the palace today, where she will be raised by the Empress Dowager. Just as the divorce between Prince Yu and Princess Yu was finalized, Prince Yu suffered a leg fracture and disfigurement, rendering him hopeless in matters of state. Lady Song frowned. In these times, women frequently resort to divorce, all because of that troublesome Su Tan. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. Although the weather had cleared, his expression remained as if veiled in frost. Lu Qingyin's brow knitted in an instant, revealing traces of sorrow. She hesitated, casting several glances at Song Tingchen, which only deepened his frown. "Speak your mind," he urged. Lu Qingyin cautiously turned to him. "Brother Song, I am merely pondering whether this affair might implicate Xiao Xiao." Lady Song, confused, interjected, "What does Prince Yu have to do with Xiao Xiao?" Song Tingchen silently observed Lu Qingyin, seemingly awaiting her elaboration. With her head bowed, she sought a quiet corner, her eyes reddening as her fingers anxiously twisted a handkerchief. "I suspect that Prince Yu's misfortune is somehow linked to His Highness the Crown Prince." She sniffed, her heart racing as if a drumbeat echoed in her ears. But why would the Crown Prince know of this incident? Was it not because Sister Su Tan captured that mischievous little spirit? What a coincidence it was that Prince Yu and Princess Yu had just divorced when he broke his leg and became disfigured. To claim that this incident bore no connection to that little spirit or the Crown Prince would be utterly implausible in Lu Qingyin's eyes. Sooner or later, Prince Yu would discover the link to Sister Su Tan, and if he harbored resentment and sought revenge, targeting Xiao Xiao, what then? Lu Qingyin felt utterly helpless. Clutching Song Xiao, she wept, her sobs both choked and pitiful, her eyes filled with panic and dread, as if in the next moment, Xiao Xiao might perish due to Prince Yu's vengeance. Lady Song, in a fit of anxiety, stomped her feet, exclaiming, "She is a harbinger of doom. Does she wish to see our Xiao Xiao perish?" Xiao Xiao was the very lifeblood of Lady Song, and if she were to be affected because of Su Tan, the lady would risk her life to ensure Su Tan met a dreadful end. "I will not allow such a thing to transpire." Song Tingchen's expression was cold and stern. Lu Qingyin's concerns held some merit, and he reached out to stroke Xiao Xiao's head, reassuring her, "Do not fear, your father will protect you." Xiao Xiao made a face. "I am not afraid." Lu Qingyin looked down at her toes, then continued, "But perhaps it's not entirely certain. After all, Princess Zhaoyang is quite fond of Sister Su Tan." Stealing a glance at Song Tingchen's impassive face, she hesitated before adding, "Even His Highness the Crown Prince seems to hold Sister Su Tan in high regard. He would protect her, and perhaps extend that protection to Xiao Xiao as well." Song Tingchen's jaw tightened, his expression suddenly darkening. He recalled the tiger-headed pendant and the plum blossom at Su Tan's hairline, and an inexplicable discomfort welled up within him. As soon as she spoke, Lady Song's face fluctuated in color, from red to green to purple, a sight to behold. She wanted to scold Su Tan for her lack of propriety, for being an abandoned woman who, instead of keeping a low profile, paraded herself in public. Yet, she feared the depth of Su Tan's ties with the crown prince. If she spoke out of turn, wouldn't that offend the crown prince on behalf of her son? After a moment of struggle, Lady Song clenched her teeth and managed to utter, now that she has returned to the capital, it would be nice if she could at least visit her son. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately turned her head, huffing, I don't care, thinking of Lu Qingyin's words about Su Tan embracing Princess Zhaoyang, and the princess calling her fairy sister. Xiao Xiao's little face darkened. That Princess Zhaoyang truly lacks discernment. If it were me, I would only favor Aunt Qing, not that wicked woman. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, besides, what is so beautiful about that wicked woman? She is hideous. Hearing Xiao Zhao's disdain for Su Tan intensify, Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeper. Xiao Xiao, you must not speak of your mother in such a manner. Regardless of anything, Su Tan is still your biological mother. In the presence of so many, should Xiao Zhao's words be overheard, it would be easy for malicious ears to label her as unfilial, which would ruin her future. Lady Song, mindful of their surroundings, quickly embraced her beloved grandson. All right, Xiao Xiao, let us not be angry. She is your mother, and in the future, you will still need to pay your respects to her during festivals. It would not do to create such a rift. Xiao Xiao pressed her lips tightly together. Why should I bow to her? Shouldn't she come to see me instead? Realizing she had misspoken, Xiao Xiao huffed again. No, I do not want her to see me. She is ugly and useless. I do not like her. She is not my mother. She dismissed the notion of that wicked woman being a formidable fairy. She simply would not believe it. He had witnessed with his own eyes how even a mere spirit could make her cough up blood. Upon hearing this, Song Tingchen's expression darkened further. If I hear such words again, you will face the consequences. Xiao Xiao struggled to maintain her composure, staring at Song Tingchen in shock, her eyes reddening, yet her expression remained defiantly obstinate. It would be useless even if you beat me. I just hate her. She is a wicked woman. Song Tingchen's demeanor grew as cold as a deep pool, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. Xiao Zhao's extreme disposition mirrored that of Su Tan, often leaving him exasperated.
Xiao Xiao.
You are no longer a child. All right, Lu Qingyin interjected, pulling Xiao Xiao closer to her side and offering Song Tingchen a gentle smile to shift the conversation. Brother Song, there is a jewelry shop ahead. Would you accompany me to browse? Chapter 18. Hunger, Xiao Xiao, apologize to my aunt. Yes. Let us go see the jewelry shop. The four of them, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, proceeded towards the Pearl and Flower Studio.
As they stepped inside,
Lu Qingyin abruptly halted. Why is Su Tan here? Song Tingchen's gaze faltered, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter with Su Tan. The Pearl and Flower Studio was the largest treasure house in the capital, its exquisite jewelry much sought after by the esteemed ladies of the city. In the past, when the Su family was at its zenith, Su Tan's adornments were all custom-made from this very establishment. Lady Song snorted coldly, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Speaking of which, Qingyin hasn't purchased jewelry in quite some time. Xiao Xiao fixed her gaze intently on the slender figure within, seeing the wicked woman standing alongside her aunt, who was also holding onto her cousin, Su Jinghong. Gritting his teeth, he tugged at Song Tingchen's sleeve, his voice loud enough for all to hear. Father, I want to buy Aunt Qing a big bracelet. Song Tingchen's expression remained neutral, though his gaze lingered momentarily on that figure before he slightly parted his lips. All right. The entire family seemed to fixate on Su Tan, their demeanor suggesting they were not there to shop, but rather to confront. The shopkeeper of the Pearl and Flower Studio, round and portly, with a belly that spoke of affluence, bore a smile reminiscent of a Maitreya Buddha. In the past, when the Su family enjoyed prosperity, he personally attended to their jewelry needs. Now, with the Su family in decline, he maintained the same cordial demeanor, but inwardly mused that there might be entertainment to behold with the arrival of the Song family. Su Tan's sister-in-law, Gu Mingzhu, noticed Song Tingchen and Lu Qinyin and frowned deeply, her expression as frigid as frost, choosing to act as though she did not see them. Xiao Zhao's little face tightened, remaining silent. Yet Lu Qinyin, wearing a smile, stepped forward. What a coincidence, Sister Su Tan. You are here to shop for jewelry as well. However, the items at the Pearl and Flower Studio are all exceedingly precious. Sister Su Tan, have you brought enough silver? If not, I can lend you some. A mocking smile graced Su Tan's lips as she prepared to respond, but beside her, Hunger, with a serious expression, corrected Lu Qinyin in a childish yet mature manner. Incorrect. Hong Guo was of similar age to Xiao Xiao, who had been spoiled and had grown into a little ball. Hong Guo possessed a slender and upright figure, with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Though he spoke little in daily life, his spirit was robust and vibrant, evoking the image of a resilient pine standing amidst ice and snow. His father was a formidable general, while his mother hailed from a scholarly lineage, endowing Hong Guo with both the pride of a military descendant and the integrity of a learned individual. Calmly, he regarded Lu Qingyin, stating, "My aunt has no younger sister surnamed Lu. You are not related to her, thus you should refer to her as Miss Su." Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Did this insolent child insinuate that she was of lesser birth, merely a merchant's daughter, inferior to Su Tan's noble lineage? Yet, she could not voice such thoughts, lest she distort the child's intent. Enduring the humiliation, her eyes reddened as she replied, "Miss Su." Su Tan cast a fleeting glance at her, remarking, "If Miss Lu is suffering from a cold, she ought to seek treatment." This constant redness in her eyes warrants a physician's attention. Otherwise, the blind and the foolish may misinterpret the situation. Lu Qingyin swayed slightly, casting a pleading glance towards Song Tingchen. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed, casting a detached glance at Su Tan. "Miss Su, perhaps you should attend to your own matters rather than burdening others." Song Xiao snorted, firmly grasping Lu Qingyin's hand and glaring at Su Tan. "We came to bring Aunt Qing her bracelet. Encountering you is nothing but misfortune, wicked woman." Su Tan's face betrayed little emotion. The term wicked woman had lost its sting through repeated utterances by Song Xiao. "Then do ensure to select well for your Aunt Qing," she replied. Turning away from the Song family and addressing the shopkeeper, "I would like to see what is upstairs." As one ascends the floors of Zhu Huazhai, the prices inevitably rise. Song Xiao scoffed, "Who is unaware of your poverty? When you parted ways with father, you had not a single coin to your name. You could not possibly afford the items above." Gu Mingzhu's annoyance grew, her expression chilling further. Song Xiao was an ungrateful wretch, showing disrespect to his mother. Naturally, she would not regard him as a nephew, especially considering that he had once threatened her father's perpetual lamp. "Song Tingchen, manage your son. Such callousness at a tender age reflects poorly on your family." Hong Guo shook his head, his brow furrowed in disapproval as he regarded Song Xiao. "Cousin, even crows repay their benefactors. Sheep recognize the kindness of kneeling to nurse. Your harsh treatment of the mother who raised you is indeed unfilial and unjust. Do you not feel any shame?" Song Xiao shot a venomous glare at Hong Guo, harboring a deep dislike for his cousin. Though they were not in the same academy, the other students often compared him unfavorably to Hong Guo. Advancing, Song Xiao forcefully shoved Hong Guo, his eyes reddening as he cried, "What business is it of yours?" Though Hong Guo was slender, he did not falter. Instead, he seized Song Xiao's wrist, his gaze stern. "I am your elder cousin by several months, and today, before General Song and the old matriarch, I shall take the liberty to instruct you. Apologize to my aunt, your mother." Tears welled in Song Xiao's eyes. Unable to break free from Hong Guo's grip, while Su Tan stood aside, offering no intervention, the old matriarch grew anxious, stamping her foot and preparing to intervene. But Gu Mingzhu blocked her path with a smile. "Old matriarch, the children are merely playing. As adults, we should refrain from meddling."
"Guilyu, Gu Mingzhu esse maid,"
disdainfully remarked, "Our young master is so slender. Should it come to a real confrontation, how could he possibly contend with the young master?" She bowed to the old matriarch. "Do not fret, it is merely a playful exchange. The two young masters have been quite fond of each other in the past." Lu Qingyin feigned concern, her voice trembling. "Song de Ge." Song Tingchen's expression darkened. The two children presented a stark contrast. Song Xiao was plump for his age, while Hong Guo was slender. Clearly not a match for Song Xiao. To an outsider, it appeared to be mere childish antics, but Song Tingchen, a practitioner of martial arts, knew better. 10 Song Xiaos would not match Hong Guo's prowess. His brow furrowed as his gaze landed on Su Tan, filled with confusion. How can a mother be so heartless? Merely watching as this unfolds? Su Tan scoffed. What, General Song intends to intervene in the children's play? Hong Guo tightened his grip, causing Song Xiao to wince in pain. "Let go of me."
Hong Guo remained impassive, repeating, "Apologize."
As tears cascaded down Song Xiao's cheeks, he instinctively turned to gauge Su Tan's reaction. In the past, any sign of injury would have drawn her compassion, but now her face reflected neither sorrow nor joy, only calm observation of this farce. Song Xiao turned away. Biting his lip defiantly, I refuse. She is a wicked woman.
Ikke spise her. Illuate her.
She is worth less than a single hair of Aunt Qing. Lu Qingyin's face shimmered with triumph, yet she cast a pitying glance at Su Tan, furrowing her brow. Xiao Xiao, do not speak like that. It will hurt your mother's feelings. Hurt her feelings?
Su Tan arched an eyebrow.
In the past, such words would have indeed stung. Yet now, whether it was due to a hardened heart or having grown weary of Song Xiao, her sensitivity had diminished. Rather than concern for feelings, she found herself curious about how long Song Xiao would maintain his obstinacy. Just as Song Xiao had never shown concern for her as a mother, seeing him cry now elicited nothing but a shake of her head. Han Ge's expression hardened. He had never encountered a child as unfilial as Song Xiao. Had he spoken such words to his mother, the teacher would have broken the rod over him, and he would have lost all face to continue living. Song Xiao, apologize. Song Xiao, now on the verge of tears, stubbornly turned his head away. I will not. As the standoff continued for a quarter of an hour, the crowd around Zhu Huazhai grew larger. The old matriarch, concerned for her grandchild, tried to intervene repeatedly, only to be held back each time. She lamented, "What is the world coming to? The Su family allows the larger to bully the smaller." Gu Mingzhu cast a cold glance at the old matriarch, a smirk playing on her lips. Old matriarch, the children are merely playing. Look at Xiao Zhao's stature compared to Han Ge. How could he possibly overpower him? The patrons of Zhu Huazhai were mostly young and beautiful young ladies or dignified matrons fetching jewelry for their mistresses. They were unaware of Han Ge's rigorous training and lean physique, while Song Xiao appeared merely plump and unfit. The old matriarch's reaction was excessive. Two children at play hardly constituted the larger bullying the smaller. With such a slender build, how could he bully that child? I believe the smaller one deserves a lesson. If my son dared to point at my nose and call me a wicked woman, comparing me to some other vixen, I would simply disown him and order his demise. I would sooner raise a piece of meat than such a son. The onlooker's words struck the Song family like arrows, causing the old matriarch to feel faint with anger. What do you know? That woman has long since divorced my son. What my grandson says is merely the truth. They are the ones bullying my grandson. The old matriarch believed her words would rally support against Su Tan, yet it seemed the tide was turning against her. Who knows? A beautifully dressed matron immediately interjected. What's wrong with divorce? In these times, if men were not so unreasonable, how could women possibly seek separation? Her words instantly garnered the approval of numerous women. Indeed, the world is harsh. Survival for women is already fraught with difficulty. Were it not for men forcing women to the brink of despair in their marital homes, why would women ever desire divorce? Gu Mingzhu wiped away a tear and said, Madam, you must speak with reason. My sister, when she married into the Song family with a lavish dowry, left with nothing at the time of her divorce. Pity my sister, unwilling to burden our family, chose to support herself alongside her mentor. Let us not just consider my sister's faults, even if she had 1,000 shortcomings. She is still the mother of Song Xiao. How could he call his own mother a bad woman? And what if my son offered her a few words of guidance? As Gu Mingzhu wept, her companion Cui Lu joined her in tears. Our young lady truly suffers. A favored daughter married the wrong man, surrounded by wolves, and bore a heartless child. The two of them lamented in unison, striking a chord with the ladies of Zhu Huazhai, who expressed their disdain for the Song family, wishing they could intervene and defend Su Tan.
Sultan Pander.
In the past, whenever Lu Qingyin shed tears, it somehow became her fault. She had thought that tears only affected men, but now it seemed that if one could cry swiftly and hold a valid stance, even women would empathize. Song Xiao appeared flustered, unable to comprehend why so many were casting disdainful glances his way, echoing the sentiments of those from the academy who labeled him a heartless wretch. Han Ge continued to exert pressure, coldly demanding, Will you apologize? Unable to bear the pain, Song Zhao's expression fell, tears streaming down his cheeks. I was wrong, he exclaimed, though his gaze remained fiercely fixed on Su Tan, his face a mask of stubborn defiance. Unsatisfied, Han Ge tightened his grip. Your apology lacks sincerity. Say it again. Song Xiao felt as though someone were slowly carving into his flesh with a blade, and he could endure no more. Trembling, he dared not shout at Su Tan or call her a bad woman. With his head bowed and tears soaking his garment, he murmured, I'm sorry. Finally, Honggu released him, though his expression remained stern. In the future, when you see your mother, remember to treat her with respect. I do not wish to hear you call her a bad woman again. Otherwise, I shall have to fulfill my cousin's duty and properly educate you. Song Xiao pouted, casting furtive glances at Su Tan. Unfortunately, she seemed unmoved, preoccupied instead with tidying Honggu-er's hair. Unable to contain himself, Song Xiao threw himself into the arms of the old matron and wept loudly. Lu Qingyin's face tightened as she glanced at Song Tingchen, who maintained an icy demeanor. Biting her lip, she realized that prolonging the standoff would only bring embarrassment to herself. Brother Song, let us take our leave. Song Tingchen's expression remained frosty. Today, we are here to procure jewelry for you. Do not allow unrelated matters to sour your mood. He stressed the term unrelated. Regrettably, Su Tan had already turned and ascended the stairs, disinterested in glancing back. Indeed, the old matron gritted her teeth and declared loudly, Qingyin is beautiful, gentle, understanding, and generous. Some people could never compare even after 10 lifetimes. Qingyin, choose whatever you like today. Song Xiao, holding his breath, chimed in, yes. I will use my New Year's money to buy a big bracelet for Aunt Qing. He dashed upstairs and, seeing Su Tan holding a jade hairpin, quickly snatched it from her hands. Aunt Qing, this looks beautiful on you. Chapter 20. Snatching the bracelet that Su Tan likes. Lu Qingyin's face flushed with shyness. Yet she provocatively glanced at Su Tan, saying, Thank you, Xiao Xiao, this one is lovely. Shopkeeper, wrap this up. Su Tan found it childish and ridiculous. She hadn't intended to buy the hairpin, merely admiring its color. Now Song Xiao wanted to seize it for Lu Qingyin. Turning away, Su Tan picked up a golden hairpin, only for Song Xiao to rush over, snatching it again and presenting it to Lu Qingyin. Aunt Qing, this golden hairpin looks beautiful on you too. Song Tingchen's eyes flicked towards Su Tan, noticing her expression was neutral, devoid of any visible emotion. An inexplicable sense of discomfort washed over him. He turned to Lu Qingyin and remarked, This hairpin is lovely as well. Let us wrap it up. I will buy it for you. The old matron beamed, feeling as though she had finally regained her dignity and released her pent-up frustrations. Yes, this suits Qingyin perfectly. Our Qingyin is beautiful, and her gentle nature means she looks good in anything. Lu Qingyin's demeanor grew ever more demure. Then I shall graciously accept. A flicker of ripples crossed Su Tan's eyes as she surveyed the entire second floor, shaking her head before addressing the shopkeeper. I think I shall take a look on the fourth floor. The shopkeeper, startled yet maintaining a warm smile, replied, Certainly, please follow me. The old matron spat in disdain. What are you pretending for? Trying to impress with a false appearance. The items on the fourth floor are only for the wealthy and powerful. Is Su Tan planning to buy one piece of jewelry and then live on scraps for the next half year? Song Xiao, gritting his teeth, pursued her. Su Tan's gaze fell upon a pair of red chalcedony earrings. These are lovely. Song Xiao immediately pointed at them. Aunt Qing, these would look beautiful on you. Honggu-er's expression darkened. Whatever your aunt chooses, Song Xiao is quick to snatch it up to buy for Lu Qingyin. It's clear you're deliberately pricking your aunt's heart. Song Xiao, 3 strikes and you're out. You've gone too far. Song Xiao glared back defiantly. I did it on purpose. What of it? I simply think a bad woman doesn't deserve such beautiful jewelry. This isn't to your family's shop. She hasn't paid a single coin, and I find this looks beautiful on Aunt Qing, so what is wrong with buying it for her? Can you buy it for her? Can you afford it? Song Xiao spoke boldly, and Honggu-er, usually gentle and composed, was evidently angered. His face darkened as he prepared to chastise Song Xiao, but Su Tan held him back, smiling and shaking her head. As Su Tan turned her gaze, she spotted a jade bracelet, entirely green with an ethereal luster. Her eyes lingered, and she called out to the shopkeeper, Please wrap this for me. Song Xiao immediately exclaimed, I want this too. Father, this bracelet looks beautiful. Can we buy it for Aunt Qing? Song Tingchen's gaze fell on Su Tan, only to see her frowning, staring expressionlessly at Song Xiao. Are you done making a scene? This bracelet was first chosen by me, and I requested it to be wrapped. Lu Qingyin's face lit up as she grasped Song Xiao's hand. What a beautiful bracelet. Thank you, Xiao Xiao, I adore it. Ansu, I can give you all the other things, but I truly love this bracelet. Su Tan, maintaining a flat expression, scoffed. What? Are you addicted to snatching things? Only picking what I don't want? Turning to the shopkeeper, she added, "Shopkeeper, business should adhere to the principle of first come, first served, right? I spotted this bracelet first." The shopkeeper nodded apologetically to Lu Qingyin. "This bracelet was first seen by Miss Su. It rightfully belongs to her." "I'm sorry, Miss Lu, but I cannot sell it to you." Lu Qingyin swayed, her eyes reddening as she looked at Song Tingchen. Her voice choked. "Brother Tingchen, I truly love this one." Song Tingchen fixed his gaze on Su Tan, suddenly smiling, and turned to the shopkeeper. "What if I offer 3 times the price?" Su Tan laughed lightly. "Song Tingchen, do you think I was penniless at the time of our divorce?" "Shopkeeper, I'll pay 4 times." Seeing Su Tan straighten back, Gu Mingzhu felt a pang of sympathy. "Song Tingchen, do you have no shame?" Song Tingchen's expression remained impassive as he locked eyes with Su Tan, his lips parting slightly as he succinctly declared, 5 times. Su Tan raised her hand and applauded for Song Tingchen. General Song, with a lavish expenditure, is indeed admirable. He is willing to pay 5 times the usual price for a single bracelet. Song Tingchen, with a brow seemingly shrouded in frost, observes the sudden gloom on Su Tan's face, and he finds that the oppressive feeling in his heart dissipates considerably. If Miss Su is envious, she can seek someone else to purchase it for her. Not to mention the distant Prince Chen, who, after all, protects Su Tan, treating her as an esteemed guest and holding her in high regard. Madame Song feels a sense of vindication. Once a noble lady, she relishes the day when she can step on others. "Shopkeeper, proceed with the transaction." The shopkeeper calls upon 2 attendants, who deftly calculate the total. With a respectful smile directed at Song Tingchen, the attendants announce that the total comes to 23,000 taels. Madame Song gasps in shock, nearly biting her tongue. Having lived in fear of poverty, she cannot fathom spending such an extravagant sum. "Are you robbing me?" The shopkeeper frowned slightly, cautioning her that their business values fairness. Besides, it was not this costly until Song Tingchen insisted on paying 5 times the price for a mere jade bracelet. Madame Song, grasping Lu Qingyin and Song Tingchen, declares they shall not proceed. Why waste this money? Spending 23,000 taels on jewelry, has she lost her mind? Lu Qingyin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizes the price far exceeds her expectations. She does not truly desire it. She merely wished to seize something Su Tan coveted. Yet, to admit her inability to afford it before Su Tan, risking ridicule, would be more painful than death. Lu Qingyin forces a smile, insisting, "I truly like it. I believe it is worth it." Su Tan laughs without restraint, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Miss Lu, it is better not to play the part of the wealthy. After purchasing this bracelet, what will you do next? Even if you cannot afford it, 23,000 taels is no small sum." Song Tingchen, with a cold demeanor, reflects that over the years he has earned countless military accolades and royal rewards. The Song family is no longer in the dire straits of the past. Su Tan underestimates him. "If Qingyin likes it, even if it is a significant amount, I can afford it." Song Xiao, with her face taut, exclaims loudly, "Yes. As long as Auntie likes it, even if it costs 100,000 taels. My father and I will buy it for her." Madame Song nearly faints, and Song Tingchen calmly informs the shopkeeper he will retrieve the silver notes. Gu Mingzhu feels a wave of nausea, akin to swallowing a fly. She wishes to turn a blind eye and leave. Yet Su Tan and Honggo discreetly tug at her sleeve. Suddenly, Gu Mingzhu smiles. "Since I am fortunate enough to witness this extravagant display, I ought to stay and observe. Otherwise, if we leave, some people might suddenly decide not to buy, and that would be missing out on a splendid spectacle." Madame Song longs to silence Gu Mingzhu, but as a widow of a martyr, she refrains from doing so. Song Tingchen returns with the silver notes. The shopkeeper provides a receipt and hands over the items. He nonchalantly passes them to Lu Qingyin. At that moment, as the items rest in her hands, Lu Qingyin feels a long-held breath of relief escape her. She provocatively looks at Su Tan. "Sister Su Tan, thank you for your painful sacrifice this time." Su Tan's jewelry is hers, just as her husband and child belong to her. Does this not imply that Su Tan's life is destined to be trampled beneath her feet? At this moment, Honggo suddenly furrows his brow, lips pressed together, stating, "I remember that within 12 hours, based on this receipt, returns are permissible." Madame Song shoots him a furious glare, admonishing the child for his loose tongue. Song Xiao bites her lip and abruptly snatches the receipt from Song Tingchen's hand, tearing it to shreds before Su Tan and the others. "Father, we are leaving." I refuse to play with these beggars. Song Tingchen's gaze falls upon Su Tan. Noting her expression is neither joyful nor sorrowful, and there seems to be a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips, causing his heart to skip a beat. She is not displeased. In fact, she is smiling. What could this mean? However, at that moment, he cannot ponder further. Madame Song's face darkens like a pot bottom, her earlier joy utterly vanished, as she pulls him away urgently. Even her precious grandson and Lu Qingyin do not receive a kind look. After the Song family departs, the shopkeeper hands Su Tan 3 500 tael notes, expressing gratitude. Miss Su.
Thank you.
That long unsold jade bracelet finally found a buyer. Chapter 21. The misfortunes of the Song family. Su Tan calmly accepts the notes, thanking the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes crinkle with deep lines of joy. The bracelet was originally worth 4,000 taels, yet today General Song, in a bid to compete with his ex-wife for Miss Lu's favor, inadvertently brought him great profit. Once the uninvited guests leave, Su Tan picks out several pieces of jewelry she admires for herself and buys a jade bracelet for Cui Wan. Standing in front of Gu Mingzhu as she pays the bill, Gu Mingzhu, furrowing her brow in lamentation, reflects on the earlier incident, feeling both pity for Su Tan and cursing Gu Tingchen several times for being worse than a pig or dog. Su Jinghong tugs at his mother's sleeve, unable to suppress a smile. Mother, Annie did not like that bracelet. She did it on purpose. Gu Mingzhu is well aware that Su Tan acted intentionally. Yet she still harbors a grudge. Although Song Tingchen incurred a loss, did this not benefit Lu Qingyin? Su Tan tugs at the corners of her mouth. The sunlight today is quite warm, and she comfortably squints her eyes. Let us see. Purchasing this jade bracelet may not be a blessing. Su Tan knows well that she has never been a virtuous person. How could she unwittingly commit foolish acts to make Lu Qingyin feel triumphant? That jade bracelet is certainly not a prized possession. Madame Song, upon leaving the house in high spirits, returns with a face so long it could rival a donkey's. Even when Song Xiao calls her, she ignores him. Song Tingchen furrows his brow, understanding his mother's frugality, and finds her anger somewhat justified. He attempts to console her. Mother, times have changed. The Song family is no longer what it once was. The set of headpieces I bought you last month cost more than 23,000 taels. Madame Song thinks to herself that this is incomparable. As his mother, she is entitled to whatever he spends on her. I do not mind you buying jewelry for Qingyin, but why must you be such a fool? Why pay 5 times the price for it? Have you lost your senses? Madame Song is more concerned that Song Tingchen's actions are a deliberate attempt to provoke Su Tan, indicating that he still harbors feelings for her, which would indeed be a loss of both wife and soldier. And you, Qingyin, I have always regarded you as calm and steady, devoid of any vain desires. How is it that you two are so thoughtless today? She does not begrudge spending money on Lu Qingyin. It is simply that 23,000 taels is far too much. Lu Qingyin's eyes redden as she cautiously glances at Song Tingchen. Never mind, brother Song. I do not want this bracelet anymore. Let us return it. But the receipt has been torn to shreds. What is there to return? The more Madame Song thinks, the angrier she becomes. Reaching out to pinch Song Xiao's face, this foolish child is to blame. Song Xiao dodges towards Song Tingchen. Madame Song, unable to catch up, stumbles and injures her back, her expression twisting in pain.
Oh, dear.
Auntie, what happened? Lu Qingyin rushes over, attempting to support her. Yet at that moment, Madame Song, still seething with anger, instinctively pushes her arm away. Lu Qingyin, losing her balance, falls hard to the ground. My arm. With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Qingyin's small face contorts, her voice choked with sobs. Brother Song, my arm. It feels like it's dislocated. It hurts so much. Song Tingchen's brow twitches violently as he turns to look at Madame Song. Though he supports her, his expression darkens. Mother, what are you doing? Even if you are upset, you should not treat Qingyin this way. At this moment, one could hardly overlook Lu Qingyin's pitiful appearance, suggesting that her injuries were quite severe. He gestured for the matron beside old Madame Song to assist her in sitting down, then, with a stern expression, proceeded to reset Lu Qingyin's dislocated arm, urging her to endure the pain. Tears streamed down Lu Qingyin's cheeks as she felt as if she might faint from the agony. Yet, despite her distress, she dared not express her anger towards the instigator and could only sob quietly to vent her dissatisfaction. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeper. He had already sent for a doctor, exclaiming, Mother, your behavior today has been excessive. Old Madame Song struggled to articulate her thoughts. I never intended to harm Qingyin. I didn't apply much force. I merely blocked her hand and gently pushed her. I swear I didn't use excessive strength. I had no idea she would fall so severely and dislocate her arm. Observing the fragile and distressed Lu Qingyin, old Madame Song felt a pang of annoyance. Qingyin, please do not cry. I truly didn't exert myself. I am at a loss as to what happened. Old Madame Song even pondered whether Lu Qingyin was feigning her distress over the costly jade bracelet incident, perhaps attempting to evoke sympathy through a display of suffering. But upon further reflection, she dismissed the thought. She yearned to reach out to Lu Qingyin, beckoning her closer. But even that slight movement aggravated her back, causing her to wince in pain. Song Xiao blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend why both his grandmother and Aunt Qing were suddenly in such pain. He opened his mouth to speak, only to feel a cold draft rush in, prompting him to burst into tears, covering his face as he wailed. Oh, father, it hurts so much. My teeth ache. It feels as if hundreds of ants are biting me. Song Tingchen's brow twitched with irritation. He turned to hasten the servants to summon the doctor. But as he reached the door, the plaque above the warm chamber unexpectedly crashed down, striking his shoulder. The three inside the room were momentarily stunned. Father, Brother Song.
Tingchen.
Chapter 22. Song Xiao. Wicked woman, come home and catch ghosts with me. The plaque fell without warning, leaving Song Tingchen's shoulder painfully swollen. The family doctor administered treatment as old Madame Song's face was etched with concern, yet the slightest movement sent sharp pains shooting through her back. They say that spending money can avert disaster. Today's expenditure of 23,000 taels will bring us misfortune. Lu Qingyin, with her head bowed and her hand still throbbing with pain, could not stop the tears from flowing. Normally, old Madame Song would feel sympathy for her tears, but today she found herself inexplicably irritated. Enough, Qingyin. Stop crying. If you keep this up, we will lose our good fortune. Lu Qingyin bit her lip, suppressing further tears, and cast a tearful glance at Song Tingchen. Brother Tingchen, how are you? Song Tingchen's expression remained unruffled, having faced the chaos of battle. He regarded the plaque's impact as a mere trifle. It is of no consequence. You and mother must rest well in the coming days. Song Xiao, sobbing and sniffling, had one side of his face swollen like a bun, his teeth throbbing as if little people were dancing inside. Father, it hurts. Song Tingchen's demeanor darkened slightly. Endure it. Who told you to indulge in sweets? The doctor provided Song Xiao with some Sichuan pepper to alleviate the pain. Young master, you must reduce your consumption of sweet foods. It appears your tooth is severely decayed. Fortunately, it is time for it to be replaced. Just endure it for another 10 to 15 days until it falls out, and a new one will grow in. Song Xiao pouted. It's not a cavity. There are ghosts. It must be ghosts. In the past, whenever he felt discomfort, the wicked woman would claim it was due to mischievous spirits, assuring him that capturing them would solve his woes. Song Xiao dashed to Song Tingchen, shaking his uninjured arm. Father, summon the wicked woman. Let her help me catch ghosts. As long as Su Tan captures the ghost and stops my pain, I shall generously call her mother. Yet, I shall never forgive her so easily. Song Tingchen, expressionless, brushed aside his hand, observing that Song Xiao was full of energy and hardly seemed haunted. Do not be foolish. The doctor has already stated your affliction is due to overindulgence in sweets. You eat so many sweet treats. If you are suffering, it is your own doing. Song Tingchen's expression was as foreboding as the capricious weather outside. Song Xiao pouted. If you want to go find her, then I will. With that, he covered his face and ran off. Song Tingchen's temples throbbed as he pulled his coat tighter and hurried after him. Song Xiao, with his swollen face, ran for nearly half an hour before finally reaching the Duke of Dinggua's residence. He pointed at the gatekeeper, familiar from his previous visits during festivals. I want to see the wicked woman. There are ghosts in my house. Send her to catch them. Song Tingchen's countenance was as frigid as the frost adorning the stone lions at the entrance as he scooped up Song Xiao, declaring, come back with me.
She will not see you.
I want to. Song Xiao protested stubbornly, kicking his legs wildly. His teeth ached grievously, and if the wicked woman did not capture the troublesome ghost, he felt he might perish from the pain. I want to see her. Song Xiao slipped from Song Tingchen's grasp and stumbled, falling clumsily, which sent a sharp pain through his ankle. He gasped in agony and pointed at the gatekeeper. Did you hear that? Hurry and summon the wicked woman. The gatekeeper wore a respectful smile, yet his eyes reflected indifference. Young master, I am unaware of whom you speak. The people of the Duke of Dingwa's residence are all virtuous and upright. I have never seen any wicked woman. You must have come to the wrong place. As for Song Tingchen, the gatekeeper chose to ignore him, seemingly wishing to spit in his face. Song Tingchen's expression turned cold. Please inform your young mistress that her son is ill and wishes to see her. The gatekeeper maintained a polite smile, responding, General Song. I regret to inform you that our young mistress is currently out and has yet to return. Standing in the biting cold, Song Tingchen grasped Song Zhao's hand, his voice chilling as the first snowstorm of the northern lands. When will she return? The gatekeeper continued to smile. I cannot say, sir. It is freezing. If there is nothing urgent, perhaps you and the young master should return to the general's residence and wait. If she returns, I will have someone notify you. It was evident there was no intent to allow them inside to wait. As a mere gatekeeper, he could not act as the master of the house. Such treatment implied someone had instructed him. Song Tingchen, as cold as the frost, felt the ache in his shoulder, but dismissed the urge to engage in futility. He was about to carry Song Xiao away when he caught sight of several figures approaching.
Sultan's expression hardened.
What brings you here?
Gu Mingzu, holding Hongge air,
Spoke coldly, truly relentless. My teeth hurt so much. I might die from the pain. Hurry back and help me catch ghosts. Song Xiao exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he clutched Su Tan's sleeve, displaying an alarming precocity in his demands. Su Tan pushed his hand away, her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded his swollen face. Pain is to be expected, with that jade bracelet in play. The others in the Duke of Dingwa's residence will not be affected, but Song Tingchen and his family will endure their share of misfortune. A hint of mockery danced in her eyes as she surveyed the father and son. What concern is it of mine? Song Zhao's face fell, tears streaming down as he glared at Su Tan with an intensity that bordered on fury. I said my teeth hurt. It hurts so much. There are ghosts in the general's residence. Can't you hear? Su Tan cast him a dispassionate glance. I heard. So what? Tears continued to fall from Song Zhao's cheeks as he gritted his teeth, staring intently at Su Tan. You must come back with me to catch the ghosts. Father is injured, and so are Aunt Qing and grandmother. If you do not capture the ghost, we will suffer immensely. Su Tan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. In times of trouble, the fierce Zhou Wu Yan appears, while during peaceful moments, it is the gentle Xia Ing Chen. Young Song Xiao, despite his tender age, has fully grasped the situation. A mocking glimmer flickered in her eyes. The Song family, with their wealth, could easily summon a master of the mystical arts to exorcise spirits. Or perhaps, after purchasing a jade bracelet, the Song family has exhausted their funds and must now shamelessly seek help from their former wife. Song Tingchen's expression suddenly turned icy as he fixed a cold gaze upon Su Tan. Each encounter with her revealed the depths of her ruthlessness that he had underestimated. Clenching his jaw, he looked as grim as a stormy sea and enveloped Song Xiao in his arms. We shall take our leave. I will not. Song Xiao's eyes were reddened, resembling a frenzied young bull, glaring fiercely at Su Tan. He hurled the most scathing insults he could muster at her. You are nothing but a beggar. Who would care for you? You cannot even afford a bracelet. Old and ugly as you are, no one would ever like you. Honggu's expression darkened at once, ready to reprimand Song Xiao, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a group approaching them. It was none other than the steward of the Prince of Chen's palace. With a genial smile, the steward bypassed Song Tingchen and his son, directing his attention towards Su Tan. Miss Su, your heroic act in saving the princess today has brought great delight to His Highness. He gestured towards the numerous chests lined up behind him. These are all gifts from His Highness as a token of appreciation. The other princes, upon learning of your deed, have also sent 2 chests to express their gratitude. Opening one chest, he revealed a dazzling array of rare treasures. The contents of this box have been personally selected and placed within by the princess herself. She insisted on confirming your satisfaction in person, and should you find them unsatisfactory, she will gladly exchange them.
Sultan ese gazetel de pana beautifully erant plum blossom.
Please convey my heartfelt thanks to the princess. I truly adore it. Song Xiao's eyes were fixed hungrily on the treasures, particularly a luminous pearl the size of a fist. I want that. Give it to me. Su Tan's possessions were, by right, his. With indifference, Su Tan turned away, ignoring him as she invited the steward in for tea. Song Xiao struggled to escape Song Ting-chen's grasp, yearning to follow her inside, but the servants of the Su family swiftly blocked his path. Young Master Song, without Miss Su's consent, you cannot enter. The little white-eyed wolf, who thrived on others' kindness, still wished to cling to Miss Su.
Leave.
Stop dreaming. Biting his lip, Song Xiao glared at Su Tan's retreating figure, and with the sound of a door closing, he found himself isolated from the world. Chapter 23. My only child is Chong Lo. After bidding farewell to the steward, Cui Wan handed 2 invitations to Su Tan, placing one into her hands. She closed the invitation and set it on the table. Outside, the wind and snow howled, as if even the heavens were foretelling the unrest that loomed over the capital. The crown princess is due to give birth in a couple of days. The prince is anxious, fearing that someone may send malevolent spirits to cause trouble, and has requested our presence to stand guard. Tomorrow they will head to the Eastern Palace, and it's likely they might even have to stay there. Su Tan furrowed her brow. Many eyes were fixated on the crown princess's condition. With the crown prince bedridden, this birth was of utmost importance. While some hoped for a safe delivery, others wished for calamity to befall both mother and child. Listening to the howling wind and snow outside, Su Tan sighed. It seems tomorrow we shall face a formidable battle. Cui Wan's expression tightened. The imminent delivery of the crown princess would undoubtedly attract those who would not miss such an opportunity. She shook her head. Never mind others, what about you? I've heard about today's events. The Song family's ingrates always linger around you. If you can remain steadfast like today, that would be ideal. But I fear you might suddenly soften. After all, Song Xiao is still a child who cannot be without a mother.
Sultan Nohret Hergaze.
A faint smile tugging at her lips, yet her fingers tightened slightly. Sister, do you know what I dreamt of last night? I dreamt of Chong Lo. Cui Wan's expression froze instantly. Su Tan's voice, entwined with the gusts of wind and snow outside, reached Cui Wan's ears. Chong Lo told me to never show weakness. She said that once I escaped the wolf's den, I must never return.
Cui Wan grasped Sultan's hand tightly.
Her eyes slightly reddening. On the day Chong Lo departed, Su Tan had wept until she fainted, plagued by a nightmare. In that dream, she had agreed to let the Song family take Lu Qingyin as a secondary wife. From that moment onward, Su Tan's husband and child would belong to Lu Qingyin. Su Tan often quarreled with Song Ting-chen. She had given birth to Chong Lo, who, unlike now, had once thrived for 2 years. However, Chong Lo had a heart condition and could not endure stress. Yet, Song Xiao would always find ways to taunt his sister while Su Tan brewed medicine for her. Chong Lo was endearing and well-behaved, resembling Su Tan's little comforter, while Song Xiao viewed her as a rival, especially since Chong Lo held no affection for Lu Qingyin. Later, when Chong Lo suddenly contracted smallpox, Su Tan tirelessly cared for her for 3 days and nights, depleting all her merits and spiritual energy, yet still could not keep Chong Lo by her side. With Chong Lu's departure, Su Tan felt her heart shatter. After burying Chong Lo in peace, Su Tan set fire to the entire general's estate, leaving no survivors, herself included. As the wind and snow howled outside, Su Tan's lips trembled, wiping away her fallen tears. I often ponder whether it was not merely a dream. Could it be that Chong Lo, unwilling to see me meet such an end, sacrificed her own life for me to have another chance? Otherwise, why could I not retain Chong Lo? Cui Wan held Su Tan's hand tightly, embracing her in consolation, tears brimming in her eyes. No, that was just a dream.
Atan.
But consider it a reminder from Chong Lo in spirit, urging you not to repeat past mistakes.
Sultan shook her head.
The sorrow in her expression gradually dissipating. Her gaze grew cold, inch by inch. Repeat past mistakes? In this life, unless Song Ting-chen and Song Xiao are dead, I shall never set foot in the general's estate again. Though her words were harsh, they reflected Su Tan's current sentiments. She would not show any weakness for Song Xiao. Each encounter with him and Song Ting-chen sent a shiver down her spine. And the dream from last night only solidified her resolve. My only child is Chong Lo. As for Song Xiao, he is merely a leech that I bore within me.
Cui Wan nodded vigorously.
It is excellent that you can think this way. Song Xiao is not only inferior to Chong Lo, but is even less than a night-wailing ghost. No matter how much you invest in him, he will never appreciate it. The Song family. In the later hours of the night, Song Xiao caused a ruckus, dragging out a chest and smashing its contents repeatedly. Tears streamed down his face as he vented his frustration, throwing down the wooden carvings he once crafted with Su Tan. Burn these. I never wish to see them again. They are all gifts from that wicked woman. His maid, Rui Hong, looked on with concern, biting her lip before finally mustering the courage to advise him. Young master, these were blessed by the late madam and can ensure safety and ward off evil. If you do not like them, you could simply store them away. Why must you burn them? Get away. Song Xiao hurled a cup at Rui Hong. She barely managed to dodge, but the cup struck her shoulder painfully, tears welling in her eyes. Gritting his teeth, Song Xiao spat cruelly. If you do not burn them, I will have someone burn you instead. Rui Hong was taken aback, never expecting Song Xiao's temperament to have become so malignant. She dared not advise further, suppressing her pain as she mumbled, yes. With reddened eyes, she slowly gathered the scattered items, glancing back at Song Xiao with an unspoken message, but ultimately sealed her lips and departed quietly. Outside, the wind and snow swirled in a delicate dance. Rui Hong gazed at a string of exquisite sandalwood beads, alongside a finely carved statue of Guangong. After much hesitation, she ultimately could not bring herself to incinerate them. After all, they were unwanted by the young master. Since they were no longer desired, she thought it permissible to keep them. Rui Hong pressed her lips together, contemplating that these items had been consecrated. Even if they could not ward off evil or protect the home, they were visually appealing and would not cause harm by being retained. She halted her steps, turned around, and returned to the servants' quarters, carefully tucking the items beneath her blanket. That night, as she was not required to keep watch, she took the string of purple sandalwood beads and made her way to the front courtyard, presenting them to her elder brother, Yun Song. Yun Song was engaged in purchasing supplies, often needing to rise before dawn to secure certain items. As the saying goes, those who travel the night roads often encounter spirits. Rui Hong felt a twinge of unease and said, "Wear this. I cannot say if it will help, but it was carved by the late lady. The young master ordered me to burn it, but I could not bear to." Yun Song, though skeptical of such superstitions, felt a pang of regret at the thought of destroying something so beautiful. Given the recent spate of strange occurrences in the capital, he too felt an unsettling chill in the air. To ease his sister's mind, he donned the beads and rummaged in his sleeve pocket, producing a plain silver hairpin. "Sister, I happen to have something for you as well. I must leave the estate tonight, and your beads are quite timely." As the clock struck the second hour of the tiger, Yun Song and his companions set out. Lanterns in hand, they traversed a long river, the lights casting a soft glow as the water shimmered with an eerie green luminescence. A faint fishy odor wafted up from the depths. One of the men could not help but mutter, "What bad luck. We cannot avoid this cursed river on our purchasing trip." Yun Song felt a sudden chill creep up his spine, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over him. His heart sank, and he inquired of his companions, "What is wrong with this road?" They looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "You do not know? This river is notorious. Each year, it claims several victims, leading people to believe it is ominous. Consequently, they avoid this route, yet here they were unfortunate enough to pass by at this very hour. The night is heavy with yin energy, a time when the yang energy of humans wanes. Those with lighter destinies and weaker bodies often see things invisible to others." One person leaned in close to Yun Song and whispered, "I've heard it said that there are water ghosts in this river. Those who have drowned were taken as substitutes by these spirits. We must tread carefully." Yun Song's heart raced, cold sweat dampening his back, the sound of his nails scraping against the wooden planks echoing in his ears. The beads on his wrist began to warm ominously. The closer they approached the river, the more intense the heat became. In the biting cold, while others shivered, Yun Song felt as if his wrist might be seared. He swallowed hard, the freezing wind biting at his face. Maintaining a stern expression, he admonished himself not to frighten himself further. If spirits existed, they would not target them. After all, as the saying goes, those who do not commit wrongful acts need not fear ghostly visits. He had done no wrong, so why would he be haunted? Resolutely, he pressed on with his lantern. But suddenly, something tripped him, sending him tumbling forward. Fortunately, a thick pile of grass cushioned his fall, preventing him from plunging into the river. Yet, something cold gripped his foot tightly, sending a jolt of terror through him. Just as he was about to cry out for help, the chilling sensation vanished, as if it had never been there. Meanwhile, the beads on his wrist felt as though they might burn through his skin. Dazed, He stared at the grass beneath him as two companions helped him up, their expressions perplexed as they glanced toward the river. What just happened? You fell right after we mentioned the river's troubles. There were no branches or stones in the way. We just said it was cursed and you stumbled. Let us move. This is too eerie. They collectively gasped in shock. Yunsong's scalp prickled with fear, and he dared not turn around, opting instead to catch glimpses of the river's unsettling green glow from the corners of his eyes. Just moments ago, he had felt something icy brush against his foot. At this, gasps of horror erupted from his companions, and the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. You worthless scoundrels. Wait for me. After the unsettling incident, no one dared linger. Overcome with dread, they quickened their pace, eager to escape this cursed place. Yunsong glanced back, nearly fainting from the sight before him. He saw a figure radiating an eerie green light, its expression one of deep resentment as it clutched its wrist, glaring at them with a mixture of malice and longing. But as he looked again, the apparition seemed to sink beneath the surface, as though everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Yunsong felt a shiver run down his spine and knew he could not afford to linger any longer. Little did he realize at that very moment, the pallor of death that had once lingered upon his face began to dissipate, and his previously frail appearance began to transform. The next day, Yunsong sought an opportunity to summon Ruihong to the front courtyard. With no one else around, he revealed the beads to her, pointing to one that had dimmed significantly. Thanks to this, I might not have returned last night, he whispered, recounting the events by the river in precise detail. Ruihong's brow furrowed in alarm, her expression becoming increasingly peculiar. What troubles you, brother? Yunsong inquired, noticing her odd demeanor. Did something occur in the back courtyard? With a wary glance around to ensure they were alone, Ruihong lowered her voice, sharing, the young master caused quite a ruckus last night, insisting I burn the items his mother had made. When I refused, he threatened to have me burned instead. But guess what? This morning, I noticed he had a large bruise beneath his eye. When I asked, he revealed he had a nightmare, with faceless children chasing him and a blood-soaked girl choking him, demanding to know why he mistreated his mother. As she spoke, a chill spread over Ruihong, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Yunsong felt a cold sweat break out on his brow. I recall you mentioning that the young master often sees things invisible to others and has been ill. But he seemed to recover, and I have not heard of such occurrences since. Could it be that his mother's creations are having an effect? Otherwise, how could he have begun having nightmares immediately after I took those items from Song Xiao's courtyard? Ruihong nudged his arm, cautioning, do not speak of this to anyone else. You know how that master never acknowledges his own mother, fixated only on that woman from the listening pavilion. Yunsong scoffed at the thought. The world deems the young master a wretched creature, and I see why. He doesn't even recognize his own mother. Do not concern yourself with him. If you can take a break, do so. Ruihong had initially been more invested, but after the incident with Song Xiao and her disdainful remark, she came to agree with her brother. A heartless wolf will never be tamed. Madame Song and Lu Qingyin indulged Song Xiao to an extreme degree. Previously, out of concern for the child's moral upbringing, Ruihong would offer a word of caution. But now she had resolved not to voice her opinions any further. He no longer seeks the affection of his biological mother. Once that lady from the Listening Wind Pavilion marries the general, it will be interesting to see whether he still has a place in the household. This morning, I observed that she clung to the general once more, accompanying him out of the residence. However, the destination was unclear to her. Chapter 25. The Crown Princess is about to give birth. Song Tingchen, under the command of Emperor Qinglong, led the Song family army to guard the Eastern Palace, ensuring that no one could enter or exit without thorough inspection. The final checkpoint into the inner courtyard was meticulously overseen by Song Tingchen, with Lu Qingyin assisting him. Despite her injuries still being unhealed, he had initially intended not to bring her along. Yet, standing before him like a delicate willow, she spoke softly, Brother Tingchen, while you may scrutinize the men entering the inner courtyard, what about the women? The matrons of the Eastern Palace, though diligent, can occasionally overlook details. Having me nearby would be more secure, as young ladies would not feel humiliated under my examination. Lu Qingyin's gentle smile illuminated her face. The Crown Princess giving birth is a joyous occasion. Any unpleasantness during the inspection would be rather unbecoming. With this, Song Tingchen ceased to speak further. Lu Qingyin, ever attentive, significantly reduced the likelihood of unwelcome individuals entering the Eastern Palace during the Crown Princess's labor. After a wave of inspections, a beautiful woman, her belly round and supported by two maidservants, approached the inner courtyard with a smile. She was stopped as per protocol for a thorough inspection. The woman, with a pleasant demeanor, looked at Lu Qingyin, her voice soft and ethereal, suggesting an almost otherworldly quality. It is indeed wise to be cautious with the crown princess in labor. My maidservants have already been checked and pose no issues. Several matrons nodded respectfully to Lu Qingyin, indicating that the maidservants were cleared to pass. Lu Qingyin pursed her lips slightly, noting the woman's unusually fair complexion, which could easily be described as even whiter than fresh snow. The woman was clad in a cerulean long gown, its color obscured beneath a thick plum-colored cloak due to the chilly weather. At first glance, she appeared no different from an ordinary woman. Lu Qingyin greeted the lady, gesturing towards a nearby enclosed room. Given the significance of the crown princess's situation, I must ask you to accompany me for a more detailed inspection. The woman readily agreed, her voice carried away by the wind and snow. As the woman unfastened her cloak, Lu Qingyin meticulously examined her, ensuring she bore no concealed weapons before assisting her in readying the cloak. Noticing a faint red mark around the woman's neck, Lu Qingyin frowned, her gaze piercing into the depths of the woman's eyes. What happened to your neck? The mark was stark against her alabaster skin, resembling a solitary red plum blossom blooming in a wintry landscape, striking and glaring. The woman smiled gently, her tone light, as if discussing a trivial matter. Once a woman becomes pregnant, there are always those who wish for misfortune, hoping for harm to both mother and child. Lu Qingyin pressed her lips together, acknowledging the truth in her words. The rivalries among the concubines in the household could lead to deadly outcomes, and childbirth was fraught with peril. The current atmosphere in the Eastern Palace reflected this caution. After sending the woman into the inner courtyard, Lu Qingyin glanced at Song Tingchen before lowering her head again, initially considering small talk. However, she refrained, knowing that bringing up the difficulties of childbirth might lead his thoughts back to Su Tan. After all her careful planning, she did not wish to rekindle any feelings between them. As the adage goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Even before she had the chance to speak, she found herself face to face with someone she wished to avoid, Su Tan, the discarded wife. How could she persist in haunting her? In such turbulent times, Su Tan's brazen appearance in the Eastern Palace caused Song Tingchen's brow to furrow, his gaze sharpening as he addressed her. What brings you here? Ignoring him, Su Tan presented an invitation to a matron in the Eastern Palace. The matron's demeanor instantly shifted to one of utmost respect as she ushered her in.
Misu.
Please follow me. Lu Qingyin's expression changed, her fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist as she glared at the matron.
Wait.
Although Lu Qingyin wore a smile, her eyes betrayed a hint of darkness. Madam Qin, everyone entering the inner courtyard must undergo a thorough inspection. Why is it that Miss Su is exempt? After all, she was carrying a sizable bundle. Who knew if it concealed daggers or poison? The matron hesitated before explaining. The invitation from Miss Su bears the crown prince's personal note, stating that the daughter of Duke Dinghua, Su Tan, requires no inspection. Any issues that arise will be the crown prince's responsibility. Lu Qingyin clenched her fingers tighter, resentment evident in her gaze. Song Tingchen's jaw tightened, his eyes colder than the falling snow. He too was fixated on Su Tan's retreating figure, as if he could bore holes into her back. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, sensing the chill radiating from Song Tingchen. She remarked, Miss Su has changed significantly since her return to the capital. It seems both the crown prince and Prince Chen treat her as an honored guest. Song Tingchen's gaze remained icy, refusing to engage with her comment. He withdrew his attention, contemplating Su Tan's recent maneuvers among the royal children, likely for the sake of her son, Su Jinghong. It struck him as absurd that someone like Su Tan could be so oblivious to familial ties, prioritizing her nephew over her own son. With a stony expression, he instructed, continue the inspections diligently. Do not allow irrelevant matters to distract you. His voice cut through the snow-laden air as if heralding a portentous omen. The weather was particularly severe today, and the celestial observatory had predicted the birth of a son, a sign of prosperity. Should the crown princess bear a grandson, the political landscape would surely shift. With this thought, Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeply. Su Tan seemed determined to align herself with the crown prince's faction, but if, as Lu Qingyin had suggested, this put Xiao Xiao at risk, his expression darkened. He needed to find an opportunity to confront Su Tan directly. Chapter 26, approaching labor after conducting further inspections. None revealed any issues. The only notable incident was a masked girl dressed in red, who, like Su Tan, presented an invitation from the crown prince, brazenly walking between Song Tingchen and Lu Qingyin. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Song Tingchen perceived a hint of malice and disdain in her gaze directed at him. Furrowing his brow, he ultimately chose to dismiss the feeling. During the 3 years of separation from Su Tan, he frequently found himself the subject of scrutinizing or disdainful glances from women in various settings. He had long since grown accustomed to such attention. As the hour approached, the crown princess began her labor, and the Eastern Palace was engulfed in a flurry of activity, an atmosphere of solemnity and gravity enveloping the air. Once the crown princess commenced her ordeal, the Song family's guards took stringent measures, aside from a decree from the emperor. No one was permitted to enter the inner courtyard, not even a fly. In reality, Song Tingchen was stationed at a considerable distance from the inner courtyard and logically, he should not have been able to hear the crown princess's anguished cries. However, as a seasoned general accustomed to the battlefield, his hearing was remarkably acute, and in that moment, the crown princess's wails reverberated in his ears like thunder. Nearby, a maid wiped the sweat from the crown princess's brow, while the midwife displayed a hint of anxiety, urging the crown princess to conserve her strength and refrain from crying out, lest she exhaust herself for the challenges that lay ahead. Cold sweat beaded on the crown princess's forehead, her features contorted in agony as waves of pain crashed over her, nearly drowning her in despair. The pain was unbearable. The maid continued to cool her brow, while the midwife pressed against her abdomen, beads of sweat forming on her own forehead. The crown princess's face turned as pale as parchment, her hair disheveled upon the pillow, and her lower lip had begun to bleed from her biting. Each cry echoed louder than the last, threatening to tear her throat asunder. Your Highness, please endure a little longer. It will soon be over. Su Tan stood to the side, quietly observing the crown princess's plight, instinctively grasping the hand of Cui Wan beside her. Cui Wan's face drained of color, her thoughts uncontrollably drifting back to Su Tan. When Su Tan was in labor, Song Tingchen had not been present. It was Cui Wan who stayed by her side, listening to the increasingly harrowing cries. Previously, Cui Wan had understood that childbirth was a perilous ordeal for women but had never witnessed it firsthand. On that fateful day, as she watched Su Tan nearly lose consciousness, a profound fear took root in her heart. She had never so acutely realized that any mishap during childbirth could lead to Su Tan's demise. Su Tan had once battled the evils of an entire city, yet at that moment, Cui Wan felt a greater terror than she had then. After an arduous struggle, when the child was finally born, Su Tan had nearly lost all strength and collapsed into unconsciousness. The matriarch of the Song family was overjoyed at the arrival of a grandson, planning a grand feast to celebrate and instructing the kitchen to prepare nourishing fish soup for Su Tan. However, that fish soup was not merely for her recovery. It was said that consuming it would enhance her milk supply, facilitating the feeding of the infant. The relatives of the Song family offered their congratulations, exclaiming how fortunate the matriarch was, as her daughter-in-law had given birth to a robust grandson. While the matriarch boasted of Su Tan's pregnancy, she had been diligently attending to her. Now, her efforts had borne fruit, and everything seemed to fall into place. Only Cui Wan and Su's family held the unconscious Su Tan's hand, shedding tears as they gazed upon her pale visage. Song Xiao had always been frail and susceptible to unsavory encounters, prompting Su Tan to personally care for her, often sacrificing her own rest to protect her. During that time, Cui Wan had disguised herself to stay by Su Tan's side. The matriarch had relinquished her duties, claiming that she was of a similar age to Su Tan and thus more capable of caring for her. The matters of the confinement period were primarily managed by Su's family and Cui Wan, leaving the matriarch with little to do. The crown princess's anguished cries jolted Cui Wan back to reality, and upon touching her face, she realized a tear had fallen uncontrollably. Fortunately, everyone else's attention was focused on the crown princess, allowing her to quickly wipe her tears away. She exchanged a glance with the equally tense Su Tan, both remaining vigilant regarding the situation in the delivery room, ready for any unforeseen developments. The crown princess was nearly drenched in cold sweat, as maids rushed in and out of the delivery room, carrying away basin after basin of blood. A strong scent of medicine and blood permeated the entire Eastern Palace, even reaching Song Tingchen, who furrowed his brow and instinctively tightened his grip on his sword. He turned to Lu Qingyin, his lips moving to inquire whether she had heard the crown princess's cries. Lu Qingyin, looking puzzled, replied that it was impossible for her to hear anything from such a distance. Song Tingchen's gaze remained fixed on a bamboo in the courtyard, his grip on the sword tightening as he neither confirmed nor denied hearing the cries. Lu Qingyin's fingers tightened as she discerned the seriousness of his expression. Realizing that he had indeed heard everything, she forced a smile, attempting to reassure him, "Brother Song, it is always like this during childbirth. But once it is over, all will be well. Although the process sounds dreadful, it is not as terrifying as others claim. When my mother gave birth to my sister, I heard her cries, which were equally heart-wrenching. Later, when I asked her about it, she said it hurt, but not excessively. She was simply overwhelmed with worry." She studied Song Tingchen's face carefully, but despite her comforting words, his frown remained unrelenting. Frustration welled within Lu Qingyin from the moment Song Tingchen was assigned to guard the Eastern Palace. She had sensed it was not a favorable task. Therefore, despite her own injuries, she insisted on accompanying him. Now, witnessing the situation, she found her instincts had indeed been correct. Song Tingchen's thoughts, provoked by the crown princess's cries, had inexplicably turned to Su Tan. The crown princess's piercing cries echoed in Song Tingchen's ears, and he ignored Lu Qingyin's attempts at consolation, his focus unwavering on the bamboo in the courtyard. He recalled that he had not been by Su Tan's side during her labor. He had been leading troops into battle. By the time he returned, Song Xiao was already half a year old. Had she endured similar torment as the crown princess was experiencing now? Chapter 27. The Delivery, Your Highness. Push with all your might. You must not sleep now. Agonizing pain enveloped the crown princess, draining the color from her face. The midwives felt as though they were under the threat of a sword, fearing for their lives with every moment. A beautiful woman in a plum-colored cloak approached the delivery room, carrying a bowl of medicine. Su Tan narrowed her eyes, fixating on the woman. Two maids flanked her, scrutinizing the newcomer.
Who are you?
The woman bowed slightly. I have been sent to deliver a bowl of labor-inducing soup for the crown princess. The maids tested the soup with silver needles, and after thorough examination, they nodded in agreement, signaling that the soup contained no harmful substances and could be administered to the crown princess. Just as the maids were about to take the soup from the woman,
Su Tan exchanged a glance with Kuivan.
In an instant, Cui Wan reached out and snatched the bowl away. I have been entrusted by the crown prince to ensure the safety of the crown princess. I must personally verify whether this potion is safe for her to consume. Su Tan fixed her gaze on the woman. This is a place of great significance. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Please step outside with me. The woman regarded Cui Wan and Su Tan, her gaze pausing briefly before she acquiesced with a pleasant demeanor. Very well. She turned away, resolutely leaving the delivery room. However, as she glanced back, her gaze lingered deeply on the crown princess, a long red thread, like a sinuous serpent, winding its way towards the crown princess's belly. Yet, the bustling maidservants and matrons in the courtyard remained oblivious, as if the red thread had never existed. Su Tan, expressionless, grasped it tightly, and with a sharp snap, the thread broke. The beautiful woman halted in her tracks, suddenly pivoting, her expression shifting to one of cold malice. Cui Wan kicked her out, slamming the door of the delivery room shut. Su Tan affixed a yellow talisman to the door, its blazing red light seemingly intent on consuming the beautiful woman. The woman finally cast aside her gentle facade, her gaze dark and frigid, locking onto Su Tan and Cui Wan with a fierce intensity.
Su Tan formed a hand gesture,
enveloping the delivery room in a golden light. The crown princess, in labor, must not be frightened. With this layer of golden aura, no matter the chaos outside, those within would hear not a whisper. How dare you ruin my plans? The beautiful woman's long hair surged toward Su Tan. Su Tan drew her sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, and with a flash of cold light, the strands of hair were severed.
Kuivan threw a ghost restraining talisman,
her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon the woman. No, the female ghost. The labor ghost, a woman who had died in childbirth, appeared in green clothing and yellow skirt, indistinguishable from an ordinary woman. Yet, every labor ghost bore a red line known as the blood bait around their neck. Whenever a woman was in labor, the labor ghost would lie in wait, connecting the blood bait to the womb, and when she pulled the bait tightly, it could lead to the demise of both mother and child. The labor ghost's gaze swept over Cui Wan and Su Tan, and suddenly, the blood bait transformed into a sharp blade, effortlessly shredding the ghost restraining talisman in Cui Wan's hands. Her expression shifted. This talisman could easily deal with malevolent spirits. Yet it was effortlessly crushed, revealing the labor ghost's immense resentment, far beyond that of a typical malevolent spirit. Indeed, the Eastern Palace was no ordinary place. Common apparitions would instinctively avoid it. You two had best not meddle. The labor ghost twisted her neck, her voice laced with chilling malice. Her cruel tongue licking her sharp white teeth, the thin red line on her neck glimmering oddly in the frigid air. Hatred ignited in her eyes. She had waited long for this day, the crown princess's labor, and she would stop at nothing to eliminate this venomous woman. No one could thwart her. The red line around her neck morphed into a slender thread, racing towards the delivery room, only to be effortlessly rebuffed by the golden light above. With sword in hand, Su Tan bit her fingertip, letting blood flow, infusing it with spiritual energy. Break. In an instant, the labor ghost's blood bait was shattered by Su Tan's sword, scattering across the snow. Damn it! I will kill you all! The labor ghost's resentment erupted, her wailing curses echoing as dark energy swirled around her. Chui Wan's expression changed, her fingers dancing swiftly, as if caught in a tempest. 5-star talisman, illuminate the dark, thousands of deities, protect my true spirit. Mighty beasts, subdue the 5 weapons. Demons of the 5 heavens, obliterate form and being. Wherever I stand, all deities bow to me. Swift as a command. A beam of bright light shot towards the labor ghost, whose dark pupils constricted as she evaded with lightning speed. Seizing the moment, Su Tan affixed a binding talisman onto the labor ghost, drawing forth a spirit-binding cord to secure her tightly. The labor ghost struggled in vain. Her eyes filled with venomous hatred. Let me go. I merely sought a surrogate to reincarnate. What wrong have I committed? Damn it. You all deserve to die.
Sultan.
Expressionless, directed her sword's tip towards the ghost's throat. If you wish to avoid obliteration, silence yourself. The labor ghost shuddered, her gaze filled with malice.
Sultan.
What are you doing? Lu Qingyin gasped, astonished as she beheld Su Tan, flanked by Song Tingchen and 20 soldiers from the Song family, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed instantly. The labor ghost immediately adopted a pitiful expression, gazing at Song Tingchen and Lu Qingyin with feigned timidity. Help me. I don't know how I offended this young lady. I am still with child. Ah. My belly aches terribly. Please untie me. The labor ghost's voice carried a hint of seduction, her expression heart-wrenchingly sorrowful, prompting some of the Song soldiers to draw their swords. Glaring menacingly at Su Tan. Release her. As a woman, how can you be so ruthless? This lady carries a child. Do you wish to bring about her demise? Voices of reproach surged forth like a tide. Lu Qingyin wiped her tears, her body shrinking slightly, her eyes filled with disapproval as she looked at Su Tan. Sister Su Tan, can't you speak kindly? Why must you make things difficult for a mother? You too are a mother. A soldier cast a disdainful glance at Su Tan. Humph. A woman who abandons her husband and children is hardly a mother. I see her heart is as venomous as a serpent. Thankfully, the general divorced her. How fortunate that such a wicked woman did not perish in the wild. Lu Qingyin's face reflected dismay. Please don't say such things about Sister Su Tan. There must be a misunderstanding. But this lady looks so pitiful. She stepped forward, intending to untie the labor ghost. Whoosh! Su Tan's sword flew forth, slicing through the air past Lu Qingyin's cheek, lifting a strand of hair, and embedding itself in the snow. Lu Qingyin's face drained of color, her legs buckled, and her frail body collapsed into the snow, the bone-chilling cold enveloping her. Su Tan coldly uttered a single word, leave.
Sultan.
Song Tingchen's expression darkened. Extending a hand to help Lu Qingyin up, his gaze shadowed. The Eastern Palace is not a place for you to vent personal grievances. His gaze fell once more upon the beautiful woman, her belly swollen, her expression pained, his demeanor growing even more somber. Su Tan raised her hand, drawing a short blade from her sleeve, which grazed Song Tingchen's cheek, swiftly embedding itself in the snow. A line of blood welled from Song Tingchen's face, stark against the icy backdrop. Su Tan remained indifferent, declaring, you two leave. Lu Qingyin shivered, grateful that the blade had not marred her own face. Mad woman.
Sultan.
That forsaken woman is a lunatic. Chui Wan rolled her eyes nearby, forming a gesture to summon Su Tan's sword and short blade back. If one opens their mouth merely to spew filth, what difference is there from a wild dog? Had I been as blind and foolish as General Song, I would have long since severed my own throat. With that, Chui Wan pulled out a yellow talisman from her sleeve, slapping it onto the pitiful labor ghost. Chapter 28. The wet nurse is dead. Look closely at this seemingly pitiful woman. What truly is she? The labor ghost let out a wretched scream, and in an instant, her flesh began to rot away rapidly. Her overly pale skin gradually turned almost transparent, exuding a pungent stench of decay that caused the onlookers to recoil in horror, hastily covering their noses. Who could have imagined that the weeping woman was, in fact, a ghost clad in human skin? Lu Qingyin, having already endured a night of nightmares, fainted at the unexpected sight. Qingyin. Song Tingchen's expression changed abruptly as he rushed to steady her. Casting a glance at the impassive Su Tan, a wave of indescribable suffocation swelling within him. He parted his lips, about to speak, when exclamations erupted from within the delivery room. Crown Princess, push. The child's head is emerging. Amitabha, thank the heavens. Crown Princess, just a bit more. And the child will be born. A loud wail pierced the air. The Crown Princess, drenched in sweat, suddenly devoid of strength, like a kite with a severed string, collapsing as if her petals had wilted, her eyes gently closing. It's a little prince. Quickly, go report to His Highness. The Crown Princess has given birth to a little prince. The Crown Princess has fainted. The anxious cries of the maidservant echoed, followed closely by the soothing voice of the midwife. Do not be afraid. The Crown Princess is merely exhausted. Let her rest for a while, and she will be fine upon waking. The maidservant sighed in relief at these words and hurriedly prepared warm water to clean the Crown Princess's body. However, as soon as she lifted the blanket, her face turned ashen. Not good. The Crown Princess is hemorrhaging. Someone, quickly summon the Imperial Physician. The Crown Princess is bleeding. The room was immediately filled with a cacophony of cries. The noise outside the delivery room was inaudible within, yet every word spoken inside was crystal clear to those outside. The one suffering was the Crown Princess, yet Song Tingchen, who had no connection to her, stood there like a marionette with its soul drained, frozen in place. Su Tan furrowed her brow and slowly turned to him. General Song, do you intend to remain here? The wind and snow howled, causing the wound on his face to throb painfully. Song Tingchen cast a deep glance at Su Tan, his eyes filled with inscrutable emotions.
Su Tan.
Was your own delivery as perilous as this? Su Tan's features were cold, and she found it somewhat amusing. Song Xiao is already 7 years old, and only now does the general think to ask about the dangers of my childbirth. Do you not find that laughable? Song Tingchen's breath caught, his jaw tightening. He left with the Song family troops, entrusting Lu Qingyin to the care of the household midwives. Chui Wan rolled her eyes and muttered about the maidservant's incompetence. After venting her frustration, she turned to see Su Tan had already pushed open the delivery room door and stepped inside. Chui Wan spread her hands, then fixed her gaze on the midwife. Behave yourself. Upon seeing Su Tan, Ji Chun, the Crown Princess's personal maid, seemed to have found her anchor. Miss Su, please save the Crown Princess. She is hemorrhaging. Su Tan hurried to the Crown Princess, opened her satchel, and took out a small wooden box, feeding a fragrant medicinal pill to the Crown Princess. Although her condition was critical, the bleeding finally ceased after taking the pill. Everyone present, the maidservants, medical women, and the midwife, let out a collective sigh of relief. Had anything happened to the Crown Princess, all those attending her and the midwife would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Ji Chun cleaned the Crown Princess's body and replaced the damp bedding with fresh linens. Thanks to Miss Su. May I ask what you just administered to the Crown Princess?
Su Tan paused briefly.
It was a reviving pill. Ji Chun gasped, as a companion of the Crown Princess. She was well-informed and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the mention of the reviving pill created by the renowned Dr. Weo.
Su Tan nodded,
Intending to brush it off, but her brow suddenly furrowed as she swiftly moved to the wet nurse's side, tossing a talisman to freeze her in place and cradling the child in her arms. The wet nurse, frozen in shock, held a shimmering silver dagger in her hand, poised to strike the child. Gasps filled the delivery room. However, before anyone could subdue the wet nurse, her body collapsed to the ground, lifeless as if her soul had been siphoned away. Ji Chun reached out to check the wet nurse's breath, her expression shifting dramatically.
She's gone. Su Tan's face tightened.
The Crown Princess's delivery had been fraught with peril, first with the ghost of childbirth and now with a problematic wet nurse. Suddenly, The crown princess awoke with a start. "Do not harm my child." Su Tan quickly collected her thoughts and approached the crown princess, reassuring her, "Your Highness, do not worry. The child is unharmed." The crown princess turned her dazed gaze to see her child safe and exhaled a long breath. Perhaps it was the bond between mother and child. But tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes in that moment. Ji Chun hurriedly wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Your Highness, you must not cry during your confinement. Please bear with it. Rest assured, the little prince is safe." The crown princess dried her tears, her expression cold as she glared at the wet nurse's corpse. This woman had been meticulously chosen, and now she had almost caused her death. Unfortunately, with the wet nurse dead, any chance of investigation was thwarted. After all, the dead cannot speak.
No.
The crown princess suddenly turned to Su Tan, weakly grasping her hand. "Master Su, the wet nurse has just died. If we could capture her spirit, might she reveal the identity of those behind this?" Su Tan shook her head. With a soft sigh, she replied, "Your Highness, the wet nurse was not under anyone's orders. She was controlled by a curse, unaware of her own actions." The crown princess's gaze darkened as she clutched the silk blanket tightly. "Ji Chun, investigate the wet nurse's movements over the past few days, whom she has met, what she has consumed. Every detail must be reported to me." Su Tan hesitated, sensing that perhaps it wouldn't be necessary to go to such lengths. Chapter 29. Interrogation of the childbirth spirit. "What do you mean by that?" The crown princess narrowed her eyes, shifting her gaze from her child to Su Tan.
Sultan.
Unhurried in her response, simply observed the sleeping infant in her arms before asking, "Your Highness, do you not find it unusually silent in the delivery room?" The crown princess paused. It was said that a snowy day heralds a bountiful year, and today the snow fell heavily. Logically, the north wind should howl like a lamenting ghost, yet there was not even a whisper of wind. A chill ran down her spine as the unsettling feeling she had dismissed during labor surged back. The crown princess was well aware of the ominous signs. She had been on the brink of death, indicating that something significant must have transpired outside. Gripping the silk blanket tightly, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a glint of cold determination shone within. "Today, during my delivery, many would wish for both me and my child to perish. They would not merely prepare one scheme. While targeting the wet nurse was indeed effective, the variables involved were too great. What if someone anticipated that the wet nurse might become a weak link and decided to keep a close watch? Or perhaps the crown prince had arranged for someone he trusted even more. If she were the mastermind, she would prefer to die in childbirth herself.
Master Su.
Please tell me what transpired outside during my delivery. I have just returned from the brink of death. Aside from losing my child, I can withstand anything." Su Tan lowered her gaze. "Sister, let the crown princess see." As Su Tan's words fell, the delivery room door swung open, ushering in a gust of cold wind as Chui Wan threw the childbirth spirit onto the floor. Gasps erupted within the room. Even the experienced crown princess recoiling at the horrific visage of the spirit. The crown princess's fingers dug into her palms as her gaze fell upon the spirit, then quickly shifted away. Uncertainty flickered in her eyes as she looked at Su Tan. "Master Su, what is this?"
A child versus spirit, Sultan de Plaid.
Cradling the child and succinctly recounting the events that had transpired outside the delivery room. The crown princess felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively clutching her abdomen, her expression reflecting profound fear. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the terror swelling within, and fixed her gaze on the fallen spirit, only to feel a strange familiarity. However, despite racking her memory, she could not recall where she had seen this spirit before. Dismissing her attendants, the crown princess coldly glared at the spirit and demanded, "Who are you? I have no grievances with you. Why do you wish to harm my child?" The spirit's face twisted in rage, its dark eyes blazing with hatred, yet a sinister smile played on its lips. "I merely sought a substitute, and happened to encounter the crown princess during childbirth. I bear no grudge towards you, your highness. It is merely unfortunate luck on your part." Her tone was soft and melodious, enough to make one feel weak at the knees, yet the crown princess shivered under the chill that enveloped her. She could hardly be oblivious to the fact that the ghost of childbirth spoke naught but falsehoods. This discourse was clearly a mockery of her. Gritting her teeth, a glacial light glimmered in her eyes, tinged with a hint of malevolence. "If you do not confess the truth, I shall spare no expense in summoning the most skilled sorcerers from across the land. There are countless methods to torment a wretched spirit like you." And I refuse to believe I cannot pry. Open your lips. She fixed the ghost with a heavy stare, her voice icy. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. The ghost remained unyielding, twisting her neck with a sinister grin that betrayed no fear. Go ahead, Your Highness. I am resolute. Even if I were to disintegrate into ashes, I would never yield to your wishes. The princess's expression grew darker, a tempest brewing in her eyes. At that moment, Su Tan glanced at the ghost and queried, How can you be so certain that your enemy is the princess? The ghost abruptly raised her gaze, her eyes narrowing as they fixated on Su Tan. What do you mean? Shui Wan shot her a disdainful look, whispering fool under her breath. Su Tan produced a truth-telling talisman, affixing it to the ghost. You shall divulge everything you know to the princess, word for word. With her lips sealed tightly, the ghost thought it a dream, yet once she opened her mouth, she found herself uncontrollably confessing, Someone captured me and made a deal, instructing me to enter the Eastern Palace today so that you might perish in childbirth. The princess was gripped by a chill, yet fear was eclipsed by urgency as she pressed, Who harbors such malice? The ghost glared at her, wishing to proclaim that she would take the secret to her grave, but instead, the words tumbled forth, I do not know their identity, but they share your desire for your demise. A sense of frustration welled within the princess as she had hoped to uncover the truth today, only to find the ghost devoid of knowledge. Her voice dripped with irritation as she turned to Su Tan. Master Su, this ghost knows nothing. Simply dispose of her. What purpose does she serve, nearly costing me my life? Handing the child to Shui Wan, Su Tan retrieved a piece of rice paper and a charcoal pencil, her gaze sweeping over the ghost. Now, describe the face of that person to the princess in detail. The ghost was reluctant to speak, but the talisman compelled her, leaving her with no choice but to recount everything she had witnessed, word for word. Once she finished, Su Tan had sketched the visage of the mastermind. The princess's eyes widened momentarily, fixated on the drawing. Though not surprised by the revelation, her expression darkened to the point of radiating an ominous aura. The Duke of Yu truly is a persistent specter. Even with broken legs, he remains restless. The ghost, her chilling form trembling, locked her pitch-black eyes onto the princess. Her eye sockets twisted with resentment, like a poisoned arrow. She hissed, No matter how cruel the Duke of Yu may be, he pales in comparison to you. Your actions have led to my demise and that of my child. Even if I cannot take your life, divine retribution shall find you. Above your head, there are deities. You shall not escape your fate. Neither shall your child. The princess's expression darkened further, yet a chilling smile crept across her lips. I do not claim to be a virtuous person. Among ministers, consorts, and even the emperor and empress, who dares to claim their hands are clean? Her gaze fell upon the ghost, her brows slightly furrowing. Yet I have only taken the lives of those whose names I remember. This ghost before me is merely familiar. You accuse me of harming you and your child? Ironically, though I have blood on my hands, I have never raised a blade against a child. You lie. The ghost's eyes brimmed with blood tears, her hoarse wail mingling with the howling northern winds. The red marks on her neck became increasingly pronounced as she vehemently accused. Do you not see this mark? It is all thanks to you. Had it not been for your interference, Pei Lang would never have strangled me during childbirth, causing me to lose both my life and my child. The princess laughed in anger, her brows furrowing tightly. The ghost's claims grew ever more absurd. She had never even met anyone named Pei.
Wait.
The princess's eyes narrowed as a memory flickered to life. Her cousin Zhao Linghui's husband bore the surname Pei. This thought unlocked a floodgate of recollection. Now she remembered why the ghost seemed familiar. You were Pei Qingyun's concubine, were you not? What was your name again? Lin Wanwan. If I recall correctly, half a year prior, when her cousin was with child, the princess had visited, and in a chance encounter, met Lin Wanwan. The girl had been timid, barely able to speak, but her beauty was striking. Had she not remembered, it might have been better. Yet now the princess felt a knot forming in her chest, a suffocating pressure. Lin Wanwan, Linghui once told me of your tragic fate, your entire family slaughtered by bandits. And you nearly sold into a brothel after being rejected by your betrothed. It was only Pei Qingyun who saved you and took you in as a concubine, granting you refuge. At the time, she had felt a pang of sympathy, thinking how brazen bandits could be under the emperor's nose. If they were not brought to justice, the capital would surely be thrown into chaos. How had it come to this, that her words had led to Pei Qingyun strangling Lin Wanwan, resulting in her untimely death? Was Pei Qingyan truly the murderer? Had the bandits been sent by him, and her mere words caused him to lose his composure, leading to this tragic outcome? How dare you slander Pei Lang? Lin Wanwan's dark eyes flared crimson, filled with a desire to tear the princess apart. You feared that I might outshine your cousin. So you incited your cruel cousin to have Pei Lang kill me. Having lived long enough, the princess was no stranger to being falsely accused, but never had she found herself laughing in anger. With an impassive expression, she regarded Lin Wanwan. Do not blame me for my harsh words. Though heroes do not question their origins, you are without parents, lacking the breadth of experience. What makes you think that your child could ever threaten my cousin? Your beauty may be commendable, but it hardly warrants concern to the point where I would urge my cousin to eliminate you. Lin Wanwan, you are simply unworthy. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Wanwan's eyes. No, this cannot be. You are deceiving me. You must be lying. Lin Wanwan's voice rose in desperation, a futile attempt to convince herself of her own delusions. The princess's sharp, discerning gaze narrowed, fixing on Lin Wanwan. 3 months ago, my cousin died unexpectedly. Were you responsible? Or was it Pei Qingyan? Lin Wanwan's pale teeth bit down on her lip. If I were responsible, so what? Did you not consider that I might come back as a ghost to seek vengeance for the wrongs done to me? The princess's expression darkened like stormy waters, her gaze piercing into Lin Wanwan. It seems you are determined to place the blame squarely upon my shoulders. She turned her attention away from Lin Wanwan, directing her focus to Su Tan and Cui Wan. I have nothing more to say. Since she caused Ling Hui's death, let her be annihilated. It shall serve as my revenge for Ling Hui. As for the Duke of Yu and Pei Qingyan, once I gather enough evidence, I shall send them to the underworld to reunite. Lin Wanwan felt no fear. Annihilation meant little to her. Her only regret was not having succeeded in killing the princess, avenging herself. She glared at Su Tan and Cui Wan, seething with resentment. If it were not for you two colluding with this vile woman, I would have avenged myself long ago. Cui Wan was known for her fiery temper, and upon hearing those words, she struck Lin Wanwan across the face with a resounding slap. Is it possible that your ancestors have turned to smoke, allowing a fool like you to emerge? You believe every word that scoundrel Pei Qingyan utters, despite the fact that he has brought death to your family and even to yourself, while you remain infatuated with him, obediently following his whims. Truly, you have become a loyal yet gullible dog trained by him. Lin Wanwan seemed struck by a bolt of lightning.
No.
This can't be true. Su Tan gazed at her with a sigh. Though her words lacked Cui Wan's sharpness, they pierced Lin Wanwan's ears with a more profound cruelty. Pei Qingyan, upon noticing your beauty, thought of purchasing you as a concubine from your parents. Yet, despite their humble means, Lin Wanwan's parents loved her dearly and would never sell their daughter. Pei Qingyan dismissed this notion, believing that since Lin Wanwan's parents would not indulge in such wealth, they might as well be killed to end the matter. He then pressured Lin Wanwan's prospective in-laws to break off the engagement, claiming she was a jinx. Just when Lin Wanwan was on the verge of being sold into a brothel by her unscrupulous uncle, a young hero appeared, rescuing her from peril. Such a dramatic scene is sure to stir the hearts of young maidens. However, this so-called act of heroism was a mere ruse from the very beginning.
Sultan's voice,
entwined with the chilling winter wind, whispered into Lin Wanwan's ears, your suffering, along with your gratitude and affection for Pei Qingyan, is nothing more than a tool for his amusement. Eventually, Pei Qingyan grew bored, having tired of Lin Wanwan's face, coincidentally aligning with the interests of the Yuang, who required a woman filled with resentment. Thus, Lin Wanwan became the sacrificial pawn, utilized until her purpose was fulfilled. As the crown princess remarked, Pei Qingyan's words were riddled with inconsistencies, easily dismantled with a moment's contemplation. On the day you perished at his hands, he professed his deep affection for you, claiming he had no choice, wishing he could end his own life instead. Who would willingly loosen the noose around your neck? Lin Wanwan felt as though her throat were filled with lead, her eyes reddened, yet she could not utter a word. I don't believe it. Pei Lang is not what you say. He has his reasons, he was forced, he doesn't want me dead. Su Tan observed her quietly, shattering Lin Wanwan's self-deception. Yet, even if every word spoken was true, and Pei Qingyan had genuine reasons, he still abandoned you, sending you to your demise with his own hands, did he not? If he truly wished to protect you, there were countless ways to do so. But since Pei Qingyan has turned violent against you, why must you still pity him? Calling him Pei Lang with such affection? Do you not realize that in his eyes, You are merely a foolish pawn, easily manipulated even in death? With a mix of complexity in her gaze, Su Tan sighed softly, a blend of disappointment and frustration evident. Pei Qingyun's supposed reasons for his actions mirrored those of Song Tingchen 3 years prior, when he sought to marry Lu Qingyin as a primary wife, claiming he merely wished to provide her an escape, insisting she would never surpass you. Did Su Tan truly care whether Lu Qingyin would overshadow her?
No.
The moment Song Tingchen compared them, the foundation of their relationship had already crumbled. Cui Wan shook her head, regarding Lin Wanwan as if she were the world's greatest fool, mistaking her family's murderer for her savior, even clearing away the obstacles of his unwanted wife and children for him. Pei Qingyun would likely never encounter a more naive and manipulable pawn than you in his lifetime. Lin Wanwan trembled, the howling wind and snow outside echoing her inner lament. She never imagined the truth could be so grotesque and cruel. Bewildered, she gazed at Su Tan and then down at her dark, long nails, uncertain of whom to trust. The crown princess, seeing Lin Wanwan in such a state, felt disgusted. Her complexion was pale, yet she could not be bothered to waste more words on Lin Wanwan. I shall personally send Pei Qingyun to his end, and then you will know whether he has deceived you. Lin Wanwan clenched her teeth, her spirit trembling, her anguished cries nearly shattering the heavens.
No.
I don't believe it.
You are all deceiving me.
Su Tan understood that women who foolishly invest their hearts often do not turn back until they hit a wall, nor shed tears until they see a coffin. She sighed, handing Lin Wanwan a talisman. Did Pei Qingyun not bury your parents and erect a tombstone for them? If you shatter their stone and dig 3 inches deeper, you will uncover a black statue buried beneath. Place this talisman upon it, and then you will understand everything. Having reached this point, if Lin Wanwan remained obstinate, convinced of Pei Qingyun's innocence, then all that befell her could only be considered her own folly.
Deep down,
Lin Wanwan could not bring herself to believe that the man she loved, Pei Qingyun, could be so wretched. Yet, she unwittingly became his accomplice, willingly following his commands. Nevertheless, she found herself inexplicably accepting the talisman from Su Tan. Lin Wanwan floated to her parents' graves, her spirit superior to the vengeful ghosts, able to shatter the tombstones effortlessly. Yet, for some reason, her legs felt weak. Though spirits are not afraid of ice and snow, she found the cold weather unbearable. She even struggled to muster the strength to destroy the tombstone. Crows perched upon the branches, emitting hoarse calls, their gray-white eyes fixated on Lin Wanwan, occasionally fluttering their wings. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately closed her eyes and shattered the stone before her.
Following Sultan's instructions,
she dug 3 inches deeper and indeed discovered a dark statue with eerie eyes. Lin Wanwan's spirit trembled violently as she cautiously affixed the talisman onto it. Her parents, buried together, revealed their familiar and beloved faces before her. Lin Wanwan's eyes grew warm, yet she stood frozen, too afraid to approach. Upon seeing their daughter, her parents momentarily froze, unable to believe that their beloved girl had also perished. Wanwan, how could you? Her mother stammered, unable to finish her thought. Lin Wanwan's knees buckled, and she fell before them. Father, mother, your daughter has been unfilial. Her voice quivered, and at this point, what was there left to doubt? Everything she had trusted and relied upon had betrayed her. Cui Wan and Su Tan were not mistaken. She was indeed the greatest fool under heaven. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Wanwan incessantly apologized to her parents, confessing all the foolish deeds she had committed during that time. Her mother embraced her, and though ghosts should not cry, Lin Wanwan's mother wept tears of compassion. Wanwan, it is not your fault, my foolish child. Do not cry. Her father, too, wept openly, reaching out his frail, wrinkled hands to touch his daughter's face. Wanwan, you have suffered. Did it hurt? Poor child, to be choked to death by the very person she loved and trusted most. Lin Wanwan stood there, stunned. She had expected her parents to scold her, to lash out in hysteria.
Yet,
she had never anticipated that their first reaction would be to feel sorrow for her. Though she had brought disaster upon them, mistaking her family's murderer for her savior, her parents were only concerned for her well-being. They asked her if she had been in pain. Lin Wanwan wept uncontrollably, her body radiating resentment and hatred, her fury soaring to the skies. The falling snow could not conceal the turmoil within her heart. Her parents tenderly stroked her hair. Wanwan, the human heart is treacherous, and we are but commoners. How could you have known that Pei Qingyun is a demon disguised in human skin? The common folk, powerless and meek, are but mere playthings for the powerful, their lives and deaths serving only as entertainment for the elite. Lin Wanwan's eyes glowed crimson, brimming with hatred. Father, mother. Pei Qingyun is unworthy of being human. He has harmed you, harmed me, and harmed the child within me. I shall not let him escape. Previously, she had loved Pei Qingyun, believing every word he uttered. But now, with her parents' own lips revealing that Pei Qingyun was the murderer, if she remained oblivious, she would indeed confirm the saying that the Lin family's ancestral grave had gone awry, turning excrement into blue smoke. In the Pei residence, the news of the crown princess's difficult labor and impending death weighed heavily on Pei Qingyun's brow as he lightly twirled a jade ring in his hand, a shadow of gloom passing through his eyes. He turned to his trusted aide beside him. What is going on? Why has there been no word from the Eastern Palace for so long? It was evident that they had taken measures to ensure the crown princess did not deliver this child. Yet at this hour, he still had not heard the news he so desperately awaited. The aide, perplexed, thought it should not be this way. He had witnessed Lin Wanwan enter the Eastern Palace. By now, the crown princess should have perished along with her child. Unless something unforeseen occurred, a chill gripped his heart as he glanced at Pei Qingyun. Could it be that the Lin girl was killed by a sorcerer? In Pei Qingyun's presence, he refrained from referring to Lin Wanwan as Miss, for she had once belonged to him. Pei Qingyun's brow furrowed, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. No, Lin Wanwan's resentment is not something a mere ghost can compare to. Zhao Linghui, being the crown princess's cousin, possesses countless talismans for protection against evil spirits. Yet, she still perished at Lin Wanwan's hands. Despite saying this, the aide felt an increasing sense of dread. A shiver raced down his spine. Could it be that Lin Wanwan has discovered something? He swallowed hard, aware that Pei Qingyun knew well. He dared not speak too plainly, for walls have ears, and it was not the living he feared, but the dead. Pei Qingyun scoffed derisively. Her? Lin Wanwan is a fool. She is just as difficult to deal with in death as in life. Do you believe that, even if someone revealed the truth to her in full, she would accept it? Lin Wanwan was his most satisfactory and useful tool, trained to obedience like a loyal dog. Few others had ever pleased Pei Qingyun as much as she did. The aide, relieved, thought to himself that indeed, Pei Qingyun was a master strategist. With the Eastern Palace's defenses so stringent, it would not be long before good news reached him. Lin Wanwan was, without doubt, a well-trained dog, loyal both in life and in death. Chapter 32. Pei Qingyun's fate. Pei Qingyun could not suppress his growing irritation. Lin Wanwan's incompetence left him waiting in vain. His expression darkened. Having utilized her so thoroughly, he felt discomfort at her sluggishness. A dog requires training, especially one that has delayed in hunting. She best not keep him waiting too long, or else. Before he could finish his thought, a haunting and somber female voice pierced through the air, shattering the conversation with his aide. The room fell into an eerie silence. Turning his head, Pei Qingyun beheld Lin Wanwan, drenched in blood, her face twisted and grotesque as she gazed at him intently. The aide's complexion turned ashen, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the floor. Pei Qingyun, unfazed, donned a gentle smile. The one Lin Wanwan knew so well. Wanwan, how did you come here? Have you accomplished the task? His voice was warm and melodious, akin to a babbling brook, as if he sought to delve into Lin Wanwan's very soul. In the past, she could not withstand his demeanor, willing to sacrifice everything for him at the sight of his smile. Yet now, Lin Wanwan felt nothing but revulsion. A wave of fury ignited within her, her eyes turning blood-red as she clenched her teeth, her darkened fingernails digging into Pei Qingyun's neck. His pupils constricted, his face flushed with purple, nearly bursting from his sockets. Wanwan. He found it hard to believe that she had transformed before his eyes. Desperation surged within him as he attempted to pry her fingers from his throat, yet his hand merely passed through hers, grasping only the biting cold air. The aide, witnessing this, trembled in fear, scrambling to escape as Lin Wanwan turned, her long black hair enveloping him, lifting him from the ground, tightening inch by inch until his eyes turned crimson and blood flowed from his orifices. With a resounding crash, the aide's body fell heavily to the ground, causing an exquisite porcelain vase to topple and shatter upon his head, creating a gaping hole. He was dead, slain by Lin Wanwan's own hand before Pei Qingyun's eyes. Pei Qingyun's complexion drained of color. Lin Wanwan had once been his most effective weapon, a loyal dog he could command. Initially, her resentment was manageable, but as her strength grew, he could no longer control her. Yet he arrogantly believed she would never uncover the truth, and even if she did, she would never turn against her master. Pei Qingyun, Lin Wanwan's voice echoed, raspy and chilling, more terrifying than any sound he had ever heard. Wanwan. Pei Qingyun struggled to utter her name, attempting to maintain his facade of affection, hoping to soften her heart. Yet Lin Wanwan's eyes seethed with uncontrollable disgust. She felt utterly nauseated. Do you still wish to deceive me? With a fierce determination, Lin Wanwan gripped his throat, her long hair entwining around him. How foolish of me to have been deceived for so long. Pei Qingyun, you have harmed me terribly. You killed my parents, forced my fiancé to break our engagement, and sought to sell me into a brothel. And you, in my most vulnerable moment, descended like a hero to save me. How many tales have recounted such plots? Pei Qingyun, ruthless and heartless, had taken the lives of her parents, yet he reveled in his cruelty. His pupils constricted in shock. How could this be? How could Lin Wanwan suddenly know the truth? She was such a fool, and I had trained her so well. She should never have believed anyone but me. Pei Qingyun's breath quickened, his face paling as he stammered. Wanwan, you must be mistaken. Someone has deliberately whispered lies into your ear, attempting to sow discord between us. Wanwan, do not believe them. You know how I feel about you, don't you? Why believe others instead of me? Lin Wanwan found his words laughable. Look, even now. Pei Qingyun continues to lie. My parents told me themselves. That stone statue you placed at their grave is buried so well, ensuring they can never find peace. So, a man like you, after committing such heinous acts, fears the retribution of vengeful spirits? Her long hair pierced through Pei Qingyun's body, blood dripping drop by drop. Pei Qingyun's pupils dilated. His face, smooth and warm as jade, now mirrored the fresh snow outside. Lin Wanwan found it utterly disheartening. The once formidable Pei family scion, whom she had revered as a celestial being capable of shielding her from all storms, was now trembling in fear before a malevolent spirit. The blood bait around her neck transformed into a sharp blade, slowly slicing through Pei Qingyun's throat. He could no longer articulate a word, merely moving his fingers, as if believing that such gestures might earn him mercy from Lin Wanwan. Her face remained a mask of resentment. She smirked bitterly, her voice as cold as the ice and snow. It was this very mouth that deceived me, compelling me to obey like a dog. As his throat was severed, no sound escaped him. The elongated blood bait suddenly morphed into a dagger, methodically carving into Pei Qingyun's cheek. It was the visage she had once loved, now revealed to be a facade of deceit. Pei Qingyun, you have tricked me with your seemingly innocuous face. With a thud, Pei Qingyun's body crashed to the ground, shattering amidst the remnants of a broken flower pot. His pupils widened in shock, and in that moment, he was silenced forever. Lin Wanwan, still consumed by her resentment, glared at him, dismantling every cherished memory she had of him until he was unrecognizable. Suddenly, she felt deflated. Pei Qingyun was dead. Chapter 33. This is what Sui Sui has wrought. Lin Wanwan felt like a withered tree, devoid of all vitality. What did it matter that he was gone? His death was of no consequence. Yet her parents would never return. The lives lost due to her blind trust in Pei Qingyun had turned to dust. She stared somberly at the beams of the room, her gaze drifting toward the window. The Pei family was truly vast, so expansive that it easily buried her entire existence. When Pei Qingyun had introduced her to the Pei household, she had once perceived it as her sanctuary. Now, it felt like a chilling mausoleum, imbued with an air of despair. Lin Wanwan closed her eyes and slowly rose, the swirling snow reflected in her gaze, envisioning a fire that would reduce the Pei house to ashes. After all, her sins were already numerous. Adding arson would not alter her fate. The Pei residence, belonging to the Minister of Revenue, suddenly ignited in flames. Apart from the servants and a few concubines who managed to escape, none were spared. When the Crown Princess received this news while attending to the Crown Prince's medicine, she placed down the empty bowl, realizing that the Pei family had collapsed without their intervention. The Crown Prince coughed into his hand, the cold weather causing discomfort even in the warmth of the room, his eyelids heavy and his lips unnaturally pale. The bones in his fingers cracked as they gripped the armrest, the howling wind outside mingling with the sound of snapping branches. He spoke solemnly. Those who sow discord shall reap calamity. The Crown Princess remained noncommittal, relieved that Lin Wanwan was not as foolish as she seemed. She had initially doubted Su Tan and Chui Wan's words, but now trusted in her own parents' judgment. Su Tan had mentioned that Lin Wanwan would be taken to the underworld, where she would face punishment for the lives she had harmed posthumously. However, out of filial piety, she had refrained from letting her parents' hands be sullied. The scoundrels of the Pei family had all met their end at her hands. The crown princess lifted her gaze, her eyes tenderly resting on the infant lying in the cradle. The child, in a deep slumber, had been particularly sleepy this past month. She turned her attention back to the crown prince. The Pei family has been dealt with, but what of Prince Yu? The crown prince's expression darkened, his excessively pale face taking on a somber hue. He coughed again, speaking deliberately. Do not worry. Prince Yu is like a grasshopper in autumn. He won't leap for long. Prince Chen is already gathering evidence against him. Recalling his younger brother, the crown prince furrowed his brow and suddenly asked, "Where is Ah Heng?" The crown princess paused. Sui Sui has been clinging to Master Su. When I came over, he was still in the flower hall, but now I do not know. After all, young children love to run about and could vanish in an instant. Lowering her gaze, the crown princess thought of how she had safely delivered, thanks to Su Tan. Yet, recalling the events of her labor still left her uneasy. She lifted her eyes. "Your Highness, Father Emperor has stationed guards at the East Palace." She left her sentence unfinished, for the crown prince's expression had suddenly shifted, his features shadowed by an unnatural pallor. "Mind your words," he cautioned. The crown princess lowered her gaze, gripping the cradle tightly, her nails turning white from the pressure. "Thank you for today." Lu Zhiheng held Sui Sui, who had just run about wildly, her hair slightly disheveled. He had pulled her back, and now she sat obediently, pouting and waiting for him to comb her hair. Su Tan shook her head. The dangers of childbirth were nothing compared to the trials ahead. As she observed Lu Zhiheng skillfully grooming Sui Sui's hair, she couldn't help but feel astonished. The crown prince possessed such talents? After finishing, Prince Chen gently patted the little girl's round head, and as he caught Su Tan's surprised gaze, he lazily remarked, "Sui Sui is attached to me. She won't let anyone else touch her hair, only me." After all, she was 2 years old. She couldn't go out with disheveled hair, but thankfully, this was not difficult to learn. Su Tan's eyes brightened with understanding. Sui Sui pouted, her cherubic face displaying deep disdain. "Father is the one who loves to play with my hair, yet he won't let the sister comb it." Fine, fine, she thought in front of the fairy sister. "I won't expose father." Suddenly, Sui Sui rummaged in her pocket and pulled out a small sandalwood hairpin, its top intricately carved into the shape of a plum blossom. Sui Sui's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed towards Su Tan, climbing onto her lap and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Fairy sister, wear this." Su Tan was taken aback, bending down as Sui Sui obediently placed the hairpin in her hair, grinning from ear to ear, content to be embraced by Su Tan. Clapping her tiny hands with joy, with a proud tilt of her round face, she pointed to the tiger head pendant around her neck. "Fairy sister, look at my little tiger." "I'll give you one too," Sui Sui said, her eyes glimmering with excitement. Su Tan opened her mouth in surprise, glancing at Lu Zhiheng, only to find him smirking, raising an eyebrow. "You needn't be astonished. Sui Sui is quite the clever little one, exceptionally gifted in carving, perhaps taking after her mother." Looking at the jade tiger pendant hanging from Sui Sui's neck, Su Tan felt a pang of humility. Given Sui Sui's talent, by the age of 6 or 7, she would surpass her. As a member of the mystic sect, Su Tan also had to carve her own wooden sword. At the time, her master had remarked that she was like a piece of meat hanging from a peachwood sword, as even a dog could carve better than her. A smile involuntarily crossed her lips as she touched the sandalwood hairpin. It was indeed beautiful. Sui Sui, with her round, sparkling eyes and long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, asked, "Can the fairy sister wear this every day?" Sui Sui added, "I want to wear it every day too." Embracing Sui Sui, Su Tan felt her heart soften, a smile gracing her lips, of course. Outside, the sound of a sword slicing through frost and snow echoed. Chui Wan was practicing her swordplay. Sui Sui perked up, clapping her hands, her eyes shining. "Wow. So amazing, the heroic sister." Lu Zhiheng chuckled, playfully pinching Sui Sui's cheek. "You, with that little mouth of yours, never seem to stop. Either the fairy sister or the heroic sister. In this world, all the beautiful girls are her sister." Chapter 34. The falling object is not for you. Sui Sui dashed out, spotting Chui Wan, and open her little arms for a hug. Sister Heroine is so amazing. I want to be amazing too.
Kuivan.
Putting away her sword, had a distinct aversion to children, particularly to little white-eyed wolves like Song Xiao. However, she found it impossible to refuse a child as exquisitely delicate and well-behaved as Sui Sui. Chui Wan scooped Sui Sui up and lifted her high. You're so delightful. Let's fly. With a nimble leap, Chui Wan ascended the tree's peak, spinning around on the snow-dusted rooftop, while Sui Sui, cradled in her arms, gazed in wide-eyed wonder. So amazing! Sister Heroine is so amazing! At merely 2 years old, Sui Sui, twirled atop the roof, was thrust into a new realm of excitement. When Chui Wan set her down, Sui Sui clung to her leg, looking up eagerly. Sister Heroine, I want to fly too. Teach me, Sister Heroine.
Kuivan, delighted.
Ruffled Sui Sui's little head. Do you want to learn?
Sui Sui nodded vigorously. Yes.
Both Fairy Sister and Heroine Sister are so amazing. With a tilt of her head, Chui Wan pondered this, finally recalling that Sui Sui was Lu Zhiheng's daughter, a cherished princess. She raised her hand to her forehead. No. Your father would never agree to that. Sui Sui scampered over to Lu Zhiheng, lifting her tiny head to tug at his clothing.
Daddy.
Lu Zhiheng, exasperated, extended his hands to lift his daughter. You little chubby bird, are you sure you want to learn from Sister Chui Wan? Sui Sui obediently nodded. Yes. Once I become amazing, I will give you a big axe. Lu Ziheng's original plan had been to raise his daughter into a refined young lady, well-versed in literature and the arts. How had she suddenly expressed a desire to hunt tigers? Daddy, I want to learn this. Sui Sui clung to Lu Zhiheng's neck. Lu Zhiheng sighed, waving his hand in resignation. Fine, if you want to learn, follow your master Chui. He was certain that this delicate little one would be back in tears within 3 days. Sui Sui clapped her hands in joy, asking Lu Ziheng to set her down. And then she dashed back to Chui Wan, exclaiming, Sister Heroine. Chui Wan initially intended to decline but, faced with Sui Sui's irresistible charm, reconsidered. After some thought, she handed Sui Sui her sword, saying, Here, consider this your welcome gift from your master. Sui Sui's eyes sparkled as she attempted to lift it, but found it too heavy. Lu Zhiheng chuckled at her struggle, shaking his fan. Look at you, little chubby bird. Only knowing how to eat. Can't even lift a sword now. Sui Sui placed her hands on her hips, making a face at Lu Zhiheng. I am not a little chubby bird. Lu Zhiheng raised an eyebrow. All right then, talkative little chubby bird. Su Tian remarked, having such a sharp-tongued father is indeed a trial. She gently patted Sui Sui's head. It's okay if you can't lift it now. You'll be able to later. She recalled when she first became a disciple, struggling to lift anything, much to her master's chagrin.
Sui Sui cheered. Yai.
Suddenly, Chui Wan posed a crucial question. Since you call me master, what should you call Tanner? Sui Sui tilted her head. Fairy sister? Chui Wan shook her head. That doesn't work. There's a generational gap. Lu Zhiheng smirked, leisurely waving his fan. Let us just leave it as it is. No need to adhere to strict rules. The fact that you call both of us sisters already creates a gap. Chui Wan conceded. All right then. After sitting in the Eastern Palace for a while longer, noting the impending heavy snowfall, Chui Wan and Su Tian prepared to take their leave. Unexpectedly, Sui Sui, the clingy little bundle, insisted on following them.
Kuivan.
Delighted by Sui Sui's company, thought it quite reasonable for her little disciple to visit her master's home. With Lu Zhiheng's approval, she carried Sui Sui as they exited the Eastern Palace. At that moment, Song Tingchen happened to arrive with Song Xiao to collect Lu Qingyin, who had fainted in the Eastern Palace. Their paths collided awkwardly. Chui Wan's expression tightened, cursing her bad luck. Sui Sui, with her big, shiny eyes, tilted her head at Song Tingchen, her little face scrunching up. Bad uncle. He bullies Fairy Sister. Su Tian, noticing Sui Sui's hat askew, reached out to adjust it, concerned for the child. Song Xiao, with reddened eyes, fixated on the scene, clenching his teeth. Suddenly, he noticed the tiger head pendant hanging from Sui Sui's neck. He lunged towards Chui Wan, reaching for the pendant. Give it back. The guards swiftly drew their swords to stop Song Xiao. With tear-filled eyes, he glared at Sui Sui. Give it back. That's my pendant. You are a thief. That was made for you by that bad woman. Sui Sui frowned, protecting her pendant, looking displeased at Song Xiao. I am not a thief. You are the bad one. With his eyes blazing, Song Xiao spun around, sorrowfully gazing at the expressionless Su Tian. Did you give it to her? That was mine. He believed it belonged to him, lamenting that Su Tian had promised him the tiger pendant yet gave it to someone else. Cui Wan rolled her eyes, bemused by the audacity of the little white-eyed wolf, who has been tearing your face apart and sticking it back together. How do you manage to be both shameless and brazen? Song Zhao's face stiffened, trembling with anger as he glared at Cui Wan. I am not a white-eyed wolf. Song Tingchen stepped forward to wipe Song Zhao's tears, frowning as he turned to Su Tian. When others call your son a white-eyed wolf, you show no reaction at all. Everyone says Xiao Xiao is a white-eyed wolf, and now even those around you are saying the same. Is there a mother as cold-hearted and indifferent as you? Su Tian cast a calm glance at Song Tingchen. 3 years ago, he ceased to be my son. When Song Xiao repeatedly viewed her as an enemy for Lu Qingyin's sake, even threatening to extinguish the everlasting lamp of her beloved grandfather, he had already distanced himself from her. Their bond had become nothing more than a tenuous connection of blood. And that was all. Moreover, Su Tian's gaze rested on Song Xiao, watching him with steady eyes. That penny you speak of was never meant for you. The one intended for you has long been cast into the flames. Chapter 35. You are the unwanted child years ago. Her mother had gifted her a piece of blood jade, half of which was used to carve a small tiger for Song Xiao. During their separation, the only remnant of her former wealth was the remaining half of the blood jade and the unfinished pendant. The one now adorning Sui Sui's neck was originally meant for Chang Lo. However, before the pendant was completed, Chang Lo had passed away. Later, she infused the pendant with spiritual energy to protect its wearer from malevolent influences. Recognizing Sui Sui as a fitting recipient, she had given it to her. Su Tian regarded Song Xiao quietly. It is my possession, and I shall decide how to manage it and to whom to give it. I am no longer your mother. You should apologize to the princess for your baseless accusation of theft. With reddened eyes, Song Xiao fixed his gaze on Su Tian, enveloped by an inexplicable sorrow. No. He was not wrong. That pendant was rightfully mine. It was that wicked woman who gave what belonged to me to someone else. Song Tingchen furrowed his brows tightly, emanating an aura of chill. His gaze at Su Tian was complex. The crown princess had nearly bled to death, yet no ill tidings had emerged from the East Palace, suggesting that Su Tian had saved her. She had almost borne witness to the separation of a mother and child, yet did this not awaken her maternal instincts? Sultan, Song Xiao is your son. Are you truly so heartless as to intend to neglect him for the entirety of your life? She is not my mother. Song Zhao's eyes were red-rimmed as he attempted to seize the sword from the guard's hand, but in doing so, he cut his palm and was unable to move the blade an inch. A heavy, oppressive feeling enveloped Song Tingchen. He embraced Song Xiao and noticed the considerable wound on his hand, his brow twitching violently. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Song Xiao bit his lip, his eyes fixed on Su Tian. Sui Sui tilted her head. Are you going to use the sword against Fairy Sister? You are such a naughty child. You are a bad brother. No wonder Fairy Sister does not like you. Fairy Sister is truly kind-hearted. Since Fairy Sister does not favor this noisy, bothersome bad brother, it must be the bad brother's fault. The princess, though still young, should not be easily deceived. Lu Qingying, with a pale face, emerged from the East Palace and, upon seeing the wound on Song Zhao's hand, was instantly moved to tears. Xiao Xiao, does it hurt? Song Xiao remained silent, gritting his teeth, glaring at the chubby Sui Sui, who had taken his jade pendant and called him a bad child. Clenching his teeth, he retorted maliciously, I am not a bad child. You are the pitiful one no one wants. Your mother abandoned you. She died the moment you were born. She loathed you so much that you deserve to have no mother. You are a nuisance. Su Tian's expression darkened suddenly. Song Tingchen's countenance was equally grim. Song Xiao, apologize to the princess. Lu Qingying nearly bit her nails in frustration, biting her lip. Xiao Xiao, how can you speak like that? You should not insult Su Tian. But how dare you even offend the princess? Was Princess Xiaoyang someone Song Xiao could afford to offend? She pushed Song Zhao's arm, anxious. Quickly apologized to the princess. You have upset her. Song Xiao stubbornly bit his lip, tears brimming in his eyes as he looked at Lu Qingying, his gaze filled with grievance and confusion. Aunt Qing, why are you also like this? The princess can be sad, can I not? Su Tian remained expressionless, signaling the guards to take away the weapons as she stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time toward Song Xiao. He gritted his teeth, glaring at her defiantly, completely unyielding. He knew Su Tan intended to hit him. Yet, even if she were to strike him down, he would not apologize. Song Tingchen's brows knitted tightly.
Sultan.
Su Tan let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I would lay a hand on Song Xiao? She reached out and yanked the jade pendant from Song Xiao's waist. A precious gift she had bestowed upon him during the zenith of the Su family's fortune. The matriarch often insisted that Song Xiao wear it as a display of status. Song Xiao's expression changed as he reached out with his bloodied hand to reclaim it. Give it back. Su Tan tossed it lightly. The jade shattered against the wall. Song Xiao stood frozen, staring at her in disbelief. Su Tan, devoid of emotion, stated, "This was once a gift I gave you, and now I reclaim it. Moreover, the princess is not a child abandoned by a mother. Her mother watches over her from above. You are." The moment she heard Song Xiao's harsh words directed at Sui Sui, she recalled the nightmare she had on the night of Chong Li's death, where Song Xiao provoked Chong Lo, labeling her a short-lived child and deliberately spilling her medicine.
Knowing Chang Le's vraie constitution.
He still chose to torment her during the moment Su Tan prepared her medicine. Later, when Chong Lo died, he expressed no sorrow but rather blamed Chong Lo for bullying Lu Qingyin, asserting that her death was deserved. Indeed, that was merely a dream. In reality, Chong Lo would not even reach the age Song Xiao had tormented her. Yet at this moment, witnessing Song Xiao use Sui Sui's lack of a mother to provoke her, all the memories from the dream surged forth, threatening to engulf Su Tan. In that instant, she could no longer distinguish whether it was Sui Sui or Chong Lo being bullied by Song Xiao. Her fingers dug into her palm as she fixed a cold stare on Song Xiao, reiterating each word. You are not a child unwanted by a mother, nor a bad child, much less a disaster. You are. Do you understand, Song Xiao? You are the child no mother wants. Song Xiao stood there, motionless, as if struck dumb. In that moment, he seemed to grasp that Su Tan truly no longer wanted him. Song Tingchen's expression turned icy, a heavy gloom surrounding him.
Su Tan, what are you saying?
Yes, Song Xiao should not have uttered such harsh words to provoke the princess. Yet at the core, Song Xiao was Su Tan's own flesh and blood. Why must Su Tan speak such cutting words to her son in front of another's daughter? Su Tan's demeanor was aloof as she stared at Song Tingchen, stating, There are some matters I may not have articulated clearly. Allow me to reiterate. I severed all ties with the Song family 3 years ago. She had long abandoned this father-son duo, just as they had forsaken her. Su Tan gazed at Song Tingchen. Neither you nor Song Xiao should appear before me again. I have no connection with either of you. In the past, she repeatedly told herself not to attribute the events of her dreams to Song Xiao and Song Tingchen. Yet now, seeing Song Xiao provoke Sui Sui with such cruel words, deliberately targeting her pain, Su Tan suddenly realized that even if it were merely a dream, Song Xiao remained, as in her nightmares, cold and cruel. Chapter 36. Someone delivers a letter to the Prince of Yu. Sui Sui tilted her head, her small face scrunching as she looked at Song Xiao. You are indeed a bad child. My mother did not abandon me. My father said she has gone to heaven. My father told me that my mother is the best mother. I would never bully her like the bad brother bullies fairy sister. I would share all my toys and beautiful dresses with her and kiss her every day. My father would never bully her either. You all bully fairy sister. You are the bad people. Sui Sui's little face was tense. Chui Wan, holding Sui Sui, cast a cold glance at the Song family, her lips curling in mockery. It was unexpected that General Song was less discerning than a child. Su Tan had already turned away, disregarding the Song family. She boarded the carriage with Chui Wan, the guards vigilantly prohibiting the Song family from approaching. Snowflakes settled on Song Zhao's eyelashes as he stood in the snow, his face taut, his eyes fixated on the shattered jade pendant. Song Xiao buried his face in Song Tingchen's embrace, muttering, Father, I feel so miserable. For some reason, he felt an oppressive pain in his chest, as if someone were drawing rusted scissors in circles on his heart. He had never felt this way when sick before. Lu Qingyin's fingers dug deeply into her palms. Tingchen, Su Tan is too heartless. How could she utter such words to hurt Xiao Zhao's heart? Just look at her earlier demeanor. Anyone would think the princess was her daughter. Even if Xiao Xiao was in the wrong, she should not have said she no longer wanted him in front of the child. Song Tingchen's brows knitted tightly. For some reason, when Su Tan had chastised Song Xiao for Sui Sui, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of disdain in her eyes, even a strange resentment towards Song Xiao, as if he had committed some unforgivable sin. Song Xiao nestled in Song Tingchen's arms, tears streaming down his face. Father, does she really not want me anymore? In the past, the people of the academy scorned him as a wolf with cold eyes, mocking him as a wild child without a mother. He would always retort fiercely, insisting that he was neither a wolf nor an unwanted child. At that time, he was certain that Su Tan would return, and he envisioned her begging for his forgiveness in front of everyone at the academy. Yet today, Su Tan herself declared that she no longer wanted him. Song Tingchen found himself at a loss for words. Morally, he knew he could not deceive his child with lies. However, he could not bear to shatter all of his child's hopes. Xiao Xiao had already suffered enough. Lu Qingyin's fingers dug into her palm, her eyes flickering with a shadow of anger. Despite her kindness toward Song Xiao Xiao, he still thought of Su Tan. Indeed, a wolf with cold eyes could never be nurtured. She forced a smile, assuring Xiao Xiao that his mother would never abandon him. She was merely upset at the moment. Xiao Xiao, in the future, must refrain from speaking ill of others' daughters. After all, she was not someone he could provoke. She was just an ordinary person, but she was also the princess of Zhaoyang. Song Xiao Xiao's eyes reddened. Liars. You are all liars. They had once deceived him into believing that Su Tan would return. Yet after 3 years of waiting, she never did. As soon as she returned, she sided with others to bully him. Looking at the shattered jade pendant on the ground, his heart ached even more. What was so great about her? He didn't want her anymore. He had long since given her up. I have no mother. My mother is dead. She is a wicked woman. I hate her. I hate her. With that, Song Xiao Xiao ran off with red-rimmed eyes. Xiao Xiao. Song Tingchen frowned, helplessly pursuing him. This commotion left Lu Qingyin standing alone. She suddenly lifted her gaze, fixating ominously on the direction Song Tingchen had departed. After so much plotting, she was on the verge of success. Why did Su Tan have to return? It would be better if Su Tan could just vanish from her sight. Lu Qingyin lowered her eyes. Su Tan was adept at calculations, dismissing even ghosts, and her ordinary schemes would likely not harm her in the slightest. Not to mention, this woman was now cold-hearted. Even if Song Tingchen and Song Xiao Xiao were to die before her, she wouldn't shed a single tear. Was there any way to swiftly rid herself of this vile woman? Lu Qingyin murmured in a voice only she could hear. Slowly turning her head, she gazed towards the Eastern Palace, recalling what Song Tingchen had mentioned about the current unstable situation, with princes vying for power and consorts competing for favor. A smile crept onto her lips. Su Tan, do not blame me. You obstructed my path. She couldn't kill Su Tan herself, but surely others could? At the Duke of U.S. residence, news arrived that the Pei family had been consumed by fire, causing the Duke to become restless. With a sullen expression, he inquired whether there was any news from the Eastern Palace. A subordinate hesitated momentarily before nodding, cautiously observing the Duke's demeanor. The Crown Princess had safely given birth to a young prince, and it was said that someone from the Eastern Palace had already entered the palace to share the joyous news. The Duke's fingers cracked ominously as he gripped tightly. The Crown Prince was useless and frail, yet the Crown Princess was blessed with good fortune. He had even sent a ghost to the Pei family, and they had managed to survive. The subordinate frowned, hastily producing a secret letter from his bosom. Your Highness, please see this. The Duke took the letter, breaking the seal, and upon reading its contents, his expression tightened abruptly. Who delivered this letter? The subordinate shook his head, explaining that he had already sent someone to investigate. The letter had been thrown into their residence during a frigid night, and they had no idea who had cast it in. The Duke casually tossed the letter into the fire. What do you think? Does the Su family girl truly possess such skills? The capital was currently unstable. Anyone with the ability to calculate or exorcise ghosts would be coveted by prominent families or capable princes. However, if this person were indeed Su Tan, the subordinate's brow furrowed deeper. Your Highness, the Su family has indeed been frequenting the Eastern Palace and has established a rapport with Prince Chen. Is it Lu Zhiheng again? The Duke's brow twitched. Among all his brothers, Lu Zhiheng was the one he found most incomprehensible. Previously, Lu Zhiheng had been passionate about travel and lived extravagantly, likely because he was the youngest son of the former empress and his elder brother was the crown prince. He lived more freely than others. To put it nicely, Lu Zhiheng was unruly. To put it unkindly, he was an uncontrollable mad dog. What was he planning? When their father had intended to arrange a marriage for him, he had defiantly rejected it, even bringing back a woman from the common folk. That wasn't the most outrageous part. The most absurd aspect was that the woman was already heavily pregnant at that time. Lu Ziheng had even threatened to die if he was not allowed to marry her, forcing the current emperor to acquiesce. In the end, the crown princess faced difficulties during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter and passing away. He had previously claimed that with the crown princess's death, his heart had died alongside her. Yet now he was getting close to a divorced woman from the Su family? Chapter 37. The Duke of Yu stirs trouble in my opinion. Lu Ziheng is indeed unwell, seriously unwell, either entangled with a peasant girl or meddling with a divorced woman. To have such a ludicrous character in the royal family is simply laughable. The confidant fell silent for a moment. Your Highness, regarding the contents of this letter. The Duke's brow knitted tightly. The last time, the Bai family had suddenly gone mad, revealing all the shady dealings they had engaged in over the years. Which was quite peculiar. It was equally strange that he had mysteriously broken a leg from a falling beam. If all of this were related to Su Tan, keep a close watch on the General of the North. It's best to inquire if Su Tan truly possesses such skills. The Duke was not a fool. He was well aware that the author of the secret letter was likely someone with a grudge against the Su family or Su Tan, or even Song Tingchen. They were attempting to use a knife to kill someone. Yet, he would not act rashly based solely on a secret letter. He would not be reckless enough to have Su Tan killed without further evidence. The confidant accepted the order, not daring to delay, and immediately set about the task. About half an hour later, the confidant returned with a grim expression, reporting everything he had uncovered without omitting a single detail. Your Highness, I have just learned that Su Tan does indeed possess some ability. You know the rumors of hauntings at the Sanji River, where a few passers-by drown each year. Recently, when Yun Song from the General of the North's residence was passing by the Sanji River at night, he suddenly stumbled. Yet he did not fall into the river. The subordinate had people investigate thoroughly, and those who worked with Yun Song mentioned that in recent days, he had been carrying a string of sandalwood beads as if they were treasures. However, these beads were carved by Su Tan herself when she was still at the general's residence for Song Xiaoxiao. Just a few days ago, Song Xiaoxiao had thrown a fit, demanding that the maidservants in his courtyard burn everything Su Tan had made. Pausing, the confidant glanced at the Duke's already ashen face. Coincidentally, Yun Song's sister, Rui Hong, was working in Song Xiaoxiao's courtyard. The Duke's face was already grim, and upon hearing this, his expression darkened further, almost dripping with malice. He twirled the jade ring in his hand. So, you mean to say that both times, it was that Su family girl who ruined my grand plans? The confidant dared not speak further. Once the Duke displayed such an expression, it signified a severe intent to kill. Yet the next moment, the Duke unexpectedly smiled, staring intently at a spot. The confidant shivered, silently bowing his head, afraid to utter a word. I had no idea that the Su family girl possessed such abilities. In that case, why did Song Tingchen choose to part ways with her? It goes without saying that I already know. The Prince of Yu let out a derisive snort, his face betraying a hint of disdain. The ever-present Lu Qingyin by Song Tingchen's side was a source of amusement. After all, when Su Tan married him, it was indeed a step down for her. A woman of such capability would surely not tolerate any grain of sand in her eye. However, he had heard that recently, Song Tingchen had been persistently entangled with Su Tan. How intriguing. His confidant lowered his gaze, hesitant to speak freely. And only after the prince's laughter subsided did he dare to meet his eyes. Your Highness, how do you intend to deal with the daughter of the Su family? Shall I? The confidant's voice suddenly dipped to a hushed tone, laced with a hint of menace. Those who served the prince, like him, were not without blood on their hands. After all, killing became familiar after the first time. Shall I set fire to the Su residence? Unnecessary, the prince replied, twirling the jade ring in his fingers as he softly uttered 2 words. I wish to probe her true nature first. So far, the intelligence gathered suggested that Su Tan possessed some skill in mysticism, but whether she was indeed the one who thwarted the prince's plans remained debatable. The prince drummed his fingers on the table. Is it not said that the 3Ji River has been haunted? Find someone to stir up the rumors again. It would be best if it incited widespread panic. After the waters have been muddied, have someone draft a memorial to present to the emperor. The confidant immediately bowed in acquiescence. I shall attend to it at once. Recently, rumors of water ghosts haunting the 3Ji River had spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of Emperor Qinglong. However, tracing the origin of these rumors proved elusive. Moreover, this was no mere fabrication. There were indeed malevolent spirits causing havoc in that region. 2 years prior, the emperor had dispatched personnel from the Astronomical Bureau to quell the water ghost. Yet not only did they fail to eliminate the menace, but they also suffered considerable losses in the process. Emperor Qinglong could only suppress the rumors. And just as the matter began to settle, it flared up once more. In the midst of his frustrations, a minister presented a memorial detailing how Su Tan, the daughter of the Duke of Dingwa, possessed extraordinary abilities in exorcising demons. They claimed her prowess was unparalleled, with none in the capital, not even the entire Astronomical Bureau, capable of matching her skills. Emperor Qinglong summoned Su Tan's former husband, Song Tingchen. As the emperor perused the memorial with half-closed eyes, he spoke casually, "Song Qing, I have heard that your ex-wife has some talent for subduing demons. Are you aware of this?" Song Tingchen's expression tightened abruptly. The emperor, noticing his reaction, chuckled. "There's no need for you to be so anxious. I am merely inquiring. I have heard that on the day of the crown princess's delivery, a malevolent spirit caused a disturbance, and it was thanks to the daughter of the Su family that the crown princess could bear a child for the Eastern Chu. Are you aware of this, Song Qing?" Song Tingchen's gaze deepened in concern. He could not fathom how this matter had reached the emperor's ears. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to conceal the truth. "Your Majesty, it is indeed the case. However, the crown princess is blessed, and I believe that even without Su Tan, the spirit would not have harmed her." Emperor Qinglong sipped his tea with a smile. "Even you acknowledge her involvement. It seems your ex-wife possesses some true talent. The Duke of Dingwa's household does not raise delicate children. Who would have thought that even a girl like Su Tan would elicit such astonishment? Song Qing, you have let a precious gem slip away." Song Tingchen's expression grew somber as he contemplated the truth of Su Tan being a gem. However, that was the Su Tan before the family's troubles. The current Su Tan was impulsive, capable of forsaking her own child. Emperor Qinglong, aware that their separation had its reasons, showed little interest in delving deeper. "Very well, I hereby decree that the water ghost at the 3Ji River must be dealt with. This time, I command that Song Qing and the daughter of the Su family go together to rid the people of this scourge." With his decision made, the emperor left no room for refusal. Song Tingchen's expression hardened as he remained silent. "I accept the decree." The imperial edict was swiftly delivered to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. Chapter 38. Exorcising the water demon. With the edict issued, Su Tan could not refuse. Armed with her sword, she arrived at the banks of the 3Ji River, where Song Tingchen awaited her. Upon seeing her, he frowned.
"Sultan,
I have warned you not to wade into these troubled waters." The emperor had somehow learned of her mystical abilities and, harboring his doubts, summoned him to join her in confronting the possible water ghost. Su Tan cast a cold glance at him. In this frigid winter, the other rivers had already frozen over. Yet the waters of the 3Ji River still rippled ominously, reeking of the stench of decay. "Song Tingchen, the emperor did not summon us for idle conversation. Focus on the river, not on me." Song Tingchen stared intently at the water, sensing an intensifying stench. The river glimmered with an eerie green light, disturbed by the northern winds. Su Tan drew her long sword, her gaze fixed upon the water. In the next moment, she hurled a stone into the depths, sending up a great splash. A furious cry erupted. The green waters rippled with an unsettling energy as something hidden within the 3Ji River surged forth, fixating on Su Tan with malevolent intent. "Damn it!" A hoarse, low voice echoed as the water ghost emerged from the depths, its head human-like, yet grotesquely distorted. With sunken eyes filled with malice and a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, foul algae clinging to its lips, releasing a putrid odor. With each step it took, the ground beneath it rotted away. Song Tingchen's face turned ashen as he pointed his sword at the ghost behind him. The soldiers of the Song family braced themselves for battle. "This creature has harmed many innocent lives. We must slay it to protect the people." The Song family soldiers knocked their arrows, each one wrapped in talismans intended to exorcise demons, poised to pierce the heart of the water ghost. However, the arrows merely passed through its form, vanishing into the depths without a trace. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. This water ghost was more formidable than he had anticipated. Prior to their departure, he had specifically visited the Astronomical Bureau to obtain special talismans, yet they proved ineffective against this spirit. "Fall back," he shouted, his gaze fixed on the ghost. "General." Song Tingchen's expression was grave. "Retreat." As the emperor's appointed general, He had long prepared to sacrifice himself for the emperor and the people. He glanced at Su Tan. You should leave. This water ghost is particularly troublesome. We cannot afford to lose both parents on the same day. Su Tan shot him a dismissive look. Song Tingchen, you underestimate me. With a sinister laugh, the water ghost lunged toward her, and Su Tan met it head-on with her sword. Wherever the ghost passed, life withered away. Su Tan's blade, glistening with frost and bathed in the pale sunlight, struck the ghost's left arm, severing it cleanly. Damn it! The ghost let out a thunderous roar, causing the soldiers present to cover their ears, the piercing cry reverberating as if to shatter eardrums. Su Tan frowned. Stay back. You are mere mortals and cannot harm it. The soldiers exchanged glances and quickly retreated. They were no match for the water ghost, and remaining would only complicate matters, forcing Su Tan to protect them. Song Tingchen signaled for the soldiers to withdraw. His sword shimmered coldly as he fought alongside Su Tan. With a swift strike, he pierced the water ghost's shoulder. This sword had once been infused with Su Tan's spiritual energy at the peak of her powers, and the vengeful spirit was unable to evade it. As the blade struck, a stream of greenish liquid oozed forth. The surging resentment enveloped the water ghost in that fleeting moment. It roared, causing the waters of the Sanji River to ripple, and Song Tingchen was violently thrown aside, sputtering blood. Su Tan furrowed her brow momentarily before quickly relaxing. Grasping her sword, she coldly regarded the water ghost. You, who have committed numerous atrocities, are you still so obstinately unrepentant? The water ghost glared at her with hatred, emitting a cackling laugh. The man beside you is but a mere mortal. Were it not for the sword imbued with your essence, he would hardly be able to harm me. Yet, that sword is so formidable, how can it align with your current cultivation? It continued with a mocking tone. I see your technique is of the Heartless Path. How curious. Have you too, like me, entrusted your fate to an unworthy being, falling for a heartless wretch? Su Tan's expression remained frigid. Without engaging in further dialogue, she brandished her sword and engaged in combat with the water ghost. The water ghost grinned maliciously, launching a stream of slime directly at Su Tan. She deftly deflected the substance with her sword, observing it corrode the hard stones beneath. Song Tingchen's brow knitted tightly.
Su Tan, be careful.
He thrust his sword at the water ghost, piercing it and creating a gaping wound. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tan unleashed a high-level ghost restraining talisman. But the water ghost swiftly dodged, grabbing a person to shield itself. That person was none other than Lu Qingyin, who had stealthily come to hide by the Sanji River after being rejected by Song Tingchen. The water ghost tightened its grip around Lu Qingyin's neck, pressing her against itself. Don't come any closer, or I shall kill her. Su Tan continued her assault, unfazed, while Song Tingchen interjected, Su Tan, Qingyin is still there. Su Tan shot him a glance filled with disdain, a smirk playing at her lips. What does it matter to me? Step aside. Song Tingchen, perplexed, stood his ground. This is a living life. Lu Qingyin trembled, tears streaming down her face. Tingchen, save me. Su Tan continued to draw symbols in the air, indifferent to Lu Qingyin's plight. Seeing Su Tan's lack of intent to cease her actions, Lu Qingyin quivered in fear. Tingchen. Su Tan wants to kill me. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeply as he grasped Su Tan's wrist. What grievance do you hold against me? Do not harm Qingyin. She is innocent. The water ghost tightened its grip, its eyes fixed on Su Tan. You, a sorceress. It is no wonder you have embraced the Heartless Path. Look at this man beside you, so indifferent to your existence for the sake of this woman. The water ghost cackled, relishing in its cruel observations. I have always said, there are no good men in this world. It seems not only she suffers from a heartless betrayal, but even such a young sorceress cannot escape. Song Tingchen glared at the water ghost, his voice low. Silence. What's wrong? Did my words strike a nerve, Song Baiyan? A mocking voice emerged from behind the water ghost, revealing Cui Wan, who pierced the water ghost's body with her sword. Chapter 39. The identity of the water ghost. The water ghost's form collapsed to the ground, but did not immediately dissipate. Instead, it shed its inhuman visage, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Some gasped in astonishment, not expecting the water ghost to possess such beauty. What use is beauty when she has claimed so many lives? Her heart is wicked, and her demise is no loss. Song Tingchen's sister, Lu Qingyin, with reddened eyes, rushed to him, her face filled with vulnerability. I thought I would never see you again. Chui Wan, with an air of disdain, cast a glance at the pair, lamenting, what a pity. I should have brought a bed for you two lovebirds. Sister, what poor taste you have. Su Tan sheathed her sword, not sparing a glance at Song Tingchen. Sister, what brings you here? Chui Wan rolled her eyes, exasperated. I don't know what insanity has possessed the dog emperor to send you, and such a troublesome person to deal with the water ghost. Could I possibly stay away? If I didn't come, you'd be sickened to death. Not only I came. Shortly after, a group of individuals arrived, including Prime Minister Jiang He. Upon seeing so many people, tears welled in Lu Qingyin's eyes as she timidly looked at Su Tan, her body trembling. Sister Su Tan, why did you disregard my safety? I nearly perished at the hands of that water ghost. Her words drew the attention of many. Song Tingchen frowned but chose to remain silent. The fact that Su Tan had nearly disregarded a life was undeniable. Su Tan smirked, her gaze fixed on Lu Qingyin as she took her time to respond. Miss Lu, I am curious. If sacrificing one life could save the lives of an entire city, what would you choose? Lu Qingyin's eyes widened with suspicion, her lips trembling. I don't know what Sister Su Tan is talking about. Song Tingchen's brow tightened, a frost settling over his expression. Until now, he had not understood why Su Tan had become so callous. Only upon hearing the water ghost's words did he realize she had indeed embraced the Heartless Path. Could such a path truly render a person so cold-hearted? Su Tan, no one to stop. Su Tan turned to see Song Tingchen gripping the sword she had once nourished with her blood. Raising an eyebrow, she gestured, and the sword shattered in response. Song Tingchen's expression darkened further, radiating a chilling aura. This sword once drank my blood and was nurtured by my spirit. General Song, being but a mortal, should not wield it, lest it attract malevolent spirits. He fixed his gaze on Su Tan, a cold laugh escaping his lips. So, should I thank Miss Su? That is unnecessary, Su Tan replied with distaste. After all, your gratitude is rather off-putting. Since General Song is so noble, let me reiterate my previous question to Miss Lu. If sacrificing General Song could secure the safety of the entire capital, how would General Song choose? Song Tingchen clenched his jaw, deeply studying Su Tan. If my death could ensure the survival of the entire capital, it would be my honor. But what does that have to do with your earlier intent to kill Qingyin?
Su Tan nonchalantly bir tersiyordu.
The water ghost is steeped in resentment. I had a chance to eliminate her with a single strike, but alas, that opportunity is past. Such a chance will not present itself again for another year. Yet, the citizens of the capital cannot wait a year. Tomorrow, the water ghost will rise from the Sanji River and slaughter the entire capital. I had thought Miss Lu would share General Song's noble understanding. It seems I was mistaken. Chui Wan paused, promptly agreeing. What a pity. Lu Qinyin ground her teeth in resentment, feeling the probing gazes of the crowd upon her. As if she were a target. Su Tan, you vile woman, how malicious your intentions. She swayed as if about to faint.
Su Tan smiled lightly.
Do not faint, Miss Lu. No one will blame you. After all, who wishes to die when they can live? You merely love yourself a bit too much. It is human nature. Lu Qinyin clenched her fists, appearing feeble as she clutched Song Tingchen's sleeve, hinting, everyone else does not practice sorcery, so naturally, whatever Sister Su Tan says goes. I'm sorry. I was the one who caused the entire city to lose its chance at life. Is that sufficient? She wept pitifully, as if her tears would render Su Tan the most detestable sinner in the world. The water ghost smirked derisively. Compared to Su Tan, a meddlesome sorceress, it loathed Lu Qingyin's pretentiousness even more. It leapt into the Sanji River, its wounds healing rapidly, even the severed arm beginning to regrow. Sorceress, your luck has run out. You could have rid the people of their suffering, but now, you can do nothing to me. The river of three fats serves as the wellspring from which I draw my strength. As long as the river of three fats flows, its power shall never wane. Lu Qingyin's expression suddenly shifted. She glanced at the water ghost with eyes full of disdain and hatred. You are nothing but a deceitful water ghost. Cease your beguiling words. Chui Wan slowly polished the sword in her hand, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she coldly regarded Lu Qingyin. Does Miss Lu imply that this water ghost, who nearly led to your demise at the hands of a sorcerer, is here to frame you? Lu Qingyin found herself at a loss for words, her heart brimming with a hatred so profound it felt as if it could bleed. Though none of those present spoke, their gazes were rife with contempt and scorn. as if blaming her for pleading for her life instead of succumbing to death instantly. Only Prime Minister Jiang He remained, his eyes fixed intently on the water ghost. With a sardonic smile, the water ghost taunted, "What's the matter, father? Do you no longer recognize me? I am Yan Yan, your eldest daughter, Jiang Yan." At this revelation, nearly everyone turned to Jiang He with expressions of shock. His countenance darkened ominously, his voice icy. "What nonsense is this? I have never had such a daughter. I, Jiang He, have lived my life with integrity. How could my daughter become a malevolent water ghost?" If he were to acknowledge that this water ghost was indeed his legitimate daughter, his position as prime minister would be irrevocably compromised, especially given the countless souls claimed by the River of Three Fats each year, a truth witnessed by all. Jiang Yan tore the jade pendant from her waist. A unique heirloom of the Jiang family. With an expression as cold as ice, she glared at him. "Mother and her vile offspring conspired against me. Is it now that father refuses to acknowledge me? Are you concerned that if the world knew your legitimate daughter transformed into a water ghost after her death, it would hinder your political career?" The chilling tone of the water ghost cut through the air, compelling everyone to fix their scrutinizing gazes upon Jiang He. Feeling the weight of their stares, Jiang He squirmed uncomfortably. If he did not concede, Jiang Yan would surely utter more damaging truths. His eyes reddened with unshed tears as he feigned a sorrowful expression. "Nian Nian? Is it truly you? Nian Nian, there were those who claimed you fell into the water. I searched for 3 days and found no trace of your body. How did you become a water ghost?" Jiang Yan's gaze bore into him, her resentment palpable. Having been nourished by the River of Three Fats, she had reverted to a ghastly form, neither fully human nor ghostly. A sinister laugh escaped her lips. "Do you truly wish to know, father?" Jiang He's heart raced as he recognized her reference to Mother Ma and her daughter. Yet, he maintained his facade before the crowd, grandly proclaiming, "Nian Nian, I know you are not proficient in swimming. It is only natural to slip and fall into the river. I am aware that you have always been a sensible and obedient child." Throughout Jiang Yan's life, Jiang He had used those very words to gloss over his injustices, compelling her to swallow her grievances. Whenever he uttered those 4 words, she had no choice but to remain silent and bear her suffering. Yet, she was no longer the docile Jiang Yan. She had transformed into a water ghost consumed by wrath.
No.
Jiang Yan's cold laughter shattered Jiang He's pretense, exposing the facade he desperately wished to maintain. "I was murdered." Tears of blood streamed from her eyes as her voice rose to a near-screaming pitch, revealing her status as a water ghost with countless lives claimed upon her shoulders. Yet, in that moment, the onlookers could not help but feel that Jiang Yan had once been a pitiable soul. Jiang Yan gritted her teeth, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Jiang He. "Father, do you comprehend the agony I endured in my final moments?" Chapter 40. Jiang Yan's past. Jiang Yan trembled, her eyes closing in anguish as the torment of her past flooded over her like a relentless tide. "Miss, a letter from the heir of the Duke of Xinghua has arrived. Would you care to see it?" The loyal maid's face lit up with excitement, as the second miss had been persistently seeking the heir's attention, seemingly intent on supplanting the eldest miss in a marriage to the Duke. However, that engagement had been established in writing by their mother during her lifetime, clearly stating the eldest miss's name. The second miss's ambitions were futile, for the heir remained loyal to you. Jiang Yan's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly nudged the maid's arm. "Do not speak such nonsense. What if someone overhears?" Though she protested, her cheeks still reddened as she withdrew the letter. It was indeed from Ling Ran, the heir of the Duke of Xinghua, inviting her to meet him by the River of Three Fats at the hour of the rooster, promising a surprise. Upon comparing the handwriting, she recognized it as his. Having known him since childhood, this was undeniably his authentic writing. Yet, the letter specifically requested she attend alone. Feeling a sense of unease, Jiang Yan burned the letter. "Perhaps it is best that I do not go. Meeting a man alone is improper. If father were to find out, he would surely chastise me." A hint of disappointment crossed her features. The maid, sensing her despondency, urged, "Do not be disheartened, miss. You must realize that the second miss has been lingering around the air, and you know her cunning nature. If you do not attend, and she learns of it, she might create obstacles for you." The eldest miss had longed to marry into the Duke's household and escape the treacherous confines of the Prime Minister's estate. With the wedding date approaching, there could be no missteps. Moreover, the heir was your betrothed. How could he be deemed merely an outsider? "Miss, the heir is currently infatuated with you. You must seize this opportunity. If you do not plan for yourself, who will? Jiang Nian stood abruptly, her resolve shaken. Indeed, if she did not advocate for her own interests, no one would. Throughout her life, everything she possessed had been seized by Jiang Ro. From the smallest trinkets to her fiancé. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and decided to accept the invitation. At that time, she was still young, naive to the treachery of the world. She had always believed that her childhood bond with Ling Ran was unbreakable, and that aside from her deceased mother, he was the one person she could trust above all. She had thought this meeting would lead to a harmonious future together. Little did she know. She was walking toward a path of despair, clutching a letter penned by her beloved. Upon arriving at the River of Three Fats, she did not find her beloved waiting for her, but rather Mother Ma and Jiang Ro, who had always vied for her possessions, accompanied by a group of burly servants. A sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Nian's heart, and as she turned to flee, Mother Ma's commanding voice rang out, "Seize her." With a chilling glare, the servants swiftly subdued Jiang Nian, pinning her to the ground. Jiang Ro's eyes sparkled with triumph as she approached, her expression deceptively sweet. Her gaze unblinking as she cruelly stepped on Jiang Nian's hand. "You foolish girl. Ling Ran wrote to you, asking you to meet him alone, and you actually agreed." Drawing a dagger from her sleeve, her eyes glinted with malice as she raised her hand and slashed Jiang Nian's cheek. "How shameless of you!" Jiang Nian gritted her teeth, glaring at Jiang Ro in hatred. "You will not escape unscathed for this." Jiang Ro laughed, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. She gripped Jiang Nian's chin, the dagger piercing one of her eyes. The anguished scream that escaped Jiang Nian's lips brought Jiang Ro a twisted sense of satisfaction. "Oh, Jiang Nian, you truly are a fool. Do you still believe that Ling Ran is unaware of today's events? I adore him, and he reciprocates my feelings. You are merely an obstacle between us. Do you know that every time he spends time with you, he must cleanse himself thrice afterward? I had hoped that if you were wise enough to relinquish your engagement voluntarily, perhaps we could have spared you." However, who could blame Jiang Nian for her shamelessness? As she clung to the hope of marrying into the esteemed Duke of Xinggua's household, what kind of lineage did the Duke of Xinghua possess? And what of the talented and noble Ling Ran, the young master? Surely, a wretched being like Jiang Nian could never be worthy of such a union. Madame Ma's expression remained indifferent. As her gaze fell upon Jiang Nian, it was as if she had encountered something repulsive, her eyes betraying a look of disdain before swiftly averting her gaze. Initially contemplating the humiliation of tarnishing Jiang Nian's reputation, she soon decided that it would be more prudent for her to meet an unfortunate accident by falling into the water. After all, with the cold weather and slippery roads, no one would venture this way. The picturesque banks of the Sanji River were deemed the most fitting resting place for Jiang Nian. "Enough, Aro." Madame Ma gently beckoned her daughter closer. "Do not speak too much with her to avoid complications. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk of being discovered. What are you all standing around for? Miss Song is on her way." Jiang Nian was repeatedly thrust into the frigid waters, her blood staining the river crimson.
Madame Ma.
Unperturbed, seemed merely to be witnessing a newly staged play. "Jiang Nian, your mother has left you a generous dowry. When you reach the underworld, do remember to thank her on my behalf. After all, this dowry now belongs to Aro." A wedding procession adorned in 10 miles of red would surely elicit praise for Jiang Ro's good fortune. Yet, this fortune was bought at the cost of Jiang Nian's lifeless body, a secret unknown to all. Jiang Nian met her tragic end amid the scheming of these individuals. "Bind more stones to her," Madame Ma calmly instructed. "Ensure she sinks to the riverbed. Do it cleanly and swiftly. The winter waters will freeze soon." By the time the thaw arrives in spring, Jiang Nian's corpse would be unrecognizable. Who would believe she was the daughter of the Prime Minister? With heavy stones tied to her, her body descended into the river's depths. That winter, a peculiar event unfolded. All rivers in the capital froze, except for the Sanji River, which continued to shimmer coldly. Initially anxious, Madame Ma feared the possibility of discovery. Though the daughter of the Prime Minister had been reported dead, should her body surface in the Sanji River, the gruesome condition would surely invite speculation. However, after a month of waiting without incident, the Sanji River remained unfrozen, and every year, someone would fall into its depths. Madame Ma and Jiang Ro soon forgot the existence of the poor girl they had conspired to murder in the water. Along the banks of the Sanji River, only the sound of breaths broke the silence after such a tragic tale. No one dared to accuse Jiang Nian of harboring a malicious heart. of becoming a water spirit and causing the innocent to perish. If any soul were to die so tragically, their resentment would be profound. They would not concern themselves with the innocent, but rather wish to drag the entire world down with them. Father, do you now understand why I have become a water spirit? Jiang Nian's eyes glimmered with deep-seated hatred. I cannot leave the Sanji River. But if I can drag more souls to accompany me, my power will suffice to roam freely throughout the capital. At that time, I shall ensure that all in this world accompany me in death. Chapter 41. Father, would you seek vengeance for me? Jiang Nian's dark eyes bore into Jiang He, the Prime Minister. Her body radiated resentment, nearly capable of consuming all in its wake. Lu Qingyin opened her mouth, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Nian, biting her lip. Miss Jiang is indeed unfortunate, but she should not involve the innocent. If I were in her position, I would not act so. Jiang Nian smirked, raising her hand to deliver a slap, water from the Sanji River splashing onto Lu Qingyin's face.
Ah!
Lu Qingyin clasped her face, falling to the ground, her garments speckled with snow, a long, ghastly wound appearing on her face, oozing blood, even dislodging 2 worms. Jiang Nian's eyes brimmed with dark energy as she glared at Lu Qingyin. Speak another word, and I shall send you down to join me. She despised those who preached humility while being hypocritical, just as revolting as Jiang Ro, who had brought about her demise. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeply, wishing to pierce Jiang Nian's heart with his sword, only to remember that it had been shattered by Su Tan moments earlier. He glared at Su Tan, his expression frosty. Did you plan this? Had she calculated that Jiang Nian would strike at Qingyin, thus shattering the sword capable of harming spirits?
Su Tan coldly laughed. Song Tingchen.
If your vision is impaired, seek a doctor. Lu Qingyin brought this upon herself. What concern is it of mine? Her gaze shifted to Lu Qingyin. Miss Lu speaks of righteousness, yet I see you are not as virtuous as you claim. Jiang Nian's resentful gaze turned towards Song Tingchen, raising her hand once more. The river water surged towards him. Song Tingchen narrowed his brows. As a martial artist, his reflexes were far superior to Lu Qingyin's. Luckily, the water did not strike his face, but his hand was corroded, revealing bone beneath. The grotesque black worms fell from his hand, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. A sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. The pain was undoubtedly excruciating. Yet, instinctively, he glanced into Su Tan's eyes. Su Tan's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet she directed a look of pity towards Jiang Nian, turning to Song Tingchen with reproach. General, Miss Jiang is essentially a pitiful soul. Why provoke her alongside Miss Lu? Inciting her wrath. A wave of suffocating emotion enveloped Song Tingchen as he gazed at Su Tan, fixing his stare for a long moment before, unexpectedly, he smiled.
Misu?
I shall remember your words. He realized he should have never held expectations for her. She had always been temperamental. He had hoped that over the course of 3 years, she would have become more open-minded. Yet, how could one who had turned to a path of ruthlessness harbor compassion for the world? Cui Wan unabashedly raised her thumb towards Jiang Nian. Miss Jiang, splendidly done. She reveled in the misfortune of Song Tingchen and Lu Qingyin, her expression relaxed. Fear not. Miss Lu and General Song, this injury will not haunt you for a lifetime. In 7 days, even if you do nothing, it shall heal. Lu Qingyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears of pain, yet her beauty, reminiscent of a willowy maiden, would draw sympathy from others. Now, however, with a horrifying wound upon her face, only disgust and fear remained in their gazes. What possessed you to offend a water spirit? Indeed, knowing she was a water spirit, how could one dare utter such words? If you wish to die, do not drag us along. Amitabha, Miss Jiang, debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. You have injured one of the Lu family. Thus, you cannot harm us. The gathered crowd, seeking self-preservation, cast accusatory looks at Lu Qingyin, as if she had committed some heinous act. What she said was not entirely untrue. In fact, nearly 90% of those present likely shared this belief. Jiang Nian was indeed pitiable, but involving the innocent was wrong. Yet, with a malevolent spirit present, no one dared to voice such sentiments to provoke Jiang Nian's ire. Lu Qingyin, accustomed to stepping on others to elevate herself, had instinctively acted in this manner, but how could Jiang Nian, a vengeful ghost, tolerate her? Lu Qingyin covered her face, weeping softly, her eyes filled with malice. She could not believe Su Tan could restrain this water spirit, yet Jiang Nian was clearly intent on retaliating against her. Did she think that by disfiguring her face, Song Tingchen would pay more attention to Su Tan? What a delusion! Prime Minister Jiang was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, his fingers deeply embedded in his palms. He never anticipated that the daughter he had always looked down upon would become so formidable after her death. Jiang Hemming's eyes trembled as he feigned a sorrowful visage, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he gazed at Jiang Nian, nearly fainting from the weight of his grief. Nian Nian, his voice quivered, as if he had aged nearly a decade overnight. Father did not know you suffered such immense injustice, my poor daughter. Suddenly, Jiang Hemming collapsed to the ground, once a figure of vigor and authority, now resembling a dying man, his once straight back now hunched. My poor Nian Nian. Snowflakes fell upon Jiang Hemming as he let out a mournful wail towards the pale sky. Forgive me, Nian Nian. It is I who failed to protect you from that wicked mother and daughter duo. Jiang Nian regarded Jiang Hemming with cold detachment, her lips moving as she spoke, her voice devoid of emotion, yet chilling to the bone. Is that truly how you feel, Prime Minister Jiang? Do you genuinely grieve for me, and believe that the mother and daughter are cruel? Tears had yet to dry on Jiang Hemming's face as he stared blankly at Jiang Nian, suddenly coughing sorrowfully. Nian Nian, you and your mother bear a striking resemblance. Do you remember what your mother looked like? In her youth, she was just like you. A sob escaped Jiang Hemming's lips. I failed to protect my only daughter. Nian Nian, did it hurt? Jiang Nian's tears splashed into the lake. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Hemming, her palms clenched tightly. It hurt. Her voice, laced with a delayed sense of grievance, trembled as she whimpered, Father, it hurts so much. They deceived me, wished for my demise, and took the dowry my mother left for me. Father, no one cares for me, not even Ling Ran, who tricked me. Father, it hurts so much. She cried out for her father, each plea resonating with a profound sense of pain, moving even the onlookers to tears. Setting aside her notorious past, Jiang Nian remained, at her core, a girl unloved until her last breath. Su Tan quietly lowered her gaze, contemplating the frigid waters, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Lu Qingyin's fragile voice emerged, clutching her wound, her eyes red as she looked towards Song Tingchen, her voice a choked whisper amidst the storm. Tingchen, I miss my father. If he were still here, he would surely ask me if it hurts. Song Tingchen felt a tightening in his chest. Lu Qingyin's father had perished while saving him. And had it not been for him, she would not be in such a state of despair. Unsure of what to say, he merely placed a comforting hand on Lu Qingyin's shoulder. Yet, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Su Tan. She, too, had lost her parents. But, at that moment, Su Tan simply stared at the riverbed, her expression inscrutable. Song Tingchen ultimately withdrew his gaze, his eyes betraying no sorrow or joy. Su Tan's feelings were of no concern to him. Father, Jiang Nian's voice was choked with emotion as she fixed her gaze upon Jiang Hemming, scrutinizing his every reaction. Father, are you willing to take revenge for me? I died such a tragic death. The mother and daughter harmed me so terribly. If you truly care for me, will you avenge me? Jiang Hemming's fingers dug into the white snow beneath him, his expression desolate. Anger and hatred surged within him, almost consuming him entirely. Of course. My poor daughter has suffered so much at their hands. If I turn a blind eye, I would be unworthy of being human. Nian Nian, Jiang Hemming wiped his tears, gazing at his daughter with a mix of love and sorrow. What shall we do? Jiang Nian's resentment remained unwavering. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Hemming, slowly curling her lips into a smile. I do not want you to do anything, father. I only want you to bring the mother and daughter, along with Ling Ran, to me by tomorrow. Jiang Nian's dark eyes brimmed with resentment, the waters of Sanji River seemingly stained red in that moment. She opened her mouth, revealing her sharp, white teeth. As long as you bring these people to me for my vengeance, I will cease my misdeeds. Otherwise, Jiang Nian tilted her head innocently, yet her words were laced with cruelty. Otherwise, I shall kill you too. She looked intently at Jiang Hemming, each word deliberate. I died in such a tragic manner. Surely, you would not refuse my request? Or do you care for Jiang Ro and the Ma family more than me? Jiang Hemming's gaze fell, casting a shadow over the snow, obscuring his expression. Jiang Ro had long since married into the Duke of Xinggua's household, living a life of ease, mingling with the ladies of the capital, boasting about how she could win her husband's heart. She had long forgotten the tragedy she had caused for Jiang Nian. Father, answer me. Do you truly wish to take revenge for me? Either you die, or the Ma family and Ling Ran, along with Jiang Ro, must perish. Jiang Nian's resentful gaze bore into Jiang Hemming, his fingers tightening gradually. Of course. Fear not. Nian Nian, for I shall bring these three to you, by tomorrow. Jiang Nian scoffed, her dark eyes still glinting with malice. Father, it would be best if you do not attempt any tricks. None of the sorcerers around you stand a chance against me. Jiang Hemming's voice was carried away by the wind and snow. To avenge my daughter is a father's duty. You need not worry, Nian Nian. Chapter 42. A sword pierced deep into Song Tingchen's heart after steadying Jiang Nian. Prime Minister Jiang and his companions departed in their carriage. Jiang Nian had set a final deadline. They must bring those people before her by tomorrow evening, or the consequences would be dire, resulting in more than just Jiang Hemming's demise. The entire capital would face their doom. Upon reaching the palace gates, Prime Minister Jiang encountered Su Tan. Just as Song Tingchen and Lu Qingyin arrived, Jiang Hemming's countenance grew cold, his expression darkening as he addressed Su Tan.
Master Su.
Under the Emperor's command to eliminate the water ghost, why were you unable to deal with Jiang Nian? Su Tan casually smirked, her gaze drifting to Lu Qingyin. There was a chance, but it has passed. To eradicate the water ghost, one must have the right timing and circumstances. That moment was when her Yin energy was at its weakest. Alas, it was missed. Tomorrow, her power will only grow stronger. Instead of placing blame here, perhaps you should consider how to survive. Jiang Hemming's gaze sharpened like a blade as he turned to Lu Qingyin. She shrank back slightly, yet a flicker of resentment flashed in her eyes. That vile woman, Su Tan. She went to the Sanji River to see how I would die, but did not expect the flames to engulf herself. Song Tingchen frowned, shielding Lu Qingyin from Jiang Hemming's piercing gaze. He coldly addressed Su Tan. What happened is in the past. Do you find it amusing to keep bringing it up? Su Tan's face remained impassive as she replied, General Song. You can afford to speak without feeling the weight of your words. We are all destined to die together. She spoke nonchalantly, as if indifferent to life and death. Prime Minister Jiang's brow furrowed tightly, his voice low and icy, revealing the ruthlessness of his high status. He fixed his piercing gaze on Su Tan, unwilling to miss a single flicker of emotion on her face. Master Su, is there truly no other method to eliminate this monster? Su Tan regarded him quietly. I had thought that Prime Minister Jiang's words to Miss Jiang were sincere. Cui Wan toyed with the short dagger in her hand, casually remarking, Prime Minister Jiang, you truly excel at theatrics. I was almost deceived by your display of sorrow by the river. I genuinely believed you cared for your daughter and sought revenge against her murderers. Prime Minister Jiang remained expressionless, stroking his beard in silence. Lu Qingyin touched the grotesque scar on her face. The sensation of crawling insects spread from the wound throughout her body. She clenched her palms tightly. Her gaze filled with resentment as she stared at Su Tan and Cui Wan, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit that deserved to be reduced to ashes. The two of them lacked the ability to eliminate her, yet I refuse to believe that all capable individuals in this world are so inept. Lu Qingyin turned her head, gripping Song Tingchen's sleeve tightly. Although her facial wounds would heal in 7 days, she could not swallow this humiliation. Tingchen, we must immediately report to His Majesty. With a decree from the Emperor, there are bound to be skilled masters who will sacrifice themselves for our people. The Prime Minister's wife, Miss Jiang Ro, and the heir of the Xingui Duke's mansion have indeed heired, but why should they pay the price for that venomous spirit Jiang Nian? I refuse to believe that the evil spirits in this world can be satiated. If we fulfill her desires, she will only go on to kill more. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow, for the first time not immediately responding to Lu Qingyin's words. Lu Qingyin grew anxious, nudging him. Tingchen, what are you thinking? Su Tan's gaze flickered over Lu Qingyin, who usually wore her benevolence and gentleness like a badge, yet when it came to Miss Jiang, she demanded her demise.
Ah.
Miss Jiang has harmed you due to her resemblance to Jiang Ro, so it's only natural for you to harbor resentment. Lu Qingyin nearly spat blood. What did that wretched woman Su Tan mean by such words? To imply that she and Jiang Ro shared the same venomous temperament was an indirect slander. Lu Qingyin gritted her teeth, putting on a facade of righteousness.
Enoch, Su Tan.
Even if you detest me, you shouldn't compare me to someone as vile as Jiang Ro. I have not harmed my own sister. Is that so? Su Tan scoffed, her gaze penetrating as she locked eyes with Lu Qingyin. I wonder if you yourself have forgotten how your sister met her end. Lu Qingyin's fingers dug into her palms, her eyes blazing red as she stepped forward. The person I cherish most in this world is my sister. You dare to provoke me with her death, Su Tan? I will not let you go. With an expression as cold as ice, Su Tan kicked Lu Qinyin to the ground, drawing her sword, its blade gleaming ominously as it pointed at Lu Qingyin's throat. Come before me again, Lu Qinyin, and I shall not hesitate to bear the consequences. I will truly kill you. Lu Qinyin trembled, her face paling dramatically.
Enoch, Sultan.
Song Tingchen glared coldly at her, reaching out to grasp the tip of her sword. Even as blood dripped steadily, he did not flinch. How long do you intend to continue this madness? Ever since your return to the capital, both Qinyin and I have been tolerating you. What more do you want? Su Tan forcefully yanked her sword back, slicing a deep gash into Song Tingchen's hand. That is something I should be saying. Her expression was stern as she regarded Song Tingchen, suddenly recalling his indifference towards Changlu in her dreams. When Changlu died, he hadn't shed a single tear. All evidence pointed to Lu Qinyin, proving that she had deceived Song Xiao into giving Changlu water from a cup infected with disease, yet he defended Lu Qinyin, proclaiming her frail and kind, warning her not to view everyone through the lens of her own malice. Though she understood that she should not judge others based on her dreams, at this moment, Su Tan uncontrollably raised her eyes. Drawing her sword fiercely and stabbing it into Song Tingchen's heart, she exerted force, her eyes harboring genuine intent to kill, the blade digging deeper. Song Tingchen did not evade, merely staring at her unblinkingly. Chui Wan's expression shifted. Junior sister. She swiftly struck Su Tan's sword from her hand, sorrow evident in her eyes. Though Song Tingchen's death may not be regrettable, you cannot allow yourself to be entangled in such a fate. She communicated in hushed tones, audible only to herself and Su Tan. Think of Changlu. She is still waiting for you to find her. If you kill Song Tingchen, all will be in vain. Rest assured, when the day comes that you reunite with Chang Li's spirit, should your hatred remain, I will gladly end his life alongside you. Su Tan closed her eyes.
All right.
Lu Qinyin trembled all over. You lunatic. Su Tan, you are nothing but a madwoman. Chui Wan's eyes blazed with fury as she stepped forward, grabbing Lu Qinyin by the hair and slapping her several times. Lu Qinyin, keeping you alive is not out of fear, but because you have yet to face the consequences. You truly overestimate your worth. Do you not dream of your sister seeking vengeance in your nightmares? Chapter 43. The Argument Before the Emperor Brother Song. I do not understand why they would slander me. Tears glistened on Lu Qingyin's face, her pallid complexion contrasting sharply as she clutched Song Tingchen's hand tightly, her frail body trembling helplessly from her sobs. Brother Song, I am sorry. Because of me, Su Tan has such a deep misunderstanding of you. She squeezed her eyes shut, suddenly charging towards the city wall. Song Tingchen let out a muffled groan, his lips devoid of color as he gripped Lu Qingyin's arm. You need not prove yourself, Qingyin. I believe you. He pressed his hand against his wound, his face paler than fresh snow, his gaze fixed on Su Tan. When she had plunged her sword into his heart, there had indeed been a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. Su Tan, regardless of your grievances against Qingyin, this ends here. She is not your tool for venting anger. Hearing Song Tingchen's cold tone, Su Tan remained unperturbed, merely casting a languid glance at him. Even if she caused your father's death, you still trust her so? Lu Qingyin's eyes were red as she glared at Su Tan, her fingers almost drawing blood from her grip.
Sultan.
Do not slander me. What benefit could I possibly gain from causing Uncle Song's death? Her voice trembled, her throat hoarse, as she grasped Song Tingchen's sleeve with a face full of vulnerability. Brother Tingchen, had it not been for Uncle Song's unexpected passing 3 years ago, I would have married you long ago. Am I such a fool as to harm myself for the sake of harming others? You must believe me. I did not harm Uncle Song. Song Tingchen offered Lu Qinyin a reassuring glance, his gaze heavy as it bore down on Su Tan. No matter what prejudice you hold against Qinyin, it must cease here. She has never plunged a sword into his heart. Su Tan wiped the blood from her sword with a cloth. One must pay a price for their misplaced trust, such as the price I once paid. Or the one you are paying now. Ultimately, I am not to blame for your impending ruin. Lu Qinyin glared at Su Tan with resentment, ready to retort, when she suddenly felt a loosening grip. Song Tingchen had lost too much blood and collapsed. Brother Song. After the physician's examination, Song Tingchen's wounds had been bandaged. In the Zicheng Hall, the physician wiped the sweat from his brow. Your Majesty, the sword did not strike a vital area. General Song's fainting was due to excessive blood loss. He must take good care of himself in the coming days, avoiding water and any strain on the wound. However, the injury on his hand stems from a malevolent force. I am powerless, Your Majesty, forgive me. Emperor Qinglong nodded, instructing the physician, in the coming days. Please make several visits to the Northern General's mansion to treat Song Qing. The physician bowed and withdrew. Emperor Qinglong casually flipped through the memorials in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the individuals in Zicheng Hall, a wry smile crossing his lips. Did I not send Song Qing and the daughter of the Su family to exterminate the malevolent spirit haunting the Sanji River? How is it that aside from being injured by a malevolent force, he has also been stabbed in the heart by someone? Lu Qingyin's eyes darted, and she immediately knelt. Tears brimming, her trembling fingers pointing directly at Su Tan. Your Majesty, it was her. The guards at the palace gates all witnessed it. It was Su Tan who struck. With gritted teeth, she revealed her resentment, mingled with a hint of satisfaction. Wounding a high-ranking court official, Su Tan must pay dearly for her actions. General Song is a national hero, yet Su Tan, driven by her own desires, has viciously harmed him. Such cruelty is unworthy of humanity. Is that so? The voice of Emperor Qinglong resonated, not swayed by Lu Qingyin's one-sided account, but instead directing his gaze towards the Minister Zhang beside him. Minister Zhang. Is it as she claims? A glimmer flickered in Zhang's eyes as he replied, Your Majesty, I did indeed witness the young lady of the Su family injure General Song. However, whether this was driven by personal motives or some other reason, I dare not speculate. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, unable to meet the emperor's gaze, her lips biting down in frustration. Regardless of the reason, one must never harm an official of the court. Tears welled in her eyes as she cast a resentful look at Su Tan. Su Tan, if you dare to injure General Song today, will you not dare to harm His Majesty tomorrow? The Duke of Dinggua's household is renowned for its loyalty. How could they raise such a disgrace? Emperor Qinglong's eyes darkened as he quietly observed Su Tan, his gaze tumultuous yet serene. Su Tan, do you not intend to provide an explanation for your actions? Su Tan's eyes slowly penetrated Lu Qingyin's. She had already prepared herself to face the emperor after confronting Song Tingchen at the palace gates. Lu Qingyin's intent to use her as a scapegoat would likely come to naught. Su Tan inclined her head and stated, Your Majesty, to inquire why I acted against General Song, one must ask Miss Lu. What's that got to do with me? Lu Qingyin's brow twitched. Her eyes suddenly filled with malice as she spat through clenched teeth. I will not be as heartless as you, nor have I called for murder. A smile graced Su Tan's lips, her gaze calm and unwavering, resting solely on Lu Qingyin's veiled face. Might I ask, Miss Lu, is that ghastly injury upon your face a result of the water ghost from the Sanji River? The imperial physician has also stated that General Song's injuries are due to malevolent forces. Lu Qingyin furrowed her brow, glaring fiercely at Su Tan. What does that have to do with your injuring General Song? Do not evade the issue.
Su Tan replied with a smile.
If merely the water of the Sanji River can inflict such serious injuries upon both Miss Lu and General Song, and considering I have been entangled with that water ghost, my mind disturbed, it is not surprising that I acted against General Song. As for your claim that I might attempt to assassinate His Majesty. She paused, raising an eyebrow. The Emperor is the true dragon son of heaven, blessed with profound fortune. The moment I stepped into the Zicheng Hall, I felt that foul aura dissipate. How could I be influenced by malevolent forces to harm the Emperor? Do you think, perhaps, that even within the palace, shielded by the Emperor's dragon aura, not a trace of evil could be dispelled? Lu Qingyin seethed with hatred, realizing the venom in Su Tan's words. If she dared to respond with even a hint of denial, she might soon find herself exposed to dire consequences. Clenching her fists, she spat Miss Su, with your silver tongue, naturally, whatever you say must be accepted as truth. You claim to have acted against General Song due to disturbance by malevolent forces. What can I do about that? Emperor Qinglong sipped from the tea on the table,
glancing towards Su Tan.
The water ghost from the Sanji River is indeed quite troublesome. It is remarkable that you and General Song have returned alive.
Su Tan naman non committal.
The Emperor placed his teacup down. However, you previously stated that, aside from the disturbance by malevolent forces, your actions against General Song also relate to Lu Qingyin. What is the story behind that? A chill ran through Lu Qingyin. Indeed, in the next moment, Su Tan's smile was tinged with mockery as she recounted her earlier words to Minister Zhang, now addressing Emperor Qinglong. I believe before General Song set out. He must have warned Miss Liu of the dangers ahead. Why did you disregard his advice, insisting on your own will, thus providing the water ghost with an opportunity? Lu Qingyin gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, this is merely Su Tan's one-sided account. She is envious of me, deliberately speaking such words to make me the target of scorn. The previously silent Chui Wan interjected, rolling her eyes. Yes, your junior sister is slandering you. Even the water ghost that has been battling her must conspire with her to harm you. So it turns out, Miss Liu, you are indeed hated by both people and spirits. You all. Tears brimmed in Lu Qingyin's eyes as she nearly fainted from rage, experiencing the bitter taste of being defenseless for the first time. How could she know what the water ghost was thinking? She stared resolutely at the tiled floor and suddenly said, Your Majesty, these two are merely singing a duet. I have no words to counter them. However, the immediate concern is to eliminate that harmful water ghost. She fixed her gaze on Su Tan, a hint of malice flickering in her eyes. The Duke of Dinggua's house is filled with loyalty, since Miss Su is a descendant of loyal ministers and valiant generals. She ought to shed blood for the people of Dongchu. If that water ghost is wreaking havoc, if Miss Su sacrifices her life, she will surely be able to vanquish it. Su Tan allowed Lu Qingyin to place her in a position where everyone would call for her downfall, returning the sentiment in kind. If Su Tan's death could ensure the peace of the entire city, then it would not be up to that wretched woman to decide. Minister Jiang lowered his head. If the death of one Su Tan could guarantee the safety of his wife and daughter, it would be most fortunate. Yet he mused, does Miss Su possess such capability? Before Su Tan could respond, Lu Qingyin immediately retorted, how could she not? She already claimed that had it not been for giving the water ghost an opportunity, she would have swiftly dealt with it by now. It has barely been a while. Su Tan knew too much. Allowing this person to remain in the world would inevitably lead to her becoming a great threat, jeopardizing all that she was about to grasp. For her own sake and that of others, Su Tan had to die. Emperor Qinglong's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Su Tan. Is that so? Your Majesty, Qingyin is young and naive. She is merely speaking nonsense. Song Tingchen, with a pale face, stepped into the Zicheng Hall, casting a deep and complex glance at Lu Qingyin. He had never imagined that Lu Qingyin would so lightly suggest Su Tan's death in front of the emperor. Lu Qingyin's heart raced. How had Song Tingchen awakened so quickly? She tightly grasped the handkerchief, disregarding everything else, determined not to let her efforts go to waste. Brother Song Tingchen frowned, for the first time showing her a stern face, cutting off her words. Eliminating the water ghost is not as simple as you think. Kneeling on the ground, he addressed Emperor Qinglong, Your Majesty, that water ghost is exceptionally vicious. Even if Su Tan were to offer her life, it would be of no use.
Kuivan snorted.
Surprised that Song Tingchen would speak so rationally, she shot a disdainful glance at Lu Qingyin.
Fool.
Do you think my junior sister did not bring me along to deal with the water ghost? She had long been prepared to perish with it, but unfortunately, you disrupted her plans. Jiang Mian, filled with resentment, added, the water of the Sanji River can provide her with endless dark energy. Not only my junior sister, but even all the capable individuals in the capital combined would merely become fodder for that creature. Chui Wan knelt on the ground, addressing Emperor Qinglong. Your Majesty, if you do not believe us, you may issue a decree summoning all the capable individuals in the capital to the Sanji River to exterminate the water ghost. If we were to perish, but it could ensure the safety of the people, then it would be a death well worth it. Emperor Qinglong opened the document in his hand, the sound of whirling snow and wind in his ears. What if you were not a match for that water ghost? Chapter 44. Only one of you and Jiang Ro can live. Su Tan lowered her gaze and truthfully replied, at that time, the entire capital will run red with blood. Emperor Qinglong tossed the document to the ground, not angry, but rather smiling. Is it truly impossible to find a single practitioner capable of dealing with Jiang Mian in the entire capital? Remembering the ministers of the Astronomical Bureau who had perished in years past, Emperor Qinglong felt that his authority had been provoked. The ruler of the world, constrained by a mere water ghost, would be an absurd tale to spread. He picked up the cup and smashed it against Minister Jiang He's head. Jiang He, you have raised a fine daughter and chosen an admirable match. How many have perished due to that water ghost over the years? Can you even count them? Jiang He dared not evade, allowing the corner of his forehead to be struck, blood cascading down his cheek and dripping into the crevices of the floor tiles. I acknowledge my sins and implore the emperor to quell his wrath. My death is inconsequential, but may your majesty take great care of your health. The Emperor Qinglong's temples throbbed with anxiety. How could he calm his fury? If the citizens of the capital were to perish because of this, what face would he have to meet his ancestors? His gaze fell once more upon Su Tan, pondering whether there truly was no way out.
Sultan Nohret Hareis.
Perceiving Jiang Mian's profound resentment, I am but an incapable daughter, unable to execute her. However, she paused and suddenly proposed if I, along with my senior sister and the talented individuals of the capital, along with the fellow practitioners from the Qintian Bureau, were to unite in a ritual, we should be able to guide Jiang Mian's spirit to the underworld. A stone of worry finally lifted from Emperor Qinglong's heart. Let it be as you say. I shall issue an edict at once. Su Tan nodded, about to speak when Lu Qinin interjected with a mocking smile, her expression laced with sarcasm.
Misu.
Your thoughts are rather simplistic. Just earlier, your senior sister stated that even if many lives were sacrificed, it would only serve to provide Jiang Mian with a few more dishes. How can you now claim that you can perform a ritual to send her to the netherworld? Are you so certain that Jiang Mian won't take advantage of the situation, leading to even greater calamities? Song Tingchen's eyes radiated a chilling aura. Qinin. Lu Qinin bit her lip, her voice tremulous. Brother Song, even if you are angry, I must speak out. We cannot gamble with the lives of the entire city. Su Tan's gaze fell upon Lu Qinin. How could one not admire Miss Lu's keen intellect? With such quick reflexes, she could certainly hold her own against the old foxes in the court. Unfortunately, all of Lu Qingnin's thoughts were consumed by how to win a man's favor and eliminate rival women. Su Tan turned her attention to Jiang He. The outcome of this matter now rested in the hands of the Prime Minister. Jiang He's brows furrowed deeply. He had been enjoying the spectacle. Yet now the flames had unexpectedly engulfed him. Su Tan's words left him bewildered. Emperor Qinglong, with half-closed eyes, awaited her next utterance.
Sultan spoke bullshit.
Jiang Mian's resentment runs deep because she entrusted her fate to the wrong people and met a wrongful death, while those who harmed her continue to thrive. Over time, her grievances only grow, and even the Sanji River has become a breeding ground for her lingering malice. If her vendetta is avenged and her wishes fulfilled, her resentment will naturally dissipate, allowing us to escort her to the underworld. But that depends on whether Prime Minister Jiang is willing to let go. After all, Madame Ma and Zhang Rou are his beloved wife and daughter. Emperor Qinglong pondered for a moment, his gaze landing on Jiang He. Without issuing an edict, he suddenly displayed a look of sorrowful compassion. During his father's reign, soldiers were dispatched to battle Beiling, leaving both nations severely weakened. When Beiling sought to marry the imperial princess, his father, a loving father, had no choice but to let his sister marry, albeit with tears. Whenever I think of this, I recall how innocent and carefree my sister once was. She was merely 15 when she married, yet bore burdens that were never hers to carry. Tears streamed down Jiang He's face as he knelt before the emperor, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, this matter arose from my lax governance. If I continue to protect those two, would I not be complicit in tyranny, becoming a sinner of the entire Dongchu? Madame Ma and Zhang Rou, ruthless as they were, brought their fate upon themselves at Jiang Mian's hands. In an instant, Jiang He made his decision. He had previously harbored hopes of preserving his wife and daughter while obliterating Jiang Mian. Now, he understood that one cannot have both fish and bear a paw. He must forsake Madame Ma and Zhang Rou. Yet Jiang He frowned slightly, considering the interests of the Xinghua Duke's residents. Emperor Qinglong sighed, I shall handle this matter delicately. If the Duke is unwilling, I shall not force his hand. As a parent, one always prioritizes the well-being of their children. Jiang He knelt once more, his eyes brimming with tears. I, too, am a father. Allow me to persuade him. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Duke is a man of great principle. If he learns of his eldest son's heinous deeds, he will be the first to act against Qin. A smile of relief graced Emperor Qinglong's lips, quickly replaced by bitterness. Then this matter is entrusted to Prime Minister Jiang. It is my incompetence that has led to such sacrifices of loved ones. As his words faded, everyone in the hall knelt in unison. Who would dare acknowledge the emperor's incompetence? Unless they were willing to forsake their entire lineage. Jiang He wept in the Zicheng Hall, offering a myriad of comforting words to Emperor Qinglong. The two men exchanged glances, each seemingly aware of the other's burdens. The matter was thus settled, leaving no room for further negotiation. Lu Qinin ground her teeth in hatred, secretly cursing Su Tan as stroke of good fortune. However, she consoled herself with the thought of Prince Yu. He would not let Su Tan off easily. At the Xinghua Duke's residence, the Duke summoned his son, Ling Ran, to the study. Tomorrow at the hour of the rooster, you and Jiang Mian must visit the Sanji River. Upon hearing the ominous name of Sanji River, Ling Ran's brows furrowed, a hint of wariness flickering in his eyes. Wasn't that place haunted by water ghosts? Why would his father send him to such a cursed location?
Slap.
The Duke struck Ling Ran across the face. Ling Ran stood in shock, covering his sore cheek. Since he could remember, his father had never struck him. Father, what is the meaning of this? How dare you ask? The Duke's face radiated fury. The water ghost by the Sanji River is none other than Jiang Mian, the daughter of the Prime Minister, who died in a vile manner. Do you need me to remind you how she perished? You, who are well-versed in literature, have learned only to kill and set fires? If you could have handled the aftermath cleanly, that would have sufficed. Yet you left such a significant calamity behind, prompting the Emperor to personally intervene. You truly are a fine son. Ling Ran's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that this matter would reach his father's ears. That wretched woman Jiang Mian is now a ghost. So what? We can simply find a master to obliterate her. As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke slapped Ling Ran several more times. What you can conceive, can the Emperor not? Jiang Mian harbors deep resentment, and if her wishes are not fulfilled, the entire capital will pay the price. Ling Ran furrowed his brow, instinctively asking, what are her wishes? The Duke shot him a glance, replying coolly, to kill Madame Ma and Jiang Rou, and then to have her corpse retrieved and welcomed into our residence. After a pause, the Duke added, as the rightful wife. This meant that Ling Ran must not only eliminate Jiang Rou but also divorce her. Ling Ran's expression twisted in disbelief. As the heir of the illustrious Xinghua Duke's residence, he was to be threatened by a ghost and welcome that wretched woman Jiang Mian into his home? She was deluded. The position of the Duke's wife is too esteemed. That wretched Jiang Mian does not deserve it. Father, I will not betray a Rou. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Duke struck Ling Ran again. To achieve great things, one must not be bound by the sentiments of youth. Either Jiang Rou dies, or you both perish together. Ling Ran, remember this. I have more than one son. If you insist on being a pair of star-crossed lovers, others will take your place. Ling Ran's demeanor darkened ominously. The Duke ceased speaking, waiting for his son's choice. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Ran closed his eyes, filled with guilt. In this life, I owe a Rou an apology. I will always remember her kindness. Our entire Xinghua Duke's residence owes her a debt. The Duke smiled with satisfaction, saying meaningfully, now, that is my good son. On the following morning, Ling Ran embraced Jiang Rou's waist, resting his head on her shoulder. A Rou, today, I wish to take you on a boat ride. Jiang Rou's face was tinged with shyness. Last night, Ling Ran had held her tenderly several times, only releasing her as dawn approached. Despite being married for a few years, Ling Ran still cherished her deeply. With the winter lake frozen over, she asked Brother Ran, how will you take me out on the lake? Ling Ran smiled, his eyes harboring a profound depth, as long as it brought joy to Rower. What would it matter if he melted the lake for her? He had always doted on Jiang Rou, spending lavishly without a second thought. Even in winter, when it might be deemed extravagant to melt an entire lake just to row her across, she would think nothing of it. Jiang Rou, leaning against him, kissed the corner of Ling Ran's lips and said, Brother Ran, you treat me so well. Ling Ran, looking down, did not respond. Instead, he suddenly grasped Jiang Rou's hand, embraced her waist, and drew the curtain once more. The entire day was spent in bed, and she lost count of how many times Ling Ran had called for water. She was adept at enchanting him, often leading him to succumb to her charms, rendering the presence of his several concubines mere decorations in his eyes, a fact that drew disapproval from her mother-in-law. Engaging in such indulgence today would surely invite her mother-in-law's wrath tomorrow. Yet Jiang Rou merely smiled and tightened her embrace around Ling Ran's waist, convinced that after today, she would surely conceive a child. At that time, with a baby in her belly, her mother-in-law would be left speechless. As evening approached, Ling Ran took her outside, continuing to tease her during the carriage ride. Jiang Rou was puzzled by his behavior, but complied nonetheless. Upon arriving at their destination, a chilling breeze hit her, and instinctively she grasped Ling Ran's hand, gazing at the strange yet familiar scene before her, an unsettling premonition rising within her. Brother Ran, where is this place? Chapter 45. Revenge for wrongs and grudges. Ling Ran's expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes as he suddenly thrust Jiang Ro away with force. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground, her knees scraping against the stones. Staring up at Ling Ran, she felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene. With a sultry gaze and a voice laced with grievance, she asked, Brother Ling, what are you doing? He had always been unable to bear her such displays of vulnerability. Yet, at this moment, Ling Ran merely looked at her with pained eyes and hoarsely uttered, I'm sorry. Jiang Ro was bewildered. What do you mean, sorry? Rubbing her knee, she rose to her feet, and despite her naivety, she sensed the danger looming, instinctively wanting to escape. However, the guards responsible for her safety encircled her and held her down. A loud ringing filled her head as distant memories surged back, and she finally remembered where this place was, Sanji River. Trembling uncontrollably, Jiang Ro cried out, Ling Ran, why have you brought me to Sanji River? Of course. To send you to your death, came a chillingly familiar voice from behind her. Jiang Ro shivered, turning to face Jiang Nian, her one sister now transformed into something ghastly. What are you? Get away. Jiang Nian slowly smiled, her current form indeed terrifying, yet her eyes sparkled with a memory of Jiang Ro's past rage and jealousy. Dear sister, have you forgotten me so soon? Jiang Ro's eyes widened in horror as she broke free from her restraints. It's Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian had returned as a specter to claim her life. Brother Ling. Jiang Ro trembled, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Nian, one tea spare us. Even if you harbor grievances against me, can we not discuss this later? Ling Ren closed his eyes, trembling hands revealing his inner turmoil. He did not wish to harm Jiang Ro, yet he felt trapped. Ro, your mother will be here soon to accompany you. Do not worry. You will not be alone on the road to the underworld. I will have all your favorite jewelry burned with you, and your most trusted maid will keep you company. The finest fabrics and cosmetics from the capital, I promise I will have them sent to you when I can. He rambled on, tears flowing with the wind. No. Jiang Ro grit her teeth, her face contorting with defiance. I refuse to die. Jiang Nian sneered. You must die today. Turning to Ling Ran, she suddenly adopted a gentle smile. Brother Ling, my greatest wish in this life was to marry into the Duke's household as your wife. If you kill her, I shall cease my wickedness, will you not? Ling Ran, reduced to a soulless puppet, cursed himself for not having dealt with Jiang Nian thoroughly back then, failing to summon a priest to banish her spirit. What must I do? He asked, eyes fixed on Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian had always been merciless. She would not settle for a simple death. With a soft smile, her words turned cruel. First, mar her face, then crush her hands with stones, sever her legs with a sword, and finally, submerge her in the river. Jiang Ro trembled, suddenly locking eyes with Ling Ran, her heart racing. You're dreaming. Ling Ran would never do that. But as she spoke, she met his dark, brooding gaze. Panic surged within her. No, Brother Ling, do not agree to her. She will kill me. She will surely kill you. Ling Ran drew a sword from a nearby guard, advancing toward Jiang Ro step by step, repeating his apologies. Yet his actions betrayed him. Jiang Ro's screams echoed through the air, and the surrounding guards turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Ro was dead. She had perished at the hands of the man she loved most, her face marred, hands shattered, limbs severed, and ultimately submerged in the lake. The final scene was witnessed by Madame Ma, who had been deceived by Jiang Qingxiang to come to the riverbank. Ro. Madame Ma's anguished cry pierced the air as she lunged toward Ling Ran. What have you done? Ro. How could her beloved daughter die such a tragic death?
Jiang Nian smirked, coolly regarding Madame Ma.
Do you still remember me, madam? Madame Ma trembled, recognizing the wretched Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian then turned her gaze to the distant Jiang He. Father has indeed kept his promise. Thus, you too may employ the same tactics against Madame Ma as you did against Jiang Ro, but I have an additional request. I want you to personally shave off all of Madame Ma's hair. Madame Ma attempted to flee, but was brought down to her knees by Jiang Qingxiang's kick. Ling Ran broke Madame Ma's foot and slashed her face. Jiang He gradually shaved her head, eventually shattering her hands and pressing her under the water until she drowned in the river. The most esteemed Madame Ma of the Prime Minister's household met her demise in a most undignified manner in the waters of Sanji River. Ling Ran, still in a daze, silently regarded Jiang Nian. Are you satisfied now? Rest assured, I will have your remains retrieved to fulfill your desire to marry me. But know this. Jiang Nian, you shall never possess my heart. It belongs solely to Jiang Rou. Jiang Nian's smile faded, replaced by something far more sinister. Brother Ling, I am a ghost. How can you trust my words? Do you not realize that today is your destined day of no return? Did no one tell you? Ling Ran's expression shifted abruptly as he turned to flee. But the guards who had once obeyed him mercilessly restrained him, bringing him to the ground. His former demeanor of a noble gentleman evaporated, replaced by desperation.
No.
Jiang Nian, you cannot do this to me. You promised to let me go. Jiang Nian laughed coldly. I lied. Her gaze turned to the guards. He has rewarded you. Take good care of the Duke's heir. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, their minds blank. What? The Duke never mentioned anything about us. Ling Ran's expression shifted dramatically. Jiang Nian, what are you planning? Jiang Nian ignored him, her gaze fixed on the guards. If you do not serve him properly in this world, I won't hesitate to send you to the underworld to serve him there. The guards exchanged glances. Though the situation seemed absurd, they muttered, Apologies, young master. With sinister grins, they began to disarm and inch closer to Ling Ran. Although he was a man, he had been raised in luxury, his skin as pale as jade. Initially, the guards felt uncomfortable, but gradually, they began to derive a certain twisted pleasure from it. The once exalted master was now reduced to a mere plaything beneath their feet. After they had vented their frustrations, Ling Ran's face turned ashen, his heart heavy with despair. Even if he survived this day, Jiang Nian had already ruined the latter half of his life. However, he was mistaken. Jiang Nian had no intention of allowing him to live. She pointed at Jiang He, declaring, Father, you are a civil official and have never killed a man, right? Today, I want you to cut off all 10 of Ling Ran's fingers and his ears, then chop him into pieces.
Oh.
And remember to bring a few wolfhounds to feast on his remains. The guards trembled at her words. This was too cruel. Indeed, one must do good in life. Or else they would end up like the young master, facing dire retribution, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Miss Jiang was utterly deranged with bloodlust. Go ahead.
Kill him.
Once the young master is dead, he can't come after us. Jiang Qingxiang looked at Jiang Nian with a complex expression. Nian, do you truly intend to go this far? If you do, you will be stained with sins that cannot be washed away. Many had perished at the hands of Jiang Qingxiang to reach this position, yet he had never personally killed anyone, let alone in such a brutal manner. Jiang Nian glared at him in resentment. Did you consider their cruelty when they came after me? You remained silent while they conspired with the Ma family and Jiang Rou. Jiang Qingxiang immediately fell silent, opting not to speak further. He commanded a guard to bring the wolfhounds and proceeded to fulfill Jiang Nian's orders, severing Ling Ran's fingers and ears, dismembering him completely. Jiang He, a civil official, had never taken a life himself. By the time he completed Jiang Nian's gruesome demands, the sky had turned inky black and the capital was engulfed in silence. With a numbed expression, Jiang He fed the pieces of Ling Ran's dismembered body to the wolfhounds. Once the hounds could eat no more, Jiang Nian raised her hand, sending the remaining bits into the river, which quickly consumed them. It seemed as if the entire Sanji River had been cleansed. Jiang Nian gazed tenderly at Jiang He. You may return now, father. Jiang He sighed in relief. It seemed that all was finally over. At this moment, he could see that Jiang Nian's resentment had diminished considerably. He only needed to inform the Astronomical Bureau and Su Tan to come over. Jiang Qingxiang climbed into his carriage and departed. Just when he thought he had found a path to salvation, a hand suddenly pierced through his abdomen. Jiang He stared in shock as Jiang Nian's terrifying visage loomed before him. That eerie hand stirred within him. Jiang Nian laughed chillingly. Father, I told you I am a ghost. How could you trust my words? I died in such a tragic manner, and I refuse to believe you were unaware. Yet you still condone the actions of the Ma family and Jiang Rou. You claim to be guilty and wish to avenge me, yet for over a decade, you ignored my suffering. How can I trust you? Since you have shed a few tears for my mother, you shall join her now. Jiang He's body was torn apart. His flesh discarded into the Sanji River, thoroughly dissolved. Tears streamed down Jiang Nian's face as she suddenly felt drained of all strength, staring blankly at the sky. She lamented her inability to escape the Sanji River's grip. Half of it was true, and half was false. Yesterday, it was impossible. Today, it is feasible. When Su Tan and the others arrived, Jiang Qingxiang had long since vanished without a trace. Su Tan said nothing, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Calmly, she and Cui Wan, along with the colleagues from the Astronomical Bureau, performed a ritual. When the black and white impermanence took Jiang Yan away, she offered no resistance. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the white snow below. No one noticed that the Sanji River had already frozen over. Chapter 46. Dead rats at the Song family door. The night was dark, and the moon cast a frosty shadow. Cui Wan rubbed her wrist, puzzled, as she looked at Su Tan. Fearing eavesdroppers, she communicated discreetly, "Actually, you could have sent Jiang Yan to the underworld yesterday. Why wait until today? You don't need the help of the Astronomical Bureau for this. It unnecessarily divides the credit." After finishing the last talisman, she dried and stored it away. Jiang Yan had committed numerous wrongs and met a tragic end, if those who harmed her were to live carefree lives. What of the innocent souls who perished due to her desire for revenge against Jiang Ro? There had to be a resolution. If Jiang Yan's obsession lingered, one day, she would escape from the underworld, and that would truly bring forth calamity. Cui Wan sighed softly, then propped her chin in her hand, remarking, "Even if Jiang Yan does not take action, the Emperor will not allow Jiang He to continue living. Why should she bear the burden of parricide in the underworld?" After all this chaos, did Jiang He think he could still live grandly as the Prime Minister? Did the Emperor eat grass? But upon reflection, Cui Wan thought, with so many lives lost at Jiang Yan's hands, losing Jiang He was inconsequential. Su Tan's eyes glimmered with cold light. Had Jiang He treated Jiang Yan as a person from the beginning, he would not be facing death now. Yet if Jiang He were that kind of person, there would not be so many troubles. Ultimately, the roots of Jiang Yan's deep-seated grievances lay with both the Jiang family and Ling Ran. As for why the Astronomical Bureau was involved, Su Tan organized her desk, relaxing her furrowed brow. Rather than seeking to monopolize, it was better to pour the soup into a pot for all to share. Cui Wan understood, saying, "You just returned, so there is no need to rush to stand out." She gestured toward Su Tan. Even so, some would find it hard to sleep tonight. At the Song family residence. Early in the morning, the doorman fainted, startling Song Xiao, who was on his way to school, causing his face to turn pale.
Ah!
How can there be so many dead rats? A mountain of dead rats piled at the entrance of the Song family home, a nauseating stench wafting through the air, blood pooling on the ground, already frozen. Song Xiao, white-faced, shivered, slipping and falling to the ground. "Young master." The servants rushed to help him up, anxiously asking, "Young master, are you all right?" Song Xiao shook his pale head, tears streaming down his face as he turned and ran into the courtyard. "I won't go to school." The Song family servants pinched their noses, enduring their disgust as they began to clean up, only to find that someone had used chicken blood to write the words adulterer and whore on the walls. Damn it! Who is the scoundrel who would commit such a heartless act? The old matriarch of the Song family stomped her feet in frustration, turning to scold Song Tingchen. "Who have you offended outside that they would retaliate like this?" Even if the old matriarch was not well educated, she understood how offensive those words were. Song Tingchen's face was as cold as frost, his expression tense. "Mother, be cautious with your words. I have always maintained my integrity. How could I have provoked anyone?" Lu Qingyin was equally terrified, her complexion pale as tears glistened in her eyes, her voice trembling as she lamented. This is clearly a deliberate act of vengeance aimed at tarnishing Brother Tingchen's reputation. She lowered her gaze, a chill creeping into her tone as she alluded, "Brother Tingchen, the adversary must be aware of your innocence. After all, if there were any real wrongdoing, they would not resort to such disgusting tactics as leaving dead mice and writing with chicken blood on the walls. Who, indeed, harbors such animosity towards you? Employing such sordid methods? Previously, no such incidents occurred. Have you offended anyone recently?" Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeper. He cast a penetrating glance at Lu Qingyin. Suddenly, Song old madam felt a surge of intuition, stamping her foot in frustration and gritting her teeth. It must be Su Tan. Who else could it be? The thought of those cursed dead mice only strengthened her conviction, her murky eyes flashing with resentment. That wretched woman. I must, before she could finish her sentence. Her old back seized again, causing her to grimace in pain as she leaned heavily on her cane, exclaiming, "Oh, my back. How can it flare up again?" She had been particularly unfortunate these days. Even a sip of cold water felt like it could knock a tooth loose. Bah! It must be that jinx Su Tan. Who has cursed me? Does she wish to destroy the entire Song family? Song Tingshan's expression turned icy. It is not Su Tan. As his words fell, Lu Qingyin bit her lip, raising her misty eyes to him. I too hope it is not Sister Su Tan, but who else would resort to such actions? Song Old Madam chimed in. Exactly. What time is it? And you still defend her? Song Tingshan rubbed his temples, realizing he had previously underestimated his mother's deep-seated prejudice against Su Tan. He spoke softly. If she seeks revenge, she might choose to confront us directly, slaughtering the entire Song family. Today's events are, in fact, inconsistent with Su Tan's nature. Lu Qingyin bit her lip, conceding, Brother Song, you make a fair point. After all, she dared to stab you at the palace gates, so the one behind this must surely be someone else. Song Tingshan's demeanor suddenly darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Qingyin. He had explicitly instructed her not to mention this matter to his mother.
What?
Song Old Madam exclaimed, nearly jumping in anger. Tingshan, that wretched woman dared to stab you with a sword? Just wait. I shall confront the Su family for an explanation. Mother. Song Tingshan swiftly grabbed his mother, who was poised to storm out, his expression devoid of emotion. What she does under the influence of malice will not garner sympathy from others. He recounted how Su Tan, in alliance with the astrologers and other practitioners in the capital, had sent Jiang Nian to the underworld. Song Old Madam was taken aback. When did Su Tan acquire such power? Previously, Xiao Xiao clearly stated that even a mere ghost could make Su Tan bleed. Your visit would only provoke unnecessary conflict. Why invite trouble? He added, if you leave the estate today, it is likely to provoke retaliation. Those individuals will not be satisfied merely tossing dead mice at the general's residence. Indeed, the one responsible for procuring supplies returned today, stuttering that any vendor encountering someone from the Song family would raise their prices threefold. Song Old Madam's vision blurred, nearly swooning. Lu Qingyin supported her to help her breathe easier. When Song Old Madam looked up and caught sight of the hideous scar peeking from beneath Lu Qingyin's veil, she recoiled in fright, hastily pushing her away. Song Old Madam coughed twice. Qingyin, it would be best if you refrain from coming out these days. Stay safely in the Listening Wind Pavilion, lest you inadvertently frighten me further. She had already endured enough misfortune lately and did not wish to add to it with further shocks. In an instant, Lu Qingyin's eyes brimmed with tears. She glanced at Song Tingshan, only to see him frowning at Song Old Madam. Mother, do you now wish to believe that these matters are unrelated to Su Tan? Song Old Madam gritted her teeth, huffing disdainfully. Her parents and brother are all dead. The Su family is left with nothing but the weak and vulnerable. They cannot possibly have the means. Song Old Madam was not foolish. She realized that Song Tingshan had offended someone of considerable power. No wonder today Song Xiao had protested against attending school. He had, remarkably, not scolded her and even sent someone to excuse her absence. Then you tell me, who harbors such hatred towards us, to target the Song family with such malice? Song Old Madam pounded her cane on the ground. Even Lu Qingyin wore a perplexed expression. Aside from Su Tan, who else could be so averse to the Song family's well-being? Today, the snow fell heavily, and the outside was cleared of debris. Listening to the howling wind and snow, Song Tingshan slowly withdrew his gaze, his expression cold and somber. Perhaps it is the people from the Duke of Xinggua's estate. Chapter 47. Su Tan owes this prince a princess. Let her make amends herself. Song Old Madam grew increasingly perplexed. She remained confined to the inner quarters and only learned of events outside after some time. We have always kept our distance from the Duke of Xinggua's estate. Why would they unjustly target the Song family? Lu Qingyin's complexion turned ashen. She bit her lip, seeking assistance from Song Tingshan, but his focus remained elsewhere. Song Tingshan's voice was cold, tinged with the unique chill of a snowy day. A son of the Duke of Xinghua has died. They cannot swallow this anger. And now the Song family has become their punching bag. Song Old Madam nearly choked on her breath, finding his reasoning increasingly nonsensical. What does the death of a son of the Duke of Xinghua have to do with us? Whoever killed the Duke's son should seek them out, not trouble the Song family. No, I must demand an explanation from them. Song Old Madam declared, preparing to rise with her cane, disregarding the pain in her old back. Song Tingshan reached out to stop her, calmly stating, Mother, your visit would be futile. It would only provoke them further. Song Old Madam paused, striking Song Tingshan with her cane. Do not speak in riddles. All of us serve in the court. If the Duke of Xinggua's people act this way, even if it reaches the emperor, we are in the right. Could it be? Song old madam felt a wave of dread wash over her, a sinister premonition rising within her. Could it be that you killed the Duke's son? Lu Qingyin hurriedly interjected, "Aunt, please do not inquire further. The Ling family bullies us, and we cannot possibly contend with them. Why put ourselves through this?" Song old madam bristled at this remark. She had previously felt compassion for Lu Qingyin when Su Tan had caused her distress, but now she only felt disdain for Lu Qingyin's vulnerability.
Bah!
I refuse to believe there is no justice in this world. That group of scoundrels can act so brazenly. One might think the person seated on the dragon throne bears the surname Ling. Lu Qingyin swayed slightly. What an ignorant fool, she thought. How dare she utter such words? Song Tingchen's expression grew increasingly frosty. "Mother, choose your words carefully." Lu Qingyin's pleading gaze turned towards him, and Song Tingchen understood that she wished to prevent him from speaking further. However, it was already too late. Song old madam would inevitably discover the truth, and it would only serve to enrage her further. The sigh that escaped Song Tingchen, mingling with the howling wind and snow outside, reached Song old madam's ears. He spoke in as calm a tone as possible, carefully choosing his words to explain the various circumstances to her. Song old madam listened, stunned, as her cane suddenly slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Though aged, her ears remained keen, catching the crux of his words. "Are you implying that the Duke of Xinggua's son need not have died, and it was Qingyin who stirred the pot, leading to all this turmoil, resulting in the Duke's family venting their frustrations upon us?" Song Tingchen pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Lu Qingyin's eyes brimmed with tears. Unable to look at Song old madam's furious countenance, she instinctively grasped her hand. "Aunt, that is merely Su Tan's side of the story. Do not be easily swayed." Song old madam abruptly shook her hand free, glaring at Lu Qingyin. "If Su Tan harmed you, that may be one thing. Does the water ghost also harm you?" Tears streamed down Lu Qingyin's face, and upon hearing his words, she felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling as she said, "Aunt Song, how can we trust the words of the water ghost? How can I know what scheme she harbors? Perhaps she is colluding with Su Tan." "Enough." Song Tingchen's brow was furrowed with frost, and he addressed Lu Qingyin sternly. "I had warned you that the banks of the Sanji River were fraught with danger. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel, leading to this predicament. Do you understand? If I had delayed in stopping Su Tan even for a moment that day, you would have perished alongside that water ghost." In front of Su Tan, he could shield Lu Qingyin and temporarily overlook her misdeeds, but he could not remain silent forever. Observing Lu Qingyin, who was in tears, he eventually handed her a handkerchief, saying, "Do not cry. I am not blaming you. However, you must refrain from such impulsive actions in the future." He informed Aunt Song of the incident, hoping to impart a lesson to her, urging her not to act recklessly as she did before. "Enough with the tears. What right do you have to cry?" The matriarch of the Song family rapped her cane against the floor tiles, becoming increasingly agitated by Lu Qingyin's sobs. "Isn't this all you're doing? If you have the courage to cry, go to the Duke of Xinggua's residence and see if they will relent against our Song family because of your tears." Lu Qingyin bit her lip, her gaze forlorn. Suddenly, she clenched her fists, as if resolved to a certain decision. "Aunt is right. I must bear the consequences of my actions. I will go to the Duke of Xinggua's residence and plead for our family's survival." The matriarch's brow twitched violently, and she quickly pulled Lu Qingyin back, exclaiming, "Is that what I meant? Stay in your room and do not cause further chaos for the next few days." Lu Qingyin's father had died saving Tingchen, and if the Song family were to hand Lu Qingyin over to the Duke of Xinghua, they would be drowned in a deluge of spittle. Song Tingchen's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingyin, hoping this incident would teach her a lesson. Rest assured, the Duke of Xinghua will only trouble the Song family for a while. Once they vent their anger, everything will return to normal. Ultimately, the fault lies with the Jiang family, and with both the Jiang family and Chancellor Jiang He dead, the Duke of Xinghua can hardly pursue this matter further. The one who demanded that the Duke hand over Ling Ran was the Emperor. The Duke could hardly challenge the Emperor, and thus directed his ire at the Song family instead. Rather than seeking vengeance, it was more a performance for the Emperor's sake. Song Tingchen replied coolly, "Within 7 days at most, the Duke of Xinghua will cease this farce." Despite his reassurances, the matriarch was still reluctant, saying, "Must we simply endure this?" Song Tingchen lowered his gaze. "Yes, we must endure." The Emperor had hinted to him the previous day that if the Duke of Xinghua, in his grief over losing his beloved son, were to act out, He should bear with it. The matriarch, feeling discontent, muttered, if only Su Tan were here. They would not dare to act so brazenly. Even if she wouldn't draw her sword against the duke, she could still frighten them with a few ghosts. Song Tingchen frowned. Mother, I have divorced her. The matriarch rolled her eyes in exasperation. I was merely speaking. I certainly do not wish for her to remain my daughter-in-law. Lu Qingyin, standing to the side, lowered her gaze, her fingers clenched so tightly they nearly bled. She hoped that the matriarch truly felt this way and was not merely putting on a brave front. Speaking of which, why was the useless Prince Yu not taking action? Had they not retrieved the letter she had discarded last time? In the Prince Yu's residence, his confidant approached him, saying, Your Highness, someone has thrown this thing into our residence again. The confidant handed the prince another secret letter. The prince only took a glance before tossing it into the fire. The flickering candlelight illuminated the prince's cool visage, his expression shifting like shadows. How amusing. Who do you suppose threw this letter? The confidant paused, about to answer. But the prince chuckled. No need to say, I know. Lu Qingyin is underestimating my intelligence. Does she think that if I were to discover that my current predicament is related to Su Tan, I would be so enraged as to kill her? The confidant lowered his head, pondering. Wouldn't your highness? The prince noticed the thoughts swirling in his confidant's mind and kicked him lightly with his uninjured leg. I am not that foolish. He narrowed his eyes contentedly, recalling how he had intended to use the water ghost of the Sanji River to gauge Su Tan's strength. And she had not disappointed him. A smirk played on his lips, his eyes glinting with fiery determination. He slowly turned the jade ring in his hand, narrowing his eyes as a serpent would eye its prey. Since I have lost a princess because of Su Tan, let her make up for it herself. Your Highness. The confidant was suddenly shaken, momentarily stunned. Su's household is in decline, worse than the Shen family. You are destined for greatness. How could she possibly be worthy? Was the prince's injury driving him mad? The prince cast a disdainful glance at his confidant, kicking him to the ground once more.
Fool.
If Su Tan possesses such capabilities, does her maternal family still hold any significance? Chapter 48. The cautious second sister-in-law, such a remarkable woman. If she were to become my princess, why would I fear dealing with those treacherous brothers? If I were to find any of them displeasing, I could simply ask Su Tan to cast a spell on them. Wouldn't that be far less troublesome than strategizing? A smile graced the prince's lips, but his confidant shuddered, sensing a chilling aura in the prince's laughter. But your highness, she is merely a divorced woman and has a child with Song Tingchen. Are you not concerned that she may still be tied to him? Once a woman has a child, she has ties. If Su Tan were a widow, there would be fewer complications. The confidant hesitated before saying, if Su Tan were to lose her husband, it would only prove that she is indeed fortunate, while Song Tingchen is unfortunate and unable to bear her blessings. If you were to marry her, it would only serve to bolster your own power. After all, the late Empress Dowager Gu became a noblewoman after outliving 3 husbands and later rose to prominence, with her son becoming the crown prince. That crown prince was also quite remarkable. He managed to restore the chaotic realm left by his father, ensuring the dynasty flourished for over a century. Yet, Song Tingchen is still alive and well. My subordinate does not worry about that. I fear you might end up sewing for someone else. Let us not speak of the past, for the late Princess Yu, Shen, clung to the little princess for years, refusing to mention the divorce. If Su Tan were to enter the prince's residence while secretly maintaining ties with Song Tingchen, would that not be akin to inviting chaos into our very home? The prince scoffed, kicking his confidant to the ground once more with a look of disdain in his eyes. Song Tingchen is not worthy to compare himself to me. If I were Su Tan, I would not forsake a pearl for a mere fisheye. The confidant, taken aback, replied, I was unaware of your highness's arrogance before. Moreover, she nearly killed Song Tingchen with a sword. How could you believe she still pines for him? The prince, half closing his eyes, revealed a mocking glint in his gaze. The confidant, realizing he had momentarily forgotten this fact, added, speaking of nearly killing Song Tingchen, it was indeed your subordinates who failed to eliminate him that allowed Lu Qingyin's father to save him. In a way, Su Tan's divorce from Song Tingchen can also be attributed to you. The prince lowered his gaze, lost in thought. The candlelight flickered against his shadowy face, and as he turned the jade ring in his hand, a smile broke forth. So it seems I share a unique fate with Su Tan. It appears this bond was indeed destined by the heavens. The confidant, with a face ashen as death, asked, What are your plans, your highness? Should I arrange for you to propose to the Su family tomorrow? As he pondered further, he became increasingly convinced that this course of action was indeed feasible. If he were to proceed, it must be done expeditiously, especially considering how recently His Highness, the Crown Prince, had been so attentive, even going so far as to send his own daughter away. A sudden jolt coursed through the brow of the Duke of Yu. It was clear to him that maintaining close ties with the Duke of Dingguo was unnecessary. After all, the Duke's household was rather desolate, and Su Jinghong was merely a child. Even if one were to prepare for the future, there was no need for such hasty measures. Remarkably, Lu Zhiheng had arrived at the same conclusion. Truly, Lu Zhiheng was worthy of being called his brother. Compared to Song Tingchen, the Duke of Yu still held confidence, believing he could outshine him across much of the capital. After all, Song Tingchen often wore a scowl that irritated him at first glance. While he himself was both gentle and amiable, and when in high spirits, he could even compose love poetry. Su Tan, despite her marriage, could hardly resist such charm. However, when it came to Lu Zhiheng, the Duke of Yu felt a surge of determination, gritting his teeth and declaring, "No, I must strike while the iron is hot. If too much time passes, Lu Zhiheng will become complacent." The harsh truth remained, one that the Duke of Yu was reluctant to accept. He was not as handsome as Lu Zhiheng. Since childhood, wherever Lu Zhiheng went, he was lavished with praise. This young man, who was far from virtuous, had always managed to incite resentment with his every action. Yet, due to his striking looks, the emperor often turned a blind eye. In terms of appearance, the Duke of Yu knew he stood no chance against Lu Zhiheng. When it came to temperament, both he and Lu Zhiheng bore their respective reputations of infamy, and neither could claim victory over the other. His confidant nodded in agreement, yet pointed out that there was one area in which His Highness the Crown Prince surpassed him. In his role as a father, he showed far greater affection. Both the Duke of Yu and the Crown Prince had daughters. The Crown Prince cherished his daughter like a precious gem, while the Duke of Yu, on the other hand, had never considered the daughter of that wretched Shin woman as having any worth. Now, pretending to be a good father was far too late, and he was unwilling to demean himself in such a manner. Thus, the Duke of Yu resolved to take a risky approach. The winter solstice was approaching, and although he was under house arrest, he was still required to attend the palace banquet. Have someone deliver a note to the Empress, requesting that she invites Su Tan to join us in the palace. During the winter solstice, the emperor would host a grand feast for the officials, their families, and other dignitaries, and since Su Tan had not been honored with any rewards, he could only seek support from the Empress. His confidant's brow furrowed anxiously. "My lord, what are you planning?" The Duke of Yu replied nonchalantly, "If, in front of everyone, I find myself in bed with Miss Su, she will have no choice but to marry me, even if she is reluctant. Moreover, remember to send a note to the Song family as well." What reason would there be for Su Tan to share a bed with him? The answer lay in the fact that Lu Qingyin harbored resentment and had poisoned Su Tan, leading to this unfortunate circumstance. In doing so, he would not only win over the beautiful maiden but also eliminate a thorn in his side. Once Su Tan was pleased, how could she not be utterly devoted to him? His confidant mused, though rather absurd, it may indeed prove effective. 2 days prior to the winter solstice, the Empress's invitation arrived at the Duke of Dingguo's residence. Chui Wan's brow furrowed as if she could crush a fly with it. Why would the Empress specifically send an invitation for you to attend the banquet? The Crown Prince and the Crown Prince are both offspring of the late Empress. It has been years since her passing, and the current Empress is the Duke of Yu's mother, the former noble consort. Recently, Su Tan had been seen associating more closely with the East Palace, and at this juncture, the Empress chose to invite her, causing Chui Wan to feel apprehensive about the intentions behind it. Unfortunately, she could not accompany Su Tan into the palace to keep a watchful eye. Chui Wan's heart raced. But as she and Su Tan were both disciples of the same master, she could not seek divination for her. Even if she could, the results would likely be far from reality. Su Tan took hold of Chui Wan's hand, signaling her to be at ease. "Sister, we must meet challenges head-on. Rest assured, I will exercise caution." Moreover, there was also the second sister-in-law to consider. Thinking of the frail Gu Mingzhu, Chui Wan felt a greater headache. "I fear you may need to spare some effort to protect her. Can you not feign illness to avoid the palace?"
Sultan şok her hit, her gaze iyice.
"You can evade the initial encounter, but not the subsequent one. Rather than hide, it is better to see what they truly intend." Chui Wan could only sigh in resignation. Indeed, there was no better solution at hand. On the day of the winter solstice, Gu Mingzhu arrived an hour early at Su Tan's courtyard, presenting her with a bundle of items. This is an antidote pill, capable of counteracting any poison. If you happen to be poisoned, taking this will save your life. This one is for counteracting aphrodisiacs. If anyone resorts to such vile means, this will help mitigate the effects. These are hidden drug earrings. You can conceal these two pills inside to avoid scrutiny. The pink one is the antidote, and the white one is for the aphrodisiac. Do not mix them up. This hairpin has been soaked in secret medicine. If someone pursues you, use it to stab them. It will incapacitate them without being discovered by the guards. Gu Mingzhu laid out a plethora of items, leaving Su Tan a bit overwhelmed, her eyes reflecting a swirl of emotions.
Sister-in-law.
Had the struggles within the palace and the household reached such extremes? Her father had never taken a concubine, and Su Tan had spent her childhood in training with her master, only returning home during festivals. She had no experience in domestic conflicts, and she was now witnessing a whole new world. Chapter 49. Encountering you is also bad luck. Gu Mingzhu's eyes were filled with complexity as she sighed.
Indeed.
Perhaps due to the instability of the times, people's hearts have become increasingly difficult to decipher. You may choose not to engage in these underhanded tactics, but you must understand them. One should not actively harm others, yet when others set traps for you, you must not be defenseless. Gu Mingzhu's gaze turned wistful. Before I married into the Su family, I had already prepared myself for the battles I would face with your second brother's concubines. Who would have thought it would be unnecessary? Su Tan's second brother, much like her father, had resolved to have only one wife and would never take a concubine. Remembering her late husband brought a pang of pain to Gu Mingzhu's heart, though she masked it with a smile, deftly shifting the conversation. Regardless, keep these items with you. If you return safely, it will be well. If trouble arises, we shall not be left powerless. Su Tan nodded gently, grasping her sister-in-law's hand. Very well. As Gu Mingzhu had foretold, Su Tan successfully evaded the guards and physician scrutiny, carrying the bundle of items as she entered the palace without incident. With time still on her side before the evening banquet, Su Tan accompanied the noblewomen to pay respects to the Empress and the Queen. The Empress said nothing of note, merely instructing them not to feel constrained, adding that the Imperial Garden and the Plum Garden were lively, and if they did not mind the chill, they could take a stroll. Su Tan, remaining by Gu Mingzhu's side, walked toward the Plum Garden, only to unexpectedly encounter two uninvited guests. What a coincidence, Sister Su Tan. To find you here. Lu Qingyin's gaze fell upon Su Tan, her resentment well concealed. She had learned from others that Su Tan, like herself, had been invited by the Empress to the palace. Lu Qingyin had prepared well in advance, fearing she might breach etiquette, and was determined to overshadow Su Tan today. Yet, at this moment, she noticed that Su Tan's attire was rather unremarkable, blending in so well with the crowd that one could find 8 similar outfits among them. In contrast, she herself stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. While she was indeed beautiful and had received compliments from several noble ladies, she could not shake the feeling that their praises were tinged with mockery for her excessive efforts. Frustration brewed within Lu Qingyin. She felt compelled to vent her anger tonight to find peace for herself. What are you talking to her for? Don't you find it distasteful? The young gentleman beside her furrowed his brows, his gaze towards Su Tan filled with palpable hostility and disdain. What a misfortune to encounter you here. I wonder if Brother Tingchen was blind to have foolishly married someone as selfish as you. Thankfully, he has finally come to his senses and cast you aside. Initially, after the divorce, Su Tan had distanced herself from the capital, which seemed to be a mutual relief. Who would have thought that 3 years later, this shameless woman would return? The young man, with an expression like a serpent ready to strike, warned her to tread carefully. You had better behave yourself. If you dare to leverage your status as Xiao Xiao's mother to cling to Brother Tingchen, I will not let you off easily. Lu Qingyin's lips involuntarily curled in a slight smile, attempting a feeble intervention. Zhao Yu, please do not speak so harshly. I believe Su Tan is not that kind of person. Zhao Yu shot her a cold glare, his eyes icy as he fixed his stare on Lu Qingyin. Have you lost your mind to defend Su Tan here? If you are so confused and turn against Brother Tingchen, you would do well to leave him before he ends up nurturing a thankless viper. Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened. What was going on with Zhao Yu? Song Tingchen seemed to encourage her to spend more time with Zhao Yu, perhaps with matchmaking intentions in mind. Zhao Yu came from a respectable family and was quite handsome, which made Lu Qingyin not entirely averse to him. She had shown weakness in front of Su Tan to evoke Zhao Yu's pity, yet here he was, scolding her? Gu Mingzhu frowned, stepping in front of Su Tan. It was said that Master Zhao raised his children well, but witnessing Zhao Yu now, it was evident that the rumors were exaggerated. When did the Imperial Garden become your place to speak so recklessly? Su Tan observed Zhao Yu and Lu Qingyin in silence. Then suddenly, let out a cold laugh. Seeing both of you here, I find it quite unfortunate as well. The ensuing argument drew the attention of onlookers, some pretending to admire the flowers while secretly eavesdropping. Zhao Yu ignored Gu Mingzhu's insinuations about his upbringing, his focus solely on Su Tan. Do you dare to retort?
Su Tan chuckled lightly.
Zhao Yu had always looked down on her, often whispering ill of her in front of Song Tingchen, almost relishing the discord. In the past, she had chosen not to engage with him due to his youth, but it seemed some had grown increasingly bold. Flexing her wrist, she replied, "Not only do I dare to retort, but I also dare to strike. Would you like to test me? Did Song Tingchen not inform you that I was the one who injured him? That sword he bore was also my doing." Zhao Yu's eyes ignited with fury. "You shameless woman! Brother Tingchen is a great hero. How dare you lay a hand on him? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." He raised his hand,
intent on slapping Sun Taitan.
But to his astonishment, she seized him effortlessly, much like handling a chick, and hurled him into the snow. Zhao Yu landed in a heap, drenched and disheveled, his earlier elegance completely vanished. The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing. Had they approached Su Tan when her family was in disarray, they might have found themselves in his position. Zhao Yu stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that a discarded woman could possess such strength. Lu Qingyin's expression froze, feeling humiliated. How could Zhao Yu, a man, be overpowered by Su Tan? Su Tan's gaze turned icy as she looked down at Zhao Yu, correcting his earlier remarks. Firstly, when I encountered Song Tingchen, his family was in decline, and no relatives came to visit during the festive seasons. It was only after aligning with the Duke of Dinghua that people began to take notice of him. Secondly, when I married into the Song family, Tingchen's parents were bedridden. Unable to afford medicine, the entire household relied on my dowry for sustenance. Lastly, do you think your brother Song would have reached his current position without my father's support? Song Tingchen is no fool. He can lead troops and fight, but the military survival is as harsh as the courts. Would he have been allowed to rise without being overshadowed by his superiors or being made a scapegoat? If he were not the Duke's son-in-law, would anyone have looked at him twice? Su Tan's words resonated clearly among the other noblewomen present. Though their faces remained composed, many internally agreed. If this were not the case, Song Tingchen and Su Tan's divorce would not have earned him the moniker of the thankless wolf. With the Duke's remains barely cold, the Song family bullied his daughter, and while others could not interfere in family matters, they could still harbor disdain for Song Tingchen in their hearts. How can one claim Su Tan has a bad temper? She is a highborn lady, supporting the entire Song family, even if her temperament is less than amiable. What of it? If even Song Tingchen's friends dare to treat Su Tan with such disdain, it is clear he has never regarded her with respect. With a smirk, Su Tan declared, no matter how many women surround Song Tingchen, they could never take my place. Chapter 50, Severed Ties. The plum garden fell into a deafening silence. Eyes, wide with astonishment, fixed on Su Tan and Zhao Yu. Even Lu Qingyin, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, blinked rapidly. Shameless woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yu's forehead pulsed with vein, his eyes simmering with venom as he glared at Su Tan, his fingers cracking from tension. Have I spoken incorrectly? Su Tan replied with indifference, gazing steadily at Zhao Yu as the wind howled by. You, under the guise of friendship, linger by Song Tingchen's side, criticizing every woman who approaches him. You claim no woman is worthy of him. Is it because you see him as a divine being? Or is there a secret in your heart that you dare not reveal? Zhao Yu's expression darkened, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. How could Su Tan, this shameless woman, know of his hidden thoughts? Stop defaming others. No wonder Brother Tingchen discarded you. A gossiping harpy like you is nothing but a disgrace.
Su Tan,
you have gone too far. How can you accuse Zhao Yu of such things? Lu Qingyin interjected, her brow furrowed, though a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Zhao Yu deserved more reprimands. Su Tan's gaze remained fixed on Zhao Yu. Am I slandering you? Over these 3 years, you have kept boys in your household, burying countless secrets in your backyard. You may flatter yourself before Song Tingchen, but those children who bore your resemblance and suffered your cruelty have nowhere to seek justice. When midnight falls, will you not fear the ghosts of your victims? Zhao Yu's expression faltered. How dare she? Su Tan, this shameless woman, openly revealed the Zhao family's secrets before so many. Was it true? Zhao Yu, seemingly the epitome of virtue, had committed such heinous acts.
Pa.
What kind of virtuous gentleman would meddle in his brother's affairs? I see his thoughts are far from honorable. At his age, his brother should have children. Yet here he stands alone. This is no wonder, but his constant mention of Song Tingchen speaks volumes. If you want to know the truth, send someone to investigate the Zhao household for bodies. Shut up. Zhao Yu's fierce gaze shot towards the whispering onlookers. Su Tan is merely a shameless woman. Her words lack any credibility. Su Tan quietly gazed at him, his frenzied antics resembling those of a capering clown, indelibly etched in her mind. Observing the pallor of Zhao Yu's face, shrouded in an aura of despair, she slightly raised an eyebrow. If the second son of the Zhao family insists on deluding himself, then so be it. I can only wish you joy in your self-deception. Turning to leave, she was halted by Zhao Yu's sullen command, "Stop." Unfazed, Su Tan continued her stride, but Zhao Yu, his countenance darkened, hastily advanced, seizing a stone and hurling it towards her head, exclaiming, "Wretched woman."
Sultan deftly sidestepped,
retaliating with a swift kick that sent him sprawling far away. He crashed heavily against a tree trunk, startling the snow and plum blossoms to cascade like raindrops. With a sudden cough, Zhao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Qinin, her face ashen, cast a fearful glance towards Su Tan, her peripheral vision catching sight of a figure that instantly reddened her eyes. Tingchen Ge. Song Tingchen had momentarily departed for a matter, only to return and find Zhao Yu bleeding, his brow furrowing in concern. What transpired? Lu Qinin, hiding behind him, tearfully recounted the events. The more he listened, the deeper his frown became, his gaze darkening as he looked at Su Tan, a simmering fury contained within. Su Tan, when will you learn to temper your temper? You previously treated the Eastern Palace as a venue for your personal grievances, and now you exhibit such blatant disregard even within the palace. As for Zhao Yu's temperament, I am well aware. There is no need for you to deliberately slander and distort the truth here. How dare you speak of Zhao Yu's supposed inclinations? Such words should not escape your lips. General Song, you truly command my admiration. A mocking voice interrupted. Drawing the attention of the onlookers, it was the rumored disfigured and maimed Prince Yu, supported by attendants, who regarded them with a sardonic smile on his unblemished face.
Misu.
You were once my wife, yet you have never believed her. No wonder those around you dare to shout at her with such impunity. General Song indeed rose to prominence through the Yu family, yet one must not be so ungrateful. Song Tingchen's expression tightened, his gaze fixed on Prince Yu. With a brief, cold laugh, he retorted, Your Highness, perhaps you should first manage your own affairs. After all, how one treated the late Princess Yu is common knowledge. To his surprise, Prince Yu, undeterred, chuckled lightly. I was once misled by a petty individual, which led to my misunderstanding of the Shen family. I now acknowledge my error. Upon our divorce, I returned all of Shen's dowry. Whether General Song reflects on his own misdeeds is beyond my knowledge, but since you two have divorced, has General Song returned Miss Su's dowry? When the Duke of Dingwa married off his daughter, it was a grand affair. Who does not recall Su Tan's 10-mile bridal procession into the Song family? Prince Yu was resolute in his intention to claim Su Tan under his banner, believing her previous dowry rightfully belonged to the prince's residence, thus ensuring Song Tingchen would not gain from it. Before Song Tingchen could respond, Lu Qingyin interjected, Your Highness, you owe the former princess, but Tingchen Ge does not owe Miss Su. Even if he were to return the dowry, it would merely be what remains. However, Miss Su has squandered her dowry lavishly. When she and Tingchen Ge divorced, her dowry had long been depleted. Zhao Yu's face contorted with disgust, his pallid visage filled with lifelessness as he scowled at Su Tan. Miss Su, a divorced woman, would not truly be so shameless as to demand her dowry from her ex-husband, would she? Su Tan narrowed her eyes, though she was unaware of Prince Yu's true intentions. His words served as a reminder. In the past, to extricate herself from the Song family, she had no desire to entangle herself in matters of dowry, especially since the gold and treasures had all been used to fill the gaping hole of the Song family. The expenses incurred by Song's parents and even Song Xiao were a bottomless pit, with her very life spent on procuring exorbitant medicinal herbs for her mother's health. Her gaze fell upon Song Tingchen, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. General Song, you are often regarded as a towering figure. If that is the case, you surely cannot comfortably claim that after depleting your ex-wife's entire dowry, it was due to her extravagant spending? Song Tingchen's gaze lingered on Su Tan's face for a prolonged moment. Finally, he averted his eyes, his voice cold as the wind and snow. Miss Su, please prepare a list. I shall return your dowry in full. If anything is missing, I will compensate you with silver. Gu Mingzhu cast a frosty glance at Song Tingchen. I happen to have a copy of the dowry list. Once we return, I will have someone deliver it to the Song residence. General Song may then verify the records against it. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Song Tingchen's expression remained unchanged as he replied, very well. Zhao Yu, suddenly agitated, pulled at him. Tingchen Go, you have done her no wrong. Why should she have the audacity to ask you for her dowry? Su Tan's gaze settled on him, a smirk playing on her lips. Second young Master Zhao, your fervent antics may hint that you recall the exquisite gilded screen with cloud patterns from the Zhao family, which is also a part of my dowry, and you are reluctant to return it. Before marrying Song Tingchen, he had been close with Zhao Yu. Yet he had never crossed the threshold of the Zhao residence. It was only later that the Zhao family had collectively changed their attitude. Did Zhao Yu believe that the Zhao family's fondness for Song Tingchen was merely due to his daily boasts? Zhao Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him,
as if he had swallowed a fly.
His mother had taken great delight in that screen, believing it a gift from someone trying to curry favor with his father, and had never inquired further, having praised its beauty on several occasions. To discover it was indeed part of Su Tan's dowry was a shock. At that moment,
a perceptive matron intervened on Su Tan's behalf.
When General Song was away at war, your cold demeanor led to many offenses without your realization. Miss Su, for her part, did not hesitate to advocate for you. Managing a household and being a wife is far from merely sipping tea and reviewing accounts. The political arena is fraught with peril. If one is ignorant of the ways of governance, they may find themselves oblivious to their own demise, while civil officials may remain bloodless in their dealings. It is different for Song Tingchen, a general. The allocation of military funds, supplies, and the timing of reinforcements during battles are all susceptible to manipulation. Should someone harbor ill will towards Song Tingchen, they could create obstacles that lead to delays in supplies or reinforcements, the consequences of which could be immeasurable. Prince Yu scoffed. General Song, do you not realize that the reason for your divorce from Miss Su has led many in the capital to label your family as ungrateful wolves? Is it merely because you kicked her aside the moment she lost her support? Song Tingchen's expression turned frigid, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Su Tan. It was she who had proposed the divorce. He had assumed it was merely a tantrum, a strategic retreat, and so he acquiesced to her wishes, believing she would soon relent. However, he never anticipated that her departure would last 3 years. Song Tingchen parted his lips, wanting to speak, but ultimately settled for, my fate with Miss Su has run its course. What I owe you, I shall return in full.
Return?
Gu Mingzhu laughed coldly. General Song speaks so lightly. What you owe Tanner cannot be repaid in this lifetime. Su Tan's face betrayed no emotion as she regarded Song Tingchen with indifference. If that is the case, I shall prepare a list for General Song. Except for the expenses incurred for Song Xiao, all else shall be returned. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. There is no need. Xiao Xiao is a child of the Song family.
No.
Su Tan's gaze remained cold and steady on Song Tingchen. To return what I spent on him would suggest that I still owe him something. In the past, she had risked her life to give birth to Song Xiao, genuinely cherishing the child, never regretting her sacrifices. A mother's love for her child is an innate instinct. Yet now, she sought to sever ties with the past. From this point onward, Song Xiao's affairs were no longer of her concern. Song Tingchen was suddenly taken aback, gazing intently at Su Tan for a lengthy moment. Previously, Su Tan was always smiling, blissfully unaware of the sorrows of the world. It seemed that at some point, she had grown cold, akin to the white snow blanketing the plum branches. Song Tingchen had assumed that her lack of desire for him to repay everything spent on Xiao Xiao was because she still remembered that she was Xiao Xiao's birth mother. Yet, it turned out she merely wished to sever ties with Xiao Xiao entirely. Song Tingchen let out a self-deprecating smile, mocking his own sentimental foolishness and underestimating Su Tan's callousness. His eyes gradually turned frigid, his voice imbued with the chill of winter. Very well. It appears that our ties were severed not 3 years ago, but today. Chapter 51. Elevated to county princess, the situation had evidently left no room for negotiation. For no apparent reason, Song Tingchen was expected to part with a substantial sum of silver for Su Tan, which Zhao Yu found utterly unacceptable. He glared coldly at Su Tan and suddenly sneered. It seems we owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Su for sparing Sangha. Sangha now had a bright future ahead. Had it not been for his desire to raise Xiao Xiao properly, there were countless suitable noble women he could wed. Yet, before so many onlookers, Zhao Yu's eyes revealed a hint of disdain, openly mocking Su Tan. The Su family had perished in battle, leaving only the elderly, the weak, and women to uphold the family name. To put it nicely, the Duke's residence had become desolate. To speak more bluntly, Su Tan was nothing more than a plucked phoenix, inferior to a mere chicken. At her youth, Miss Su might still rely on her beauty to marry into some household as a concubine. But without a family backing her and lacking any title, as her looks faded, her fortunes would depend on the whims of others. A worthless woman like Su Tan would be kicked aside by anyone. Brother Tingchen was still too soft-hearted, willing to return her dowry. It was a woman's duty to serve her in-laws and bear children. The so-called dowry belonged to the Song family the moment she entered their doors. Only someone as shameless as Su Tan would dare demand such money back. Lu Qingyin could hardly contain her laughter. Had she known Zhao Yu was so eloquent, she would have brought him along sooner. As a woman, she had to be cautious in her words, while Zhao Yu, as a man, could say whatever he liked. If he could drive Su Tan, this worthless woman, to her wit's end, it would be splendid. Gu Mingzhu was enraged to the point of turning pale, and Su Tan offered her a calming glance. Just as she was about to tell Zhao Yu he was nearing death, and she was beyond caring about the fate of a dying man, a nonchalant voice interrupted. Who says Miss Su has yet to be conferred a title? Everyone turned in unison to see Prince Chen, Lu Ziheng, cradling his daughter, followed by the chief eunuch of the Purple Chun Palace, Li Chunlai. In his hand, he held an edict. Li Chunlai began to read the decree, his sharp voice cutting through the winter wind and snow, resonating in the ears of all present. By the grace of heaven, I, the Emperor, declare, I have received the divine mandate, intent on the prosperity of the nation and the well-being of the people, while also remembering the merits of loyal ministers and extending my grace to their descendants. The late Duke of Dinghua was a loyal minister, and his deeds are etched in my heart, despite his passing 3 years ago. His daughter, Su Tan, is virtuous and gentle. She rescued Princess Zhaoyang from peril, displaying extraordinary intelligence. She ensured the safety of the crown princess during childbirth and bravely dispelled evil spirits. She collaborated with the esteemed Tianjian to eradicate the water ghost plague, exhibiting compassion. Her repeated acts of kindness are deeply appreciated by me. Thus, I hereby confer upon Su Tan the title of County Princess of Jiayi, with the hope that she will uphold virtue, observe propriety, set an example for the clan, and bless her homeland. Thus decreed. Zhao Yu's gaze suddenly lifted, his hatred barely concealed. A county princess? This worthless woman, Su Tan, was deserving of such a title? She was merely a discarded shoe that Brother Tingchen no longer wanted. Lu Qingyi nearly bit her lip in frustration, thanks to Su Tan. She had endured countless glares at the general's residence and had to tread carefully around old Madame Song. Yet, at this moment, Su Tan was being elevated to county princess. Prince Chen was one thing, but even the cold-hearted and indifferent Prince Yu was speaking up for Su Tan. Why was this so?
Li Chunlai smiled at Su Tan.
County Princess Jiayi, please accept the edict. Su Tan lowered her gaze and knelt to receive the decree in gratitude. Li Chunlai then turned his smiling gaze towards the others who were also kneeling. The emperor has stated that although the winter solstice is a time of celebration, the Empress Dowager requires tranquility in Shokong Palace, so while you all rejoice, please remember not to raise your voices. His gaze fell on Zhao Yu, and recalling the emperor's instructions, his expression grew slightly serious. The emperor was also concerned about the marriage of the second young Master Zhao. I wonder, second young Master Zhao, do you have a lady in mind? Zhao Yu's expression stiffened. Just as Li Chunlai had warned against loud noises, he suddenly brought this up. Was the nonsense spoken by Su Tan, this worthless woman, already reaching the emperor's ears? His eyes instantly narrowed, a flicker of malice surfacing, yet his face remained smiling. It is of no concern to the emperor. My parents are already making arrangements, and the lady is quite suitable. Li Chunlai made no comment, unsure if he believed this or not. He stated he needed to return to the Purple Chin Palace to serve the emperor and left, leaving the others to exchange glances. Hadn't the newly conferred county princess just said that the second young master Zhao was a broken sleeve? Why was he now claiming he was to be married? Hush. Someone whispered. More than that, I want to know whether the rumors of the Zhao family's courtyard being a burial ground for corpses are true or false. Zhao Yu's face momentarily contorted with rage, but he forced a smile, disregarding the gossip. He turned to Song Tingchen, Brother Tingchen. You have looked after me greatly over the years. On the day I marry, you must come to my house to celebrate. Originally, he had planned to delay the marriage, but now, due to Su Tan, it seemed he would have to hasten the process. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation, and if it affected Brother Tingchen, even if Su Tan were to die 1,000 times, it would not alleviate his hatred. A flicker of malevolence crossed Zhao Yu's eyes. Fortunately, he had anticipated Su Tan's entry into the palace today and had made ample preparations. Now that Su Tan had been elevated to county princess, she must be feeling quite pleased with herself. Let her revel for a while longer. Once the banquet concluded, she would find herself bereft of tears to shed. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Sui Sui struggled to free herself from Lu Ziheng's embrace, reaching out her tiny hands towards Su Tan. Fairy sister, hug. Su Tan extended her arms, enveloping Sui Sui in a warm embrace, her eyes involuntarily curving into a smile as she adjusted the little tiger hat on Sui Sui's head. Sui Sui beamed, her eyes sparkling as she kissed Su Tan on the cheek and exclaimed, Sui Sui can change fire. Lu Ziheng playfully pinched her chubby little face and then turned to Su Tan. She says she can draw talismans now, and can even conjure fire.
Yes.
Sui Sui clapped her hands, her eyes shining with excitement. Look.
Bang.
As she opened and closed her little hands, she indeed managed to conjure a tiny spark in her palm. Su Tan blinked in surprise. You learned that from your master just once, and you can already do it? Although Cui Wan had taken Sui Sui as a disciple, she had been busy and could teach her very little. Sui Sui was only 2 years old, and she could produce a spark in her palm? Such talent was remarkable.
Sui Sui is amazing.
The little girl proudly lifted her chin. Lu Ziheng stood by, beaming with pride. Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted, belonging to none other than Prince Yu, whose expression was less than favorable. Prince Yu shot a glance at Lu Ziheng and said, Isn't Sui Sui's health rather poor? Why is the 9th brother taking her for a stroll? How unfit of you as a father. Lu Ziheng, fanning himself, replied casually, When has 4th brother ever taken care of a child? I know better than you how to be a father. Sui Sui wrinkled her nose, turning away and ignoring Prince Yu. He's a bad man. He bullies Sister Ann's mother. I won't play with Uncle Yu. Prince Yu clenched his teeth and instinctively glanced at Su Tan, who seemed entirely absorbed in teasing Lu Ziheng's daughter, her gaze not once straying in his direction, as though she were oblivious to the undercurrents swirling between the brothers. A wave of dissatisfaction washed over Prince Yu. Although Su Tan had just exchanged a few polite words with him, her expression remained distant and polite, devoid of the warmth and familiarity she displayed towards Lu Ziheng. He shot a glare at Lu Ziheng before turning to Su Tan with a gentle smile, inquiring if the esteemed Princess Jiayi had a fondness for little girls like Sui Sui. Su Tan paused momentarily, recalling the coldness of Prince Yu's demeanor, which she had observed while holding her invisibility charm within the walls of the prince's residence. Now, confronted with his smile, a sense of discomfort washed over her. She replied politely, Sui Sui is indeed adorable. Who wouldn't he take a liking to her? I see, Prince Yu responded casually, and it is quite charming as well. Let us have her come out to meet Princess Jiayi. Lu Ziheng's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He had never been particularly fond of Prince Yu since their childhood, often feeling that he could predict his brother's actions. The sudden display of affection from Prince Yu felt insincere, akin to a weasel wishing a hen a happy new year. Lu Ziheng raised an eyebrow and remarked, 4th brother, your confinement hasn't yet ended. Father only permitted you to enter the palace for the winter solstice banquet, and you must still reflect on your past misdeeds upon your return. Besides, Anne has the Empress Dowager to care for her. You have no fatherly duties to fulfill. So it's best not to crowd around the child lest you frighten her. Prince Yu nearly scowled in frustration. He instinctively glanced at Su Tan's expression, only to find that her smile had vanished. Well, what a malicious mind you have, Lu Ziheng. Playing dirty. Remaining here only invited more trouble. Prince Yu's demeanor remained warm, Yet his gaze towards Su Tan was as predatory as a serpent eyeing its prey. Once they left the May garden, Prince Yu's expression darkened significantly. He would not let a cunning sorceress like Su Tan slip through his fingers. Lu Zhihong would not dare contend with him. Today, Su Tan would undoubtedly become his woman. Be cautious, Prince Yu harbors ill intentions, Lu Zhihong warned, though he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. Nonetheless, given that Su Tan had saved Sui's life, he felt a sense of obligation to return the favor. Su Tan nodded, having sensed the undercurrents herself. When something unusual occurs, there is often a hidden agenda behind it. She furrowed her brow, contemplating briefly before raising her gaze. I have repeatedly thwarted Prince Yu's plans, so it's only natural he would harbor resentment towards me, wishing to remove me from his path. Lu Zhihong nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed his brother's modus operandi, but it was usually directed at men. Su Tan was a woman, an attractive one at that, with the ability to wield sorcery. This might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Lu Zhihong flicked his folding fan. My fourth brother is typically cunning and ruthless. However, when he intends to eliminate someone, he rarely bothers to feign kindness. Prince Yu's current demeanor towards Su Tan was perplexing, and Lu Zhihong felt he had witnessed a similar scenario before, yet could not recall the specifics. He could only advise, regardless, exercise caution. The inner palace is now dominated by Prince Yu's birth mother. If he harbors any malicious intentions, accomplishing his goals would be a mere trifle. Better safe than sorry. He added, be vigilant, remember, my fourth brother is no good man, far worse than Song Tingchen. Do not be deceived by his gentle demeanor.
Sultan Said in resignation.
Your Highness, I've already been blind once. Do you think I would allow myself to be blinded again? Lu Zhihong raised an eyebrow, who knows? From every angle I observe, I see no merit in Song Tingchen as a husband. Yet you married him without hesitation. That is because Song Tingchen is my tragic fate. Chapter 52. Su Tan, you are quite unfortunate. After taking their seats, Su Tan sat at a table with Gu Mingzhu, and nothing particularly noteworthy transpired during the meal. However, as the banquet neared its conclusion, an unfamiliar palace maid approached Su Tan, her expression anxious. Princess Jai, the princess of Zhaoyang, has suddenly fallen ill, and the imperial physician is at a loss, suggesting it may be due to malevolent spirits. His Highness, the Prince of Chen, is currently occupied and has sent me to request your assistance.
Sultan paused, suisil.
And it may be due to malevolent spirits? This statement piqued her interest. However, the messenger had likely overlooked a critical detail. Sui wore the tiger head pendant she had gifted her. If anything were amiss, she would surely have sensed it.
Sultan nohret hergaze.
Gu Mingzhu noticed and furrowed her brow slightly. Since the princess is unwell, I shall accompany you. The first rule of palace banquets: do not fully trust the words of unfamiliar palace maids. The second rule: if you can travel in pairs, do not venture alone. If one finds themselves alone, one cannot discern whether they are facing a person or a ghost. Just as Su Tan was about to nod in agreement, a personal maid of the Empress approached Gu Mingzhu with a smile, stating that the Empress wished to speak with her. Gu Mingzhu's expression momentarily stiffened as she cast a worried glance at Su Tan, silently urging her to be cautious. In this situation, both women understood that there was likely something amiss. However, they had been presented with an irrefutable reason to comply. Gu Mingzhu could only act with extreme caution.
Sultan,
on the other hand, was intrigued to discover what schemes lay ahead. She feigned nonchalance and addressed the unfamiliar maid. Since the princess is unwell, please lead the way. The maid sighed in relief and guided Su Tan forward. After walking for about 3/4 of an hour, the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Su Tan glanced at the dimly lit palace path, her brow slightly furrowing. Are you certain you haven't taken a wrong turn? The maid's face broke into a smile. Princess, are we not heading towards the desolate area? To be honest, the princess had sneaked out here alone, just before suddenly developing a high fever. Su Tan raised an eyebrow but chose not to press further, simply responding, I see. As they continued onward, the maid suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder, her eyes glazing over as she stared blankly at Su Tan. Like a marionette with its strings cut, holding a lantern, Su Tan observed the truth-seeking talisman affixed to the maid's shoulder. Who sent you? The maid's expression was devoid of emotion as she replied, His Highness, Prince Yu. Su Tan frowned, confirming her suspicions about Prince Yu, yet she was not surprised. What did he instruct you to do? The maid stared at Su Tan blankly. He merely said to bring the princess to the palace, without specifying what for. Su Tan regarded her quietly and inquired, "Is there anything unusual about the palace?" The maid obediently revealed all she knew. It's secluded, and whatever occurs there remains unknown to others. If one were to cry for help, no one would hear. Oh, and there's incense burning in the palace as well. That was all she knew. Su Tan wished to inquire further, but found herself unable to extract any more information. Instead, she performed a hand gesture, tearing off the truth-seeking talisman, and swiftly concealed herself in a nearby alley. The maid blinked in confusion, rubbing her head as she found herself in such an isolated location. Bewildered. What am I doing here? She picked up the lantern and turned to leave, remembering she still had duties to fulfill and couldn't afford to loiter in the palace corridor. Once the maid had moved out of sight, Su Tan brushed off her clothing and cast a deep glance down the dimly lit corridor. Secluded, and with incense burning in the palace. Clearly, Prince Yu intended for her to meet an untimely demise here. Su Tan squinted slightly, turning back as she contemplated rushing to the banquet to report a suspicious figure. However, as she reached the illuminated area, a eunuch unexpectedly collided with her while carrying tea, spilling it all over her.
Sultan Raiset Herjebros.
Today, as unexpected occurrences truly seemed relentless. This servant deserves 1,000 deaths. I beseech the county lord for mercy. The eunuch pleaded. His head bowed as he expressed gratitude for her magnanimity. Yet, Su Tan noticed his fingers trembling slightly, as if awaiting something. Suppressing a laugh, she rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat lightheaded. I haven't even had a drink at the banquet today. Why do I feel so dizzy? She weakly uttered these words, and before she knew it, she fainted. The eunuch, shedding his previous timidity, revealed a glimmer of coldness in his eyes as he dragged her away to a more secluded location. What a fool this Jia-e county lord is, unaware that the tea was drugged. I initially thought she might be troublesome, but fate brought me here to her. Fortune smiles upon me. The eunuch grinned widely, his mirth short-lived as he suddenly collapsed. Lu Ziheng frowned, using his folding fan to support Su Tan's body. Before he could call her to wake, she abruptly opened her eyes, clarity restored, revealing no signs of having been drugged. Lu Ziheng raised an eyebrow, surprised. So you weren't actually fainted? Su Tan kicked the eunuch at her feet and shrugged. Ordinary sedatives and sleeping powders have no effect on me. After all, she was of the mystical realm. If she were so easily rendered unconscious, what would she be capable of? Lu Ziheng smirked, realizing he had underestimated her.
Sultan, indifferent.
Inquired, "What brings you here, your highness?" Lu Ziheng's expression soured slightly, fanning himself with a bit more force, disdain creeping into his tone. "When my fourth brother shows you such affection, I find his demeanor strikingly familiar." I later recalled how he treated Shen Yu in the past. He paused, reflecting. He does not refer to Shen Yu as fourth sister-in-law because, firstly, Shen Yu is divorced from Prince Yu, and secondly, because Prince Yu is unworthy. He excels at feigning tenderness, particularly before women, a rather lowly tactic, yet it proves effective. He deceived Shen Yu, then by Jiajian, and now he attempts to ensnare you. Lu Ziheng paused, tilting his gaze away from Su Tan, pondering before continuing. However, he lacks the patience for slow schemes with you now. He plans to drug you during today's palace banquet, thus forcing an irreversible situation. As for whether Su Tan's reputation will be ruined or whether she will be scorned, that is of no concern to that scoundrel, Prince Yu. Su Tan's expression turned icy. She had initially thought Prince Yu intended to kill her at the banquet, but it appeared he harbored far more sordid intentions. She scoffed, kicking the eunuch again. It seems Prince Yu has meticulously plotted. If one scheme fails, another is ready. At this moment, she was nearly ready to activate her truth charm. But Lu Ziheng sensed her intent. His demeanor grew colder. No, this eunuch was not arranged by Prince Yu.
Sultan's gas sharpened.
Lu Ziheng's eyes reflected further disdain, mingled with a hint of disappointment towards Su Tan. Had you been more discerning and not taken a liking to Song Tingchen, you wouldn't have attracted so many flies. This man was sent by Zhao Yu. Coincidentally, Zhao Yu and Prince Yu chose similar palace locations. However, while Prince Yu awaits you there, Zhao Yu has arranged several diseased men to wait for you. Fortunately, Su Tan was not a helpless maiden. The drugs had no effect on her, otherwise, she would have been in dire straits today. At best, she would be abducted by Prince Yu, her reputation tarnished, forced into the den of that prince. At worst, she would face utter destruction from this day forth.
Sultan's expression darkened.
Zhao Yu was meant to perish in a few days. Little did he know he was hastening his own demise. Her gaze fell upon Lu Zhiheng again, and she suddenly asked, "Your Highness, would you be willing to assist me with a task?" Lu Zhiheng's heart raced, sensing it was no trivial matter, yet he inquired, "Whom do you wish to deal with?" He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that you intend for me to help you abduct Lu Qingyin?" After all, he could tell that Su Tan harbored a strong aversion towards Lu Qingyin, especially since she had previously mentioned Zhao Yu was a man of the same sex. Following the typical palace intrigue logic, it seemed Su Tan wished to pit Zhao Yu against Lu Qingyin, relishing the drama between those two who admired Song Tingchen. However, Lu Zhiheng's expression remained indifferent. "Although I do not favor Lu Qingyin, I will not assist you in such matters." Now it was Su Tan's turn to raise an eyebrow. "Who said I intended to put Lu Qingyin and Zhao Yu together?" Lu Zhiheng paused. "Then what do you intend to do?" Chapter 53. The entire palace is searching for Su Tan. The cold wind tousled her hair as Su Tan held a lantern, the flickering light casting shadows in her eyes. With the elaborate schemes laid out by Prince Yu and Zhao Yu for her, she resolved that the show must go on. They were eager to witness the drama of infidelity, and it would not do to thwart their desires. In the desolate palace corridor, a glint of icy determination appeared in Su Tan's eyes, her voice laced with a chilling undertone. Before long, they will be waiting to catch someone in the act. Zhao Yu had long harbored affections for Prince Yu, and today, under the guise of secrecy, he would be tempted to act upon his malicious intentions. What would Prince Chen think of this? Lu Zhiheng's hand froze while fanning himself, disbelief clouding his expression. "What did you say? Prince Yu and Zhao Yu?" He could hardly fathom her audacity. Su Tan raised an eyebrow, locking her gaze with Lu Zhiheng's. "Are you afraid, Your Highness? If not, I can handle this myself." Initially shocked, Lu Zhiheng was soon captivated by the prospect of witnessing the unfolding chaos. He raised his brow. "Who said I was afraid?" He waved his fan nonchalantly, continuing, "No wonder my fourth brother sought to marry a girl from the Shin family, then became indifferent after Anan's birth, neglecting his own child. He favored by Jiajian, yet easily took her life. Previously, I could not comprehend the stark change in his affections. The truth is, he is a man of the same sex. Everything prior was merely a facade, and it all makes sense now. Young master, everything has been arranged." A young eunuch approached Zhao Yu, bowing his head as he spoke softly. Zhao Yu smirked, malice glimmering in his eyes. "I must see this for myself." He had watched Su Tan's earlier triumph, and now he was determined to witness her descent into despair. As he walked down the familiar palace path, the northern winds tugged at his robe, and his expression darkened. Song Tingchen was kind-hearted and soft, willing to indulge a wretch like Su Tan. He was different. Zhao Yu intended for Song Tingchen to see just how filthy and debauched Su Tan truly was. What a noble lady. What an imperial decree by Emperor Qinglong to honor Princess Jia, yet she is nothing more than a harlot available to all.
Sultan.
A person like you is unworthy of Tang Chen. Since you have already left the capital, you should not return. He will never allow Su Tan to affect Song Tingchen. Not just her, but any woman at all. Zhao Yu strolled leisurely. The northern wind howled, when suddenly a sharp pain struck his neck, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. The Empress, along with Gu Mingzhu and several other noblewomen, engaged in casual conversation. As time drew near, she suddenly remarked, "Speaking of which, the matriarch of the Jianan Marquis has been ill under peculiar circumstances. I wonder if it is related to the same malevolent forces afflicting Princess Jiayang." Princess Jia possesses exceptional skills in exorcism and ghost banishment. We should invite her to examine the matriarch. With a smile, the Empress instructed her closest maid, "This matter cannot be taken lightly. Go fetch Princess Jia. I wish to discuss it with her in detail." The maid bowed her head and exited. Gu Mingzhu clutched her handkerchief tightly, still unaware of Tanner's condition, hoping only for her safety. "My Empress, Princess Jia has vanished." A maid rushed in to report, casting a furtive glance at the Empress. The Empress rose, frowning. How could she suddenly disappear? Has she left the palace? One noblewoman interjected, "That cannot be. The second young lady is still here. Even if Princess Jia were to leave, she would have sent someone to inform us." Gu Mingzhu tightened her fingers, maintaining her composure. Forcing a smile, "Your Majesty, I am feeling somewhat unwell. I shall take my leave. Second young lady, please bear with it for a moment. If we cannot find her in this cold weather, what if Princess Jia falls and no one notices? What shall we do by tomorrow?" The Empress nodded, and then heard the maid report, "Your Majesty, Prince Yu is also missing." The absence of Prince Yu was a planned development, and the Empress's expression turned anxious. This child, Jenner, truly causes me concern. I had previously advised him not to wander about, and now he adds to my troubles. The Empress named several individuals, instructing, "You go search for Prince Yu." She casually ordered her maid to summon more attendants, adding, "As for you, accompany me to search for Princess Jai." Gu Mingzhu clenched her fist hidden in her sleeve. "Your Majesty, I shall seek Tanner alone. There is no need for such a large gathering." The Empress firmly refused, "No. Jenner is robust, but Princess Jai is a woman. If anything were to happen to her, not only would I feel guilty, but even the Emperor would likely blame himself for not taking care of the beloved daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. Indeed, second young lady, we should all search together." A few of them spoke in unison, taking Gu Mingzhu's arms on either side. Gu Mingzhu felt trapped, her heart racing. The only course of action now was to proceed cautiously, observing how events unfolded. The Empress began her search with great fanfare, which even alerted Emperor Qinglong. With narrowed eyes, Emperor Qinglong observed with a hint of disturbance in his gaze. Just then, Song Tingchen, suddenly tense, addressed the Emperor, "Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave." The Emperor glanced at him, saying nothing more, merely gesturing for him to depart. As he left the banquet, Song Tingchen encountered the flustered Lu Qinin. Lu Qinin approached with grace, her face filled with concern. "Tingchen, I heard that Sister Su Tan has disappeared. The Empress is currently searching the palace for her." Song Tingchen hastened his steps, not fully absorbing her words. Lu Qinin tightened her grip on her dress, breathlessly following. "Tingchen, Prince Yu is also missing." Song Tingchen halted abruptly, turning to look at her. "What did you say? Prince Yu?" Lu Qinin bit her lip. "Yes. I heard that once the Empress found out, she merely sent a few people to search for Prince Yu, while she is urgently seeking Sister Su Tan." Could it be, as he prepared to quicken his pace, Lu Qinin, biting her lip, uttered her final thought. Could it be that the Empress has received some news, and the Emperor intends to summon Sister Su Tan to the palace? Absurd. Song Tingchen's expression turned frigid as he gazed at Lu Qinin, shedding his usual gentleness. His tone laced with reproach. Such words must not be spoken again. How could the Emperor take Su Tan into the palace? It is utterly ridiculous. In terms of age, the Emperor could easily be Su Tan's father. Moreover, he would never engage in such folly. "I will not mention it again, Tingchen. Please do not be angry." Upon seeing Song Tingchen's fury, Lu Qinin quickly altered her approach. "Sister Su Tan and Prince Yu are both missing. Do you think they might be together?" As Song Tingchen's brow furrowed deeper, Lu Qinin continued, "Tingchen, what I mean is, Prince Yu is currently unwell. Perhaps he is seeking Sister Su Tan for suitable spells to heal his leg. Yet, seeing Prince Yu's demeanor today, I can't help but think he might have other intentions towards Sister Su Tan. Given her extraordinary beauty, it would not be surprising if he were taken by her." There was one more thought Lu Qinin refrained from voicing. Both Prince Yu and Su Tan were divorced, making them a perfect match. Song Tingchen's expression grew increasingly tense. Did Prince Yu wish to marry Su Tan? Such notions were absurd. However, given Su Tan's abilities, it was not impossible that Prince Yu had indeed developed feelings for her. He spoke coldly, "Qingyin, do not speak of unfounded matters carelessly. Be wary of the consequences of your words." Lu Qingyin's lips curled slightly, though her face expressed regret. "Forgive me, Tingchen. I shall not bring it up again. Let us focus on finding Sister Su Tan." In fact, she was eager to witness the unfolding drama concerning Su Tan. Though Lu Qinyin hailed from a wealthy merchant family, she was accustomed to the intrigues of the household. Having grown up amid numerous concubines and wives, she could tell at a glance that something had gone awry with Su Tan. Su Tan, cherished like a precious gem, might possess mystical skills but lacked the ability to discern the hearts of others. If she could not navigate the complexities of interpersonal tensions, how could she contend with the more cunning empress or palace concubines? Lu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Let us see. Today Prince Yu will surely be found in Su Tan's company, whether by choice or coercion, and their encounter shall be exposed before all." This was the instinct she had honed over years of familial rivalry. Lu Qinyin followed the throng until she reached a secluded hall, where the Empress remarked, "We have searched everywhere nearby. I wonder if Princess Jai is here." The Empress's expression appeared weary, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. "Since we have searched everywhere else, we might as well look here." The maid nodded, preparing to step forward when an embarrassing noise suddenly echoed through the air. The noble women present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Empress's face turned ashen. From where did that sound come? The maid, blushing, pointed ahead. It seems to be from there. Barged the door open. I must see who is so brazen as to behave in such a disgraceful manner within the palace. Gu Mingzhu, in that moment, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she did not know Su Tan's whereabouts, she was certain that the person inside could not possibly be Su Tan. Before entering the palace, she had given Su Tan a pill to counteract any charms. With both Prince Yu and Sister Su Tan missing, one could only speculate about the nature of the activities occurring behind the closed door. Lu Qingyin, clutching her handkerchief, had already begun to anticipate the developments. Unable to suppress her comments, Gu Mingzhu's eyes grew cold as she stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Qingyin's face. Try to speak so indecently about Tanner again. Tears welled up in Lu Qingyin's eyes, unable to fathom that Gu Mingzhu was also a madwoman, brazenly striking someone in public. She cast a pleading glance towards Song Tingchen. In the past, at such moments, Song Tingchen would invariably stand up for her. Yet now, he showed no inclination to defend her, instead surveying her with a frigid gaze. The second young mistress seemed to regard the palace as the Su family's backyard, initiating violence before the Empress had even uttered a word. Gu Mingzhu's expression remained inscrutable. She merely glanced at the matron who had spoken, then averted her gaze, offering a bland apology to the Empress. Your Majesty, I acted impulsively. However, this Lu Qingyin, with just a few words, has slandered the innocence of two individuals. I believed it warranted punishment, but I overstepped my bounds. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. A smile graced the Empress's face, and a palace maid promptly approached, delivering another slap to Lu Qingyin's face. Before the Empress, you dare to spout nonsense. Lu Qingyin bit her lip, sensing that the Empress's actions were merely stoking the flames further. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she gritted her teeth and mused. What if the person inside is truly Sister Su Tan? Otherwise, why are only she and His Highness the Crown Prince absent? The Empress turned, commanding that the door be forcefully opened. At that moment, a cool, clear female voice resonated. What has transpired? I have heard that the Empress is searching for me throughout the palace, so I followed the crowd here. However, judging by everyone's expressions, it appears something grave has occurred. As everyone turned in unison, they beheld Su Tan cradling Princess Zhaoyang, Lu Sui, flanked by the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, along with several palace maids and eunuchs. The Empress's expression remained unchanged, yet her gaze became suddenly rigid. How could Su Tan be here? How is it that she appears unscathed? Some matronly ladies, who were slightly privy to the circumstances, wore expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Gu Mingzhu's face lit up with joy, and she hurried towards Su Tan. Tanner, where have you been? The Empress has been searching for you, and is quite anxious. It was uncertain if it was merely a collective illusion, but as Gu Mingzhu uttered the word anxious, a hint of mockery seemed to lace her tone. Lu Qingyin's expression tightened. Could it be that Su Tan has escaped? This is impossible. It is my fault, the Crown Princess interjected with a smile. Curtsying to the Empress. You suddenly came down with a fever today, and I was apprehensive, fearing it was a malevolent spirit at play. In haste, I summoned Princess Jai, resulting in a significant misunderstanding. You merely caught a chill from the wind, and a little medicine set her right. However, I have been plagued by nightmares, constantly reliving the day of my delivery, still uneasy. Hence I asked Princess Jai to leave the palace with me to check for any disturbances in the East Palace. In my eagerness, I forgot to inform the Empress. As it turned out, Princess Jai, like me, was careless and neglected to inform the second young mistress. I feared the second young mistress would be worried, so I hurriedly brought Princess Jai here, and indeed, it has led to this tremendous misunderstanding, causing the Empress to search high and low. I hope for your forgiveness. The Empress's expression remained unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a tinge of ashen anger. Her words were almost gritted through clenched teeth. You must not be so careless next time. It makes it exceedingly difficult for me to locate you. The Crown Princess and Su Tan promptly apologized. At that precise moment, a series of compromising gasps echoed from within, prompting Prince Chen, Lu Zhiheng, to raise an eyebrow. Which disgraceful individual dares to engage in such shameless behavior within the palace? Someone, force that door open. Execute that debaucher on the spot. The Empress's expression shifted dramatically, attempting to intervene, but it was already too late. The door was flung open before the eyes of the assembled crowd, revealing a scene that caught everyone off guard. Whose daughter behaves so indecently? This is outrageous. How dare one engage in such lewd acts within the palace? Do they not value their life? I would rather end my own life than raise a daughter like that.
Wait.
There are no women inside. It is all men.
What?
Men. The shocked gasps reverberated through the assembly. The matronly ladies, forsaking their dignity, leaned in to peer inside. Upon seeing the scene, they regretted their curiosity. Among those within was none other than the so-called missing His Highness the Crown Prince. And another was the infamous young Master Zhao Yu, identified publicly by Princess Jai as one with a penchant for the same sex. When the door burst open, Zhao Yu was seen pinning the Crown Prince beneath him, his eyes glazed, calling out for Brother Tingchen. In that moment, the matronly ladies were uncertain whether to be shocked at having uncovered a royal secret or astounded that Su Tan's words were indeed true. Zhao Yu was indeed a man of such inclinations. How could he, in a state of drunken stupor, dare to lay hands on the Crown Prince? Moreover, why was he calling out for Song Tingchen? The matronly ladies cautiously glanced at Song Tingchen's face, observing his expression was as frigid as frost, his eyes harboring a hint of lethal intent. The Empress nearly fainted. Just as she was preparing to have the door closed to contain the matter and issue warnings to everyone present, Prince Chen, Lu Zhiheng, revealed an expression of deep distress. Fourth brother, no wonder you have been so harsh towards your previous consorts and indifferent towards Anan. I thought the heart was fickle. Yet it seems you have a penchant for men. Su Tan shielded Sui Sui's eyes and ears, preventing the young girl from witnessing the chaotic scene. She inhaled sharply, sighing. Even if the Prince of Desire prefers men, he shouldn't have chosen Zhao Yu. What a disgraceful individual. Her words trailed off. Yet her expression and tone conveyed the depth of her disdain for Zhao Yu. The Empress clenched her hands tightly, torn between reprimanding Su Tan and Lu Zhiheng or defending the Crown Prince. She took several deep breaths, pressing her temples, her head pounding. Why is this happening? After much persuasion from Jiner, I reluctantly agreed to allow this cunning woman, Su Tan, to enter the family through unconventional means. I even promised to assist Jiner in his schemes. Yet, before the eyes of all, it is not Jiner and Su Tan who are caught, but Jiner and Zhao Yu. And a few other unknown men. A matron, slightly aware of the situation, glanced at her pale face, knowing full well that the last thing they could allow was for the words man of desire to be associated with the Crown Prince. She quickly interjected, Your Majesty, there must be a misunderstanding. Look at the Crown Prince's expression. He is clearly in distress. With so many witnesses, the people inside are utterly unresponsive. This is decidedly abnormal. Indeed, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince and young Master Zhao may have been framed. Yes, yes. The Empress pressed her aching temples, regaining a sliver of composure, and issued orders. Bind these individuals. Fetch several imperial physicians at once. I shall see who has the audacity to lay hands on a prince within the palace. At this moment, the Empress could only strive to suppress the rumors, attempting to find scapegoats before Emperor Qinglong learned of the situation. Unfortunately, the next moment, a palace attendant's shrill voice announced, The Emperor has arrived. The Empress felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting. It was over. Everything was ruined. The Emperor had chosen this moment to arrive. Indeed. Emperor Qinglong's face was ashen as he barked orders to the guards beside him. Separate those rascals. Imprison them and await my judgment. Lu Qingyin gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed intently on Su Tan's face. Observing the other party's emotions remain utterly unperturbed, she felt a surge of rage, and with a thud, she knelt before Emperor Qinglong. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yu, has undoubtedly been wronged. He is also a victim, Your Majesty. She turned her head sharply, fixing her eyes on Su Tan. Princess Jai, you are adept at divination. Can you not discern at this moment who has conspired against His Royal Highness? Su Tan curved her lips into a slight smile. Miss Lu, His Royal Highness is of noble lineage, and I, Su Tan, am but a novice in the arts. I do not possess the ability to divine the fate of His Royal Highness. However, I suspect that he has been in a troubled state of mind of late and may have sought refuge in this secluded palace. As for Zhao Yu, with his proclivity for male affection, perhaps he harbored ill intentions upon seeing His Royal Highness and thus struck with malice. Lu Qingyin fixed her gaze on Su Tan, retorting with a hint of sarcasm. How fortuitous. Today, Sister Su openly spoke of young Master Zhao's affections before everyone. She no longer referred to him as Brother Zhao. Once the winter solstice banquet concluded, Brother Zhao stealthily arrived here to engage in such debauchery and even dared to lay hands on His Royal Highness. Is this something an ordinary person would dare to do? Each word from Lu Qingyin was laced with urgency, as if she could not wait to cast a shadow upon Su Tan. Yet, Su Tan merely raised an eyebrow. Miss Lu, your words hold merit, but... She glanced at the tightly shut door, her eyes growing cold, imbued with a hint of menace. An ordinary person would not harbor male companions like Zhao Yu, nor would they occasionally dispose of a body or two in the study. If he dares to commit murder, what more to lay hands on a prince? Perhaps in Zhao Yu's eyes, harming a prince is trivial. If he wishes, there is nothing he would not dare. Lu Qingyin clenched her teeth, ready to engage in further debate. Enough. Silence. Emperor Qinglong's command silenced the room instantly. His expression was as frosty as ice. Everything will be clarified when Tai arrives. Until then, no one is permitted to speak. The Prince of Yu and others were hastily clothed and bound, a bucket of cold water poured over him, instantly soaking him and rousing him from his stupor. The imperial physician pinched his mouth and forced a pill down his throat, while Zhao Yu fared no better, nearly dislocating his jaw. As the lust in his eyes faded, the Prince of Yu glanced at the Emperor's ashen face and, recalling his previously prepared excuse, immediately knelt to plead for mercy, weeping profusely. Father, I am wronged. I have never overstepped with Miss Su. I do not know why such a calamity has befallen me today. I beg for your wise judgment, Father. I am innocent. However, with the situation as it stood, he had no other recourse. I am willing to marry Miss Su as my legitimate wife to compensate for the grievances she suffered today. Had he remained silent, it might have been better. But upon uttering those words, Emperor Qinglong's expression darkened even further. The faces of those present varied in reaction. Su Tan let out a cold laugh, regarding the Prince of Yu with indifference. Your Highness, are you perhaps confused? The one you were consorting with was young Master Zhao, along with several other individuals we do not recognize. How did I become entangled in this? I was with the Crown Princess the entire time, and both His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Chen, along with the attendants of the Eastern Palace, can attest to this. Initially, the Prince of Yu was taken aback by Su Tan's calm demeanor. However, upon grasping the implications of her words, his countenance shifted abruptly, his lips drained of color. To render this charade more convincing, he had also taken the drug. Even the hall had been infused with an aphrodisiac. What was Su Tan saying? Zhao Yu? And other men? Men. Zhao Yu felt as if struck by lightning, and as realization dawned, his eyes blazed crimson. You vile woman! You dare to harm me! His expression twisted with rage as he snatched a guard sword, intent on charging at Su Tan. Those men were all afflicted with diseases. How could Su Tan dare? You wretched woman! I will kill you! Your malice will surely invoke divine retribution, and you will descend into hell. It was over. All was lost. The illustrious second son of the Zhao family had mingled with those afflicted, and had even sullied the Prince of Yu. His life was forfeit. Even if, by some chance, he survived, henceforth he would be half a foot in hell. No, this could not be. Wretched woman, it is you. You are the cause of my downfall. Chapter 55. Evidence points to Lu Qingyin. Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Su Tan, as if she were the most venomous scorpion in the world, wishing to tear her to shreds. Several royal guards kicked him to the ground, causing him to vomit blood. Su Tan observed him quietly, a cold smile gracing her lips. What are you saying, young Master Zhao? I am the one who has ensnared you? You are the second son of the Zhao family, and I have only just returned to the capital. Previously, you claimed our Su family was in decline. Surely I lack the prowess to ensnare you recklessly. Why would I risk the annihilation of my clan to involve His Royal Highness? Am I to believe our remaining elders and women have lives far too long? Zhao Yu was momentarily rendered speechless, his gaze icy as a blade, infused with venom. Only you would wish me harm. Wretched woman, I will not spare you. The Zhao family will not spare you. Originally, it was Su Tan who should have been in bed with those men. Why had it turned into himself? His life was ruined by this vile woman. He must kill Su Tan. Su Tan's gaze remained cold as it fell upon him, her expression impassive as she curled her lips into a slight smirk. You, Zhao Yu, do not merely indulge in the company of men but also recklessly nurture young boys in your residence, leading to the deaths of countless children. Your parents and brother are well aware of this and have gone to great lengths to shield you, even seeking suitable young women for your pleasure. Zhao Yu, every single accusation I have made against you holds truth. You claim you are wronged? Perhaps it is the souls of those you have harmed who seek vengeance upon you? Under normal circumstances, such words would have drawn a dark retort from Zhao Yu, urging her not to slander or ruin the Zhao family's reputation. Yet, at this moment, his face paled visibly. Souls seeking vengeance?
No.
This was impossible. Those individuals were indeed buried in the Zhao family's courtyard. But before they were interred, he had ensured rituals were performed to bind their souls, preventing them from ever reincarnating. How could they possess the power to retaliate against him? Lies. Wretched woman, you lie. I believe Princess Jiayi's words hold considerable merit, remarked Prince Chen, Lu Zhiheng, nonchalantly lifting his lips as he waved his fan. His gaze flitting over the faces of the Prince of Yu and Zhao Yu. Perhaps those souls wronged by Zhao Yu guided the fourth prince to that secluded palace, intending to expose Zhao Yu's misdeeds. Who would have thought that Zhao Yu, seeing the fourth prince alone, would dare to strike? As he spoke, he sighed and cast a sympathetic glance at the Prince of Yu. If such a scandal were to befall an ordinary man, he would surely find it shameful, preferring to die rather than confess. It seems Zhao Yu intended to use this incident to threaten the fourth prince into silence, but alas, it was ultimately revealed by the Empress. The Prince of Yu was so enraged he nearly fainted, trembling as he pointed at Lu Zhiheng. Yu, with a sudden gasp, he coughed up blood, turning to the Emperor with tear-filled eyes. Father, I am wronged. Someone has orchestrated this scheme to harm me. Father, you must provide justice. Lu Zhiheng fanned himself gently, offering comforting words to Prince Yu. Do not worry, my fourth brother. His Majesty will surely punish Zhao Yu severely and will not allow this individual to tarnish your reputation unjustly. However, to call it a reputation might be an exaggeration, as my fourth brother is indeed a father now. Nevertheless, your current predicament is truly lamentable. In the future, even if Prince Yu wishes to wed, no respectable family would agree to marry their daughter to him. For one, Prince Yu has mingled with so many men. Who knows if he has contracted any vile diseases? Moreover, whether he was wronged or not, the fact remains that he was caught in such a disgraceful act before Emperor Qinglong, rendering him unworthy of the throne. Coupled with his previous treatment of the former royal consort, it is evident to all that he has been perceived as unfeeling. Prince Yu gritted his teeth. Lu Zhiheng. Enough. Silence. Emperor Qinglong's visage darkened, pressing his aching temples before turning to the eunuch beside him, demanding to know the progress of the investigation. Are they all incompetent fools? Why does it take so long to uncover such a trivial matter? Li Chunlai promptly obeyed and departed. Within a quarter of an hour, he returned with those who had investigated. Your Majesty, we have discovered that Prince Yu was indeed framed. There was an intoxicating scent in the chamber, and the tea contained a sleeping potion. The Empress wept bitterly. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for us, for today someone dared to use such despicable means against Jinu. In the future, could it not be that someone employs such malicious tactics against me as well? Emperor Qinglong's expression was inscrutable, his eyes flickering like candlelight as he helped the Empress to her feet, though his gaze lacked warmth. Sensing his cold demeanor, the Empress turned her head sharply, her voice icy. Have you found out who is responsible? The guards, eunuchs, and physicians immediately knelt, exchanging looks of bewilderment, unsure of how to respond to the gravity of the situation. Have you all lost your tongues? I demand to know who did this. A palace maid knelt, tears streaming down her face. Your Majesty, it has been revealed that it was Lu Qingyin. Lu Qingyin's countenance drained of color, as if struck by thunder, staring blankly at the maid who spoke, shrieking, "What does this have to do with me?" She hurriedly knelt before Emperor Qinglong, imploring for forgiveness, her eyes brimming with tears. Your Majesty, this is a frame-up. I bear no enmity with Prince Yu or young Master Zhao. Why would I harm them? Besides, I am but a frail woman. How could I possibly orchestrate such a scheme, gathering so many people while eluding the watchful eyes of the guards? Clearly, someone wishes to confuse the truth, not only intending to eliminate Prince Yu, but also to undermine young Master Zhao, and perhaps even to eradicate me. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Lu Qingyin continued to bow fervently. Panic coursed through her. She had only wished to witness the spectacle or to place the blame on Su Tan when necessary. She knew that today's events were undoubtedly connected to Su Tan. Otherwise, it would be Su Tan and Prince Yu lying in that chamber. Yet no one could discern what had gone awry, leading to such chaotic outcomes. But how could this inferno consume her? Lu Qingyin felt as if she might vomit blood. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Even if I were endowed with 10 or 8 times the courage, I would never dare commit such a heinous act. At this critical juncture, it seemed futile to dwell on who had intended to harm her. All she knew was that she could not allow the blame to fall upon her shoulders. Otherwise, she would not survive this day. Humph. The Empress scoffed coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon Lu Qingyin. The unexpected turn of events left her no time to recalibrate her strategy. She could only proceed with her initial plan. Lu Qingyin, cease your act of innocence. You claim you lack the capacity for such misdeeds. Yet I see you possess considerable capability. If not, why did Miss Su enter engagement with General Song? I do not believe for a moment that you were uninvolved. Lu Qingyin's complexion grew increasingly pallid. This is becoming more and more convoluted. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend what you are implying. Emperor Qinglong's expression darkened further. Chapter 56. Each stands firm on their claims. The Empress said nothing, merely casting a silent glance at the palace maid who had spoken earlier. The maid knelt and replied. In response to Your Majesty, Lu Qingyin initially aimed to frame Princess Jia, but due to a series of unfortunate events, her accomplices mistakenly served Prince Yu the tainted wine. Emperor Qinglong's face turned ashen. To suggest that a mere twist of fate could allow Lu Qingyin to bear the blame before him was an insult. Even if the Empress's faction sought to protect Prince Yu, they should not presume him to be a fool. Such a flimsy excuse would not deceive him. After all, he was the Emperor. Emperor Qinglong shifted, preparing to defend the Empress's people, for Prince Yu was his own son, and he could not allow the world to know of his son's inclinations. Thus, it must be acknowledged that someone had indeed plotted against Prince Yu. Lu Qingyin's face turned as pale as death, and before he could speak, she prostrated herself, her voice piercing. Your Majesty, even if I were truly ruthless enough to target Princess Jia, how could I possibly arrange for young Master Zhao and the others? She grasped at any point to defend herself. Your Majesty, upon reflection, I have been granted the Empress's favor to enter the palace. However, I do not know if this grace has been extended to others. How could I possibly foresee and plan ahead? Moreover, I received the invitation only 2 days prior. How could I have meticulously orchestrated such a scheme in such a short time? If I had the opportunity, I would not hesitate to shift today's events onto Su Tan. Yet this was the imperial palace, fraught with strict regulations and complex personnel. Even if she wished to bribe others to act on her behalf, how much silver would that require? Outrageous. The palace maid retorted angrily, glaring at Lu Qingyin. Are you insinuating that the Empress provided you with the opportunity to harm others? What audacity! At this point, if Lu Qingyin had not realized that her entry into the palace was merely to serve as a scapegoat, she would have lived in vain. Yet knowing this truth, she dared not openly tear off the Empress's facade. Lu Qingyin felt as if she might bleed from the mouth, her lips nearly bitten raw. Her nails dug into the gaps of the floor tiles, her eyes burning red. I would never dare. The Empress is merely misled. She does not know my character. And it is only natural that I would be misunderstood. Before the Empress could voice her accusations, Lu Qingyin interjected, Your Majesty, even if we assume I had the fortune to bribe the palace servants to taint Princess Jia's drink, how did I bring those 5 individuals into the palace? At this moment, Song Tingchen, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, the records of how many individuals entered the palace with the General of the North today are all documented. Lu Qingyin lacks the capability to commit such an act. This baseless accusation will never be acknowledged by the General's residence. Emperor Qinglong furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on Su Tan. Princess Jia, you are the unfortunate soul caught in this web. I wish to know your thoughts on this matter.
Soltando un post.
Knowing that Lu Qingyin was wronged, not because of her kindness, but rather due to her lack of capability. Her gaze swept past Lu Qingyin and landed on the kneeling Zhao Yu and others. Your Majesty, I am equally perplexed. But there is one matter I fail to comprehend. What exactly transpired with young Master Zhao? Why did he immediately conclude that my misfortune today is my fault upon seeing me? She had no intention of exonerating Lu Qingyin. Regardless of whether Lu Qingyin was innocent, it was of no concern to her. She had no desire to be a misguided benefactor. The question of Lu Qingyin's innocence was not one that Emperor Qinglong needed to ponder. They merely required a suitable scapegoat to quell the baseless suspicions surrounding Prince Yu. As for Lu Qingyin's potential escape from blame, that depended upon her own abilities. Years of experience in domestic intrigue had endowed Lu Qingyin with a remarkably swift reaction time. Almost instinctively, she bowed her head and raised her voice. "Your Majesty, I believe I understand the situation now." The Empress's brow furrowed sharply. How could one speak so recklessly before the Emperor? Someone silence her. Drag her out. Yet, Emperor Qinglong raised his hand, halting the palace, made intent on removing Lu Qingyin. His gaze remained fixed on her. "Continue." Lu Qingyin's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. "In truth, this entire ordeal is a result of young Master Zhao's own actions."
Why?
Upon encountering a crisis, does he accuse Princess Jiayi of being a viper? I suspect it is, because this was a scheme he devised against her. Zhao Yu's eyes filled with venomous resentment. While he was indeed responsible, he would never admit it. To do so would spell his ruin, and he would drag the entire Zhao family down with him. "Vile woman, you speak nonsense. To absolve yourself, you cast all blame upon me. Your Majesty, she is merely sowing discord. You must not believe her." "Am I sowing discord?" Lu Qinyin glared at him, gritting her teeth. "Who, besides the princes and yourself, possesses the ability to quietly orchestrate the arrival of this group within the palace? Today is my first time entering the palace. To speak candidly, I might forget where the gates are after wandering for hours. How could I know of such a secluded courtyard? Surely, only someone well acquainted with the palace could possess that knowledge. To maneuver past so many guards and avoid the palace maids and eunuchs requires considerable experience. For a mere newcomer attending a banquet, such skills are unattainable unless granted divine insight. But young Master Zhao is different. Having been in the palace for some time, he likely knows every matter within it like the back of his hand. Your Majesty, I surmise these individuals were indeed prepared by young Master Zhao for Princess Jiayi. However, today, as fate would have it, the princess was summoned by the crown princess. Fearing exposure, Zhao Yu had no choice but to intervene personally, intending to have them leave first. Yet, in a bid to ensure absolute secrecy, he resorted to using a sleeping incense, inadvertently ensnaring himself in the process. Lu Qingyin paused, recognizing that the matter of Prince Yu being implicated could not be evaded. As for Prince Yu, I believe he may not be suffering unjustly. Rather, Zhao Yu intended to drag him into this mess from the outset. Prince Yu's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, today I was unexpectedly jostled, and the tea spilled all over me. Yet, being a proud man, I did not wish to trouble those beneath me or my mother. So I sought a quiet place to change. However, in retrospect, perhaps the spilling of the tea was not mere coincidence. Lu Zhiheng raised an eyebrow, observing with amusement, "My dear brother, how unfortunate you are to suffer such calamity without cause." The Empress swiftly redirected the conversation, recognizing that attributing the blame to Zhao Yu was far more plausible than laying it solely on Lu Qingyin. "Zhao Yu, what have you to say for yourself?" Zhao Yu's eyes brimmed with rage, nearly choking on blood. While it was true he was responsible, he had never intended to involve Prince Yu. After all, the mere presence of those individuals was sufficient to ruin Su Tan.
No.
I refuse to acknowledge this. Lu Qingyin, in her desperation to absolve herself, has placed all blame upon me. How could I harm Princess Jiayi when we bear no animosity? Even if this were true, why would I choose her as a scapegoat? Lu Qingyin had been waiting for this opportunity. With a quavering voice, she countered. How can you say you bear no grudge against Princess Jiayi? You are enamored with Brother Song, while Princess Jiayi is his former wife and the mother of Xiao Xiao. You fear a rekindling of their bond. As for me, it is even simpler. You suspect I harbor feelings for Brother Song and wish to use this opportunity to remove me from his side. What a twofold scheme. Should your plan succeed today, both Princess Jiayi and I would be doomed. Zhao Yu's face turned ashen. Seizing the moment, Lu Qingyin pressed on, Your Majesty. Just now I overheard Princess Jiayi mention that the Zhao family courtyard is piled high with corpses. It seems his motivations to harm her extend beyond jealousy. He is also driven by fear. He fears that if the truth comes to light, the Zhao family will face ruin. Hence, he must send Princess Jiayi to her doom today. This last statement struck at Zhao Yu's vulnerable point. He erupted in a torrent of curses against Lu Qingyin and Su Tan, casting a desperate glance towards Song Tingchen. Brother Song, you must believe me. I would never commit such an act. You know what manner of person I am. I would never harm Su Tan, nor do I have desires for men. I have already expressed my intention to marry Lu Qingyin. If I were attracted to men, would I go to such lengths? Lu Qingyin's heart raced. Had Zhao Yu truly sought to marry her, she might have felt a flicker of pride. After all, he hailed from a distinguished family, though his household was complex. And his parents were not easily deceived like the old matriarch of the Song family. With her modest background, marrying him would certainly entail some sacrifices. But now, she felt a chill run down her spine, relieved that Zhao Yu had been caught in the act with those men. Otherwise, her fate would have been far more dire. Song Tingchen's brow furrowed, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Lu Qingyin hastily interjected, Brother Song, do not be swayed by him. He merely seeks to exploit my vulnerability. He is truly inclined towards men, and I must concede to that. Moreover, he will act in a manner to deceive you further. If I were to marry him, revealing his vile intentions to you, you would hardly believe me. Brother Tingchen. Zhao Yu interrupted Lu Qingyin, his eyes ablaze. Trembling as he pleaded, do you truly believe Lu Qingyin over me? Song Tingchen's countenance was shrouded in icy disdain. He finally turned his gaze towards Su Tan. Do you have anything to say? Su Tan remained silent, while Lu Zhiheng, fanning himself, smirked and remarked, General Song, you so readily suspect your wife based on mere hearsay. Oh, I almost forgot. Princess Jai has been divorced from you for 3 years. Yet, you take the words of any random person as gospel, while never trusting Princess Jai. When others express grievances, you attribute them solely to her. How ironic. Lu Zhiheng's eyes gleamed with derision, his gaze towards Song Tingchen dripping with scorn. It seems that Song Tingchen is indeed the most foolish person under heaven. He scoffed and cast a sidelong glance at Song Tingchen, wondering if today he would also accuse Su Tan, questioning whether all of this was orchestrated by him. Unaware of the malice lurking in his heart. If you truly intend to utter such nonsense, I advise you to cease speaking at once. In Chapter 57, No Corpse in the Zhao family courtyard, Su Tan's gaze paused, resting upon Song Tingchen. With a gentle exhale, she pondered the two individuals before her. One was the best brother of General Song, and the other was your dear sister. Regardless of which of them became the instigator of today's affair, it was not something she wished to witness. Thus is General Song, as His Highness the Crown Prince suggested, intending to cast all blame upon me? She studied Song Tingchen quietly. Reflecting on their past, one could describe Song Tingchen as aloof, while others might deem him cold-hearted. It seemed that no matter what she did, she could never warm his heart. Thus, whether in the past or present, whenever conflict arose between her and those around him, she was always the one who suffered. In the past, she had been content with the warmth of affection, never paying heed to his chilling nature. But times had changed. Su Tan chuckled softly, acknowledging that indeed, it was her doing, yet the accomplice was Crown Prince Lu Zhiheng. If anything were to happen to her, Lu Zhiheng would not escape unscathed. This was a conflict among royal brothers, resulting in a scandal of monumental proportions, or perhaps someone had intentionally framed the Duke of Yu, causing him unwarranted suffering. Emperor Qinglong knew precisely whom to choose. Su Tan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, suggesting that General Song could attempt to shift all blame onto her as he had before. He could choose to be biased and blind, but she did not believe the Emperor and Empress were incapable of discerning right from wrong. Song Tingchen hesitated, truly wanting to inquire whether this matter was related to her. If he were to claim that the Duke of Yu was innocent, he could not bring himself to believe it. He considered that perhaps the Duke of Yu sought revenge against Su Tan, gathering these individuals to ruin her. She, being astute, could undoubtedly see through the Duke's schemes. Yet today, Zhao Yu had offended her, and given her intolerant nature, it would not be surprising if she pulled Zhao Yu into the fray as well, achieving two objectives with one action. However, the clarity in Su Tan's eyes was now laced with endless mockery. For a moment, Song Tingchen found himself at a loss for words. He forced a smile, eventually diverting his gaze into silence. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, rapidly calculating in her mind. She knew Song Tingchen might suspect Su Tan, and if given the choice, she too would like to shift all blame onto her. But at this moment, she had already irreparably offended Zhao Yu. If she allowed him a chance to turn the tables, he might return the favor 1,000-fold in the future. In an instant, Lu Qingyin made her decision, raising her head, resolutely refusing to retract her words. Brother Tingchen, at this juncture, do you still wish to be deceived by Zhao Yu? Surely this is his doing. Kneeling at the feet of Emperor Qinglong, she implored, Your Majesty, I assure you, I speak no falsehoods. If Zhao Yu desires to clear his name, it is quite simple. Let someone investigate the Zhao family courtyard and see if it is indeed as Princess Jiai described. A mountain of white bones, and also uncover any special dealings he may have had with these individuals. After all, any act committed will leave traces. Just moments ago, Su Tan had mentioned Zhao Yu's penchant for keeping young boys.
Although Liu Yingjin detests Sultan.
She understood that this individual was astute enough not to fabricate such accusations against Zhao Yu.
No.
Su Tan would not go so far as to falsely accuse someone. She herself had tasted the bitterness of being wrongly accused by Su Tan. Yet even if Su Tan intended to frame Zhao Yu, she would surely ensure that the frame became a reality. Lu Qingyin suddenly felt emboldened, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yu. Young Master Zhao, do you dare swear that no corpse can be found in your family's courtyard? Do you dare swear that today's events have no relation to you? Lu Qingyin hoped to see a flicker of panic in Zhao Yu. After all, a person with a guilty conscience would never dare to call for an investigation. Yet at this moment, Zhao Yu merely gritted his teeth, his gaze devoid of any hint of guilt or evasion, as though emboldened by some assurance. What do I have to fear? Zhao Yu, swear that if I have ever committed such a heinous act as described by Princess Jiai, may I meet a terrible end. At this moment, Su Tan let out a light scoff, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yu. You are destined to meet such an end, regardless of your oaths. You. Zhao Yu ground his teeth, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hatred. Indeed, it was because of that wretched Su Tan that he found himself entangled with these individuals, tainted by their filth, destined to die in the most humiliating manner. Zhao Yu, emboldened, bowed before the emperor. Your Majesty, there will be no male corpse or white bones found in the Zhao family estate. Should your Majesty's investigation confirm our innocence, may you allow Su Tan, that vile woman, to drink poison. That is certainly possible. Emperor Qinglong's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. This affair was undoubtedly linked to Su Tan, who perhaps had harbored malicious intentions from the very start. Yet Su Tan clearly had the opportunity to seek his favor. Instead, she acted on her own accord, allowing the Duke of Yu and those individuals to share a bed. Indeed, Emperor Qinglong harbored disdain for the Duke of Yu's audacity in coveting the throne to such an extent. Yet what displeased him even more was Su Tan's unilateral decision that turned his son into a laughingstock for the world. Su Tan had long anticipated that her actions would invoke the emperor's wrath. However, had she been the kind of person who feared wolves and tigers, she would not have survived to this day. A smirk graced her lips as she addressed Zhao Yu. Do you truly believe that your family's deceptions will go unnoticed? That others cannot see the mountain of bones in the Zhao family courtyard? With a smile that mingled mockery and challenge, she turned to Emperor Qinglong. Your Majesty, I humbly request to go to the Zhao family estate to unearth the bones that have caused harm, as well as any evidence of their treasonous intentions. Emperor Qinglong suddenly tightened his grip on the jade pendant he held. He gazed deeply at Su Tan and then unexpectedly smiled. Good. Truly, you are the Princess Jiai I have favored, never failing to meet my expectations. He could have outright rejected Su Tan's request. For even if the courtyard was indeed filled with bones, he could settle the matter later. The most pressing concern was alleviating his own frustration. Using Su Tan as an example to warn everyone that beneath the imperial authority, even one who has suffered grievances must not harbor thoughts of vengeance against the princes. Yet Su Tan's claim of treason was compelling. Good, good, good. Emperor Qinglong repeated thrice, leaving others unsure if he was pleased or enraged, nearly laughing aloud.
Even applauding Sultan.
What a fine Princess Jiai. Truly, the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. I have not misjudged you. Everyone should learn from her, to see how to alleviate my burdens. Truly, she was a worthy descendant of a military family, just as her father had been, understanding how to assist him as emperor. Call forth the order. Let General Song Tingchen lead 3,000 imperial guards, along with Princess Jiai Su Tan, to the Zhao family estate. I wish to see for myself if the Zhao family possesses the audacity to commit such treasonous acts. As for the other involved parties, Emperor Qinglong's gaze fell momentarily on Lu Qingyin and Zhao Yu. They are to be temporarily detained. Until the truth is revealed, they must not be allowed to perish. The Empress's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. What did the Emperor mean by this? Was he perhaps worried she might silence these individuals prematurely? But she, more than anyone, hoped for evidence to be uncovered in the Zhao family that would clear her son, Jin'er, as merely a victim. As for settling accounts with Su Tan, the Empress would take her time. Zhao Yu collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. A profound sense of dread surged within him, yet he dared not reveal his trepidation. It must be impossible to unearth anything. If Su Tan, a discarded wife cast out by Song Tingchen, truly possessed such prescient abilities, she would not have been expelled from the capital in such disgrace. Zhao Yu continually reassured himself, though the cold sweat on his forehead could not be contained as it dripped down. To make matters worse, an unbearable itch enveloped his body.
Ah!
Zhao Yu cried out in anguish, incessantly scratching at himself, as horrifying rashes erupted on his skin, bursting forth with a foul, putrid liquid. The queen's countenance twisted in disgust, immediately covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Take him away at once. Yet, upon closer inspection, the Duke of Yu also began to exhibit signs of suffering. His own skin breaking out in rashes, albeit not as densely as Zhao Yu's. When he scratched, no repugnant liquid emerged. The queen's face turned ashen, prompting her to summon the imperial physician for an examination. As the physician checked the Duke of Yu's pulse, his face drained of color, and he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing to the queen. Your Majesty, a foreboding feeling swelled within her. What had befallen Jin'er? The physician closed his eyes and lamented, Your Majesty, this ailment. I am utterly powerless. How could the Duke of Yu be afflicted with such a disease? The queen's face paled, understanding the physician's unspoken implication. Her grip tightening on the hand of a nearby maid, a metallic taste flooding her throat. Your Majesty, someone quickly. The queen has fainted. At the Zhao residence, the emperor's presence, accompanied by a multitude of imperial guards, filled Zhao Darren with an undeniable sense of panic. Yet, within moments, Zhao Darren regained his composure, respectfully leading his family to welcome the emperor. In response to the emperor's command to investigate the Zhao family's rear courtyard, Zhao Darren's eyes briefly flared with anger. Yet he calmly asserted that the innocent would clear their name. He professed that, like the emperor, he regarded every child in the realm as his own and would never permit a Zhao descendant to commit such heinous acts. This was intended as a show of loyalty. However, upon hearing Su Tan's allegations of treason within the Zhao family, the emperor found his words exceedingly grating. Further infuriated by Zhao Yu's father's audacity to utter such rebellious sentiments in his presence. Should the investigation yield no findings, will the emperor not take action against those who spread such rumors? The emperor replied with a simple acknowledgement. He gestured towards Song Tingchen, instructing, You shall lead the search. Regardless of what you uncover, report back to me immediately. Song Tingchen complied, casting a lingering glance at Su Tan as he departed. Zhao Darren offered tea to the emperor, subtly belittling Su Tan in his words. The matter concerning the Duke of Yu and Zhao Yu was momentarily suppressed, with no one daring to leak information. Thus, Zhao Darren remained oblivious to the immense trouble his son had brought upon the Zhao family. In this instant, his disdain for Su Tan stemmed from two sources. First, her audacity to speak ill of him before the emperor, inciting suspicion against the Zhao family, and second, her failure to properly manage her husband, leading his son to harbor inappropriate feelings for Song Tingchen. Thirdly, as a woman, Su Tan ought to have focused on nurturing her family instead of insisting on her separation from Song Tingchen and brazenly exposing herself in public. Lady Jiai, you had best pray that General Song truly uncovers something in my Zhao family's rear courtyard, for otherwise, how will you face the consequences today? Su Tan let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed on Zhao Darren. This statement, I bestow unaltered upon you, Zhao Darren. Zhao Darren snorted, his murky eyes fixed intensely on Su Tan. After an hour had passed, Song Tingchen returned, his expression grim. The emperor's gaze fell upon him. Song Qing, did you unearth anything? Chapter 58. A mountain of bones. Song Tingchen cast a deep glance at Su Tan, his expression an inscrutable blend of disappointment and contemplation. Lowering his eyelids, he replied to the emperor, Nothing was found. The emperor, instead of displaying anger, chuckled, directing his gaze towards Su Tan. Lady Jiai, do you have anything further to say? Your Majesty, I am wronged. The entire Zhao family is wronged. Zhao Darren cried out, kneeling on the ground in a pitiful display. The other members of the Zhao family seized the opportunity, weeping and proclaiming their innocence, bewildered by Su Tan's merciless intentions to bring ruin upon their family. Even Song Tingchen's gaze fell upon Su Tan, his brow furrowed, his eyes clouded with disappointment and confusion. Su Tan, even if you have grievances with Zhao Yu, you should not slander the Zhao family in such a manner. He understood that Su Tan, raised in a prestigious military family, had always been cherished by the emperor, her upbringing instilling in her a sense of superiority. While her nature was not inherently malicious, she had been influenced by her surroundings to regard human life as trivial. The rivalries between noble families often resulted in bloodshed. Sometimes, a single word could lead to a tragic outcome. Su Tan, when did you become this way? Previously, she had accused Qingyin of murdering his father and claimed that Qingyin could harm even her own sister. He had thought of her as merely willful and immature. But now, as Song Tingchen scoffed, it was clear that she had become entrenched in the ruthless world of the Eastern Palace, having long internalized the concept of life and death. The emperor found himself weary. He had no time to entertain their trivial disputes and focused his attention on Su Tan once more. Lady Jai, I believed your words and therefore suspected Zhao Qing. Yet now, with nothing unearthed, how can Zhao Qing not feel disheartened, damaging the bond between ruler and subject? After he spoke, it remained uncertain how Su Tan would react. Zhao Daren immediately bowed, declaring, Your Majesty, I dare not harbor any resentment towards you. Your diligence and dedication to governance inspire my utmost respect, akin to the unceasing flow of the river. You are not doubting me, but rather being misled by treacherous individuals. Su Tan smiled slightly, a hint of derision gracing her lips. Zhao Daren, you are indeed eloquent, able to twist black into white. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow, an icy aura emanating from him. Su Tan, have you not yet had your fill of chaos? You accuse loyal subjects. Do you still refuse to acknowledge your errors? Su Tan scoffed lightly, uninterested in the Zhao family or in Song Tingchen. She turned to the emperor and stated, Your Majesty, only by seeing with your own eyes can you ascertain whether anything exists there. After all, what is heard can be misleading, while what is seen is concrete. The emperor frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Song Tingchen's gaze remained cold, betraying his disappointment in Su Tan. Su Tan, you need not speak with such vehemence. Do you believe that my friendship with Zhao Yu allows me to act independently and deceive the emperor? It is not just I who witnessed this. The Imperial Guard saw it, as well. The Zhao family's courtyard has been dug through thoroughly, yet nothing has been found. Su Tan continued to gaze at the emperor. Your Majesty, are you willing to go and see for yourself? Before Song Tingchen could respond, Zhao Daren shook his head and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, since Lady Jai refuses to relent until she sees the coffin, I must trouble you to step onto humble ground and take a look. Otherwise, I fear I shall descend into the underworld with this grievance, and how shall I explain it to my ancestors? Seeing Zhao Daren speak up, the emperor opted not to press further. He furrowed his brow as he was escorted to the Zhao family's rear courtyard amidst the throng of imperial guards. Indeed, the backyard of the Zhao family has been utterly transformed, aptly described as having been excavated to the very depths of the earth. Song Tingchen cast a cold glance at Su Tan, his expression perplexed. She, standing there, had witnessed the desolation, yet still hesitated to acknowledge her missteps. Was she truly waiting for the elderly and frail of the Su family to sacrifice their lives for her stubbornness before she would feel remorse? The Emperor Qianlong's gaze turned frigid, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Lord Zhao glared at Su Tan icily, now that the Princess of Jai had seen the truth. What further words could be exchanged? Su Tan let out a cold laugh, her gaze drifting away as she addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, do you see? I spoke the truth. If an ordinary person were to dig, they would unearth nothing. Even if they excavated to the very core, onlookers would surely deem the Zhao family innocent, believing me to be the architect of this malice. The Emperor's countenance darkened significantly, for indeed, Su Tan had spoken with uncanny accuracy. When Song Tingchen had led the Imperial Guard, Su Tan had quietly warned the Emperor of the Zhao family's cunning nature, suggesting that they would employ various tricks to conceal the truth. If the Emperor possessed the patience, he could witness their audacity alongside her. Though the Emperor found Su Tan tiresome, his primary concern lay not in personal grievances, but in the integrity of his sovereignty and the looming threat to his throne. Thus, he suppressed his irritation towards her and begrudgingly consented to her proposition. To his astonishment, he was indeed presented with such a spectacle. Cold sweat beaded on Lord Zhao's forehead as an unsettling premonition washed over him. Instinctively, he felt compelled to silence Su Tan. Veins bulged upon his forehead as he knelt, lamenting, "Your Majesty, I am unwaveringly loyal to you and will not suffer such baseless accusations. This person has repeatedly slandered my family, harboring ulterior motives. Your Majesty, a treacherous woman such as this deserves to be dealt with harshly." Listening to these words, Song Tingchen's brows furrowed even tighter as he rubbed his temples.
Fixing a heavy stare upon Sultan.
"Have you not yet had your fill of this chaos?
What more do you desire, Su Tan?
Must you truly await despair before you relent? Must the entire Su family pay the price for your obstinacy?" Su Tan's gaze was icy, her eyes suddenly locking onto the emperor. "Your Majesty, Song Tingchen's words have unsettled me. Time and again, he has allowed the opinions of others to tarnish my name. Once the truth is revealed, may I deliver a few slaps to Song Tingchen and administer a few lashes?" The emperor's brow furrowed instantly, a chill radiating from him as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon her. "Su Tan, he is an official of the court and once your husband. Do not forget the principles of hierarchy and decorum." Despite Song Tingchen's discomforting remarks, their past connection as spouses, now severed, should not be disregarded.
Sultan replied coolly.
"Your Majesty, precisely because Song Tingchen holds a position of authority, I must seek justice. Otherwise, if all within the court were to act as he does, judging based on personal whims, countless innocent lives would fall victim to unjust accusations. The emperor could easily be deceived, leading to widespread discontent and chaos." Song Tingchen, time and again, cast aspersions upon her character. His words, like venom, stained her reputation despite multiple confirmations of her innocence. Yet he would inevitably revert to his previous behavior. Su Tan felt no obligation to earn his trust, but resolved to teach him a lesson, one that would etch the memory of his disgrace before the emperor into his mind. The emperor, valuing his authority above all, smiled momentarily, his gaze settling on Su Tan, recognizing her sharp acumen. "Very well," he conceded, "for Su Tan speaks a truth I cannot ignore. I shall not permit my officials to condemn others based solely on their personal biases." A chilling aura enveloped Song Tingchen, who remained silent, well aware of Su Tan's temperament, unyielding and intolerant of injustice. Yet, she had better be genuinely wronged. Su Tan disregarded Song Tingchen and the posturing Zhao family members, performing a gesture before the emperor. Holding a willow branch she had casually bent before leaving the palace. She murmured an incantation in an incomprehensible tongue, her gaze fixed upon the ravaged pit. A gust of wind swept by as Su Tan's eyes hardened, imbued with an inexorable mission to seek justice for the souls wronged in this world. The willow branch pierced the sky, emitting a piercing shriek as golden light emanated from her hand, shattering barriers. In an instant, a chilling wind howled, accompanied by the wails of anguished spirits reverberating through the night, as though they sought to pierce the eardrums of all present. The scene before them began to shift. The emperor and Song Tingchen beheld, in disbelief, the previously empty pit now teeming with countless bones, an innumerable array of souls wronged. These bones lay haphazardly, as if their fates were of no consequence to anyone. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the skulls had been deliberately removed, as if part of some sinister ritual. Taken aback, Song Tingchen stepped back, having witnessed such horrors during battle, fields strewn with corpses, the cries of the dying echoing in the air, and the haunting specter of death looming over all. As he gazed upon the mountain of bones, his heart plummeted. Su Tan's voice rang coldly. "General Song, do you see? This is the result of the very Zhao Yu whom you trusted so deeply." Song Tingchen remained silent, feeling as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon his chest, dragging him down. Chapter 59. The so-called benevolence Lord Zhao. What further words do you have now? The emperor turned, regarding Lord Zhao with a deep, somber gaze, devoid of any trace of mirth. Lord Zhao fell to his knees, unwavering even in the face of impending doom, crying out, "Your Majesty, I am wronged. The entire Zhao family is wronged." His eyes narrowed, fixated on Su Tan, filled with the venom of a serpent. "Princess Jiai, we have no enmity with you. Why do you concoct these fabrications to slander the Zhao family? Your Majesty, the princess possesses great skill in divination, and it would be a trivial matter for her to create illusions to ensnare the Zhao family. I beseech your discernment. The Zhao family has been loyal to the throne and the people. The bones in this courtyard are a clear fabrication. A blatant slander. A glint of coldness flickered in Su Tan's eyes. Perhaps only when one gazes upon the horrors of hell do they truly comprehend the gravity of their actions. She regarded Lord Zhao. Challenging? Fabrication? What a bold claim. Let us hear what the souls you have wronged have to say. Lord Zhao's expression twisted with disdain as he prepared to dismiss her words, but suddenly his abdomen was pierced by countless tiny hands. The vengeful spirits tore through him, disemboweling him in a gruesome spectacle. At last, the wicked receive their just desserts.
Kill them! Kill them!
The spirits, with their bloodied mouths and sharp teeth, descended upon the Zhao family, their mournful wails echoing as the once glorious Zhao family transformed into a graveyard. Song Tingchun observed the scene in silence, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. The vengeful spirits, appearing no older than 7 or 8, were at an age cherished by their parents, yet here they were, transformed into tormented souls, buried and decapitated. The Emperor Qinglong, a ruler accustomed to witnessing the most brutal of spectacles, had seen countless corpses piled up during the power struggles among princes. Yet now, as the sovereign, he felt an unexpected pang of compassion upon witnessing such a sight. If the Zhao family were indeed innocent, as they claimed, why then did these spirits refuse to relent? The imperial guards drew their swords to protect their sovereign, while Emperor Qinglong's gaze fell upon Su Tan, his lips parting slightly. Princess Jai, what is the true nature of this affair? He was indifferent to the Zhao family's fate. After all, these spirits had not harmed him, particularly with Su Tan present. His sole desire was to unravel the origins of this turmoil. He could not fathom it was merely due to Zhao Yu's proclivities. Rather than question his subjects, the emperor ought to heed the words of the victims. Su Tan's voice drifted with the wind as she gestured, summoning one of the vengeful spirits with phoenix-like eyes to approach her. The spirit, its eyes red with anguish, suddenly knelt and bowed deeply. Sister, thank you. What gratitude did they owe Su Tan for granting them the chance for vengeance? Had it not been for her, they might have remained suppressed in this liminal realm, tortured to death in life and stripped of all value in death. A faint sigh tinged Su Tan's voice as she addressed the spirit. Reveal to the emperor all the grievances you harbor. He shall take heed of your plight. The spirit cast its eyes downward, skeptical of her words. They had waited so long, and it was Su Tan, not the so-called emperor, who had facilitated their revenge. The expression on Emperor Qinglong's face turned cold and somber, momentarily merging with the frigid atmosphere. He gazed at the spirit and sighed deeply. What a pitiful group of children. The Zhao family, those beasts, would face annihilation at my command. Upon hearing this, the spirit's eyes glistened with tears. Your Majesty, the Zhao family are not even human. They are demons. They masquerade as benefactors outside the city, while secretly abducting children like us. The spirit's eyes blazed red as memories flooded back. The Zhao family is a living bodhisattva, saving the suffering. If it weren't for their daily distribution of porridge, my grandson would have perished from hunger. An old man, supported by a cane, approached the porridge stall with a trembling hand, holding a broken bowl. The servant, filling his bowl with porridge, heard the old man chant praises for the Zhao family, proclaiming their goodness. He promised to pray for the Zhao family's long lives when the weather improved. The Zhao servant chuckled. You are too kind, sir. Our master is benevolent, and the emperor loves his people. We merely follow his example. From the crowd, someone scoffed. The emperor only sends aid during disasters, and half of it goes to corrupt officials. Who cares about our lives? This sentiment quickly gained traction. Exactly. The emperor is indifferent to us outside of disaster, but the Zhao family remembers those of us who go hungry. Another voice chimed in. Indeed. In my eyes, the Zhao family is far better than the emperor or the crown prince. Initially, the crowd had not considered this perspective, but as one voice spoke out, others followed suit. The old man, holding his bowl, realized the truth. The emperor only remembered the common folk during famines. For the impoverished, whether a benevolent or tyrannical ruler mattered little. What they needed was a sovereign who ensured their sustenance. Yet, the emperor failed to provide for them while the Zhao family offered them food and warmth. The old man, overwhelmed with gratitude, attempted to bow to the Zhao servants. 2 attendants quickly supported him, insisting, No, sir, we cannot allow this. Our master sent us to help, and if you kneel to us, we will be punished. The old man stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The Zhao family are good people. I cannot let them suffer. Sir, you mentioned you have a grandson? The Zhao servant inquired kindly, genuinely appearing compassionate toward the tattered elder.
How old is he?
8 years old, the old man replied, his eyes glistening as he spoke of his grandson, a poor child left alone after the passing of his parents, with only a frail grandfather to care for him. Recently, he fell ill, and though he survived, the cold and hunger nearly claimed him. Thank goodness for the porridge from the officials. You are truly good people. He remained unaware that they were merely servants of the Zhao family, mistaking their sturdy attire for authority. The servant smiled. What a delightful age. Just the right time for mischief. When our young master was that age, he was a handful, always being chased by his parents. Let us escort you home, sir. The Zhao family had many servants responsible for distributing food, and a few could easily step away without affecting the operation. However, the old man felt reluctant. No, I cannot trouble you further. I mustn't delay your work. He waved his hands, but the servant's demeanor remained gentle yet firm. But sir, you are quite elderly, and with your legs not being as strong, how can we let you walk in this cold? Indeed, what if you were to fall? Your grandson awaits you. As luck would have it, our master is in need of a firewood gatherer. We can check if your grandson is suitable when we take you home. Once this was suggested, the old man could no longer refuse. Everyone believed the Zhao family to be kind-hearted. If his unfortunate grandson could find work with them, he would at least have food to eat and warmth to wear, far better than being with him. He consented to the servants, gratitude flooding his expression. How wonderful! I no longer need to worry about my grandson starving. Leaning on his cane, the old man, porridge bowl in hand, trembled forward, unsure how long he walked before arriving at a secluded thatched hut. The house seemed fragile, as if a gust of wind could whisk it away. As the Zhao servants observed the boy's face, they were thoroughly pleased. This child may be a bit thin and dark, but that's no matter. Once he is in our household, he will thrive. Poor child. He suffers from hunger. The Zhao servants took the boy away. Just days prior, they had brought a child dressed in new clothes to the old man, allowing the child to express his gratitude for the Zhao family's kindness, for providing him with new garments and a warm bed. The old man, choked with emotion, continuously chanted blessings, relieved that his grandson had found a chance at life. That night, as he slept, he wore a smile, fervently praying for the Zhao family's well-being. A great fire blazed within the thatched hut. The elderly man perished in the grass hut, unaware until his last breath that the Zhao family, whom he held in higher regard than deities, was the very perpetrator of the arson. 3 days later, a new corpse was carried out from Zhao Yu's courtyard. This one was too emaciated and bore little resemblance to Ting Chen, save for a pair of striking eyes. Such wretched beings should never be delivered to my courtyard again. Zhao Yu thought, his eyes shadowed with disdain. One of the servants, attempting to ingratiate himself, remarked, "Young master, did it not say that General Song suffered from hunger in his youth? This one bears a closer resemblance." Zhao Yu paused, contemplating the statement. Indeed, Song Ting Chen had endured hardships in his early life. A wave of compassion and sorrow washed over him. Had he encountered Ting Chen during those trying times, he would have ensured the boy faced no such adversity. The servant sighed, expressing regret. Who could deny it? With your benevolence, young master, General Song shall one day come to understand your intentions. Zhao Yu's gaze darkened momentarily, his fingers cracking with tension. Alas, that wretched Su Tan had returned. He had yet to rid himself of Lu Qingyin, and now Su Tan lingered like a specter. Why were there so many distractions surrounding Song Ting Chen? Hearing this, the servant chuckled. Young master, what do you fear? Did not the master mention that these corpses serve a great purpose? Once we cultivate a ghost king, the Zhao family shall flourish, and acquiring a Song Ting Chen will be a mere trifle. At that moment, Zhao Yu's expression remained grim. Once the servant withdrew, he turned to his confidant, his face twisted with murderous intent. Dispose of the servant who spoke to me just now. His words vex me. How dare he insult Ting Chen without considering his own worth? The confidant nodded, acquiescing. Chapter 60. The fate of Zhao Yu upon hearing such a tragic tale. Emperor Qinglong nearly crushed the dragon pendant in his grasp, suddenly laughing. The Zhao family dares to harbor a ghost king? He questioned, uncertain whether he addressed the vengeful spirit or Su Tan. Both responded in unison. The Zhao family intends to use these beings as offerings to cultivate a ghost king for their own purposes. Su Tan furrowed her brow. Your Majesty, within the secret chamber of Lord Zhao's study lies a completed dragon robe. You may send someone to search for it. Emperor Qinglong waved his hand, summoning Song Qing. An hour later, Song Ting-chen returned with a frosty demeanor, cradling a dragon robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons. Emperor Qinglong, enraged, laughed bitterly, declaring the Duke of Pingzhong's treachery against the innocent children intolerable. Proclaim my edict, eradicate his entire clan, and as for Zhao Yu, he shall be subjected to slow slicing. I wish to witness him pay the price. The cold wind carried the emperor's wrath. Turning his gaze towards Su Tan and Song Ting-chen, he commanded, Princess Jia Yi and Song Qing shall accompany me to witness the execution.
Sultan nodded.
About to comply, when the emperor added, once Zhao Yu is dead, Princess Jia Yi shall conduct a ritual to guide these lost children to the afterlife.
Sultan hesitated.
Her brow furrowed. Your Majesty, this ritual requires the assistance of the Astronomical Bureau. The emperor's piercing gaze fixed upon her, before he smiled. Oh, is that so? What a pity. I had thought Princess Jia Yi could manage alone. Su Tan felt a chill at his words, responding, I apologize, Your Majesty, for falling short of expectations. The emperor merely chuckled. How could I be disappointed in Princess Jia Yi? You have uncovered the traitor conspiring against me, ensuring these children receive justice. I could never be disappointed. In truth, Su Tan had performed admirably, yet the sacrifice of a prince weighed heavily on the emperor's conscience. If only Su Tan were not so obstinate, he would be truly gratified. In the Dali Sea prison, Zhao Yu found himself tormented by an insatiable itch. It had not been long, yet his skin was covered in festering sores. He had clawed at himself until blood and foul ichor soaked his garments. His hair matted and flies buzzing above. The once handsome second son of the Zhao family now appeared a wretched shadow of his former self. Upon encountering him, Song Ting-chen's eyes widened in shock, quickly replaced by palpable disgust.
Ting-chen.
Have you come to rescue me? You've uncovered the injustice against our Zhao family, and you know that it is that wretched Su Tan who is at fault, right? Zhao Yu clutched the iron bars desperately, having first noticed Song Ting-chen. Then the emperor. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The Zhao family is wronged. All of this is Su Tan's vile slander. Wronged? Emperor Qinglong savored the word. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. Zhao Yu felt suddenly weak, a chilling dread enveloping him. The emperor's gaze fell upon Su Tan, whom Zhao Yu loathed.
Princess Jia Yi.
Did you not assert that after proving Song Qing's innocence, you would publicly lash him to vent your anger?
Sultan maintained her composure, replying, indeed.
Very well. The emperor responded, his tone calm and devoid of emotion. Let it be done here. Song Ting-chen's expression shifted but quickly returned to normal. Su Tan calmly produced a whip from her waist, and without hesitation, she struck it down upon Song Ting-chen, who staggered under the blow. Blood seeping from the gaping wounds. Though his face paled in agony, he remained silent, gritting his teeth. Poisonous woman. You wicked harbinger of malice. Zhao Yu's voice trembled with rage, wishing he could shatter the bars separating him from Su Tan, longing to tear her apart. Let him go. Direct your wrath at me. You shall not harm Ting-chen. With a resounding crack, Su Tan's whip fell again, knocking Song Ting-chen off balance, forcing him to lean on his sword to avoid fainting. Do you now know pain, young Master Zhao? Su Tan's voice dripped with scorn. Did you ever consider the suffering of the children who perished because of you? Another lash struck Song Ting-chen, and though Su Tan's tone remained calm, each word felt like a slap to him, leaving him breathless. Do you see, Song Ting-chen? This is the so-called benevolent Zhao Yu you admire. He is merely a hot-headed youth, a child at heart, responsible for the deaths of countless children.
Can you count them now?
Song Ting-chen remained silent, his face ashen. Su Tan's gaze was cold. Indeed, you always believed I was the one slandering others. Now that you see the truth, does it sting? Song Ting-chen gripped his sword tightly, his thoughts concealed from all. Emperor Qinglong's gaze settled upon him. Song Qing, you previously claimed Princess Jia Yi harbored malicious intent, falsely accusing Zhao Yu. Now that the truth is revealed, you should apologize to her. Absolutely not. Zhao Yu glared at Su Tan and the emperor, his voice filled with resentment. What is she, that she deserves anything? She deserves to die. Su Tan raised an eyebrow, her voice drifting into the wind. Young master, Zhao seems quite enamored with General Song. Song Ting-chen suddenly met her gaze, unwavering. I apologize, he murmured, lowering his eyes. It was true. He had misjudged Su Tan. He had never imagined that human hearts could harbor such malice. He had always despised the sordid tactics of the aristocracy. However, in Zhao Yu's presence, she was always gentle and courteous. Su Tan, with an expressionless face, remarked, "What use is it to say sorry? I had previously warned you indirectly that Zhao Yu harbored impure intentions towards you. Did you heed my words back then? 3 years ago, Zhao Yu had yet to commit these heinous acts. I had cautioned Song Tingchen to maintain his distance from Zhao Yu, lest one day love turn to hatred, or madness ensue. Yet at that time, Song Tingchen had merely pushed me away, dismissing my insights about the intricacies of the manor as unfounded speculation regarding him and Zhao Yu. Song Tingchen, you are blind and foolish, as am I. He is blind and foolish, never discerning whether those around him are human or specter. I, too, am blind and foolish, having shared 5 years of marriage with such a person, and consequently bearing a cold and foolish child, little Song Tingchen." Song Tingchen's complexion suddenly faltered, uncertain if it was due to excessive blood loss or something else, as the color drained from his face. Su Tan retracted her whip and addressed Emperor Qinglong, "Your Majesty, I have completed the 10 lashes." The emperor merely nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 5 burly men approached, brandishing thin blades. "Remove the flesh from Zhao Yu's body. I wish to see if the flesh of such a malicious individual is even fit for consumption by dogs." Zhao Yu's face turned ashen. "No. You cannot treat me this way. I am innocent. The Zhao family is innocent."
Su Tan chuckled lightly,
revealing a look that Zhao Yu perceived as triumphantly malicious. "The Zhao family? Young Master Zhao, your kin have already descended into the underworld to accompany the souls you have wronged. The Emperor has decreed the extermination of your clan. Your sins are profound. Even in the afterlife, you shall descend to the 18th level of hell, forever denied the chance of reincarnation." Zhao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground, his curses unspoken. The burly men restrained him, reviling him as they severed his tongue. 1 piece. 2 pieces. 3 pieces. Time and again, Zhao Yu fainted from the agony, only to be roused by scalding water laced with salt and chili. He was tormented, no longer human nor ghost, his body a canvas of wounds. He longed to cry out, to proclaim that the Zhao family was wronged, that it was Su Tan who conspired against him. Yet, no words escaped his lips. His tongue had been severed. He wished to break free from his shackles, to grasp the iron bars and plead with Song Tingchen to save him. Yet, his fingers were severed one by one. His legs, too, were crushed, the flesh stripped away. His bones were methodically shattered. Throughout it all, Song Tingchen, the one he yearned for, stood coldly by, watching in silence, as if his existence, whether in life or death, was of no concern to him. Zhao Yu's body was devoid of unblemished skin or flesh. His eyes brimmed with resentment and hatred.
"Su Tan,
It is all because of Su Tan. Even in death, I shall not spare her." Su Tan, gazing into his eyes, seemed to grasp the essence of Zhao Yu's thoughts. She scoffed, "You, a lowly creature, even transformed into a ghost, would still fall beneath my blade. Dare you seek vengeance upon me?
Ha, Zhao Yu.
Do you truly think yourself worthy?" Emperor Qinglong stood nearby, the cell awash in blood, yet his garments remained pristine. He turned to Song Tingchen, stating, "General Song, it appears he has something he wishes to convey to you." Meeting Zhao Yu's bloodshot, yearning gaze, Song Tingchen's expression remained impassive as he slightly curled his lips. "Zhao Yu, you repulse me." His feigned demeanor sickened him, as did his heinous acts. Zhao Yu froze, his body stiffening in shock. He suddenly felt an intense pain, more excruciating than death by Ling Qi.
No.
How could Brother Tingchen despise him? How could he? How could he find himself repulsive? Emperor Qinglong, losing interest in the enmity among them, turned away, aided by palace attendants as he departed. "Song Qing, since Zhao Yu harbors such deep affections for you, you may accompany him on his final journey." Song Tingchen abruptly raised his gaze, but ultimately averted it, saying nothing as he drew his sword and pierced Zhao Yu's throat. Zhao Yu perished at the hands of the one he longed for. It seemed as if all strength drained from Song Tingchen, his eyes growing dim as he staggered backward. General Song. He fell into unconsciousness, whether from the weight of the sights he had witnessed or the lashes inflicted by Su Tan, uncertain. He collapsed. Su Tan brushed past him, her gaze never lingering. Song Tingchen reached out, seemingly attempting to grasp something, but only encountered a gust of cold wind. This scandal of royal proportions concluded with the annihilation of the Zhao family. Prince Yu truly became the so-called victim. however, stripped of royal favor. He was utterly removed from the throne, afflicted with a loathsome disease that marred his visage, bound by iron chains, an irreversible fate. Upon learning of Prince Yu's incurable ailment, the Empress could not conceal her simmering hatred. What a fine Su Tan! What a marvelous crown prince Lu Zhiheng! What a splendid crown prince and crown princess! They all deserve to perish. They all deserve to perish. Chapter 61. The dowry. All blame was placed upon Zhao Yu. In theory, Lu Qingyin should have been exonerated. Yet, it seemed Emperor Qinglong could not swallow the insult to his authority and, unable to act against Su Tan, sought a scapegoat to vent his frustrations upon Lu Qingyin. His justification was glaringly transparent. I have ascertained that on the day the crown princess gave birth, it was Lu Qingyin who unleashed the malevolent spirit, nearly resulting in the crown princess's demise. She shall receive 50 lashes and then be returned to the general's residence. Inform Song Tingchen that upon his recovery, he must present himself to me for punishment. Were it not for Song Tingchen's failure to adequately protect Su Tan, leading to her scandalous separation from him, the Prince Yu would never have set his sights on her, resulting in this scandal that tarnished the royal family's reputation. Currently, the Eastern Chu Empire required Su Tan's assistance. He occasionally needed her insights on which ministers harbored treacherous ambitions. Unable to act against Su Tan, nor the members of her family, as they were the widows of martyrs. Doing so would dishearten the remaining military leaders, making it impossible for Su Tan to serve him wholeheartedly. Yet, he had to vent his frustrations somehow. Lu Qingyin's cries of anguish echoed, her desperate pleas for mercy reverberating through the air. Yet, she found no compassion from the emperor. By the time she was returned to the Song residence, she had lost nearly half her life. The matriarch wept tears of sorrow, yet once her mourning subsided, she clenched her teeth, stamping her feet in curses. It is all because of that harbinger of death, Su Tan. Ever since her return, our Song family has known no peace. What sins have we committed in our past lives that led to this? First, Tingchen was beaten and punished. And now even Qingyin is on the brink of death. Why do those short-lived Zhao spirits not take Su Tan, that heartless harbinger of death, with them? She bellowed her curses at the entrance, prompting the nearby maid to hastily cover her mouth. Matriarch, it is one thing to curse the former mistress, but we must not speak ill of the martyrs of the Zhao family. If others were to hear, we would suffer more than just the throwing of dead rats at our door tomorrow. The matriarch gritted her teeth. Pa, what of it if I curse? I speak no falsehood. The old matriarch's brow twitched violently, prompting her to swiftly pull back her elderly lady, lowering her voice to say, Madam, if you do not think of yourself, you must consider the young master. After all, that man is his maternal grandfather and uncle. Upon hearing this, the old lady fell silent. It was not that she truly acknowledged the union. Rather, she feared that such words, if leaked, might adversely affect her grandson. Perhaps her cries were too loud, for even the still-recovering Song Tingchen emerged to implore his mother to temper her emotions. Song's mother felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Indeed, the Su family was a treasure, no doubt about it. Yet, Su Tan was a harbinger of misfortune. Was there any fault in that assertion? Song Tingchen, furrowing his brow, reached out to support his mother, inadvertently tugging at his healing wound, which sent a jolt of pain through him. Mother, as of now, Su Tan holds the imperial title of Princess Jiai. If you are unafraid of bringing trouble to Xiao Xiao, feel free to scream even louder. The old matriarch's face instantly flushed with indignation. What? A princess? How could someone as cold and cruel as Su Tan possibly deserve such a title? Just as she was about to berate Song Tingchen for his lack of ambition, the Su family arrived at their doorstep. A throng of people entered, their demeanor suggesting a quest for vengeance. Gu Mingzhu wore a composed expression as she handed a list from the Su family steward to Song Tingchen. Her demeanor was icy as she stated, My sister has long been divorced from General Song. We have not discussed the dowry until now, and with my sister's return, General Song previously mentioned the dowry's return. Is that still valid? The old matriarch nearly collapsed, spitting on the ground in disbelief and attempting to expel Gu Mingzhu. Dowry?
Out.
All of you. She had exhausted all the dowry during the divorce, leaving nothing behind, and now they shamelessly sought more? Not even a beggar would stoop to such extortion.
Get out.
All of you. She had not demanded compensation from Su Tan for her son, yet the Su family dared to ask for dowry?
Bah.
If it weren't for that heartless, short-lived woman cursing my son and disrupting his fortunes, how could my exceptional Tingchen remain merely a general? He should have already been conferred titles and lands. Gu Mingzhu remained unperturbed by the insults, merely casting a cursory glance at the old matriarch. A smile graced her face, as the old lady, despite her frailty, spoke with vigor and a forceful tongue. In the past, when the old matriarch was gravely ill, she had little strength to voice her grievances, and the sight was truly heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy in all who beheld it. The old matriarch frowned. Why was Gu Mingzhu bringing up past misfortunes? She had just regained her health, and now this widow spoke words that seemed to curse her? Gu Mingzhu chuckled lightly. I must say, my sister is quite sincere. Your ailment, without those rare medicinal herbs to sustain you, would surely have led to your demise. She paused, leaving her implication unspoken, but it was evident to all that without those precious herbs, the old matriarch would have long since passed away, let alone engage in quarrels. Song Tingchen interjected, stopping his mother, and turned to the matriarch's attendant, instructing, assist the old lady back to her quarters for rest. The old matriarch, filled with ire and disappointment, glared at her son, stamping her foot in protest.
Tingchen,
What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Truly intending to make amends with that shameless woman? Song Tingchen's brow was icy, his voice colder still. Mother is ill. Take her back to her room to recuperate. The attendant, well aware that everything in the general's residence depended on Song Tingchen, dared not defy his orders, and thus, half persuading, half forcing, she escorted the old matriarch back to her courtyard. Song Tingchen examined the densely packed records in his hand without bargaining or uttering further words, simply instructing his attendant. If any items on this list remain in the residence, gather them and return them to the Su family. If not, inquire about their value and settle in cash or find equivalent items for return. The attendant, having joined after Song Tingchen's divorce from Su Tan, had previously heard the talk of her being a miser. Even the young master, when mentioning his former wife, Su Tan, had expressed disdain, claiming she was both poor and stingy. However, upon seeing the extensive dowry list, the attendant gasped in shock. Heavens! Is this what poverty looks like? The general's residence was not rich enough to rival a nation. If such items were regarded as destitute, it seemed the emperor might send officials to confiscate the general's estate the following day. The attendant promptly set off, laboring throughout the day to gather items as per the list and compare their values, resulting in nearly all possessions of the general's residence being carted away, save for the house itself. The old matriarch's curses echoed throughout the estate. Grabbing a vase in fury, she was halted by Song Tingchen's voice, reminding her that the vase was also listed among Su Tan's dowry. You may smash it, but once shattered, you will need to use your jewelry to compensate. Song Tingchen had liquidated nearly every sellable item, but he refrained from touching anything in his mother's treasury. The old matriarch, weeping in rage, reluctantly set the vase down, cursing.
Bah!
A bunch of shameless scoundrels, bullying us, mother and son. If she dares to take these things back, I shall see if she lives to spend them. That heartless wretch. Why did she not perish outside? Had I known, I would never have allowed my son to divorce that woman. He should have simply divorced her outright. Then she would have no face to demand a dowry. As several individuals attempted to move a set of screens from her chamber, the old matriarch's eyes widened with fury as she leaped to obstruct them. What are you doing? Who dares to take away these screens? I shall fight with anyone who tries. She cherished those screens, rumored to be crafted by the finest artisans during the previous emperor's reign. Even the matriarch of the Jianan Marquis had sought to visit her, eager to see the screens, but she had denied all such requests. The old matriarch did not wish to compare herself to others. She only desired to rival the Jianan matriarch, who possessed titles and a dutiful daughter-in-law, surrounded by endless flattery. In that aspect, she could not compete. After all, Su Tan had cursed her son, preventing him from advancing further, thus denying her the opportunity to secure a title for herself. But those screens belonged to her. No one was permitted to take them away. Anyone who dared would have to cross over my dead body. Song Tingchen frowned deeply, perplexed by his mother's fixation on the screens. Mother, they also belong to Su Tan. I do not care. The old matriarch spat vehemently. If they have been given to me, then they are mine. Chapter 62. All dignity lost. There is no logic in taking back a dowry that has already been given. If you dare to seize it, I shall dare to end my life right here. The old matriarch glared fiercely at the Su family, that heartless, short-lived group that bullied them, mother and son. Without fearing retribution. Song Tingchen, you are blind to aid outsiders in bullying your own mother. That Su Tan must have accrued immense fortune in her past lives to marry you. Serving her in-laws is her duty, and she, lacking both talent and virtue, has no right to demand a dowry. With eyes aflame, the old matriarch pressed her hand to her heart, spitting angrily onto the ground. Song Tingchen furrowed his brow. Utterly perplexed. Mother, it is merely a set of screens. Gritting her teeth, the old matriarch retorted. Even if it is but a piece of wood, I will not allow them to take it. Gu Mingzhu chuckled softly. Although Song Tingchen was unaware of the reasons behind his mother's fervor, she was well aware. The matriarch of the Song family, superficial and vain, despite not having been provoked by Lady Chen, always relished competing with her. A mere set of screens, nothing rare or precious. If the old lady desired it, she could simply take cash and purchase it. As the sister-in-law of Tanner, I could certainly advocate on her behalf. Coincidentally, Tanner is visiting the Duke of Jiannen's residence today. I could easily inform her. Gu Mingzhu wore a radiant smile, her demeanor relatively humble and reasonable. However, the old lady Gu resembled a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. You little wretch. She suddenly fixed her glare on Gu Mingzhu, her eyes brimming with a hint of malice, cursing under her breath. That old hag from the Duke of Jiannen's estate is already cursed to a short life. And yet she associates with that jinx, Su Tan. She should fear meeting Yama tomorrow. Song Tingchen's expression grew suddenly cold. Mother, mind your words. Even if she harbored grievances against Su Tan, she ought not to curse Lady Chen in such a manner. Lady Chen is esteemed and respected by many, and Song Tingchen holds her in high regard as well. Yet, it was perplexing why only the old lady of the Song family harbored such animosity towards Lady Chen. Gu Mingzhu merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, her expression devoid of emotion. Logically, as a senior, you may scold me, and I would not take offense. However, Lady Chen's character is of great worth. Even the Emperor and Empress would express concern upon seeing her. While you curse, disregarding your own reputation, you should consider General Song as standing. If your words were to circulate, the officials of the censorate would surely be occupied. Gu Mingzhu's gaze turned icy, her expression indifferent. I only know that the illness of Princess Zhaoyang was alleviated thanks to Tanner. On the day of the Crown Princess's delivery, it was also her presence that ensured a safe passage through a perilous situation. The old lady Gu, with her words barely touching upon the subject, proclaimed that Tanner was a harbinger of death, claiming that anyone associated with her would meet an untimely demise. It seemed that the old lady Gu's dissatisfaction was not solely directed at Tanner, but also at Prince Chen, the Crown Prince, the Crown Princess, and even the young Emperor. Just when the officials of the censorate had grown idle, there was no worry about giving the old matriarch of the Song family something to occupy her time. You speak nonsense. The old lady Gu was flustered. She was no fool and could perceive that Gu Mingzhu was intent on targeting Tingchen once again. Over the years, Tingchen had endured much slander, and she found it hard to believe that Gu Mingzhu and her associates were not behind it. The old lady Gu felt as though she might spit blood in her fury. What exactly do you want, Gu? Gu Mingzhu maintained her pleasant demeanor, still courteous and mild. I merely wish to retrieve what rightfully belongs to my sister. I reiterate, if you wish to keep the screens, you must pay in cash, 67,000 taels. Surely, for the entire general's residence, this is but a trifling matter. The old lady Gu bit her lip fiercely, understanding that Gu Mingzhu was not inflating the price. In the past, when she had invited those noble ladies to her home, they had all praised the screens as being priceless. Suddenly, she gripped Song Tingchen's arm tightly. Isn't it merely 67,000 taels? Tingchen, give it to her. If she did not return the dowry to these beggars, they would create a ruckus, bringing calamity upon the Song family. She felt helpless. Yet, the screens were akin to her lifeblood. She would never relinquish them. If they were returned, that little wretch Su Tan might very well gift them to Lady Chen just to annoy her. Even if it cost her life, she could not allow Lady Chen to revel in triumph. Mother. Song Tingchen looked at her, bewildered. His mother had always despised the extravagance of noble families. Why now expend 67,000 taels on a mere set of screens? Give it to her. The old lady Gu's eyes were bloodshot, her voice trembling. Otherwise, I shall smash my head against the wall. Tingchen, your father is no longer here. If you wish to lose me as well, go ahead and return the screens. A sudden, suffocating sensation enveloped Song Tingchen. The oppressive air threatened to engulf him entirely. He closed his eyes. Mother, I promise you. However, we currently lack the funds. Please wait while I borrow from my colleagues.
What?
The old lady goose staggered, incredulous at Song Tingchen's words. How could the accounts be depleted so quickly? The Song family had been thriving in recent years, with Song Tingchen frequently receiving commendations from Emperor Qinglong, which flowed into the general's residence, like water. Their business was flourishing as well. Even the old lady Gu, when playing cards with those ladies, returned home with her pockets full. She never anticipated that simply returning Su Tan's dowry could drain the entire general's residence. Clearly, the old lady Gu's voice trembled. I distinctly heard Su Tan say that her jewelry and paintings were worthless. Gu Mingzhu chuckled lightly. Old lady, that was merely my sister's way of alleviating any burdens from your heart. Even if you did not see those items at the time, surely you have encountered enough fine things since then to dismiss the notion that our Su family would present worthless trinkets as bridal gifts. The old lady Gu was rendered speechless. She bit her lower lip and turned to Song Tingchen. How much more do we need? Song Tingchen sighed. Though he did not understand why his mother was so fixated on a mere screen, he still replied, if you insist on keeping the screens, we still require 58,000 taels. The old lady Gu's heart ached, as if bleeding. Yet, she gritted her teeth and declared, I can take some of the items from my storeroom to pawn, which will provide you with 54,000 taels. Qingyin. The old lady Gu stomped her foot. That jade bracelet bought by Qingyin can also be pawned. We can use it for an emergency, and I will repay her with 10 of the same. Song Tingchen's brows furrowed, instinctively rejecting her. Mother, that is not acceptable. Qingyin often used her own money to buy things for her mother. He had intervened several times to no avail. He could not permit his mother's desires to be fulfilled with Qingyin's money for the sake of the screens. The old lady Gu pulled out a hairpin from her head and aimed it at Song Tingchen. If you stop me again, I will die before your eyes. Song Tingchen felt utterly exhausted, momentarily believing that dealing with his mother was more taxing than facing a battlefield. Gu Mingzhu quietly observed this unfolding drama. Although the other servants of the Su family remained outwardly calm, they secretly held disdain for the old lady of the Song family, who was truly suffering the consequences of her vanity. Yet, at this point, she had already lost both face and substance. Chapter 63. Displaying authority at the Listening Wind Pavilion. When the maids and servants of the old lady Gu barged into the Listening Wind Pavilion, Lu Qingyin was still bedridden. Recuperating. Two matriarchs, who usually held Lu Qingyin in high regard, immediately began rummaging through her belongings. Lu Qingyin's maid, Shuer, rushed forward, her eyes red with fury. What are you doing? The young lady is still ill. Why are you searching through her things? Are the Song family so shameless as to take everything from her while she is gravely unwell? The matriarch Gao beside the old lady Gu chuckled, her tone lacking in respect and even somewhat condescending. Shuer, we are merely acting on the old lady's orders to borrow a bracelet from Miss Qingyin. Gao matriarch thought it simple enough. After all, Miss Qingyin was to be wed to their general. Wouldn't Miss Qingyin's possessions ultimately belong to the general? Miss Qingyin had always shown great respect and filial piety to the old lady. She could not simply ignore her needs in a time of urgency. Humph. The old lady would never allow you, an old crone, to commit such thievery. You are acting on your own. Do you think we would allow you to come here and engage in such underhanded activities just because our young lady is ill? What are you standing there for? Throw out this old hag who is abusing her authority under the pretense of the old lady. The servants of the Listening Wind Pavilion had accompanied Lu Qingyin to the general's residence and were not the slaves of the Song family. They would not permit this group to bully their mistress in such a manner. They immediately began to shove Gao matriarch towards the exit. Madame Gao immediately lost her patience. Humph, Lu Qingyin is merely an orphan, a parasite residing in the Song household. How dare her maid show me such disrespect? With a swift motion, she struck Shuer across the face. Bah! You little wretch! How dare you tarnish the reputation of the young lady and the old madam? Search everything. I come here by the old madam's command. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. Typically, the servants of the Song family did not regard Lu Qingyin as a legitimate mistress, especially since she had recently suffered disfigurement and reprimands from the emperor. Even the old madam had become less fond of her. With Gao's order, they brazenly began rummaging through Lu Qingyin's belongings, even pushing and bullying her maid. Coughing, Lu Qingyin pale-faced, was startled awake by the cacophony. Struggling to lift her eyelids, she gazed in confusion at the chaos around her. What was happening? Oh dear. The young lady has awoken. The maids from the Listening Wind Pavilion are rather unruly. They should not disturb you over such trivial matters. Gao feigned innocence, entirely disregarding the fact that her raucous entry had startled Lu Qingyin. Fear not, young lady. I have merely come on the old madam's behalf to borrow something from you. Since you are unwell, it would be best to continue resting. As she spoke, she sat at Lu Qingyin's bedside, casually pulling the blanket over her. However, in that moment, as Lu Qingyin instinctively reached out to grasp the blanket, Gao's eyes fell upon a jade bracelet that had eluded her desperate search. Oh, this bracelet is here. What a stroke of luck. Gao's delight was palpable as she attempted to pry the bracelet from Lu Qingyin's wrist. Do not be alarmed, young lady. The old madam only wishes to borrow this bracelet, and she promises to return 10 or 8 similar ones to you by tomorrow. This pretense of borrowing was nothing short of outright theft. With newfound strength, Lu Qingyin fiercely withdrew her hand and pushed Gao away.
No.
This bracelet is mine. No one can take it. It symbolized the humiliation that Su Tan had endured at the hands of Song Tingchen, a token of his choice to forsake Su Tan for her. It bore witness to countless memories she could not bear to forget, and she would not relinquish it lightly. Gao's expression hardened. Young lady, you have always been sensible, unlike the former madam. The old madam is in dire straits and requires your bracelet to alleviate her immediate needs. What harm is there in lending it to her? Lu Qingyin bit her lip, coughing uncontrollably, yet she dared not unleash her fury. Instead, she mustered a faint smile. Should Aunt Song encounter any difficulties, she need only inform me. If it can be resolved with money, I would endure any hardship to provide it for her. Gao had anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet was taken aback by Lu Qingyin's unexpected response. Frowning, she relayed the Su family's shameless demands for a dowry. Noting the old madam's fondness for a particular screen, though they insisted on an exorbitant sum of 68,000 taels, still lacking 4,000 taels. Lu Qingyin felt a sharp pang, as though a knife had been plunged into her, yet she closed her eyes, biting her lip, and instructed her maid, Shuer, fetch 4,000 taels from my private treasury for the madam.
Xue was momentarily stunned.
Miss, the Song family is a bottomless pit. How much money have you already poured into them? It would make a better sound if thrown into a pond. Shuer, do as you're told. Lu Qingyin furrowed her brow. But after a moment, her expression softened, and she smiled at Gao. My maids are inexperienced and have caused you to laugh. Reluctantly, she ordered Shuer to hand over a generous sum of reward money to Gao. Gao accepted the silver with a smile, her heart brimming with contempt. She had long believed that Miss Lu was no different from that Su woman, both willing to offer themselves. At least Su had a noble birth. Lu Qingyin was merely the daughter of a merchant. Had her father not fortuitously saved a general, she would never have aspired to ascend the ranks of the general's household. With the 4,000 taels in hand, Gao departed. Shuer's eyes were red with anger. Miss, why do you bolster their arrogance? How much silver has been squandered over the years? It would make a better sound if tossed into the pond. Lu Qingyin's gaze darkened. She took a deep breath and asked Shuer, have you prepared what I requested? Chapter 64. The Chen matriarch of the Jianan Marquis Shuer pursed her lips, perplexed. I have prepared it, but what does the young lady need this for? Lu Qingyin lowered her eyes, a glint of determination flickering within. Since Song Tingchen was unwilling to marry her, she must resort to extraordinary measures. Do not question it. It will serve its purpose in due time. Shuer did not pry further. After all, what Lu Qingyin had asked for was no poison, merely something that would cause a bit of stomach discomfort. Observing the disarray in the household, Shuer clenched her fists, worry etched across her face. But, Miss, the Su family has returned, and is demanding the dowry they previously received. That old woman even seeks money from you to make up the difference. Are you certain you wish to remain in the general's household? If the Song family descends into poverty, what meaning would it hold for you to stay with them? For 3 years, I have invested all my wealth into this. Lu Qingyin's fingers tightened. Where else could I go? I do possess family wealth, but without protection, I could easily become a mere skeleton by the riverside. She gazed intently at the disarray of her belongings, reflecting on how Su Tan's actions had inadvertently aided her. Initially, she had been on edge upon Su Tan's return, fearing Song Tingchen might rekindle his relationship with her out of misguided affection for Song Shao. Yet now, she felt no fear. the old madam of the Song family, who valued her reputation above all, was now coerced into asking for money by Su Tan. If Song Tingchen wished to welcome Su Tan back, the old madam would surely meet her demise in the process. Shuer bit her lip, her concern for Lu Qingyin unabated. Miss, it is not that I wish to dampen your spirit, but I truly believe Song Tingchen is not a worthy match. Su Tan reclaimed her dowry only because she was once married to him and has recently achieved merit before the emperor. Yet what of the investments you have made over the years? Su Tan was a highborn lady and still met this fate. Do you not realize that her past could easily become your future? Old adages speak of the sorrow of one species when another perishes. Shuer could not shake her conviction that Song Tingchen was unworthy of trust. Lu Qingyin winced, suppressing a gasp as pain shot through her back. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood, oblivious to the crimson droplets forming. The old madam was so pretentious. For years she had never voiced her desires. Instead expecting Lu Qingyin to offer gifts, only to feign refusal, wanting Lu to beg for her acceptance. What highborn lady would indulge such behavior? Only Lu Qingyin would tolerate her whims. Song Tingchen will not find anyone better suited to fulfill his mother's wishes than I. You need not worry about my fate resembling that of Su Tan. Su Tan's rise and fall stemmed from her noble status. Were she to show any defiance, the Song family would deem her arrogant, looking down upon them for their humble beginnings. Yet Lu Qingyin could act as she pleased. Shuer's concern remained. One can only hope. Suddenly recalling something, she scoffed. I wonder what that old woman from the Song family thinks. Striving to compete with the esteemed Chen matriarch of the Jianan Marquisate, can she truly measure up to her? She should take a moment to reflect on her own worth. Lu Qingyin's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as she commanded, have someone inquire in the next few days whether old Madame Chen is unwell. Previously, at the palace banquet, she had overheard someone mentioning that old Madame Chen had not been in good health lately, seemingly suffering from a severe illness. Old Madame Song harbored ill intentions, eagerly awaiting news of old Madame Chen's decline. Just moments ago, she heard from Granny Gao that Su Tan seemed to be visiting the Duke of Jianan's residence. It was uncertain whether something peculiar had occurred there, prompting Su Tan's visit. Shuer nodded, though a trace of confusion crossed her face. Isn't old Madame Song quite dismissive of old Madame Chen? If you send someone to inquire about the Duke of Jianan's affairs and she discovers it, she might speak ill of you in front of General Song. Much like how she treated Su Tan before. The reason Song Tingchen initially divorced Su Tan was not solely due to his own lady's meddling. Without old Madame Song's relentless disdain for Su Tan, how could he have developed such deep aversion? Lu Qingyin scoffed lightly. Speak ill of her? That tactic may work against Su Tan, but if applied to me, Song Tingchen would perceive it as old Madame Song deliberately making things difficult for me. Lu Qingyin beckoned to Shuer, whispering. At that time, Shuer furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend why her young lady intended to do so, yet instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes. I shall make the arrangements immediately. At the Duke of Jianan's residence, the current state of old Madame Chen was dire. To speak kindly, she was gravely ill, and to speak harshly, her life hung by a thread. She was barely clinging to life with the aid of ginseng. Princess Jai, my mother's condition, Lady Chen. The matriarch of the Duke of Jianan's household was deeply troubled, her face etched with concern. Her mother-in-law had been well until half a month ago, but suddenly, she had fallen ill, and no medicine seemed to work. Day by day, her health deteriorated, and she had lost considerable weight. Setting aside the fact that old Madame Chen was her mother-in-law, they were also aunt and niece. The severity of old Madame Chen's illness caused Lady Chen's anxiety to rival that of her husband. Su Tan furrowed her brow, observing that a thick, ominous aura enveloped old Madame Chen's bed, with only a faint glimmer of golden light protecting her. If that glimmer were to be extinguished, even divine intervention would be futile. However, upon examining old Madame Chen's features, it was evident that she had led a virtuous life, and ordinary spirits could not approach her, let alone entangle her. This matter appeared to be extraordinary. Lowering her gaze, Su Tan's brow knitted tightly, a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Madame Chen, could you conveniently gather all the heads of the household in one courtyard? Madame Chen frowned slightly. It was somewhat against protocol. However, after consideration, it was clear that the Duke of Jianan had not invited Su Tan merely for tea. They sought her expertise regarding old Madame Chen's condition. Thus, regardless of propriety, she decided to proceed. She instructed someone to summon the other heads of the household to the flower hall and walked forward with Su Tan, her brows still slightly furrowed. She lowered her voice. Princess Jai, in recent days, we have summoned numerous doctors, and upon seeing my mother-in-law's condition, they all shook their heads. Not just doctors. Even masters have been consulted, yet everyone has been rather vague. Lady Chen's brow tightened. Princess Jai, can you clarify whether my mother-in-law is truly ill or has encountered something? Is there a force threatening her life? If not, can we negotiate with it? We are willing to fulfill any conditions, just to ensure it leaves my mother-in-law alone. Chapter 65. Entangled Su Tan's brow remained tightly knit. The perilous situation of old Madame Chen was undeniable. She did not withhold the truth, laying bare her observations. I will not conceal anything from you, madam. Old Madame Chen, who was once destined for longevity, is not genuinely ill but has become entangled with some malevolent force. Lady Chen's heart raced. No wonder. Regardless of how many had visited the Duke's residence to see her mother-in-law, they had all turned away. Only the astrologer had subtly suggested inviting Su Tan for consultation. Had he not mentioned it, the Duke's household would have still extended an invitation to the Su family. However, upon his suggestion, the Duke's household began to take the matter more seriously. Lady Chen felt a wave of unease wash over her. She looked at Su Tan, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Princess Jai, could you elaborate further? Our Duke of Jiannen's household has always avoided trouble, and our kin have been amicable. How could it be that this force has attached itself to us? Is it accidental or a result of someone's curse?
Su Tan shook her head.
The resentment attached to it is profound. The reason for its entanglement with your mother-in-law will only become clear with time. People believe in retribution. Spirits do not attach themselves indiscriminately. Most often, such occurrences stem from unresolved karma. However, to discern what karma old Madame Chen has encountered, we must consult all heads of the Duke's household. Her words only heightened Lady Chen's anxiety. Upon their arrival at the flower hall, the other heads of the household had nearly all gathered, including Duke Litzin and old Madame Chen's eldest granddaughter, Li Shuhui. The eldest daughter of the Duke had become engaged a fortnight prior to the talented Lin Xiao, who was highly esteemed by Emperor Qinglong.
Upon seeing Su Tan,
Li Shuhui's anxiousness was evident. She hurried forward, furrowing her brow. Princess Jai, what has happened to my grandmother? Su Tan's previously relaxed brow tightened further upon encountering Miss Li. No wonder old Madame Chen, despite her virtuous life, had attracted such a malevolent spirit. All the reasons lay here. Su Tan's brow remained furrowed as her gaze fell upon Li Shuhui. Miss Li, do you know a young lady with the surname Jean? Li Shuhui shook her head. Her brow knitted in confusion and a touch of bewilderment. A young lady with the surname Jean? I cannot recall having met anyone by that name. Why do you ask? County princess? She was not foolish. Today the Duke of Jiannen's household had summoned Su Tan for her grandmother's illness. Yet Su Tan's inquiry about a girl named Jean surely had significance. Taking a deep breath, she clutched her handkerchief tightly, observing Su Tan's reaction. This matter might still be connected to her. If convenient, could we speak privately for a moment? Su Tan's gaze swept across the gathering. She shook her head with a sigh. This entanglement was dire. It began with the old matriarch, but soon, none would escape its grasp. It could be said that in a short while, blood would flow throughout the entire Duke of Jiannen's residence. A chill ran through the hearts of the assembly, especially Duke Li, whose countenance darkened considerably. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Su Tan, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Why do you say this, County Princess?" The Duke of Jiannen's household has always been amicable. How could such a heavy karmic debt arise so suddenly? If there were no reason, no one would believe it.
Su Tan's gaze lingered on Li Shuhui.
The latter's demeanor was open, and her reaction upon hearing the name of the girl Jean only confirmed that she was utterly unaware of the situation at hand. Li Shuhui genuinely did not recognize Jean Tao. She took a deep breath, calculated with her fingers, and then said, "Perhaps what I say may not be believed by you all. It would be better for Miss Jean Tao to speak for herself." As she spoke, she performed a hand gesture and chanted a spell, and soon everyone felt enveloped by a thick, dark mist in the flower hall. The black clouds were so dense that they seemed to suffocate all vision. Li Shuhui coughed heavily from the choking atmosphere. Furrowing her brows, she asked, "Princess Jai, what is happening?" Su Tan did not respond. Instead, a series of piercing cries echoed through the air. "Damn it! You wretched people should all die. It is all your fault. You have harmed me." The chilling wail sent shivers down everyone's spines. As their vision gradually cleared, a bloody figure emerged before them. Indeed, it was a woman. Clad in coarse linen, lacking any decent adornments, her complexion was far from fair. Rather, years of hardship had left her looking gaunt and haggard. To be blunt, even the most ordinary maidservant in the Jianan Marquis's residence was dressed with more dignity than she was. The ghostly woman's face twisted in rage as she extended her bloodied claws directly toward Li Shuhui, exclaiming, "Wretched creature!" Li Shuhui was taken aback, her face paling in fright. Just as the ghostly hand was about to grasp her throat, Su Tan thrust a sword forward, deflecting the attack. The ghost recoiled in pain.
Glaring fiercely at Su Tan.
"Mind your own business," came the warning, laced with intense resentment and murderous intent. "Right now, I only wish to annihilate the entire Li family. If you wish to live, then get out of my way." Li Shuhui shivered, biting her lip as she gazed fearfully at the enraged spirit. "Sister, we of the Li family bear no grudge against you. Why pursue such relentless vengeance?"
"No grai."
The ghost savored the words, her gaze sharp. The palpable resentment seemed to penetrate the very walls of the Jianan Marquis's residence. "How dare you claim there is no grudge? The Jianan Marquis's household preaches benevolence and morality. Yet you kill and burn without remorse. If it were not for you." Her voice was chilling, and as she spoke, a torrent of blood gushed forth from her body. The intense hatred in her voice and the horrific sight before them made everyone tremble. Miss Jean Chun spoke up, her expression showing compassion. "It appears that Miss Jean is aggrieved. If you have suffered any injustice, do not hesitate to share it. There may be a misunderstanding that, if resolved, could lead to a favorable outcome. Should anyone from the Li family have wronged you, we shall not condone it."
"Ha!"
The ghost scoffed, fixing her unblinking gaze on Chen's face. "Your words are so grandiloquent. If I had not been alive when you buried me alive, I might have been deceived by your feigned piety." Chapter 66. The deadly sweet soup. Jean Tao's eyes gradually darkened with resentment, her sharp nails stained crimson, and the aura of vengeance enveloped her.
Su Tan's brow furrowed suddenly.
This was bad. The resentment emanating from Jean Tao was rising at an alarming rate. She formed a hand gesture and seized Jean Tao's wrist, thinking that if vengeance was to be exacted, they should first expose their wrongdoings to the world. Jean Tao gritted her teeth. Indeed, how could she forget that if she were to simply wipe out the entire Jian Marquis's household, the world would only see the Li family as benevolent and kind, and their sudden demise would be deemed tragic, leaving them to pity the unjustly slain. Chen and Li Shuhui quickly interjected, "Miss Jean, we swear by the heavens that we have never buried you alive. We would never commit such a heinous act." At this point, they could not guarantee that every member of the Li family had not ordered Jean Tao's burial, but at least they could assure that they had not done so. Nonsense. Jean Tao's eyes burned with hatred as the memories of that fateful day flooded back. The flickering candlelight revealed her, heavily pregnant for 8 months, stitching diligently while the rain pattered against the banana leaves outside. She dared not slacken her focus. Wishing to complete her embroidery swiftly and skillfully to earn more money for her husband, sustaining his life in the capital. "Tao, you are still stitching so late?" Her mother-in-law entered with a bowl of sweet soup, a gentle smile gracing her face as she wiped the sweat from Jean Tao's brow. "You are heavy now. Do not tire yourself too much. Finish quickly so you can rest." Jean Tao smiled softly at her mother-in-law, her face worn from years of labor. Yet her dedication had aged her beyond her years. "Mother, I am not tired. The more I stitch, the more silver I can earn. With my husband in the capital, everything from food to socializing requires money. This world is such that without silver, one cannot move an inch. Your husband must manage many affairs lately, leading to financial strain. I, as a woman, cannot help much, so I must do more embroidery to contribute. I must not let financial matters hinder his future. But you must care for your health," her mother-in-law insisted gently. "Xiao instructed me to take care of you and your unborn child. If anything were to happen to you or the baby, how would I explain it to Xiao? Tao, you know he cares for you the most." Feeling the warmth of her mother-in-law's love, Jean Tao paused her stitching and said earnestly, "Mother, do not worry. I am not so fragile. This child is considerate, never making me uncomfortable since I became pregnant. I believe it understands that I am busy for its father's future and does not wish to trouble me." As she spoke, she gently touched her swollen belly, her gaze softening, thus missing the fleeting shadow that crossed her mother-in-law's eyes.
Tao.
You are a wonderful wife and daughter-in-law. Xiao is fortunate to have you. However, if you toil day and night for him, and he does not succeed, would that not betray your hopes? Jean Tao paused. Her mother-in-law usually refrained from mentioning such things, believing that discussing misfortune could bring bad luck. Therefore, she had never dared to bring up the possibility of her husband failing the exams in front of her parents. Why was her mother-in-law broaching this subject today? Jean Tao furrowed her brow. Speaking of which, the results should have been announced by now. Why had there been no news? She wondered if her husband had failed, prompting her mother-in-law to hint at it to prevent her from harboring resentment that could affect her unborn child. With that thought, Jean Tao smiled lightly. Mother, I believe in Xiao's abilities. He will surely achieve great success. Even if he should fail for a time, I would not be disheartened. We can try again next year. If we miss once, we can try twice. If twice fails, we can go for 3 times. As long as I live, I will not let him be distracted by other matters. Even if he never passes, it matters not. I can still earn a living through embroidery and support the family. Her mother-in-law gently stroked her hair. Our Tao Tao is indeed a virtuous wife.
Xiu is fortunate.
Do not worry, he has not failed. Someone has already come to inform us that he has topped the list. Jean Tao was initially stunned, and then her face broke into a radiant smile. Really? Though she had always known that with Lin Xiao's capabilities, he would surely excel, she had never expected him to be the top scholar. It is true. Our Tao has endured much hardship, and from this day forth, you shall be the esteemed wife of the top scholar. Mother Lin tenderly patted Jean Tao's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. My dear Tao Tao, these days have truly been a trial for you. Come, drink this sweet soup. From today onward, we shall reap the rewards of our toil, and life will only get better. Jean Tao wiped away her tears, trusting her mother-in-law completely, and accepted the sweet soup, savoring it spoonful by spoonful. Indeed, from this day forth, life will surely improve. Mother Lin continued to chat with her for quite some time, expressing that the Lin family would always remember Jean Tao's contributions. Everyone would appreciate her goodness. The more Jean Tao listened, the more touched she became. Unlike those heartless individuals who abandon their wives once they achieve success, Aisha was different. Her mother-in-law was also unlike them. Jean Tao engaged with Mother Lin for a while longer, but soon felt drowsy, her body heavy with fatigue. It's your child feeling for you. Previously, he was quite well behaved, never wanting to trouble you. Now that your good days are here, he wishes for you to rest.
Just take a good sleep.
In a few days, Aisha should return, and then we shall go to the capital to enjoy a better life. Jean Tao smiled shyly and lowered her head, obeying her mother-in-law's words, lying down on the couch, and gradually closing her eyes. Is it done? Will she not wake again? Father Lin pushed the door open, his gaze dark as he glanced at Jean Tao on the bed. Mother Lin had lost her earlier gentle demeanor, a disdainful smirk replacing it. Rest assured, if it weren't for the risk of arsenic being detected, she would have been dead by now. In recent days, she claimed to have suffered from insomnia and had gathered various herbs from the apothecary. The ingredients added to that sweet soup were sufficient to keep Jean Tao in slumber for 3 days and nights. Father Lin snorted. Our Aisha has become the top scholar. She is no longer someone she can aspire to. Mother Lin nodded in agreement, lamenting that Jean Tao was no longer worthy of her son, yet her expression held a trace of regret, particularly for the grandchild she carried within her. Father Lin shot her a cold glance, warning her not to forsake a pearl for a mere fisheye. With Aisha's current status, does he still need a woman to bear his children? Chapter 67. The coffin-born daughter. Mother Lin suddenly slapped her forehead. Indeed, with her son's current rank, he lacked neither women nor heirs. Her vision had merely been short-sighted. Furthermore, now that Aisha had garnered the favor of a noble lady, how could they allow a burden to impede his future? This was unacceptable. What noble lady would agree to step into the role of a stepmother? The child would be better off dead like its mother. In an instant, Mother Lin made her decision. Father Lin smiled in satisfaction. This is how it should be. If we desire a grandson, there is no need to wait. Let us act swiftly and prepare to place her in the coffin, claiming she died suddenly. No one will question it. Mother Lin nodded vigorously, hastily assisting Father Lin in placing Jean Tao into the coffin. However, just as they were about to close it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jean Tao, who should have been unconscious, suddenly awoke, drenched in sweat, her pale face revealing her bloodshot eyes. Father, Mother, my stomach. She was still unaware that she had been shoved into a coffin, instinctively reaching out to express her pain. Yet, Father Lin and Mother Lin revealed their sinister faces, their true malice surfacing. Jin Tao, why must you awaken? You bring this upon yourself, Mother Lin exclaimed, attempting to close the coffin once more. Jin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the very woman who had just spoken of her loyalty to the Lin family was now intent on sealing her fate. Mother, what have I done wrong to deserve this? She grasped the coffin's edge, struggling to escape. Father Lin and Mother Lin, using all their strength, could barely close the lid. Mother Lin gritted her teeth, striking Jin Tao across the face. You little wretch. Know your place. What right do you have to aspire to be the wife of the top scholar? Old man, why are you still dawdling? Bring the axe. If she doesn't let go, I'll chop off her hand. Father Lin obediently fetched the axe, sighing deeply while feigning sorrow.
Tao Tao.
Do not hold a grudge against me and your mother. We have no choice. It is not that we wish for your demise. As he spoke, his own words seemed to move him, tears streaming down his face. Do we not recognize you as our family's great benefactor? Are we unaware of your sacrifices for Aishio? Yet, the commoners cannot contend with officials. Aishio, handsome and talented, attracted the attention of the noble daughters as soon as he entered the capital. Our Aishio is devoted to you, steadfast in his love, refusing to abandon his wife. As Father Lin spoke, he even knelt before Jin Tao. But those heartless individuals would not relent simply because he had a wife. They threatened him with Aishio's future, insisting that if she did not die to make way for another, they would eliminate him and his entire family. Mother Lin also knelt, tears streaming down her cheeks as she echoed her husband's words. If Aishio does not marry her, the entire Lin family will perish for your sake. Originally, Aishio had prepared to leave the capital and had even begun to arrange for someone to come and take her away. But, Tao Tao, how could those thoughts escape the notice of the noble lady, Li Shuhui? She had anticipated his intentions and ensnared him. Mother Lin trembled, her words laced with urgency. Tao Tao, I know you are a good girl. Even if our family has wronged you, there is nothing more I can do. The lady has sent word that if you are not buried alive to make way for her, she will kill Aishio and our entire family. As she spoke, she knelt repeatedly, bowing her head to Jin Tao. Tao Tao, in this life, we owe you a debt of gratitude. In the next life, we will repay our sins. Jin Tao must die today. With that, she snatched the axe from Father Lin's hand. Yet just as the axe was about to descend, Jin Tao, gripped by intense pain, instinctively curled up, clutching her belly, which inadvertently gave Father and Mother Lin the opportunity to close the coffin. They hastily arranged for Jin Tao's coffin to be taken to the back mountain for burial. Their actions were rushed, perhaps truly believing their own justifications, even forgetting to silence any dissenters. As they looked upon the solitary grave, Mother Lin's gaze was filled with malice. Tao Tao, do not blame me or your father, nor Aishio. If you must find fault, let it be with the heartless Li Shuhui. Were it not for their oppression, we would not have done this. Rest easy. For every festival, your father and I will pay our respects. Were it not for your being buried alive, I would not have suffocated in that coffin. Jin Tao's eyes burned with hatred as she fixed her gaze upon Li Shuhui and the Chen family before her. This pair of mother and daughter, adorned in pearls and jewels, exude an air of gentility and grace. Yet, were it not for the fact that I am a victim, wronged by the Li family, I might have fallen prey to their disingenuous facade. Li Shuhui's complexion suddenly turned a ghastly white. She shook her head, caught in a moment of uncertainty, unsure whether to feel pity or something else entirely. I did not commit such an act. Neither my mother nor I. Chapter 68, The Truth.
Did you not?
Then, how did I meet my demise? Jin Tao's eyes, dark and piercing, seemed ready to burst from their sockets. She glared fiercely at Jin Tao, tears of blood brimming in her eyes, and suddenly erupted into laughter. Indeed, for someone like you, to kill, there is no need to dirty your own hands. Just a word from you, declaring your disapproval of Lin Xiu's marriage, and everyone would wish for my child and me to perish. Her teeth clenched, an aura of resentment emanating from her, almost engulfing Li Shuhui. Observing the innocence in Li Shuhui's gaze, which seemed genuine, Jin Tao's fingers dug into her palms. Her eyes filled with rage. This young lady appeared so naive, yet her innocence was founded upon the blood of people like her. People say the impoverished resort to cunning. while the wealthy possess a conscience. Li Shuhui, you appear so innocent and pure. With just a glance, those beneath you would ensure all your dirty deeds were handled, taking care to shield you from the truth. You are undeniably sheltered from the harsh realities of the world. Those sordid and underhanded tactics would never reach Li Shuhui. Thus, she could boldly present herself as the innocent party, claiming all was unrelated to the Li family. Li Shuhui's face was ashen as she stared blankly at Jin Tao. Confusion etched on her features. Instinctively, she grasped Chen's hand. Mother, I have not done such a thing, nor have you, right? Chen, heartbroken, wiped the tears from her daughter's face, a heavy gloom accumulating within her. She turned to Su Tan. Princess Jai, you possess the ability to divine. You can ascertain whether we informed Lin's parents of her intended burial alive. You will know the truth. Li Shuhui, raised with impeccable morals, would never allow any dirt to tarnish her beloved daughter. It was also an opportunity for Miss Jean to hear, if indeed it was someone from our household who caused you harm, I would demand retribution. But if all is unrelated to us, Miss Jean, what then? Marquis Jianan, Li Xin, was equally unperturbed by any accusations, with a resolute demeanor, shielding his daughter. Miss Jean, your plight is indeed lamentable, yet my daughter, Shu Hui, is not a heartless individual. If Lin Xiu truly had a wife, my daughter would not spare him a glance. Witnessing the Li family's unwavering support for Li Shuhui, Jin Tao inexplicably recalled her own parents. They had never shown her affection. She had felt little warmth in her life. Thus, after marrying into the Lin family, the kindness and leniency of Lin's parents enveloped her in warmth. Now, seeing the Li family protect Li Shuhui, a pang of bitterness surged within her. She gritted her teeth, declaring, "You are all cut from the same cloth and will naturally speak in her favor." Su Tan's gaze lowered slightly, and after a moment, she looked at Jin Tao with clarity. The matter of your being buried alive is indeed unrelated to the Li family. It was your husband, Lin Xiu, who, in his scheming ambition to ascend to the heights of the Jianan Marquis, hastily sought to eliminate you. Yet he was unwilling to bear the blame, thus he shifted the responsibility onto the Marquis. Jin Tao's face drained of color, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Her lips trembled. No, that cannot be. Su Tan, seeing Jin Tao's disbelief, could not help but sigh. In this world, there are often devoted women betrayed by unfaithful men. Women instinctively seek excuses for their partners, as if the man is simply corrupted by other women. Yet, they fail to recognize that a fly does not land on a seamless egg. If Lin Xiu had truly been sincere, he could have easily spoken to the emperor, claiming his ability to take the imperial examination was due to your tireless embroidery. At that moment, even the emperor would commend the virtuous wife of the top scholar, and the world would praise the scholar for not neglecting his humble wife. Would the Marquis dare to oppose the emperor? Yet, what did Lin Xiu do? He had you buried alive. Su Tan found it absurd. If he had wished to protect you, he certainly could have done so. But instead, his entire family forced you to death, and yet you still believe he is innocent. Jin Tao, you have not spared his family. Why do you choose to absolve him? Tears of blood cascaded from Jin Tao's eyes. Her fingers trembled, her spirit waning, nearly collapsing. Yes, she had not spared Lin Xiu's family. Regardless of their justifications, they had personally buried her alive. Her desperate pleas had elicited no compassion, nor had they shown the slightest mercy. As she suffocated in the coffin, she gave birth to a daughter. Her child, like her, met a tragic fate, suffocating within the coffin. The mother and daughter harbored deep resentment. On the 7th day after her death, they killed Lin's parents. However, the protective light of the Jianan Marquis kept her daughter at bay, and she could only enter the Marquis alone, filled with rage against them all. Yet she could not harm these individuals. The merits and fierce aura surrounding the Marquis made it impossible for her to approach. His wife and daughter were equally shielded by him, and she could not inflict harm upon them. Jin Tao could only target the vulnerable, first seeking to afflict Lady Chen. Even so, this only left Lady Chen severely ill, unable to bring about her demise. Jin Tao's resentment grew day by day. Originally, she was on the verge of shattering the last remnants of protection surrounding Lady Chen. Once that light was broken, Lady Chen would surely meet her end. Yet unexpectedly, an unforeseen obstacle emerged. Jin Tao glared at Su Tan, stubbornly convinced of Lin Xiu's innocence. I refuse to believe this has anything to do with Lin Xiu. I absolutely do not believe it. You must be deceiving me. You are all in collusion to deceive me.
Sultan Yachet her kuvvetli.
People tend to believe only what they wish to believe. She had been this way in the past. Now, Jin Tao was the same. If I am indeed deceiving you, a visit to the top scholar's residence will reveal the truth, will it not? After Lin Xiao achieved the top scholar title and garnered the favor of Emperor Qinglong, upon learning of his humble origins, the emperor immediately bestowed upon him a residence. Recently, he has been in the spotlight. Jin Tao found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she likely knew Su Tan spoke the truth. At the very least, she had entertained doubts. However, it was far easier to direct all her hatred towards Li Shuhui than to confront Lin Xiao. She was a stranger to Li Shuhui. Even if she were to annihilate her entire family, it would merely be an act of vengeance. But to kill Lin Xiao? Jin Tao closed her eyes, blood tears spilling forth. To kill Lin Xiao would mean obliterating her past self, rendering all her prior sacrifices a mere joke. People are often reluctant to acknowledge their failures. It is always easier to shift the blame onto others than to chastise oneself.
No.
Jin Tao instinctively sought to escape. She gritted her teeth, turning her head away, refusing to meet Su Tan's gaze. I will not go. Jin Tao nearly shouted the words with all her might. I know you are all deceiving me. This is merely your excuse for your own sins. You are someone hired by the Li family, and naturally, you will speak for them. I do not trust you. You shall not provoke me. This outburst drained her of all energy. Jin Tao collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Meanwhile, Li Shuhui, pale-faced and frantic, turned to Su Tan. Princess Jai, you just said that my marriage to Lin Xiao was the result of his meticulous plotting.
Li Shui's lips trembled.
She had nearly fallen prey to bandits, and Lin Xiao had risked his life to save her, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Chapter 69 Apology. The tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, though trite, resonates deeply with those ensnared in peril. When one finds themselves in the throes of danger, it is all too easy to develop an affection for the one who saves them from the brink. If that savior possesses not only beauty, but also exceptional talents, it is inevitable that a young woman, blossoming with newfound emotions, will offer her heart wholeheartedly. Li Shuhui trembled, her lips quivering as she gazed at Su Tan. Her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Her fingers dug into her palms, drawing blood without her awareness. Your Highness, Jia Yi, if you truly wish to do good, might you also reveal the truth to me? Was the calamity I faced an unfortunate accident or a calculated act? As she offered incense at the Guoguang temple, feeling stifled in her quarters, she decided to take a stroll in the back mountains, only to encounter bandits and narrowly escape abduction. Had it not been for Lin Xiao, who came to her aid at the cost of his life, her fate would have been unthinkable. Su Tan peered into Li Shuhui's eyes, realizing that both she and Jin Tao were victims of Lin Xiao's deceit. Yet, unlike Jin Tao, Li Shuhui was somewhat fortunate, as she still retained her life. With a sigh, she regarded Li Shuhui. Miss Li, when you posed that question, deep down, you already knew the answer, did you not? How could a man capable of burying his pregnant wife alive risk his life to save a stranger? The notion of a gallant hero rescuing a maiden was nothing more than a facade. Had Li Shuhui not ventured to the mountains that day, Lin Xiao would have orchestrated an ambush on the Li family's carriage. Should his scheme have succeeded, he would have soared to greatness. Should it have failed, the conspirators would remain silent. Moreover, if those bandits did reveal him, who would believe such a tale? The world is devoid of true heroes, Miss Li. It is time to awaken from this delusion. Is one victim not enough? Li Shuhui closed her eyes, a bitter smile creeping onto her lips. The destiny she once believed in was but a web of deceit, resulting in 2 innocent lives lost. She raised her hand and struck herself fiercely. Shuhui, why do you punish yourself? If blame is to be cast, it lies not with you, but with my mother for failing to perceive Lin Xiao as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chun Shi embraced her daughter, feeling the sting of her misfortune. At least they could be grateful that the marriage had not been hastily arranged, for that would have only deepened the scars of betrayal. Duke Jianan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. My dear Shuhui, it is my fault. When the emperor inquired about Lin Xiao's marital status and Lin Xiao claimed he was unwed, I neglected to investigate further. He could hardly believe that Lin Xiao had dared to deceive the emperor himself. Li Shuhui shook her head, pale and resolute. This is not your fault, father. Had I not been enamored with him, had I simply sent a modest sum to dismiss him, none of this would have transpired. Her gaze fell upon Jin Tao, now transformed into a vengeful spirit. I would not have lost 2 innocent lives. In a moment that stunned all present, she knelt before Jean Tao, bowing her head in apology. Miss Jean, you are right. I am indeed the architect of your demise, and there is no disputing that. I did not kill you. Yet you perished because of me. Although Li Shuhui had been oblivious to Jean Tao's existence, had she known, she would have never considered marrying Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, whether aware or not, her desire to wed Lin Xiao led to a fatal outcome for Jean Tao. Forgive me. It was ultimately I who caused you harm. As she repeated her apologies, she bowed her head, her forehead bruising and bleeding against the ground. Yet, Li Shuhui understood that no amount of remorse could alter the past. Jean Tao stood frozen, her eyes wide, unable to comprehend this unexpected gesture. She had always attributed her misfortune to Li Shuhui's actions, believing that her death was a result of Li Shuhui's attraction to Lin Xiao. However, upon learning the truth and receiving Li Shuhui's apology, confusion enveloped her. You. Tears of blood welled in Jean Tao's eyes as she stared blankly at Li Shuhui. After a long pause, she managed to ask, "Why do you apologize to me?" Li Shuhui could have easily asserted her ignorance, deflecting the blame onto Lin Xiao, for society would not hold her culpable. After all, ignorance is often seen as an excuse. Yet here she was humbling herself before Jean Tao. What did that make her? Jean Tao laughed bitterly, resentment and a hint of grievance swirling in her gaze. What does my defense of Lin Xiao amount to? We are both victims of his treachery. Li Shuhui can kneel and acknowledge his true nature. Yet I've already lost my life and my daughter's life, still clinging to the belief that Lin Xiao is blameless. With a sudden surge of determination, Jean Tao slapped herself across the face. You need not apologize to me. Li Shuhui, I now believe you. I trust that you were truly unaware of everything. I also believe that all of this was orchestrated by Lin Xiao. Chapter 70. A mother's heart. Li Shuhui's eyes brimmed with tears as she helped Jean Tao to her feet. The two, one living and one departed, exchanged silent glances, holding each other's hands as they wept together. Once their tears subsided, Li Shuhui turned to her father, Li Xin, her eyes glistening. Father, I cannot let Lin Xiao escape unscathed. He has murdered my wife and nearly brought ruin upon the entire Duke Jianan's household. He must face justice. Li Xin stroked Li Shuhui's head, a fierce resolve igniting within him. To conspire against my daughter is a grave offense. And even if Lin Xiao is the emperor's favored scholar, he shall pay the price. Rest assured, my dear, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. Li Shuhui nodded, her voice choked yet resolute. Yes. Chen Shi wiped away the tears from Li Shuhui's face. Do not fear, my child. Your father and I will ensure that justice is served. That wretched Lin Xiao has dared to entangle the Li family in his schemes. They would not rest until they avenged this affront. Jean Tao stood in a daze, observing the close-knit bond of the family before her. A shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Would her own parents fight for her honor as fiercely as Li Shuhui's parents were fighting for hers? Were they to discover the injustice she had endured? Likely not. With a sigh, Jean Tao acknowledged their disparate fates. Li Shuhui was a noble lady, while she had nothing. Su Tan's gaze fell upon Jean Tao, her expression laden with complexity. Do you wish to see your parents? Jean Tao hesitated, then let out a bitter laugh, a self-mocking smile gracing her lips. There is no need. Even if they were to learn of my death, their reaction would be minimal. I have already perished. There is no point in prolonging my own suffering. When she was alive, her parents did not favor her. Would they change their feelings after her death? Su Tan shook her head, saying, How can you know if it is merely self-inflicted suffering if you do not take a look? Jean Tao lowered her head, remaining silent. Su Tan calculated with her fingers, sighed, and began to narrate the events unknown to Jean Tao. Your parents have long suspected that your death was suspicious. After Lin Xiao's parents died suddenly, their suspicions only intensified. They rushed up the mountain that very night to exhume your grave, retrieving your official blog from the pile of earth, and even summoned a coroner to examine the body. The fingerprints on the coffin lid and the coroner's findings confirmed that there was indeed something amiss with your death. However, Lin Xiao is the first scholar of the region. This case was declined by the local authorities. Left with no choice, your parents traveled to the capital to file a complaint. During this journey, they endured numerous hardships, facing beatings and deception, and even narrowly escaped death. As Su Tan spoke of these events, her voice took on an ethereal quality, leaving others unable to discern her thoughts. Her gaze remained fixed on Jean Tao, imbued with a sense of compassion. Do you truly not wish to see? In that moment, Jin Tao appeared utterly drained of strength, resembling a withered tree fallen in the snow, devoid of any vitality, staring blankly at Su Tan, motionless. What did you say? Her parents had, for her sake, journeyed to the capital to file a complaint? It seemed they were nearing the city gates. Jin Tao, go and take a look. Your parents miss you dearly. Tears streamed down Jin Tao's cheeks. Su Tan led her to the city gates, where Jin Tao indeed encountered her parents, Jin Fu and Jin Mu, who were ragged, their hair streaked with gray, their faces weathered by hardship. In Jin Tao's memory, her parents had always been dignified, regardless of their prosperity. They maintained a neat and tidy appearance. As Jin Fu and Jin Mu would say, if one appeared disheveled and unkempt, even the stray dogs on the roadside would turn up their noses. Yet now, her parents looked haggard, with injuries and tattered clothing, lacking even a trace of their former spirit. Father, mother. Jin Tao's voice choked as she could no longer contain herself, rushing forward to embrace her mother, only to find her hands passing straight through her mother's form. Jin Mu felt a gust of wind rush past her but remained unaware that it was her beloved daughter. The soldiers at the gate, seeing these two woefully destitute individuals, furrowed their brows, blocking their path. What do you want? Show me your travel permits. Recently, there had been disturbances caused by refugees, and these two appeared suspicious. Jin Fu and Jin Mu exchanged worried glances, and Jin Mu fidgeted with her hands on her clothing. Sir, our travel permits and belongings were stolen by bandits on the road. We have come to the capital to seek refuge with relatives. Before Jin Mu could finish her plea, the soldiers dismissed them harshly. Go away. It doesn't matter why you are here. Without travel permits, you cannot enter the city. This is the Emperor's domain. Who knows what your intentions are? What if you are disguised assassins? Jin Mu's eyes turned red, while Jin Fu bowed deeply. Sir, I implore you to show us some leniency. We truly are here to seek refuge with relatives. Do you not understand? I said to show me your travel permits. Without them, we do not care what you are here for. Move aside. Do not delay us from inspecting others behind you. Jin Fu's face turned pale. They were so close to the Emperor's domain, yet blocked at the city gate, a mere step away from seeking justice for their daughter. Father, mother, please go back and do not concern yourselves with my matters. I am an unfilial daughter, causing you to bury your child while you are still alive. And I have always misunderstood you. Jin Tao sobbed uncontrollably, kneeling before her parents. Unfortunately, Jin Fu and Jin Mu could not hear her cries nor see her kneeling. They were at their wits' end, repeatedly pleading with the gate soldiers for permission to pass. The outcome was predictable. Only harsh rebuffs awaited them. Moreover, the soldiers had drawn their swords, warning that any further delay would result in being treated as assassins. Jin Fu and Jin Mu turned pale. Jin Tao turned her head, her gaze fixed intently on the soldier, dark energy surging in her palms. Just as she was about to act, Su Tan firmly grasped her arm. What do you intend to do? Su Tan's cold voice broke through the tension, causing Jin Tao to stiffen. After a moment, she bit her lip and said, They are bullying my parents. I cannot bear this.
Su Tan shook her head.
It is not that they are bullying your parents, they are merely following the rules. Without travel permits, they cannot grant passage. The capital houses the emperor, and they must adhere to such regulations. After all, if anything were to go awry, the consequences would be unbearable. None of these soldiers would escape. Jin Tao lowered her head, silent for a moment, before asking, her eyes reddened. Am I to simply watch as they humiliate my parents? Just then, someone from the Jianan Marquisate arrived. This person was the steward of the Marquisate, who the gate soldiers recognized. Upon seeing Jin Fu and Jin Mu, he exclaimed, My lord and lady, you have traveled so far, and the Marquis has been waiting for you in the manor. If there were any disturbances on the road, I was specifically sent to escort you. He produced the Marquisate's official document for the gate soldiers to see. These are relatives of our Marquis, who have encountered misfortune. They have come seeking refuge. I hope you will grant them passage. As he spoke, he handed a large bag of silver to the gate soldier, saying it was to treat him to tea for the inconvenience. The soldiers immediately smiled, realizing these were relatives of the Marquis. My lord and lady, please proceed this way. Chapter 71. The fate of Lin Xiao. Jin Fu and Jin Mu could hardly comprehend how they arrived at the Jianan Marquisate. This was the first time they had seen such an expansive estate, seemingly stretching beyond their sight. Upon meeting the legendary Marquis and his wife, They felt so awkward that they did not know where to place their hands. Li Xin and Chen Shi felt a sudden pang of sorrow when they saw Jin Fu and Jin Mu. They bowed to them, expressing their apologies. This only made Jin Fu and Jin Mu more flustered. Dear Marquis and Madam, there is no need for such formality. You are not to blame for our misfortune. The Jianan Marquis and Chen Shi sighed, saying, You both deserve better. We may not have known that Lin Xiao had already taken a wife, nor could we have imagined his malicious intentions. Ultimately, Miss Jean Tao lost her life due to our family's negligence, causing you both to suffer the loss of your child while still bearing the burden of gray hair. Jin Fu and Jin Mu momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. If they had been a more selfish couple, they could have shifted all blame onto the Li family. However, they were not of such disposition. They were rather traditional in their dealings, having been quite strict with their daughter in the past, seldom allowing Jean Tao to feel warmth. Thus, they clearly understood that this incident was not linked to the Li family. Jin Fu closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face, his voice trembling. This has nothing to do with either of you, nor with your daughter. Lin Xiao is ruthless and malicious. Today, he may target the daughter of the Marquis, but tomorrow, he will set his sights on another. He would eventually turn his blade against our daughter, regardless of whether your daughter fell victim to his schemes. The one responsible for the demise of Jin Tao is none other than Li Shuhui. Jin's parents are acutely aware that, even in the absence of Li Shuhui, there exist countless others like Zhang Shuhui, Yang Shuhui, and Lu Shuhui. As long as Lin Xiao is present, multitudes of women bearing the name Shuhui will inevitably emerge, ready to shoulder the blame on his behalf. Jin's parents, possessing profound understanding, only deepen the anguish felt by Li's parents. Who among us is not a parent? The sudden loss of a child, a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one, is a pain that no parent can escape. It is lamentable that the true perpetrator remains at large. Duke Jianan has already instructed the preparation of evidence. Thus, the appearance of Jin's parents serves as a potent weapon. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Xiao, the true villain, must face death. Early the next day, Duke Jianan accused Lin Xiao of treason against the emperor in the court. Whether it be the murder of his wife or the schemes against his daughter, should the emperor wish to protect Lin Xiao, these matters could easily be erased. Even if Lin Xiao had undeniably committed these acts, the emperor could find ways to discredit the evidence, asserting that Lin Xiao was falsely accused. However, the charge of treason is one that would cause Emperor Qinglong to feel his imperial authority gravely threatened. Indeed, upon witnessing the stack of incriminating evidence presented, Emperor Qinglong did not respond with anger, but rather with a smile. He regarded the upright Lin Xiao with a cold gaze. Lin Qing, do you have anything to say? Kneeling on the floor, Lin Xiao maintained a dignified posture, embodying unyielding integrity. Yet, beneath this facade of a gentleman lay a heart as ruthless as that of a wolf. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I do not know how I have offended Duke Jianan, or perhaps he deems my humble origin unworthy of his daughter, and thus concocted this scheme to avoid the shame of breaking off our engagement. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Duke Jianan, sighing. If Duke Jianan is dissatisfied with me, he need only express it, and I would never impose upon his daughter. In doing so, he cast all blame upon Duke Jianan, as if to suggest that the Duke's household looked down upon those of lesser means, believing that the Emperor's chosen scholar was not fit for their daughter. Duke Jianan, well aware of Lin Xiao's shamelessness, merely smiled in response. You, a wretch who would bury your wife alive, dare to speak so frivolously before His Majesty. Duke Jianan stepped forward and delivered a heavy blow to Lin Xiao. The Emperor furrowed his brow, reflecting on how, after all these years, Duke Jianan remained unchanged. Quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, a true brute. Yet it was this very lack of intellect that provided the Emperor with reassurance. Frowning, the Emperor reprimanded. Li Xin, this is the court. How dare you behave so recklessly? Li Xin immediately knelt in acknowledgement of his fault. Your Majesty, I know I am in the wrong, but I could not bear to see him in such a state. In a moment of anger, I acted against him. Please, punish me as you see fit. What could Emperor Qinglong say? Duke Jianan had always been like this. He merely offered a few admonitions before turning his attention back to Lin Xiao. Lin Aiqing, do you have anything to say regarding the Duke's accusations? Lin Xiao opened his mouth, initially intending to refute the claims, but unexpectedly found himself revealing everything he had done. Stunned, he wondered why he could not control himself, spilling both what should and should not be said. Lin Xiu's face grew pale with fear, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Chapter 72. The affection of parents. Emperor Qinglong's expression darkened, his gaze fixed upon Lin Xiu, a smile playing at the corners of his lips that sent chills through those who beheld it. Lin Qing, what did you just say? Lin Xiu, kneeling on the floor, gritted his teeth, wanting to proclaim his innocence, to assert that everything was fabricated by Duke Jianan. Yet, when he spoke, he found himself declaring, I am the Emperor's chosen scholar. How can that woman Jin Tao ever be worthy of me? I cannot divorce her, for to do so would invite scorn from the world. She must die. Emperor Qinglong did not respond with wrath, but rather with a mocking smile, recognizing that Lin Xiu's heinous acts would cast doubt upon his own judgment as a ruler. Lin Xiu was truly beyond redemption. The scholar he had ennobled was unworthy of humanity. Lin Xiu, you commanded your parents to bury your wife alive, and even now, you show no remorse. You are less than a beast. Lin Xiu's expression twisted in a moment of fierce rage. He could not fathom why he had divulged all his thoughts so freely. Kneeling, he crawled forward, desperate to struggle for his life, insisting he was wronged. Yet his tone turned unrestrainedly sinister, his eyes gleaming with malice. Regret? My greatest regret is that I chose such a foolish method to bury her alive, allowing her parents to uncover the truth. I should have found a man to drug them and frame her with infidelity. At that time, not even her parents or the gods could save her. The world would scorn Jin Tao as a harlot. Alas, I was too merciful. Duke Jianan brought Jin Tao's parents to the court to testify. Hearing Lin Xiu's shameless words, Jin's parents spat at him and lunged forward to strike him. You are not merciful. You simply do not wish to bear the shame of abandoning your wife. Nor do you want to be labeled as a cuckold, even though you have placed that very crown upon your own head. Lin Xiu, you are merely a hypocrite wanting to maintain a facade. You are a beast, a scoundrel. Even a dead rat in the sewer is cleaner than you. Return my daughter's life to me. Lin Xiu, return my daughter. With tears streaming down their faces, Jin's parents poured all their strength into attacking Lin Xiu. But what use was it? Even if Lin Xiu were to perish, Jin Tao would not return. She was so young, so unjustly taken by such a scoundrel. It was not until Lin Xiu was beaten nearly to death that the officials in attendance intervened, albeit symbolically. Perhaps in a moment of despair, Lin Xiu's glimmer of hope extinguished, and he turned to glare fiercely at Jin's parents. What is it to merely curse me? Jin Tao's death is not solely my fault. It is thanks to you that you raised such an easily deceived fool. A smile curled on his lips as he fixated on Jin's parents. Did you know? In the past, that foolish Jin Tao would often tell me that her parents were the best to her, claiming you never showed her a shred of affection. You brought her into this world, but did not love her at all. Thus, we need only feign concern to keep her embroidering day and night, willingly serving the Lin family, for she was simply foolish. Seeing the sudden pallor on Jin's parents' faces, Lin Xiu felt a sense of perverse satisfaction. Ultimately, if it were not for your family's efforts in raising her to be this gullible, how could I ever have exploited her? At the end of the day, Jin Tao's fate rests not entirely on her own shoulders, does it? Lin Xiu smiled as he regarded Jin's parents. The one responsible for Jin Tao's death is not solely me. You share the blame. His words struck like daggers, mercilessly piercing the hearts of Jin's parents, leaving the elderly couple with a profound wound, bleeding and in unbearable agony. Duke Jianan, unable to bear the sight, looked at the sorrowful expressions of Jin's parents and offered a comforting remark. He is but a beast. Do not put stock in his vile words. Indeed, indeed. How could we ever take the words of such a beast to heart? He intentionally uttered such words to pierce your hearts. Do not fall for his ruse.
Bah!
That Lin Xiu is indeed as vile as a beast, unable to live with himself, yet he provocatively speaks these words to incite others. The officials surrounding them began to console Jin Fu and Jin Mu, fearful that this elderly couple, who had lost their daughter, might be driven to commit an act of despair due to Lin Xiu's provocations. Jin Fu and Jin Mu merely sat dazed on the ground, salty tears streaming from their murky eyes, each droplet falling to the ground, soon disappearing into the crevices of the tiles. This tragic sight even moved the Emperor Qinglong. He bestowed compensation upon Jin Fu and Jin Mu, then cast a disdainful glance at Lin Xiu. Let it be known, the top scholar Lin Xiu has violated human ethics, urging his own parents to bury his wife alive. Such scoundrels shall not corrupt my court. I am furious. I sentence this villain to execution, to repay the world. to uphold the law, and to manifest justice. The Ministry of Justice shall immediately detain him and escort him to the execution ground tomorrow at noon, to publicly carry out the sentence for all to witness. Furthermore, the Emperor Qinglong intended to punish the local officials in Jin Tao's area as well. This matter involved many. Aside from Lin Xiao, several officials who had concealed the truth and protected one another were dismissed or exiled. The emperor also used this occasion to deal with several court officials he found distasteful. In an instant, the court and the populace trembled. Yet, despite the chief culprit facing execution, Jin Fu and Jin Mu could not find joy. No matter how the Duke of Jianan comforted them, they could only manage a forced smile, but anyone could see the sorrow in their eyes. To untie a bell, one must find the one who tied it. The Duke of Jianan sighed. Would you like to see Miss Jin Tao? Jin Fu and Jin Mu were taken aback, looking at the Duke with confusion, their expressions revealing their bewilderment. But Jin Tao is already dead, isn't she? They had witnessed her corpse, having personally dug her grave and pried open her coffin. They had long been separated from their daughter, and how could they possibly see her again? Understanding that countless explanations would not suffice, the Duke of Jianan invited them to his residence. He bowed to Su Tan and expressed his request. Su Tan, channeling her spiritual energy, touched their foreheads, and Jin Tao's visage gradually materialized before them. Father, mother, your daughter is unfilial. Jin Tao knelt with a thud, her lips trembling, unable to meet her parents' gaze. Jin Fu and Jin Mu immediately burst into tears, embracing their daughter. No, Jin Tao, you have not wronged us. It is we who have wronged you. We failed to show you warmth, allowing that scoundrel Lin Xiao to exploit your vulnerability. My poor daughter. Jin Tao, forgive us, truly forgive us. A sudden pang of sorrow struck Jin Tao. Ever since becoming a vengeful spirit, her resentment had grown day by day, and few things could stir her emotions. Yet now, she wept like a child. Father, mother. Jin Tao had never harbored resentment against her parents. To utter such words was something she herself could scarcely believe. But at this moment, receiving her parents' late apology filled her with profound sadness. I too have wronged you, father and mother. I have always resented you, and I was wrong. She had always believed her parents did not care for her, nor did she love them. Yet today, she realized that the love they held for her was like a towering mountain shrouded in mist, needing to be unveiled to reveal its grandeur. Chapter 73. Blood from 7 orifices. This family wept in each other's embrace, moving even the attendants at the Duke of Jianan's residence to tears.
Sultan silently observed,
her expression somewhat dazed, though she soon lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts. With gritted teeth, Jin Tao suddenly declared, I shall kill that beast Lin Xiao. I shall slay him. Su Tan frowned, her gaze fixed on Jin Tao. The emperor has already sentenced him to execution. There is no need for you to soil your hands further. Jin Tao shook her head. No, this is not enough. Some individuals must be slain by one's own hand. Some grievances must be avenged personally. You would not comprehend. Princess Jai, I beseech you to grant me this. If I do not personally slay Lin Xiao, I fear I shall find no peace in the underworld. The emperor's sentence belonged to him alone. If Lin Xiao did not die by her hand, she would suffer eternally in the depths of hell. Su Tan remained silent for a moment, then turned her gaze toward Lin Fu and Lin Mu. I can fulfill your wish. However, Lin Xiao is not the one who wielded the weapon. If you proceed, you will face punishment in the underworld, perhaps even be denied the chance for reincarnation. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Jin Fu and Jin Mu's eyes glistened with bitterness and anguish. How unfair this world was. Their daughter had been murdered while alive, and now as a vengeful spirit, she could not exact retribution on the true culprit. Moreover, she might pay the price of losing her chance for reincarnation. Jin Tao, let us seek rebirth, shall we? Do not concern yourself with the Lin family. He will eventually descend into hell, and he will die tomorrow. Please do not delay your own future because of him. Jin Fu and Jin Mu pleaded desperately. Yet Jin Tao stubbornly shook her head. She had always been a person of contradictions, living for others and never for herself. Father, mother, allow me this one time to be headstrong. Let me act on my own desires, shall you? Even if I cannot be reincarnated. I must slay Lin Xiao with my own hands. Otherwise, my hatred will remain unresolved and my resentment will never dissipate. Jin Fu and Jin Mu attempted to firmly dissuade her, but for some reason, they suddenly recalled Lin Xiao's words in the court. where he claimed that Jin Tao had never felt warmth from them. Their eyes dimmed with tears, and they ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Very well, do as you wish. If Jin Tao truly cannot be reincarnated, then we shall also hang ourselves. I have heard that those who take their own lives are likewise ineligible for rebirth. Thus, they could still care for Jin Tao in the afterlife. Su Tan's gaze fell upon Jin Fu and Jin Mu, and she suddenly said, in truth, there is still a glimmer of hope. Logically, if Miss Jin were to kill Lin Xiao, she might indeed be stripped of her chance for reincarnation. However, if you live well and perform good deeds in her name, transcribing scriptures for her over time, there may yet be a chance. A flicker of hope ignited in Jin Fu and Jin Mu's eyes. Is what you say true?
Sultan nodded slightly.
Yet Jin Tao appeared lost in thought,
staring blankly at Sultan.
The following day at noon, Lin Xiao was escorted to the execution ground, where the townsfolk hurled stones, rotten vegetables, and foul eggs at him without restraint.
Bah!
What a despicable man. He could commit such atrocities against his own wife. He deserves to die. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Scoundrel, worse than a pig or dog. To be fair, Lin Xiao's actions were not entirely unfounded, since he had attained the top scholar title. It was evident that the Jin family was beneath him. He merely did what many men would not dare to do. Exactly. His only fault was failing to keep his actions discreet. Had he been a bit more clever, he would not have ended up in this predicament. Some angrily cursed Lin Xiao, while others, having never met him, empathized with him and readily defended his actions. Those who spoke in his favor soon found themselves pelted with rotten eggs and vegetables. Get lost. You are no better than a beast. You deserve to be buried in a clay coffin. What nonsense. Only those over 60 can be buried in a clay coffin. He looks like he won't even live to see 30. A person like him certainly cannot live to marry. His words are filthy. And it would be better for him to perish sooner. The voices of the common people echoed with incessant quarrels and curses. Lin Xiao was struck, his head bleeding profusely. When he arrived at the execution ground, what had been a bright sunny day suddenly turned cold with ominous winds. The executioner felt an unusual chill beside him. But given the frigid weather of late, he thought little of it. Lin Xiao's eyes widened suddenly, before he could utter a word. The executioner had already pulled the white silk. Jin Tao slowly revealed a cold smile towards Lin Xiao. Her long hair pierced into Lin Xiao's body like a sword, swirling violently within him. Lin Xiao extended his hand, weakly grasping at the air a couple of times before it fell heavily. His helplessness mirrored that of Jin Tao in her final moments. Lin Xiao wished to cry for help, but no sound escaped his lips. Jin Tao's hair tightened gradually, piercing through Lin Xiao entirely. His eyeballs nearly popped from their sockets as he collapsed, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. His spirit hovered above, unable to question Jin Tao's audacity before it was swiftly torn apart by the vengeful spirit of Jin Tao. Chapter 74. Old Madame Song spits blood after tearing Lin Xiao's body to shreds. Jin Tao solemnly bowed her head to Jin's parents. The emissary of the underworld was prepared to take her to the netherworld, but the fate of the child born from the coffin became a dilemma. Having been born in the coffin and suffocated therein, the child had not yet lived out its natural lifespan, thus the underworld would not accept it. Li Shuhui pursed her lips and looked at Su Tan with a questioning gaze, suddenly asking, "Can this child be absolved? I will cover the expenses."
No.
How can we allow you to bear that cost? Jin's parents instinctively rejected the idea, asserting that the Jin family and the Jianan Marquis household were not related by blood. And since they had received compensation from Emperor Qinglong, it was inappropriate to accept Li Shuhui's money. Let her contribute, an elderly yet gentle voice interjected. It was Lady Chen. Leaning on her cane, her spirit seemed markedly improved compared to before. She sighed, her eyes filled with profound compassion and sorrow. If you do not allow Shuhui to contribute, she will never find peace in her life. Although the root cause of Jin Tao's death was the greedy Lin family, even without Li Shuhui, there would have been others like Zhang Shuhui or Wang Shuhui. Yet, there are always those who tend to shoulder the burden of misfortune onto themselves. The rest of the Li family also urged, and the Jin family could not withstand their persuasion, ultimately yielding respectfully. Just before Jin Tao departed with the emissary, she suddenly turned her face towards Li Shuhui, saying, "Li Shuhui, thank you. And forgive yourself." Li Shuhui was taken aback, staring in the direction where Jin Tao had left. Unable to regain her composure for a long time, Jin's parents' eyes were slightly red, wiping away tears as they choked out, "How long will Tao Tao suffer in the underworld?" Su Tan lowered her gaze. It was uncertain. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 30. If you do not wish for her to suffer, you can transcribe scriptures for her more often and perform good deeds. Good, good, good. Jin's parents wiped their tears and repeated the word thrice. After Jin's parents departed, Li Shuhui looked at Su Tan, unable to contain her curiosity. "Princess Jai, did you say that on purpose?" "In truth, Jin Tao will not be punished in the underworld, will she?" Su Tan nodded, then shook her head. "It cannot be said that she won't be. It's just that it won't be as severe as I suggested. Jin Tao did kill Lin's parents. But she would not pay a price for that. Life for a life, debts repaid. She was killed by Lin's parents. Seeking vengeance is only natural. However, she nearly harmed Lady Chen, almost endangering the entire Jianan Marquis household. Though no one from the Marquis household perished at her hands, it was largely due to their deep fortune, not because Jin Tao chose to spare them. Jin Tao must pay for her actions, but she need not endure punishment for 2 or 3 decades. It would last at most a year or 2.
Li Shui Siga.
Even she could see that Jin's parents had initially resigned themselves to death. Lin Xiu's reckless words had inflicted a tremendous blow upon them. To put it harshly, it was likely that as soon as Jin Tao departed, Jin's parents would follow suit. What you say merely offers them a glimmer of hope for survival. Upon hearing Li Shuhui's words, Su Tan replied with a slight acknowledgement. Even if Jin Tao's parents had passed, they could not reunite with her in the underworld. Unless under special circumstances, those who commit suicide are not permitted entry into the underworld. They would instead endlessly repeat the process of taking their own lives until their natural lifespan expires. A warm sensation radiated from her dantian. Su Tan lowered her head, opening her palm to reveal an invisible golden light flowing into her body. It was the light of virtue. After returning from the Jianan Marquis household, Su Tan received the dowry that the Song family had returned. Gu Mingzhu recounted the shamelessness of the Song family in a calm tone. And when she reached the part about old Madame Song threatening Song Tingchen with death to ensure he kept the screen, she could not help but snicker, treating it as a humorous anecdote. "I truly wonder if that old pious woman from the Song family will instruct Song Tingchen to take it to her grave on the day she closes her eyes. Whether she does or not is of no concern to Su Tan." She lightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, who knows? Seeing that they were among familiar faces, Gu Mingzhu added, "I think that old woman from the Song family will again find her wishes unfulfilled. She has always been unable to stand Lady Chen's well-being. With Lady Chen gravely ill, she must have been the most delighted. However, now that you have rid the Jianan Marquis household of evil spirits, and with Lady Chen safe and sound, that old woman from the Song family will likely lose sleep tonight." Speaking of old Madame Song's hatred towards Lady Chen, Gu Mingzhu's evaluation was simply 4 words, utterly baffling. When Song Tingchen first emerged, old Madame Song eagerly attended banquets at various noble ladies' residences. Yet she forbade Su Tan from accompanying her. She was not well versed in the capital's customs, leading to numerous blunders. On one occasion, she mistook the orchids planted in the garden of the Minister of Rights for leeks. At that moment, Lady Chen came to her rescue, remarking that old Madame Song understood the hardships of the common folk far better than they did. The crowd that had mocked old Madame Song felt embarrassed upon hearing Lady Chen's words. Yet, for reasons unknown, old Madame Song harbored a grudge against Lady Chen ever since. Perhaps she believed Lady Chen was flaunting her knowledge. Or maybe she thought that Lady Chen's public praise masked a subtle derision of her humble origins and lack of exposure to finer things. Even if one were to rise to prominence, their essence would remain lowly. Gu Mingzhu shook her head. Some individuals are simply not worth the kindness bestowed upon them. In that moment, amidst the many who ridiculed her, not a single one remained in her memory. She would even later seek to flatter them. Yet only towards Lady Chen did that old pious woman from the Song family harbor a deep-seated animosity. This is also why, despite Su Tan never having wronged the Song family, old Madame Song always felt that Su Tan owed them something. Observing the boxes of dowries being moved into her storeroom, perhaps because her belongings had been returned, a portion of the virtue and fortune she had previously dispersed to alter the fates of Song Tingchen and the Song family also returned to her. She felt the warmth radiating from her dantian and nodded slightly to Gu Mingzhu. "Sister-in-law, you are right. Some people are simply not worth your kindness." Upon learning of Su Tan's visit to the Jianan Marquis household and the news of Lady Chen's safety, old Madame Song was enraged and scolded Su Tan for a long time. She hurled insults, calling her a wretched woman, a harbinger of misfortune, a short-lived ghost, cursing her with every unflattering term imaginable. In her fury, old Madame Song even shattered several sets of tea utensils. She is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, a beast intent on vexing me. She knows that the Chen family is merely a facade, a short-lived wretch, yet she still chooses to aid them. Why has she returned? Upon her return, the entire Song family has been engulfed in turmoil, all of us deeply vexed by her presence. How is it that that wretched Su Tan has not met her demise outside? She is fully aware of the disdain I harbor for that loathsome old woman of the Chen family, yet she still chooses to wade through the murky waters of the Chen household, clearly intent on provoking me. Lu Qingyin quietly observed as the matriarch of the Song family descended into madness. Once the elderly lady had shattered nearly everything in her path, Lu Qingyin approached her. Sighing softly, "Aunt, do not let your anger consume you. If you allow such vexations to affect your health, the old matriarch of the Qin family will surely find delight in your distress." The Song matriarch gritted her teeth, wishing to agree. At that moment, a servant entered with an invitation, announcing that the old matriarch of the Qin family would be celebrating her 70th birthday next month and requested her presence at the festivities. The Song matriarch's ire, which had already subsided somewhat, flared anew, causing her hands to tremble. She grimaced, spitting out blood and subsequently fainting from the stress. Chapter 75. A desperate ultimatum. When the Song matriarch regained consciousness, it was already evening. She appeared as though a significant portion of her vitality had been abruptly snatched away. Though she seemed slightly better than a withered tree, Song Tingchen remained by her side, his brow furrowed deeply. "Mother, did I not urge you to remain at ease during this time? Do not let trivial matters disturb your recuperation." The matriarch, barely clinging to life, clenched her teeth, insisting, "I am not ill. That old hag of the Qin family is 70 and still thriving. She is 2 decades my senior. If she remains alive, how could I possibly be in poor health? I do not require rest. My constitution is robust." Lu Qingyin furrowed her brows and interjected, "Brother Song, I know it is inappropriate for me to speak, but the events of these past few days have been overwhelming. You witnessed how Su Tan's sister-in-law caused a commotion over her dowry, turning everything upside down. Meanwhile, Su Tan eagerly seeks to ingratiate herself with the old matriarch of the Qin family. I do not mean to speak ill of the old matriarch. Her character is praised by all in the capital. However, your mother's disdain for her suggests she has endured many unspoken grievances at her hands. I cannot fathom what your mother has experienced. Yet after all these years of maintaining a respectful distance from the Chen matriarch, Su Tan's approach at this moment is likely to provoke unwelcome thoughts in her." Upon hearing Lu Qingyin's words, tears streamed down the matriarch's face. Indeed, among the vast household, only Qingyin comprehended her plight. Everyone praised the Qin family. Yet it was the same Qin matriarch who had once publicly ridiculed her as being of lowly origin, unworthy of associating with the esteemed. Who cared then for the humiliation she endured, or the pain it instilled in her heart? The Chen matriarch spoke in a pretentious manner, clearly mocking her, yet cloaked her words in a facade of grandeur that rendered any retort futile. Should she respond, it would be deemed as ingratitude. That wretched Su Tan wishes for my demise. Bah! I shall never grant her satisfaction. Su Tan surely believes that if she drives me to death, nothing would stand in her way with Tingchen, allowing her to return to the Song family under the pretense of being Xiao Zhao's mother. As long as I draw breath, I will not permit Su Tan to revel in triumph. Song Tingchen felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He was acutely aware of the Chen matriarch's reputation. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Yet his mother was resolute and would not heed his reassurances. After some contemplation, he refrained from voicing comforting words, instead urging his mother to find joy. "Qingyin, your mother's health is fragile. Please do not incite her to dwell on these matters." Tingchen's brow knitted tighter as he felt compelled to admonish Lu Qingyin further. He understood her disposition was shaped by her tumultuous past, often leading her to perceive situations in a negative light. While this was of little concern, he knew he must protect her. However, his mother was growing older, and excessive worry would only exacerbate her condition. Lu Qingyin bit her lip, her eyes misting with tears, speaking in a voice laden with emotion. Yes, brother Song. Upon witnessing Lu Qingyin's distress, the matriarch immediately rallied to her defense. You speak ill of Su Tan, and yet he turns his ire towards Qingyin. In my opinion, Qingyin is 1,000 times better than Su Tan. The matriarch, overwhelmed with frustration, struggled to rise from her bed, striking the small table beside her repeatedly. Mother, that was not my intention. You know very well that my fate with Su Tan has long since run its course. Run its course? The matriarch scoffed coldly, refusing to believe such nonsense. She pounded the table forcefully, glaring at Song Tingchen. If you have truly severed ties with Su Tan, why have you not brought Qingyin into our family sooner? For 3 years, you mourned your father's passing and observed filial piety, but your mourning period has ended. How much longer will you delay marrying Qingyin? The sudden shift in conversation chilled Song Tingchen's gaze, his lips pressed into a thin line. Mother, I have already expressed that I regard Qingyin as my sister. There is no possibility of rekindling something with Su Tan. My past mistakes cannot be repeated. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, wiping her tears. Indeed, Aunt, please do not say any more. I understand that Brother Song sees me merely as his sister, and I have no desire for anything beyond that. I only wish to care for Xiao Xiao. Initially, she contemplated seeking a fortune teller to suggest that the matriarch's health required an early marriage to bring her joy. However, she was surprised by the old lady's sudden lucidity. She had previously resented Su Tan for demanding her dowry, leaving the entire general's estate in disarray, and recently, she has had to extend financial assistance to make ends meet. Yet, she now felt fortunate that Su Tan had unwittingly provided her with this opportunity. Indeed, the matriarch's fury escalated upon hearing this. You regard her as a sister? You have delayed her for so long, and a mere declaration of sisterly affection suffices to dismiss her? The matriarch pounded the table once more, glaring at Song Tingchen. Let me be clear. You must marry Qingyin, and you must finalize your engagement before the year's end. The weight of despair suddenly surged within Song Tingchen. This was a familiar pattern. Each time he failed to fulfill his mother's wishes, she resorted to threats of self-harm. In that moment, he found himself thinking of Su Tan. He wondered if she had often encountered similar circumstances during her time in the Song household. Lu Qingyin lowered her head, wiping her tears. Aunt, please do not say any more. Chapter 76. Compromise Qingyin, do not speak on his behalf. The matriarch seethed, her teeth clenched in frustration. She could not comprehend what merits Su Tan possessed that would entice her son to forsake the admirable Qingyin. In her opinion, Su Tan was not worthy of a single finger of Qingyin's. Song Tingchen, today I make myself clear. You must marry Qingyin. Before the year's end, your engagement must be secured. The matriarch glared at him, resolute. 3 years prior, she had recognized Lu Qingyin's worth. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, Qingyin and Tingchen would have already been wed and perhaps even parents by now, leaving no room for Su Tan to intrude. Song Tingchen felt a throbbing headache. Why must you persist in forcing me? The matriarch, feeling unjustly accused, suddenly felt a wave of desolation wash over her. The once vibrant general's estate now felt cold and empty, and with her own son treating her this way, she questioned the very purpose of her existence. Madame Song, with a heart steeled, gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face, and charged directly toward the pillar. Alas, what is the point of my existence? Even my own son, whom I nurtured, now looks down upon me. Oh, my husband, why did you leave me all alone? Lu Qingyin, with tears glistening in her eyes, stepped in front of Madame Song, serving as her shield. She wept bitterly, her tears falling like raindrops. With misty eyes filled with sorrow, Lu Qingyin looked at Song Tingchen. Brother Song, please say less. For the first time, her gaze was filled with urgency, her eyes pleading, as if in that moment, Song Tingchen had become the sinner. Song Tingchen, his countenance shrouded in frost, gazed mournfully at Madame Song, weakly asking, Mother, what is it that you truly desire? Madame Song turned her head, her voice heavy with despair. Since you have begun to disdain your own mother, what meaning does my life hold? I might as well die. Song Tingchen, you have become a great general. You are so remarkable, yet you have cast aside your own mother. Song Tingchen felt a pang in his heart. After a long silence, his voice, carried by the wind rustling the fallen leaves, whispered into Madame Song's ear. Mother, I do not think that way. Please focus on your health and do not worry about anything else if you would. Wiping away her tears, Madame Song could not even spare him a glance. I do not need your concern. Just prepare me a coffin. I do not require your filial piety. I am not blessed to have a son like you. Song Tingchen closed his eyes, staring intently at Madame Song, his expression complex. Mother, just tell me what you wish to do. Lu Qingyin, standing nearby, frantically signaled him with her eyes, shaking her head with reddened eyes. Yet, Song Tingchen continued to fixate on Madame Song, his form gaunt and solemn. Madame Song gritted her teeth. All I want is for you to marry Qingyin. Our Song family has squandered too much time on such a fine girl. I am well aware of what others say about her. If you do not marry her and take responsibility, I shall have no face to meet our ancestors in death. Madame Song's declaration was both grandiloquent and righteous. She raised her chin, glaring fiercely at Song Tingchen. Either you marry Qingyin, and we shall all be joyous, or you shall immediately arrange my funeral. She pressed him hard, leaving no room for retreat. Lu Qingyin remained silent, merely clutching her handkerchief and shedding tears. Song Tingchen gazed steadily at Madame Song, maintaining his silence for an extended period. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. After the winds outside had stilled, he finally closed his eyes and weakly said, "Very well, I shall agree." He had lost his father, and his wife had severed all ties with him. Now, he could not bear to lose his mother as well. I will take Qingyin as my wife. You shall have full authority over the arrangements. A look of joy finally graced Madame Song's face. Excellent, 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 she exclaimed 3 times, her delight evident. It should have been this way. It should have been this way. Tears of joy streamed down her face. Tingchen, I have long said that that woman Su Tan is no match for Qingyin. You two should have been wed 3 years ago.
Come, Tingchen.
Accompany me to the ancestral hall to offer incense to your father. Now that you are marrying, you must inform him. At that moment, Song Tingchen felt like a mere shell of a person. Upon hearing Madame Song's words, he merely lifted his lips slightly, leaving everything to his mother's arrangements. Lu Qingyin's eyes were red, but joy shone through her expression as she cautiously gazed at Song Tingchen. Brother Tingchen, are you not happy? Her face, once radiant with joy, paled suddenly. If you truly do not wish to marry me, I shall not force you. Song Tingchen, under this intangible pressure, marrying her would surely breed resentment in the days to come. Some things must be made clear from the outset. Madame Song shot an anxious glance at Lu Qingyin, feeling her lips blistering. Qingyin, this foolish girl, everything is falling into place. Why retreat now? Lu Qingyin smiled bitterly, her expression pale and sorrowful. If Brother Tingchen is so unwilling, I would rather he not marry me. Madame Song glared at Song Tingchen with exasperation. Look at the trouble you have caused. Song Tingchen remained silent, watching Lu Qingyin. After a moment, he finally spoke. I am not unwilling. Qingyin, you are wonderful. Xiao Xiao also likes you. You are a good girl. Lu Qingyin wept tears of joy, not daring to ask if he liked her. She simply wished to be the general's wife. As for whether the general had affection for her, it mattered not. A sweet smile bloomed on her face as she looked at Song Tingchen with eyes full of dependence and admiration. Thank you, Brother Tingchen. This is perhaps the best news I have ever received. Her words were so beautifully spoken. Even someone as steely-hearted as Song Tingchen felt a twinge of compassion. Madame Song, filled with joy, felt as if all her ailments had vanished, and even her sickness had improved. She promptly arranged for someone to reply to the Jianan Marquis' residence. Humph. That Chen woman wants me to see her prancing about? I am not afraid of her. I am 20 years younger than she. The Jianan Marquis' residence was hosting a banquet, and Su Tan would surely attend. Madame Song smiled radiantly, affectionately holding Lu Qingyin's hand, their posture resembling that of a mother and daughter. Qingyin, you must accompany me. I want to announce to everyone that you are my future daughter-in-law. Su Tan had saved that old woman, causing her distress. It was only fitting that she utilized the old woman's birthday banquet to thoroughly embarrass Su Tan. She was well aware that Su Tan still dreamed of remarrying into the Song family, but as long as she lived, she would never allow Su Tan to have her desires fulfilled. The very thought of that day filled Madame Song with excitement, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the old lady Chen's birthday banquet. If it arrived soon, she could relish the sight of Su Tan's anguished and resentful expression. My daughter-in-law is only Qingyin. As for that Su, I shall consider her dead. Tingchen, you too must regard her as such. Hearing Madame Song's warning words, Song Tingchen remained unresponsive, expressionless as he stepped outside. Chapter 77. Madame Song's grand performance. Song Tingchen lingered alone at Haiding residence, where Su Tan once resided. For a long time, as night deepened, a thick layer of frost covered his shoulders. The wind stung his cheeks, gradually awakening him. He cast a final glance at the long-sealed door of Haiding residence, devoid of any lingering attachment, and turned to leave. His relationship with Su Tan had ended 3 years prior. Now he was to marry Qingyin. He imagined that Su Tan would also find a suitable partner anew. Yet, Song Tingchen's brow remained furrowed. Like his mother, he began to anticipate the arrival of the old lady Chen's birthday banquet. He too was curious about Su Tan's reaction upon learning of his upcoming marriage. The following day, on the occasion of the old lady Chen's birthday banquet, Madame Song, accompanied by Lu Qingyin, arrived early to pay her respects. The people of the Jianan Marquis' residence were somewhat taken aback. For years, Madame Song had never set foot in the Jianan Marquis' residence. This time, her invitation to the Northern Town General's residence was merely a formality. After all, while Madame Song could act with impunity, the Jianan Marquis had to consider the ties of camaraderie with his peers. Thus the invitation was ultimately extended to the Northern Town General's residence. They expected Madame Song to act as she had before, as if she had not seen it. Today, she arrived rather swiftly, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young lady. Without the need for introductions, those from the Jianan Marquis were already aware of her identity. Who else could it be but Lu Qingyin, who has long stood by Song Tingchen's side without any official title? As soon as the matriarch of the Song family settled in, her gaze began to search for Su Tan among the crowd. She strained her eyes in anticipation, yet Su Tan remained elusive, causing her some anxiety. Perhaps her searching gaze was too conspicuous, prompting a nearby guest to frown and finally inquire, "Old Madame Song, whom are you looking for?" The old matriarch rolled her eyes in irritation. "I am looking for that heartless, short-lived former daughter-in-law who nearly drove me to my grave." Not a word of that was untrue. Had she not almost been driven to despair by Su Tan? Indeed, Su Tan was truly a heartless soul, and the matriarch doubted she would live beyond her 30s. Following her outburst, those nearby discreetly distanced themselves from her. The old matriarch felt no remorse whatsoever, oblivious to the peculiar glances cast her way as she began to elaborate on Su Tan's ruthlessness, detailing how she not only abandoned her husband and children but also demanded her dowry back after their divorce. This only deepened the frowns of those around her. Someone whispered, "Isn't it only natural for a divorced woman to reclaim her dowry? Why does old Madame Song feel wronged?" A round-faced lady glanced in their direction, suppressing her disdain, and casually remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps old Madame Song's upbringing differs vastly from ours, and her customs are not the same. In our circle, we have never heard of a divorced woman being deprived of her dowry. Even Prince Yu returned Miss Shen's dowry after his divorce. Does old Madame Song truly believe Song Tingchen holds a higher status than Prince Yu? Word has it that Prince Yu has recently suffered from some peculiar ailment, confining him to his residence. Although he cannot venture out without the Emperor's approval, his recent marital troubles have incited the Emperor's fury, resulting in his house arrest. Furthermore, his affair with Zhao Yu is a royal secret, not to be discussed in detail, yet everyone seems to have a sense of the situation. Prince Yu is effectively finished. Henceforth, anyone in the capital who dares to align themselves with him must surely be blind. Perhaps this is what old Madame Song believes. One must admit that Princess Jiayi possesses an admirable temperament, managing to coexist with such a mother-in-law for 5 years. This sentiment garnered widespread agreement. Some even murmured, "If my daughter's fiancé had such a mother, I would undoubtedly annul the engagement, regardless of public ridicule." Who could blame them? With a mother-in-law like that, life after marriage would hardly be pleasant for one's daughter. Just as this conversation unfolded, the focal point, Princess Jiayi Su Tan, entered alongside Elder Madame Chen. Before the assembled guests, Elder Madame Chen and the Jianan Marquis formally expressed their gratitude to Su Tan, stating that without her, the entire Jianan Marquis might have faced calamity. While this appeared to be an expression of thanks, it was clear to all that Elder Madame Chen and those from the Jianan Marquis were merely supporting Princess Jiayi. Ever since the Su family had fallen in battle, many had reveled in their misfortune. The message from the Marquis and Elder Madame Chen was unmistakable. Anyone who dared to bully Su Tan or trouble her family would find themselves at odds with the Jianan Marquis. Instantly, Smiles adorned the faces of those present, as they praised Su Tan for being the esteemed Princess Jai, bestowed by the emperor himself. They remarked that the people of the capital had been spared a great calamity thanks to Su Tan's efforts in eliminating the malevolent water ghost. Consequently, praises flowed abundantly. Old Madame Song felt a surge of discomfort at this moment. Suddenly, she rose, grasping Lu Qingyin's hand. Everyone, how delightful it is that you have come. Today marks elder Madame Chen's 70th birthday, a joyous occasion, and I would like to take this opportunity to announce another happy event. My family Tingchen is engaged to Qingyin. The old matriarch's face radiated satisfaction, as though she were ready to exalt Lu Qingyin to celestial heights. I have long admired this girl. Though fate did not allow us to unite earlier, we have finally secured this engagement. Truly, our family is fortunate to have such an admirable daughter-in-law, a rarity indeed. Lu Qingyin appeared somewhat bashful. The old matriarch was positively beaming. Oh dear. The young girl is shy. A few words, and she turns crimson. Chapter 78. Lifting a stone to strike one's own foot, the gathered guests exchanged glances. Staring at old Madame Song and the blushing Lu Qingyin in silence, unsure of how to respond. Yet, old Madame Song seemed oblivious to the subtle complexities in their expressions, even casting a defiant glance towards Su Tan. Qingyin is my most favored daughter-in-law. She possesses a kind nature and beauty. Over these years, under her care, my health has greatly improved. Even Xiao Xiao adores her. The old matriarch emphasized the point that even Xiao Xiao held her in high esteem, her murky eyes fixed intently on Su Tan, eager to catch a glimpse of resentment or bitterness on her face. Alas, Su Tan showed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, her gaze was entirely elsewhere, resting upon the second young mistress of the Ministry of Revenue. Old Madame Song's brow furrowed, her heart filled with a wave of frustration, nearly betraying her emotions with a distorted expression. Humph. Let Su Tan continue her charade. I shall see how long she can maintain it. This pretentious little wretch. With that thought, a smile deepened on old Madame Song's face, seemingly crafted to provoke Su Tan. She held Lu Qingyin's hand, affectionately advising, Qingyin, for all these years, I have felt indebted to you. Once you marry into the Song family, I shall treat you as my own daughter. Nay, I shall treat you even better than my own daughter. I have always regretted not having a daughter, but now fate has brought you to me. You truly are a blessing sent from heaven. Su Tan's gaze shifted from the second young mistress of the Ministry of Revenue just in time to catch these words. She nearly burst into laughter. The sentiment echoed precisely what was said to her upon her marriage into the Song family. After all these years, old Madame Song had not changed her script at all. At that moment, Su Tan found it utterly amusing.
Liu Yinjing glanced toward Su Tan,
her eyes gleaming with a mix of challenge and shyness, as she softly addressed old Madame Song. Auntie, I have always regarded you as my own mother. I shall surely honor and care for you in the future. With that, she offered a gentle smile to Su Tan, hesitated for a moment, and approached her direction. She looked at Su Tan with a timid expression. Sister Su Tan, I should ideally avoid you to prevent gossip. However, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you. As she spoke, she lifted her skirt and knelt before Su Tan, tears brimming in her eyes. Her voice trembling, Sister Su Tan, when you and Brother Tingchen divorced, you did not leave the prescription for Madame Song's medicine. Madame Song has never been in good health and has relied on your medicine for her condition, though she is better now under my care. The doctor insists she should return to her previous medication. Her tear-filled eyes looked pale. Sister Su Tan, regardless of past grievances between you and Madame Song, I implore you to share the prescription with me. I will ensure that Madame Song receives the proper medication and is no longer tormented by illness. Old Madame Song immediately ordered a servant nearby to assist Lu Qingyin. Qingyin, you need not plead with her. She has always been heartless and short-lived. What good medicine could she possibly provide? She dares to give you the prescription, yet I hesitate to use it, fearing she may poison me. Lu Qingyin's eyes glimmered with mist as she shook her head at Lady Song. Aunt, the doctor's words surely cannot be deceitful. I observe that Sister Su Tan is kind-hearted. She would not wish to see you tormented by illness.
Sister Su Tan,
Consider this a good deed to celebrate my marriage with Brother Song and grant me the prescription. The defiance and mockery in Lu Qingyin's eyes were nearly spilling over. She was well aware of Su Tan's volatile nature. Previously, she had nearly harmed Song Tingchen and had been quite aggressive towards her at the Hugua Temple. This woman could not endure the slightest provocation, let alone Lu Qingyin's taunts. Should Su Tan dare to lay a hand on her? Lu Qingyin had myriad ways to tarnish Su Tan's reputation, ensuring that she would regret it. Lu Qingyin calculated, her eyes brimming with tears, intensifying her fervor. If Brother Tingchen knew that you could resolve past grievances and were willing to provide the prescription, he would surely be delighted. Lu Qingyin fixed her gaze on Su Tan, anticipating a slap across her face. However, to her surprise, Su Tan merely smiled faintly and even raised an eyebrow at Lu Qingyin. Very well. The expression on Lu Qingyin's face instantly froze. Su Tan continued, however, I currently lack writing materials. I must trouble Lady Chen to send for paper and ink. Miss Lu is educated and literate. I shall dictate, and you may write it down. Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened, puzzled by Su Tan's sudden change in demeanor. What was this madwoman plotting today? Lady Chen promptly summoned someone to fetch the writing implements. With no way out, Lu Qingyin gritted her teeth and allowed the servants of the Jianan Marquise to bring the materials. She spread the paper before her, staring at Su Tan. Then please, Sister Su Tan, tell me what ingredients are in your previous prescription. Su Tan's clear voice rang out, listing the names of several expensive herbs, including 1,000-year-old ginseng and deer antler. With each word she spoke, Lu Qingyin's complexion paled further. The gazes of the surrounding guests towards Lu Qingyin and the Song family grew increasingly subtle. These were all valuable ingredients. How generous of Princess Jia. The items themselves were not rare. They could be found eventually. However, consuming them daily would cost nearly 80 taels of silver. If her mother-in-law were kind-hearted, the expenditure could be overlooked, but everyone knew what kind of person Lady Song was. Even if they were unaware before, they had come to understand it now. Lady Song was, in fact, a cantankerous old hag. It was astonishing that Su Tan had previously been so magnanimous, allowing Lady Song to consume her dowry for 5 years. A faint smile adorned Su Tan's face as her gaze fell upon the pallid Lu Qingyin. Miss Lu, I have already provided you with the prescription. You may brew the medicine according to it in the future. After saying this, her attention shifted to Lady Chen. Madam Chen, I kindly request that you send for the house physician to examine Lady Song's pulse and review my prescription. Should there be any discrepancies, it would be best to clarify them at once to avoid future disputes. Her words implied that Lu Qingyin would eventually cause Lady Song's demise. Intending to frame Su Tan as the culprit by claiming her prescription was flawed, Lu Qingyin nearly spat blood, fixating on the prescription. She had never anticipated that today's events would backfire on her. How could Su Tan possibly be willing to spend so much silver on Lady Song? The house physician of the Jianan Marquise arrived promptly. He examined Lady Song's pulse and meticulously reviewed Su Tan's prescription. Soon, a broad smile spread across his face as he praised the prescription, stating it was tailor-made for Lady Song as condition. Externally, Lady Song appeared healthy, but internally, she was severely deficient. If she did not start proper recuperation soon. The physician shook his head. Lady Song had always been weak. It was only with the help of this prescription that she had managed to recover. Otherwise, she might not have survived these past 8 years. Su Tan had been married to Song Tingchen for 5 years, and they had been divorced for 3. Counting carefully, indeed, 8 years had already passed. Lady Song's complexion fluctuated between green and white. I believe you are a quack. Leave. I do not require your services. Chapter 79. What bride price? My health is perfectly fine. I do not need her prescription. The accusation of incompetence implied that her survival thus far depended entirely on Su Tan.
Bah.
Her son was the general of the northern frontier. She was immensely fortunate. Even without Su Tan, her ailments would have healed on their own. It was merely that Su Tan had taken advantage of her son and now twisted the narrative to make it seem as though they owed Su Tan something. Utter nonsense. Su Tan had anticipated Lady Song's reaction. Her gaze rested on Lady Song, who was shrouded in a faint aura of death. Lady Song did not have much time left. If she were to manage her health properly, she could last another 3 years at most. But if she continued to erupt in anger as she did now, the outcome was predictable. The physician, taken aback by Lady Song's obstinacy, scoffed, offering no courtesy. Whether you choose to heed the physician or not is your prerogative. But if I believe this prescription is the only remedy suitable for your condition, then no one in the capital could provide a better one.
Oh.
Should you manage to summon the renowned forgetting worry physician, perhaps there might be a chance for a different outcome. But that physician is elusive. Their identity remains unknown. Over the years, no one has discerned whether they are male or female. Each time the forgetting worry physician appears, they don a mask. Today they may dress as a man, tomorrow as a woman, one day as a youth, the next as an elder. To this day, their true identity remains a mystery. Even the princess of Zhaoyang, suffering from severe illness, and the crown princess during childbirth, could not summon the forgetting worry physician. What significance does the Song family hold? You. Lady Song's face turned an ashen shade, trembling as she pointed at the physician, repeatedly uttering you. Some onlookers, reveling in the drama, cast knowing, mocking glances at her. Madam, at your age, do take care not to let your temper flare. The physician from the Jianan Marquis is undoubtedly more skilled than the doctors from the Northern Frontier General's household. You should at least listen to him. After all, Miss Lu has declared she regards you as a mother. Surely she would not begrudge you the finest medicine? Lu Qingyin's face stiffened. Her concealed hands gripped tightly. And after a moment, she managed a forced smile. Of course not. Lu Qingyin felt her heart bleed. She nearly broke a nail, thinking any amount spent on Lady Song's health was worthwhile as long as she could recover. However, the question remained, was this prescription genuinely suitable for Lady Song? One could not rely solely on the physician's word. Upon hearing this, someone chimed in with a teasing tone. Miss Lu is indeed meticulous. It is only prudent to compare options, especially when it comes to seeking medical help. Fortunately, everyone recognized Miss Lu's attentiveness. Otherwise, one might misunderstand her as being reluctant to spend.
How could that be?
At this moment, Su Tan raised an eyebrow, her voice crisp and her demeanor unexpectedly gentle. Miss Lu is not that kind of person. Moreover, Lady Song has long awaited the day when she could welcome Miss Lu into her family. Surely the bride price would not be lacking. Miss Lu possesses her own dowry, and I believe she will not be frugal with her wealth. Naturally, old Madame Song shares the same sentiment. The betrothal gifts she presents will certainly not shortchange Miss Lu. However, upon the mention of betrothal gifts, the expressions of those present grew peculiar. This was not without reason. When Su Tan married into the Song family, Song Tingchen was utterly destitute, unable to afford even a meal, let alone any betrothal gifts. Su Tan's marriage was, in essence, a form of charity. In those days, many derided her for this situation. But Su Tan maintained that the essence of life was not about such trivialities, whether it was her own money or Song Tingchen's. It ultimately served the greater good of the entire Song family. Yet, this did not obscure the fact that Song Tingchen wed her without spending a single coin. Upon hearing the term betrothal gifts, old Madame Song's expression stiffened. What betrothal gifts? When Tingchen married Su Tan, not a penny was spent, and Su Tan even brought her own dowry into the household. For Lu Qingyin, old Madame Song did not expect her to bring as substantial a dowry as Su Tan's, given that Lu Qingyin's status was ultimately inferior to Su Tan's, and her financial means were limited. However, the notion of betrothal gifts? Old Madame Song's countenance turned dark. Lu Qingyin nearly fractured her own nails in anxiety, her eyes brimming with tears. If she were to marry Song Tingchen without any betrothal gifts, would she not become the subject of ridicule? Even she, despite her naivety, understood the necessity of betrothal gifts. Their absence would invite disdain. Yet, observing old Madame Song's demeanor, Lu Qingyin stifled the ache in her heart and forced a smile, remarking to old Madame Song, "Aunt, I do not desire any betrothal gifts. They are mere formalities. I only wish to live well with you all." This statement was remarkably similar to what Su Tan had once said. Ideally, if old Madame Song were perceptive and considerate upon hearing Lu Qingyin's words, she would have, if only to counter Su Tan, assured her that Lu Qingyin would not be treated poorly. Yet, instead, old Madame Song's face broke into a smile. "Qingyin, I knew you were sensible. You are unlike others. Life is indeed ours to live. What do betrothal gifts matter? They are truly inconsequential." Chapter 80, Abandonment. Lu Qingyin's expression froze. Her intention was to use old Madame Song's words to chastise Su Tan, to convey that marrying her would not be as parsimonious as it had been with Su Tan. But now, it seemed old Madame Song genuinely intended not to offer her any betrothal gifts. Lu Qingyin's face darkened, nearly causing her to faint. The guests at the Jianan Marquis could hardly believe that after all these years, old Madame Song still exhibited such a petty demeanor. To marry a wife without even a token betrothal gift? In the past, it was understandable due to the Song family's abject poverty. But now that Song Tingchen had risen to the rank of general, how could old Madame Song still be so miserly? Even the well-acquainted ladies were taken aback by old Madame Song's shamelessness. Perhaps each locale has its own customs. Nevertheless, life is ultimately lived for oneself and chosen by oneself. Since both old Madame Song and Miss Lu appeared satisfied, it was a positive development. After all, this matter does not concern us outsiders. What matters is that both old Madame Song and Miss Lu are pleased. Thus, congratulations were extended in advance for General Song and Miss Lu's harmonious union. The ladies strained their minds to conjure congratulatory phrases. Yet, Lu Qingyin found it impossible to smile. She was aware of old Madame Song's stinginess, but she never imagined it would descend to such depths. Though she hailed from a merchant background, and her status was not prominent, she had never heard of a family that would refuse to give even the slightest betrothal gift to a bride. Lu Qingyin's vision blurred, and for the first time, she contemplated retreat. With such a miserly old woman, could she truly obtain everything she desired in the general's residence? Resolutely, Lu Qingyin bit her lip and thought. Considering that old Madame Song's health was failing, and she likely had few years left, if she could secure her marriage with Song Tingchen and bear a son or daughter soon, she would have nothing to fear. Determined, she revealed a demure and gentle smile. I seek nothing else. For someone like me, marrying into the Song family is already a blessing from a past life. I shall strive to be as virtuous and dutiful as the second young mistress of the Yu family, caring for my mother-in-law and husband. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present grew even more peculiar. The second young mistress of the Yu family, Ji Rong, was indeed famed for her virtue.
Yet,
it was perhaps best not to mention her husband. Just recently, Ji Rong's husband had been cavorting with courtesans, extravagantly spending to redeem one and bring her into his home, showering her with gold and silver, ignoring his legitimate wife entirely. How pitiful! Upon hearing her name mentioned, Ji Rong smiled kindly at Lu Qingyin, her tone still gentle. I merely fulfill my duties. That is my obligation. Lu Qingyin lowered her gaze, non-committal. As a wife, caring for her husband and being filial to her in-laws was indeed expected. However, achieving the level of Ji Rong was something Lu Qingyin secretly looked down upon.
yet,
She maintained a placid smile, as if she harbored no sharp edges. I am still young, and do not understand many things. I hope to learn more from Sister Ji. Please do not think me foolish or ignorant. Initially, she referred to her as second young mistress, but now she casually called Ji Rong sister. Ji Rong did not mind, continuing to smile warmly, her demeanor pleasant to all. Indeed, Miss Lu is naive and pure. I find that quite endearing. Lu Qingyin blushed, her cheeks tinged with a rosy glow. The guests exchanged bemused glances at Ji Rong's words. Miss Lu, naive and pure? Were they experiencing auditory hallucinations? Or had Ji Rong lost her mind? They looked at one another, some daring to cast sidelong glances at Su Tan's expression.
su tan rimando impassive.
Her gaze momentarily pausing on Ji Rong before swiftly moving away. Throughout the banquet, she did not exhibit any of the unusual reactions old Madame Song had hoped for. By the end, old Madame Song appeared to be the one incensed, though it was unclear what had provoked her ire. As Su Tan departed the Jianan Marquette, she fortuitously encountered Song Tingchen. His gaze fixated on her, having learned of her reactions at the ladies' table. He scrutinized Su Tan, his brow furrowed deeply, and spoke deliberately. I am to be married. Su Tan met his gaze, a hint of confusion crossing her face. I know. You know? Song Tingchen found it absurd, his jaw clenched tightly, his expression darkening as he stared intently at her. Is that all you wish to say?
Su Tan felt perplexed.
As the number of souls guided to the netherworld increased, her own abilities surged, and in the presence of Song Tingchen and the Song family, she felt increasingly unfazed. What was she supposed to say? Or rather, what did Song Tingchen wish her to say? Shaking her head, she replied, Then allow me to extend my early congratulations on your upcoming nuptials. After all, she had already offered her blessings. If Song Tingchen were to continue pursuing her, it would serve no purpose. You should congratulate me. Song Tingchen fixed his gaze upon her, suddenly bursting into laughter. After all, you abandoned your husband and child for 3 years. How could you possibly fathom the hardships Xiao Xiao endured during that time? Now that Qingyin is caring for him, you can more easily relinquish this burden, can't you? Su Tan found the situation amusing. She quietly observed Song Tingchen and then smiled. To me, Song Xiao Xiao is merely a stranger. He hardly qualifies as a burden. There is no need for you to mention him before me. I have long considered him non-existent. Whom he chooses to recognize as a mother, whether he is good or bad, is of no concern to me. She no longer owed anything to Song Xiaoxiao. The ties of fate in this world cannot be forced. Moreover, my only child is Changle. Song Tingchen stared at Su Tan, bewildered. He had never encountered someone as cold-hearted as her, willing to forsake even her own flesh and blood. Su Tan, do you truly have a heart? If she did, she would not utter such cruel words. Had she considered how much this might hurt Song Xiaoxiao if he were to find out? Su Tan, with an expression devoid of emotion, slightly curled her lips, her gaze casually resting on Song Tingchen's face. What? Is it heartless not to continue sacrificing for your Song family? She understood that, in Song Tingchen's eyes, a mother should naturally give everything for her child. Therefore, even if Song Xiaoxiao was deemed unfilial by others, she should overlook it, considering his youth. She ought to use her love to influence Song Xiaoxiao, to make him see the goodness in his biological mother.
But why should she?
Song Tingchen, I am not afraid to tell you today that neither now nor in the future will I halt my own progress for the sake of Song Xiaoxiao. I will forsake whoever hinders me. She had already embarked on a path of emotional detachment. It would be absurd to cling to whether Song Xiaoxiao recognizes her as his mother. Song Tingchen quietly regarded her. Indeed, whoever binds her, she will abandon. Whoever displeases her,
she will also forsake.
She effortlessly cast aside Xiaoxiao, just as she had easily relinquished herself. He looked at Su Tan coldly. I will remain with Qingyin, Su Tan. For Xiaoxiao, not having you as his biological mother is a blessing. Chapter 81. Mother indeed. Su Tan was not angered by Song Tingchen's words. She continued to gaze at him quietly. The wife chosen by General Song is also the mother selected for Song Xiaoxiao. As long as both you and your son are satisfied, it matters not what others say. She had previously warned Song Tingchen that Lu Qingyin was his father's murderer. Yet he did not believe her. There was no need for her to produce evidence to substantiate her claims. After all, it was the Song family that would face ruin in the future, not her. Perhaps the world would label her as heartless and unfeeling. Setting aside her 5 years of marriage with Song Tingchen, Song Xiaoxiao was indeed a piece of flesh from her. For his sake, she should have driven Lu Qingyin away. Unfortunately, Su Tan had truly embraced a path of emotional detachment and was indeed as cold as the world claimed. Therefore, what concern did she have for whether Xiaoxiao lived or died? If she were to constantly second-guess herself and be soft-hearted, then she would not have burned down the entire General's residence in her dreams, burying everyone, including Song Xiaoxiao, alongside her beloved Changlo. When she said that she had only Changlo as her child, it was no lie. This assertion meant that even if Song Xiaoxiao were to perish, she would not care. Words were futile, the weather was rather chilly, and standing outside talking to Song Tingchen was simply a waste of time. Su Tan turned and walked away. With this time, she might as well draw a few more talismans. Before long, another business opportunity would present itself. Song Tingchen stood silently, watching Su Tan's silhouette for quite a while. After a moment, he ultimately turned away, expressionless. He should not harbor any expectations of Su Tan. She was inherently a heartless and unfeeling person, indifferent to the lives of others. Thus, he returned to the Song residence. As soon as he entered, Song Xiaoxiao rushed toward him with a bright smile. The school was currently on an extended break, and he would not return until after the Lantern Festival. Father. Song Xiaoxiao beamed at him. Recently, due to Song Tingchen's strict prohibition on sweets, he had lost quite a bit of weight, appearing much more spirited than his previously round and chubby self. Song Tingchen's eyes deepened as he reached out to ruffle Song Xiaoxiao's hair. What has gotten into you today? Why are you so cheerful? Previously, when Song Xiaoxiao rushed toward him, it was usually in tears. Such moments of laughter were rare. Because father is marrying Aunt Qing. Song Xiaoxiao was genuinely delighted. Now that you're marrying Aunt Qing, I will be a child with a mother. No one will say I am an unwanted wild child anymore. Humph. That wicked woman won't have the chance to regret it now. After all, both I and grandmother will support Aunt Qing. Aunt Qing is beautiful and gentle, and she buys me delicious food. She is my favorite mother in my dreams. However, as Song Xiaoxiao thought of Lu Qingyin, who sat in front of him, wiping tears over the lack of a betrothal gift, he initially wanted to stand up for Lu Qingyin. But upon reflecting on the family's current financial strain, he realized that if all the money went to Aunt Qing, He would not be able to ask his father for money to buy what he desired. With that thought, Song Xiaoxiao lowered his head, ultimately choosing not to voice his concerns to Song Tingchen. After all, Aunt Qing and they were family. Whether there was a betrothal gift or not was inconsequential. Father will earn money, and in the future, all of his salary will go to Aunt Qing. Aunt Qing certainly wouldn't mind the absence of a betrothal gift, and they wouldn't hold her lowly origins against her either. With this realization, Song Xiaoxiao felt that his reasoning was entirely sound. He had initially intended to support Lu Qingyin, but having abandoned that notion, he had nothing further to discuss with Song Tingchen. He turned and ran off. Father,
I'm going to see Aunt Qing.
Song Tingchen pressed his fingers to his temples. He had long stated that Qingyin was more suited to be a mother than Su Tan. Now, it was evident. Upon learning of his impending marriage to Qingyin, Xiaoxiao was genuinely thrilled. Song Xiaoxiao dashed into Lu Qingyin's courtyard, nearly knocking her over. Lu Qingyin's brow twitched irritably. Xiaoxiao, steady yourself. You're older now. Be careful not to fall. She suppressed her impatience and attempted to maintain a gentle demeanor. Song Xiaoxiao shook his head. Do not worry, Aunt Qing. I won't fall. By the way, can I now call you mother? Lu Qingyin initially intended to refuse but reconsidered and smiled. Of course, you can. I've long wanted to hear you call me mother. But Xiaoxiao, you must tell Aunt Qing sincerely. Do you truly like Aunt Qing? Do you really want to call her mother? Song Xiaoxiao tilted his head, puzzled by Lu Qingyin's question. Of course, that's true. Can it be anything but? Yes. Mother, I like you. I don't like that wicked woman. She is no good at all. You are wonderful. Su Tan only bullied him, forcing him to do things he disliked, while in Aunt Qing's eyes, he was the best child in the world. Lu Qingyin smiled radiantly. Mother also likes Xiaoxiao very much. But Xiaoxiao, if mother has no money in the future, will you mind? After all, it was Su Tan who had been cast out for lacking money and receiving disdain from the Song family. Song Xiaoxiao's eyes twinkled. Mother, are you talking about the betrothal gift? I have inquired with my father, who assured me that our lives are meant for ourselves, and there is no need for any betrothal gifts. He also mentioned that all his wealth will be yours, so you need not worry about such matters. In Chapter 82, Lady Song dreams of being chased by a ghost. Lu Qinyin gazes intently at Song Xiao, concealing a malevolent glint in her eyes. Her tone is neither cold nor warm. Are you certain your father said that? Song Xiao scratches his head. At 4 years old, he had mastered the art of deceit. And now at 7, he can spin tall tales without so much as a blink. Indeed, that is what my father said. When that wicked woman was in charge, he also gave all his money to her. With you as my mother, it would naturally be the same. He understands that this is referred to as a salary. Lu Qingyin lowers her head, realizing that Song Tingchen has no intention of providing her with a betrothal gift. Is that so?
Huh.
She cannot believe that the events at the banquet have not reached Song Tingchen's ears. Yet, upon returning home, he did not send anyone to speak to her about the betrothal gift, indicating that he has no desire to offer her anything at all. How ridiculous. Can Song Tingchen's salary alone sustain the expenses of the Song family? Is it true that a dignified general of the North must rely on her money to support his household? Lu Qingyin's fingers dig deep into her palms. Some matters cannot be retracted. Repeated concessions will only lead one into a dead end. Did not Su Tan receive nothing at all? She even married into the Song family with a grand bridal procession, but what did she gain in return? Once Su Tan lost her wealth, did they not swiftly cast her out? With a dark expression, Lu Qingyin resolves to become the general's wife, yet she refuses to follow in Su Tan's footsteps. At night, Lu Qingyin, cloaked in black, stealthily exits the Song family's back door and hands a bundle of silver to a person across from her. Are you certain that placing this under that old woman's pillow will compel her to provide me with a betrothal gift? The person across from her chuckles, their laughter reminiscent of a cat's wail at night, sending a chill down Lu Qingyin's spine. Rest assured, this silver will not be in vain. Finally reassured, Lu Qingyin accepts the red talisman from the other person. She cannot discern what is depicted on it or its true meaning, but upon touching it, she feels an icy chill, akin to the skin of a serpent. Hastily, she stows it into her sachet and returns. Lu Qingyin moves freely within the Song household, entering the old matriarch's chamber without a hint of restraint. Under the pretense of serving Lady Song her medicine, she effortlessly slips the red talisman beneath the matriarch's pillow when no one is watching. In that instant, the talisman dissipates like grains of sand. Lu Qingyin lowers her gaze. concealing the astonishment in her eyes. A foreboding sense arises within her, yet having come this far, it is too late to turn back. To ensure her plan, she casts her eyes upon a delicate wooden carving displayed in the old matriarch's room. What is this? She feigns ignorance regarding the creator of the carving. Smiling as she comments, this carving is quite exquisite. I did not expect Anne to like it. Upon seeing the carving, Lady Song's brow furrows in displeasure, insisting it be discarded. This item had originally been carved by Su Tan using rosewood. Being small, it took up little space and went unnoticed, which is why Lady Song had overlooked it. Now, prompted by Lu Qingyin, she wished to incinerate both the carving and its creator. Observing Lady Song's rising ire, Lu Qingyin quickly placates her, gently reassuring, "Do not be upset, Aunt. I shall dispose of this immediately. If it bothers you, it's best to burn it. You must take care of your health." A smile returns to Lady Song's face. "Qingyin, how thoughtful you are. This carving was done by Su Tan, a worthless trinket. Just burn it. I've been ill for the past 2 years, and I suspect that little wretch has placed a curse upon this carving. It's best to remove it far from me." Lu Qingyin had awaited this very remark. After departing from Lady Song's chamber, she maintains a stoic expression as she casually tosses the carving into the charcoal pit. Flames ignite, consuming the carving piece by piece until nothing remains. At midnight, Lady Song unexpectedly plunges into a nightmare. In her dream, she is relentlessly pursued by bloodied figures. One man, with a gaping wound in his chest, grips her throat with a monstrous visage. "Who permits you to bully my daughter? I sacrificed my life to save your son, and you repay me by mistreating my daughter? It was one thing to live in your Song family without acknowledgement, but now that she is to be married, you cannot even spare a betrothal gift? I shall slay you, ungrateful wretches." The man, surrounded by a dark aura, tightens his grip on Lady Song's neck, and her eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. She realizes these figures have come to demand justice for Lu Qingyin. Trembling, Lady Song struggles to speak, vowing she will indeed provide Lu Qingyin with a betrothal gift, promising not to deceive them again, which slightly eases the man's grip. Without hesitation, Lady Song begins to weep, fervently apologizing and assuring that the betrothal gift will be ample. The man gazes intently at Lady Song, a sinister expression forming on his face. "It is imperative that you do so. Otherwise," Lady Song shivers. "Fear not. My words are sincere." The man smirks ominously, retracting his hand. His chilling words pierce Lady Song's ears, making her tremble with each syllable. "To marry my daughter, the betrothal gift must be at least 10,000 taels of silver. Do you understand? 10,000. Lady Song's vision darkens, and she nearly faints, her face awash with sorrowful tears. "But that little wretch Su Tan nearly emptied the entire general's estate. We cannot possibly gather 10,000 taels." The man's expression darkens, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "If that is the case, then you shall perish." He lunges forward, seemingly intent on strangling Lady Song. She immediately kneels, pleading, "I will gather the funds. I shall do it at once. Great One, please do not be angry. I truly understand my mistake. I will not provoke your wrath. Even if I must sell everything I own, I will ensure the 10,000 taels for Qingyin." The man finally retracts his hand, fixing a heavy gaze upon Lady Song, his eyes akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. "I shall keep watch over you. Should you dare to mistreat Qingyin, I will ensure your demise." Lady Song trembles. "That will not happen. I promise to treat Qingyin as my own daughter." After repeatedly assuring him, the man briefly twists his lips into a semblance of a smile before turning to leave. Awakening suddenly, Lady Song sits upright, cold sweat pouring down her body, her complexion ashen, as if she has aged a decade in an instant. The maids and attendants nearby are on the verge of tears. "Madam, you have finally awakened." Lady Song mechanically raises her hand, turning her face to glance at a maid beside her. "How long have I been asleep?" The maid replies, her voice trembling. 3 days. "You have been in a coma for a full 3 days." The general summoned the imperial physician, yet nothing seemed to help. "We feared you were possessed." Lady Song gasps for breath, still feeling the icy sensation, as if enveloped by frigid lake waters. "Where is the general? I have something important to discuss with Tincturn." The attending maid exchanges glances with others before finally saying, "The general has gone to the Duke of Dinggua's residence." Madame Song's expression suddenly turned cold, and she sternly inquired, "What business does he have at the Duke of Dinggua's residence?" In chapter 83, Song Tingchen was doused with foot-washing water. The maid immediately knelt down. "Madam, you have been in a deep slumber for the past few days, repeatedly murmuring for mercy, confessing your mistakes, and promising not to repeat them. The general suspects that you have been ensnared by some malevolent force. Seeing that you have not awakened today, he disregarded everything and went to the Duke of Dingwa's residence to summon Lady Su Tan and Princess Jiai to exorcise the evil spirit." Madame Song's brows furrowed, and she was about to scold Song Tingchen for his absurdity when her expression suddenly froze. Indeed, she could have Su Tan drive away that evil spirit. She was aware that Su Tan had been playing hard to get, hoping to marry into the Northern General's household once more. If Su Tan were willing to rid her of the ghost that tormented her in dreams, she would graciously acquiesce to Song Tingchen's desire to take Su Tan as a concubine. Yes, a concubine. Song Tingchen was now a favored figure before the emperor. And Su Tan was hardly worthy. With that foul temper, she would be lucky to be a concubine. This thought brought a proud smirk to Madame Song's withered visage. Humph. She would wait for Su Tan to come and bow her head in apology. She was also eager for Su Tan to eliminate that ghost. Madame Song understood that the ghost demanding a betrothal gift in her dreams was undoubtedly the parents of Lu Qingyin. Yet, Lu Qingyin herself had declared that she did not want her parents meddling in her affairs. How dare they demand such an outrageous sum of 10,000 taels? Preposterous. She would never comply. Madame Song had always been miserly. Initially, she had contemplated ways to gather the 10,000 taels for Lu Qingyin, fearing for her own life. However, upon learning that Song Tingchen might summon Su Tan to banish the ghosts, she was no longer inclined to part with a single coin for Lu Qingyin. Not only was she unwilling to give Lu Qingyin any silver, but she also harbored resentment towards Lu Qingyin's meddling parents, which led her to feel quite critical of Lu Qingyin herself. Madame Song felt an overwhelming heaviness in her body. She had intended to take a stroll to clear her mind, but her body felt too burdensome. She reclined once more and instructed the maidservant in attendance. "If that Su arrives later, tell her I am resting and let her wait for at least half an hour before allowing her in." The maids exchanged glances, thinking that Su Tan would surely be displeased. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, only murmuring an obedient yes. At the Duke of Dingwa's residence, Song Tingchen and Song Shao had just arrived when a basin of icy, foul-smelling water was splashed upon them. Song Tingchen quickly shielded his son, but he himself was not spared, with most of his shoulders soaked. The servant who had splashed the water hurriedly apologized. "Ah, General Song, I am truly sorry. I was merely attempting to dispose of this water, and did not see you." The servant was genuinely terrified, exclaiming, "I would never dare to intentionally splash such filthy water on you. I truly did not see you two passing through." Song Tingchen cast a cold glance at him, fully aware that such a brazen act could only be instigated by someone else. He had no time to argue. With a stony expression, he demanded, "Bring Su Tan out." His mother's condition was urgent, and he needed someone to exorcise the evil spirit without wasting time on trivial matters. The servant revealed a peculiar smile. "Unfortunately, our young lady has left the city today. As you know, she possesses significant skills, and many have sought her counsel recently. She may not return for at least half a month." Song Tingchen's expression turned icy. "What a coincidence that she is absent just when I arrive. Are you truly willing to remain silent about this? Inform Su Tan that my mother is gravely ill and requires her presence. You may choose to conceal this, but the consequences will rest upon you." The servant hesitated for a moment. Their young lady had indeed instructed them to dismiss any inquiries from the Song family, but she also mentioned that if someone were to die, they should inform her. This illness did not qualify as death, so should he notify her or not? A few servants exchanged uncertain glances. Song Tingchen and Song Shao pressed forward, declaring, "Whatever happens, I shall take responsibility." As his words fell, they collided with Su Tan, who was just about to leave with Cui Wan. Su Tan frowned, sensing a stroke of bad luck. "What do you want again?" In chapter 84, Forgetting Even to Cry, Song Tingchen frowned and reached for Su Tan's wrist. Instantly, her eyes turned cold, and she stepped back, swinging a whip towards him. Song Tingchen deftly dodged, avoiding her strike. Su Tan glared at him with distaste. "General Song, do you not realize how unlucky you are? You approach me uninvited. As if the last sword thrust into your heart was not painful enough? I find your presence distasteful. Could you refrain from appearing before me?" After stating her disdain, Her gaze shifted to Song Xiao, who stood beside his father. And you too. Song Xiao, momentarily stunned, felt his face pale. A flicker of resentment arose within him as he glared at Su Tan, his voice laced with anger. Do you think I want to be here? You are an old, ugly woman, far inferior to Aunt Qing. I detest you. Seeing you is vexing. Song Xiao knew how to pierce Su Tan's heart. In the past, her kindness towards him would leave her disheartened by his careless remarks. Yet now, Su Tan remained unfazed by his words. After a brief moment, Su Tan scoffed lightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. You look down on me so much, yet here you are at the Duke of Dinggua's residence. It seems the Song family is facing a significant dilemma that you and your father cannot resolve, and even dear Aunt Qing is of no help. It appears you are far less capable than I had imagined. Her dismissive words drained the color from Song Zhao's face. He stared at her in disbelief, shocked that this so-called bad woman would dare to call him useless. His body trembled slightly, and his defiant gaze suddenly glistened with unshed tears. How could Su Tan, who once praised him as the strongest, now accuse him of being incapable? Song Tingchen suddenly emanated an aura of coldness, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Su Tan, his words laced with frost.
Sultan.
Xiao Xiao is still a child. Whatever grievances you hold, you should not unleash them upon him.
Sultan, however.
Wore an expression of indifference. A child? Is he a child who remains unmoved by the death of his own sister? What right does he have to be so heartless and cold-blooded? Her eyes swept over Song Tingchen's face, and suddenly, she smiled as if calculating something. I wondered why you would come to the Duke's residence seeking trouble. It turns out your mother has been haunted by nightmares for 3 days. General Song, how amusing you are. When there are matters to attend to, you are as indifferent as the wind, yet when seeking help, you lack even the demeanor of a supplicant. Song Tingchen's face darkened, and without further ado, he attempted to pull her away. After 3 years of separation, he still believed she should serve the Song family with the same dedication as before? How laughable. Song Tingchen, I shall not hesitate to inform you that even if your mother is plagued by nightmares, even if she were on the brink of death, I would not step foot in the Song residence. Su Tan's words were unceremonious, her gaze lingering on Song Tingchen, and she found his ashen complexion both amusing and repugnant. Of course, you could seek the Emperor's favor and obtain a decree to compel me to enter the Song residence. However, I must warn you, I am no longer the person I was when I was tormented to the brink of death. Should you procure that decree, I could indeed rid your mother of her affliction, but what unforeseen calamities may arise thereafter? Are you willing to wager? She regarded Song Tingchen with a smile that concealed a threat. In truth, she should not act in such a manner. For those who practice the path of cultivation would face divine retribution if they harmed others. Why else would she have endured the Song family's disdain for so long? But Song Tingchen remained oblivious. In his eyes, she appeared cruel and unfeeling. Su Tan had no qualms about intensifying her words, ensuring he believed she was capable of any act to vent her grievances. Song Tingchen looked at her in shock, momentarily taken aback. If Su Tan remained adamant in her refusal, he contemplated seeking the decree himself. His mother, while eccentric and difficult, was not a bad person. He could not bear to see her come to harm. Yet, to his dismay, Su Tan clearly discerned the malevolent presence surrounding his mother and stood idly by, even declaring that should he dare to enter the palace to seek a decree, she would ensure his mother met an untimely end. Song Tingchen felt as though he had never truly known Su Tan. Su Tan, how can you remain so coldly observant? Cui Wan, having listened for so long, could no longer restrain herself and unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Song Tingchen. How ridiculous. My junior sister has embraced the path of detachment. Why should she bother with your wretched Song family? Coldly observing?
Ha!
Your mother was destined to perish long ago. If it weren't for my junior sister's foolishness, trading her own fortune and merits to elevate your family, and offering her dowry for your mother's medicine, do you think she would have survived these past 8 years? My junior sister refrains from mentioning these matters because she has severed her ties to the past and sees no need to entangle herself with Song Tingchen further. His guilt, his convoluted feelings of love, are of no concern to her. Yet Cui Wan could not abide Song Tingchen's sense of entitlement, as if Su Tan's refusal to rescue his mother rendered her unforgivable. What do you think you are? It has been 3 years since you parted ways, and you still dare to command my junior sister?
How do you think you came to be?
Were you born with the midwife tearing the skin from your left cheek to affix it to the right? How else could an entire family be so shameless? Then, turning her ire towards Song Xiao, Cui Wan's gaze was filled with unmasked disdain. Your mother's gravest mistake in this life was giving birth to you, the ungrateful wretch. During her pregnancy with Song Xiao, Su Tan suffered immensely, enduring incessant morning sickness until the very moment of delivery. Throughout those 10 months, she experienced insomnia, swollen limbs, and relentless pain. She had thought all women suffered similarly. It was only when she later bore Changla that both she and Cui Wan realized the true nature of a child who genuinely cared for their mother. Unwilling to let her endure suffering during pregnancy, Changla had been so well-behaved and endearing but had not survived, while Song Xiao had grown to a healthy 8 years. The heavens truly lacked discernment, Cui Wan coldly remarked, and her words received no rebuttal from Su Tan. Song Xiao trembled, his face pale, eyes bloodshot, staring blankly at Su Tan like a marionette. Song Tingchen felt an inexplicable suffocation within him. After embracing the path of detachment, one becomes cold and indifferent. Could he truly treat his own son in such a manner? Su Tan harbored resentment towards him for his past intention to marry Qing Yin as a secondary wife. But at that time, he had merely sought to provide Qing Yin with a chance at life. Even if Su Tan felt disillusioned by a few words from Xiao Xiao, she should not allow those around her to speak so cruelly to him. Did Song Tingchen furrow his brow, wondering if Su Tan concealed something from him? Perhaps it was something related to Xiao Xiao. Before he could contemplate further, Su Tan's mocking expression fell upon him. Song Tingchen, in the past, I carved a wooden talisman for warding off evil spirits and placed it in the Song residence. Had your mother treated it with care, even if malevolent entities lingered nearby, she would not have fallen into a deep coma. So, why does she find herself in such a predicament now? Su Tan's tone was unhurried as she inquired. Song Tingchen's expression faltered. Naturally, it was because her belongings had not been treated with the respect they deserved. Su Tan smiled. Song Tingchen, you treat me with such callousness. Unable to even preserve the things I left behind, yet you expect me to be virtuous. Do you not find that laughable? Having said this, she showed no desire for further conversation and turned to depart. Song Xiao, with reddened eyes, displayed a hint of resentment on his fair face, charging towards Su Tan like a young bull. This time, however, Su Tan sidestepped, causing him to stumble and crash against the stone lion at the Duke's residence.
Ah!
Song Zhao's heart-wrenching cries mingled with his sobs, as if he were trying to pierce the heavens. He wept pitiably, as though all the misfortunes of the world had befallen him. Yet, the Su Tan who would have once been deeply affected by his tears, now merely regarded him coldly. She had no intention of summoning someone to carry Song Xiao back to the residence for medical attention. Her gaze fell upon the stone lion stained with blood, contemplating that had she not evaded him, it would be her arm bleeding now. A cold laugh escaped her lips as she walked away, leaving Song Xiao momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, forgetting even to cry. Chapter 85. Does she no longer want me? Woo-woo, father. Song Xiao sobbed, breathless, nearly fainting, his pitiful and helpless form clutching at Song Tingchen's sleeve as if grasping a lifeline, unwilling to let go.
Does she?
The confusion and helplessness in Song Zhao's eyes were palpable. The pain he felt was not merely in his hand but in his heart, as though someone were slicing it open with a rusty pair of scissors, causing him to convulse with each pang. Father, does she no longer want me? She truly does not want me anymore, does she? Unlike the childish petulance of the past, Song Zhao's inquiry was urgent. As if he desperately sought the answer he longed to hear from Song Tingchen. Song Tingchen wiped away the tears from Song Zhao's face. The boy's injuries were serious. Yet no one from the Duke's residence had thought to call for a physician. He understood why. Su Tan, his biological mother, remained indifferent to Song Zhao's suffering. The individuals below seemed indifferent to the pain. Song Tingchen carried Song Xiao to the nearest clinic. The physician examined Song Xiao's injuries, his expression tinged with melancholy, remarking that the young master was grievously hurt and that henceforth, someone must keep watch when he played. Song Tingchen remained silent, merely wiping away the tears of the weeping Song Xiao. In a state of disarray, Song Xiao clung to Song Tingchen's hand, repeatedly asking, Father, does she truly not want me anymore? Is it really true? She wouldn't abandon me, would she? At that moment, Song Xiao resembled a porcelain doll whisked into the air by a tempest, and Song Tingchen felt as though he might shatter at any moment. He offered no response to Song Xiao's queries, his gaze cast downward in silence. Suddenly, Song Xiao broke into loud sobs, as if a piece of his heart had been wrenched away, leaving an aching emptiness. This pain, initially subtle, was accompanied by a tingling itch. Gradually, the suffocating anguish surged over him like a tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. Song Xiao trembled involuntarily, his complexion paling, shifting from quiet weeping to loud cries, nearly fainting from the intensity of his sorrow. Father, answer me. Why are you silent?
Tell me.
Does she truly not want me? Is it really true? Song Xiao cried. Lost and helpless. Why, he pondered, did Su Tan, who once fretted over his every sneeze, now appear so indifferent to his suffering? He even sensed a hint of disdain on her face at that moment. Clutching Song Tingchen's sleeve in desperation, he pleaded softly, Father, please tell me, please. Song Tingchen remained quiet, simply gazing at him. The physician, exhaling a sigh, intervened, General Song, it is not advisable for the young master to cry so. He is still quite young, and should he faint from weeping too much, it could lead to dire consequences. Song Tingchen's gaze fell upon Song Xiao. The physician handed over the medicine, which Song Tingchen accepted, cradling Song Xiao in his arms and sighing, It's all right, Xiao Xiao. Do not cry anymore. Song Xiao did not cease his tears, but merely moderated his sobs. Yet he continued to grasp tightly at Song Tingchen's hand. Father, why won't you tell me? Is it true that she no longer wants me? But he was undeniably Su Tan's only child. How could she forsake him? The books all stated that no mother would ever abandon her child. Song Tingchen gazed at him in silence, then suddenly asked, Xiao Xiao, tell me, why did you run into your mother? When Song Xiao charged toward Su Tan, he showed no restraint. Thus, one of them was bound to be hurt, either Su Tan or Song Xiao. Song Xiao avoided his father's gaze, pouting. Can I do that? She scolded me, allowed others to speak ill of me, made me unhappy. I wanted her to feel a bit of pain too. Children, by nature, harbor grudges, and often act impulsively based on their whims, disregarding the consequences to vent their emotions. Song Tingchen pressed his fingers to his temple, for the first time refraining from comforting Song Xiao. Instead, he regarded him seriously and said, She is your mother. In the past, she cared for you, worried about you. She knew that your actions would hurt her, yet feared that if she avoided you, you would be harmed, so she endured. Song Tingchen had never been a mother, but he had been a child. When he was young, his own mother had treated him in this manner. Others often criticized her, yet she had never wronged him. She had always strived to provide him with her utmost, even when he was a thoughtless child and caused her distress. A mother would never hold a grudge against her child. Thus, Song Tingchen could never comprehend Su Tan. He could not fathom why she was so indifferent to Song Xiao, why she never considered him in her words or actions. Xiao Xiao, you ask me if your mother no longer wants you, and I do not know. But you must remember, from this day forth, you cannot recklessly charge at your mother whenever you are unhappy. Song Tingchen's gaze was complex, his tone laced with a gentle sigh. She will avoid you now. Chapter 86. She no longer wants you nor me. Song Xiao pressed his lips together, remaining silent, tears cascading down his cheeks. After a moment, he spoke with reddened eyes, But father, my hand hurts so much. Truly. Did she not fear that my hand might break? It was clear that things had not always been this way. In the past, Su Tan had granted him every wish, and every tear he shed had caused her great distress. Why had it changed so drastically? Song Tingchen observed his son quietly, wiping away his tears. Knowing that you might hurt yourself by running into her, why did you still do it? Song Xiao met his father's gaze and lowered his head in confusion. Because you wanted her to feel pain, didn't you? Song Xiao was silent, merely continuing to weep. This was indeed true. He desired Su Tan to experience hurt. Why should everyone else suffer while she remained unscathed? He yearned to see her cry. Otherwise, why should only they bear the burden of pain? Song Tingchen sighed, reaching out to pat Song Xiao's head, not questioning whether he understood his misstep, but instead asking, Do you remember how much it hurt? Song Xiao nodded hesitantly. I remember. Song Tingchen wiped the remaining tears from Song Xiao's face. As long as you remember, you will not act so recklessly next time. Xiao Xiao. Remember this. A mother only chooses to endure pain to protect you when she loves you. Song Xiao's complexion paled. Staring blankly at Song Tingchen, tears fell once more. each drop heavy with despair. So she truly does not want me anymore, does she? Song Tingchen gazed at Song Xiao for a long while. Ultimately, he could no longer deceive himself and nodded gravely, offering a bitter smile. Yes, she no longer wants you. Nor me. From this day forth. Song Xiao truly had no mother, and he was also without a wife. Song Xiao's face froze, his gaze vacant as he stared at Song Tingchen. Suddenly overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of panic, he clutched at the hem of Song Tingchen's garment, sobbing, "Father, I want to see that wicked woman. I want to see her. You're lying. I don't believe you. The books say a mother would do anything for her child. How could that wicked woman simply abandon me?" He refused to believe it. Song Tingchen's brows furrowed, a bitter smile escaping him. "Xiao Xiao, why are you so certain that if you seek her out, she will willingly deceive you?" If previously Song Tingchen believed that Su Tan might relinquish something for Song Xiao, even considering the responsibilities of motherhood, he now fully comprehended that after severing her emotions, she would never look back. Whether it be a husband or a child, anything that might disrupt her resolve, she would discard without hesitation. "Xiao Xiao, do not continue to deceive yourself. Remember, from today onward, you no longer have a mother." Song Tingchen looked at Song Xiao. Though his words were harsh, they were necessary. Song Xiao felt a chill seep through him, staring blankly at Song Tingchen, unable to comprehend why, even though his mother was alive, his father insisted that he no longer had a mother. Song Tingchen sighed. "Let us go home. It is too cold outside." This year, the snow fell particularly heavily. Upon returning to the Song residence, Song Tingchen was informed that the old matriarch had awakened. When he visited his mother, he was momentarily taken aback by the current state of the old matriarch of the Song family. In just 3 short days, she had lost a significant amount of weight, dark circles pooled beneath her eyes, and her nearly withered face sagged lifelessly, evoking the image of someone on the brink of death. Song Tingchen grasped the old lady's hand tightly. She glanced behind him, suddenly widening her dim, hollow eyes. "Where is Su Tan? How could that woman not return with you? Was she not compelled to come back and curry favor with me, especially after being ensnared by malevolent forces?" Song Tingchen observed his mother quietly and asked, "Mother, what happened to the wooden carving Su Tan made for you? That carving is meant to ward off evil spirits. Where have you placed it?" The old lady's expression stiffened momentarily as disbelief crept into her voice. Can that wretched wooden carving truly dispel evil? How can she not believe it? Is my son deceiving me? Song Tingchen let out a bitter smile, his gaze settling on her. "You discarded it, did you not?" The old lady, slightly irked by his look, retorted, "Why do you stare at me like that? If I found her creation displeasing, am I not entitled to dispose of it? And why did you not bring her along? Even if you have divorced her, I am ill. She should still come to show her filial piety. If she does not, you should petition the emperor to punish her for unfilial conduct. According to the laws of our dynasty, a daughter-in-law is obligated to honor her parents-in-law. Yet there is no decree stating that post-divorce she must serve her former in-laws like a servant." But the old lady cared not for these nuances. She fundamentally believed that Su Tan should sacrifice everything for her. Song Tingchen's eyes reflected indifference. Sometimes, his mother could align her thoughts with his. However, Su Tan often sensed their intentions long before they spoke. "I would dare to petition. But mother, do not fear that Su Tan might unleash a few malevolent spirits to bring about your untimely demise?" The old lady was momentarily stunned, recalling the scenes from her dreams. She shivered but resolutely clenched her teeth, refusing to back down. "She dares." Song Tingchen's expression turned frosty. "What is there that she would not dare? She has long since cultivated a heart devoid of compassion. Anyone who obstructs her path will find themselves discarded without hesitation. Su Tan even dared to scheme against the Duke of Yu. Now, he is plagued with horrific sores, reeking of a ghastly stench, neither fully alive nor dead." The Zhao family was also driven to ruin by her words. "Mother, if you wish to live, you should maintain your distance from her. Do not mention Su Tan in my presence again. You urged me to marry Qingyin, and I have acquiesced. If any troubles arise and you invoke Su Tan's name, it will weigh heavily on Qingyin's heart." The old lady instinctively retorted, "Qingyin would never do that. Her disposition is gentle. She would not be like Su Tan, as hard and foul as a stone in a cesspit." Yet, recalling her dream where she nearly faced death at the hands of Lu Qingyin's parents, she trembled with fear. "Tingchen, I have had a nightmare these past 3 days." The old lady recounted her dream in fragmented sentences. Song Tingchen remained silent for a moment before stating, Qingyin marrying me is already a burden. I will find a way to gather the promised dowry of 10,000 taels for her. The old lady immediately grew frantic. You are mad. Where would the general's residence find such spare funds now? She would never touch her own savings. Those were meant for her old age. Song Tingchen understood her thoughts, feeling both weary and helpless. Do not worry, mother. I will not burden you with this expenditure. I will borrow from my colleagues. It can surely be managed. Since you have urged me to marry Qingyin, I should not let her suffer. The old lady's throat tightened, unable to refrain from saying, How is she suffering? She is merely a merchant's daughter. To marry my son is already a stroke of great fortune. Was Su Ten not a daughter of a duke and still did not have a dowry? Song Tingchen cast a glance at her, wondering if she truly did not have enough gossip to ponder. The old lady had no choice but to silence herself, feeling inexplicably stifled. Ultimately, Song Tingchen borrowed the funds for Lu Qingyin and even had a close colleague recognize her as a sister, ensuring she had a place to marry into. Fearing complications, they hastily chose a date, leaving many arrangements poorly prepared. The old lady, valuing her reputation, insisted on a grand ceremony, which only increased the financial burden. She remained miserly. And now the Song family truly depended on Lu Qingyin's dowry for their livelihood. On the wedding day, many colleagues attended, offering continuous congratulations. Yet Lu Qingyin sensed, perhaps due to her own intuition, a hint of mockery interwoven with those well-wishes, as if they were merely spectators to a spectacle. She waited in the bridal chamber, veiled in red, for what felt like an eternity, until the candles were nearly burned out, yet Song Tingchen's figure never appeared. Eventually, someone from Song Tingchen's side came to report, Madam, the general has drunk too much and is resting in the study. Lu Qingyin's complexion instantly drained of color. Chapter 87. Alone in the empty chamber, Lu Qingyin abruptly lifted her veil, fixing a penetrating gaze on the maid before her. What did you say? The maid sighed, explaining. The general was overly joyous today and drank excessively. Fearing it would frighten you, he chose to rest in the study. Do not be upset, madam. There are many days ahead. Lu Qingyin's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her heart heavy with grievance, filled with resentment. Yes, there were many days ahead. But this was their first night of marriage, and Song Tingchen chose to humiliate her in such a manner? Biting her lip, she forced a smile, declaring, My husband is in the study. I cannot rest easy. Swear, help me remove my hairpin. I shall go tend to him. What if he catches a chill in this frigid weather? The maid's expression suddenly changed, her smile stiffening. After a moment, she replied, The general is robust. He will not catch cold. He has endured hardships in the military after all. Madam, please rest. The general cares for you and sent me to urge you to rest early. If he learns you are awake all night to care for him, he will surely reprimand me. Lu Qingyin's fingers clenched tightly into her palms, yet she refrained from revealing her emotions, simply responding, I understand. Thank you for your trouble, maid.
Swear, they won't have.
As the maid accepted her reward and left, she seemed to exhale a breath of relief. Lu Qingyin's countenance darkened. Once the maid departed, she hurled her veil to the ground in frustration. Swear, go find out if the general is truly in the study. Swear complied, returning with a particularly grim expression. Miss, the master is not in the study. I discreetly inquired, and he. Swear hesitated, unable to continue. Lu Qingyin's eyes narrowed dangerously.
Speak.
Do not hesitate.
Swear.
Filled with sympathy for her mistress, resignedly said the master. He is staying at Heartless Courtyard. Lu Qingyin's face fell, twisting into an expression of utter disbelief, as if something had exploded in her ears. She sat down on the bed, dazed. Heartless Courtyard. That was the residence Su Tan had once occupied. Today marked her joyous union with Song Tingchen, and instead of being by her side, he chose to go to that ominous place. Very well. Song Tingchen was truly something. Seeing Lu Qingyin in such despair, Shuer couldn't help but shed tears. Miss, please do not be disheartened. There are many days ahead. And considering that there are still ties between the master and that Su Tan, it is understandable he may not have moved on yet. Even if you feel anger, do not let it harm your own health.
Su er genuinely cared for Lu Qingyin.
The young lady of the household, having lost her mother at a tender age and later her father, finally encountered the esteemed General Song Tingchen. After enduring much, she awaited the moment of separation between Song Tingchen and Su Tan. Yet, Song Tingchen remained infatuated, unable to forget Su Tan. Lu Qingyin's expression gradually darkened.
Indeed.
The bond between Song Tingchen and Su Tan persisted, embodied in the presence of Song Xiao. As long as Song Xiao existed, the connection between Song Tingchen and Su Tan would remain tangled and unbreakable, unless, of course, Song Xiao were to perish or become utterly incapacitated. Lu Qingyin lowered her gaze and murmured, "Song Tingchen, I had no intention of being so ruthless, but you have forced my hand." She then raised her eyes, settling her gaze on Shuer, instructing her to prepare a pastry and discreetly deliver it to Song Xiao's room. Today was a day of celebration, and Song Xiao was permitted to indulge in a piece of candy, albeit just one. Though the child did not voice his grievances, he felt considerable resentment within. Shuer nodded in compliance, assuring her, "Yes, Mississippi." When the pastries arrived in Song Xiao's chamber, his eyes sparkled with delight. Surely, his mother had not forgotten him and felt for him, knowing he had not eaten his fill today. He had long craved these delicacies, yet could only savor one piece, which left him feeling quite aggrieved. Shuer, though internally dismissive, maintained a gentle smile, encouraging the young master to enjoy the treat. "Madam instructed me to deliver this discreetly. She cares for you, you need not worry. I shall continue to bring you treats in secret, but remember, do not speak of this to anyone." Song Xiao solemnly nodded, promising, "Rest assured, Sister Shuer, I shall not." Shuer then affectionately ruffled Song Xiao's hair, saying, "You are such a good boy. The night is deep. I must return. Take care of yourself." Upon returning to Tingfeng Pavilion, Shuer washed her hands with disdain, feeling stifled by the necessity of feigning kindness to that chubby child. Once the young lady bore a legitimate heir, there would be no need to regard Song Xiao with such patience, and as a maidservant beside the mistress. She would no longer have to tolerate the whims of that peculiar child. The following morning, as Lu Qingyin went to present tea to the old matriarch Song, she learned of an unfortunate event. Song Xiao had fallen ill after consuming an excess of sweet pastries, resulting in indigestion. The old matriarch, upon seeing Lu Qingyin, furrowed her brow slightly. She was already aware of the events from the previous night and knew her son had spent the night at Haitang residence. After sipping the tea Lu Qingyin had brought, she could not restrain herself from remarking, "Qingyin, now that you are married, many things are no longer as they once were." Lu Qingyin lowered her head, forcing a smile. Indeed, the old matriarch appeared somewhat satisfied with Lu Qingyin's submissive demeanor, but was displeased with her behavior the previous night. She admonished, "You are now married. You must take good care of your husband. How could you allow him to sleep in the study last night? Even if he had indeed drunk too much, you should have attended to him closely. Regardless of your fatigue, you ought to have sent a maidservant to look after him." The old matriarch was not oblivious to the fact that her son had not actually slept in the study but had, astonishingly, lain in Haitang residence. Nonetheless, she harbored a grievance of her own. Yet, as Song Tingchen was her son, she could hardly criticize him. Thus, the fault must lie with Lu Qingyin. "Qingyin, you must remember that now that you are married, Tingchen is no longer your Song brother but your husband. You cannot view him as a brother any longer. You must regard him as your spouse. Do you understand? At the very least, you should strive to bear fruit for the Song family soon, to relieve my heart. Furthermore, Song Xiao is ill, and you are the last to know about it. This can happen only once. It must not recur." The old matriarch scolded Lu Qingyin with a lengthy list of admonitions. The more Lu Qingyin listened, the darker her expression became. The Song family was reliant on her financial support to endure for a while longer. What right did this old matriarch have to dictate her behavior? The notion of producing a son or a daughter for the Song family was one she desired, yet without Song Tingchen's cooperation, with whom could she conceive? Though her heart brimmed with resentment, Lu Qingyin maintained a gentle smile, outwardly appearing unperturbed. After delivering her reproaches, the old matriarch began to inquire indirectly about when Lu Qingyin planned to present her dowry and betrothal gifts to the public. Lu Qingyin's expression stiffened momentarily before she laughed it off. The old matriarch's expression turned cold, her dissatisfaction growing. When Su Tan had entered the family, she had instinctively contributed her dowry without needing to be prompted. Why was it that Lu Qingyin, upon her turn, displayed such ignorance, even feigning oblivion when the topic was raised? Did she fear that the matriarch might usurp her dowry, or that Lu Qingyin desired to hoard the substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver? The old matriarch felt a surge of irritation, yet hesitated to voice her thoughts. Her disposition was characteristically reclusive. she seldom articulated her desires, expecting others to intuitively present what she sought. When it became clear that Lu Qingyin was oblivious, the old matriarch grew agitated and waved her hand, dismissing her without allowing Lu Qingyin to partake in breakfast. Once the morning meal was laid out, the old matriarch erupted in fury. She slammed her palm on the table multiple times, demanding, "Where is my bird's nest? Did I not specify that I require a bowl of bird's nest porridge every morning? How is it absent today? How do you all conduct your duties?" The servants below could only lament their plight, responding meekly, "Old madam, our accounts have recently run dry, and the previous bird's nest has already been consumed. We lack sufficient funds to procure more." The old matriarch, nearly fainting with rage, retorted, "What nonsense is this? How can there be no funds? If there are no funds, should you not ask someone for assistance? Now that Tingchen has taken a new wife, any shortage of funds should be addressed by asking her. Must I spell everything out for you?" Though the servants dared not speak out of turn, the old matriarch's anger escalated, and she ordered them to approach Lu Qingyin for funds. Moreover, she instructed them that henceforth, while anything else in the household could be reduced, her daily bowl of bird's nest porridge was non-negotiable. Even so, the old matriarch still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. She penalized the servants, instructing each to receive 10 lashes. Additionally, she sent a scroll of Buddhist scriptures to Lu Qingyin for her to copy. This served not only as a punishment for Lu Qingyin's oversight in not noticing the lack of bird's nest, resulting in her failure to have her porridge today, but also as a reprimand for her lack of attentiveness to Song Zhao's illness, as Lu Qingyin, the child's mother, was the last to learn of it. After administering these penalties, the old matriarch finally felt a slight alleviation of her displeasure. When Lu Qingyin received the scroll of Buddhist scriptures from Granny Gao, her complexion darkened significantly. However, she ultimately remained silent, accepting the scroll. Granny Gao cleared her throat and, feeling empowered as a confidant of the old matriarch, firmly stated, "Madam, the old matriarch has instructed me to ensure you complete the copying of the scriptures." Furthermore, she emphasized that sincerity is paramount in this task. Thus you must not use coal fire while you work. Shuer, infuriated, felt her eyes redden at the audacity of these ungrateful individuals. Lu Qingyin tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Shuer, please help me grind the ink." She appeared utterly unperturbed, allowing the insolent maid to assert her authority before her. Shuer, though feeling a lump in her throat, swallowed her indignation and obediently stood by to assist Lu Qingyin in grinding the ink. As Lu Qingyin copied the scriptures, Granny Gao intermittently criticized her handwriting and accused her of being distracted, frequently demanding she start anew. When the final volume of the Buddhist scriptures was finally copied, Lu Qingyin's hands had grown numb from the cold, and her stomach ached with hunger.
"Miss,
They have gone too far. How can you endure this?" Shuer, with reddened eyes, hurriedly brought a hand warmer to Lu Qingyin. Lu Qingyin's expression was dark and brooding. It was no wonder that old Madame Song remarked that many matters changed after marriage. Previously, she was the orphan of Song Tingchen's savior, a guest of the Song residence. Thus, even if some members of the Song family harbored ill feelings towards her, they dared not overstep their bounds. But now she was Song Tingchen's wife. Consequently, not only could old Madame Song torment her, but even the servants around her felt emboldened to show disdain and assert their authority in her presence. "Miss, must you truly endure this?"
Shuer expressed her dissatisfaction.
Her young mistress had not always possessed such a temperament. Lu Qingyin scoffed, "Endure?
Ha!
I cannot lay a hand on that old hypocrite for the time being, as she is Song Tingchen's mother. But must I also tolerate a mere servant?"
Shuer, tonight.
Shuer revealed a glimmer of satisfaction. "Yes. Granny Gao has died. During the night, she suffered from stomach pains and fell while trying to get up, but it was late and no one heard her cries for help. By the time her body was discovered, it had already grown cold." Old Madame Song fainted, weeping, "Granny Gao, how could you die?" Granny Gao was someone she had relied upon, and how could she have died so suddenly? Lu Qingyin's gaze was indifferent. She offered words of comfort to old Madame Song. Yet, as she assisted the old matriarch to bed and covered her with a quilt, she deliberately exposed one of her feet. The day after Granny Gao's passing, old Madame Song developed a high fever. Lu Qingyin feigned illness herself, but insisted on attending to old Madame Song. As a result, she struggled to maintain her balance, and the steaming medicinal soup ended up spilling onto old Madame Song. Consequently, the old matriarch's condition not only failed to improve but worsened. Song Tingchen had no choice but to send Lu Qingyin to rest while he took charge of her care. However, perhaps due to his recent exhaustion, just as old Madame Song recovered, he himself fell ill. At this juncture, Lu Qingyin's recovery was most opportune, as she began to meticulously care for Song Tingchen.
Yet,
Once he regained his health, she fell ill again, this time truly unwell. Old Madame Song was furious. Why had I not realized before how frail Qingyin is? She falls ill so frequently. How will she bear children for our Song family in the future? This will not do. We must quickly find a concubine for Tingchen.